Hello, and welcome to the Google Career Certificate focused on cybersecurity. I'm so excited that you're here. My name is Tony, and I am a security engineering manager at Google. I'll be your instructor for the first course of this certificate program. By starting this course, you've already taken a big step towards building new skills that will help you in your career. Cybersecurity may seem daunting at first, but you'd be surprised by the different backgrounds many of us have. I worked as an intelligence analyst before I got my first job in the security industry, and I'm excited to be your instructor as you begin your journey into security. The demand for security professionals is growing at an incredible rate. By 2030, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics expects security roles to grow by more than 30%, which is higher than the average growth rate for other occupations. Global access to the internet is expanding. Every day, more people and organizations are adopting new digital technologies. Having a diverse community of security professionals with unique backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences is essential for protecting and serving different markets. Working in security has allowed me to work with people from all around the world. Working with people who have diverse backgrounds ensures that our teams get to ask lots of questions and come up with more creative solutions. The main objective in security is to protect organizations and people. This line of work allows you to support and interact with people across the globe. There are many openings for entry-level security analysts, and employers are struggling to find enough candidates with the right expertise. This program is designed to give you the knowledge and skills you need to start or advance in the security profession. No matter your current skill level, by the time you finish this certificate program, you'll be prepared to find a security-related job or expand your career in security. You may be wondering, what do security professionals actually do? Have you ever had to update your password online to include a number or a special symbol? If so, then you're already familiar with basic security measures like password management. And if you've ever received a notification from a service provider about stolen data or a software hack, then you have firsthand experience with the impact of a security breach. If you've ever asked yourself how organizations safeguard data, then you already have two important traits that are necessary to thrive in this industry: curiosity and excitement. Security analysts help minimize risks to organizations and people. Analysts work to proactively guard against incidents while continuously monitoring systems and networks. And if an incident does occur, they investigate and report their findings. They are always asking questions and looking for solutions. One of the best things about the security industry is the many paths and career options it exposes you to. Each option involves a unique set of skills and responsibilities. No matter what your background is, you'll probably find that you already have some relevant experience. If you enjoy collaborating with and helping others, solving puzzles, and are motivated by challenges, then this is the career for you. For example, my background as an intelligence analyst had nothing to do with cybersecurity. However, having strong critical thinking skills and communication skills provided a solid foundation for my success when I decided to pursue a career in security. If you're not sure what direction you want to take in the security industry, that's okay. This program will give you an overview of many different types of available jobs. It will also let you explore certain specialized skill sets to help you figure out where you want to take your career. The Google Career Certificates are designed by industry professionals with decades of experience here at Google. You'll have a different expert from Google guide you through each course in the certificate. We'll share our knowledge in videos, provide practice opportunities with hands-on activities, and take you through real scenarios that you might encounter on the job. Throughout this program, you'll gain hands-on practice with detecting and responding to attacks, monitoring and protecting networks, investigating incidents, and writing code to automate tasks. The program is made up of several courses that are designed to help you land an entry-level job. You'll learn about topics like core security concepts, security domains, network security, computing basics, including Linux and SQL, along with understanding assets, threats, and vulnerabilities. Our goal is to help you reach your goal of joining the security industry. You'll learn about incident detection and response, as well as how to use programming languages like Python to accomplish common security tasks. You'll also gain valuable job search strategies that will benefit you as you begin to find and apply for jobs in the security profession. Completing this Google Career Certificate will help you develop skills and learn how to use tools to prepare you for a job in a fast-growing, high-demand field. The certificate is designed to prepare you for a job in 3 to 6 months if you work on the certificate part-time. And once you graduate, you can connect with over 200 employers who are interested in hiring Google Career Certificate graduates like you. Whether you're looking to switch jobs, start a new career, or level up your skills, this Google Career Certificate can open doors to new job opportunities. You don't need prior experience or knowledge in the security field because this certificate program will begin with the basics. I'll be by your side throughout this first course, making sure that you're learning the foundational knowledge needed to succeed in the field. This program is also flexible. You can complete all of the courses in this certificate on your own terms and at your own pace, online. We've gathered some amazing instructors to support you on your journey, and they'd like to introduce themselves now.
Hi, my name is Ashley, and I'm a customer engineering enablement lead for security operations sales at Google. I'll take you through security domains, frameworks and controls, as well as common security threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. You'll also be introduced to common tools used by security analysts. I can't wait to get started.
Hi there. My name is Chris, and I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Google Fiber. I'm excited to talk to you about the structure of a network, network protocols, common network attacks, and how to secure a network.
Hi there. My name is Kim, and I'm a technical program manager at Google. I will guide you through foundational computing skills that support the work of a security analyst. We'll also learn about operating systems, the Linux command line, and SQL.
Hi, my name is Sequisha, and I'm a security engineer at Google. Together we'll explore protecting organizational assets through a variety of security controls and develop a deeper understanding of risks and vulnerabilities.
Hi, my name is Dave, and I'm a principal security strategist at Google. In our time together, we'll learn about detecting and responding to security incidents. You'll also have the chance to monitor and analyze network activity using powerful security tools.
Hello, I'm Angel, and I'm a security engineer at Google. We'll explore foundational Python programming concepts to help you automate common security tasks.
Hello, I'm Dion. I'm a program manager at Google. I'm your instructor for the first portion of the final course of the program. There, we'll discuss how to escalate incidents and communicate with stakeholders.
And my name is Emily. I'm a program manager at Google. I'll guide you through the final portion of the program and share ways that you can engage with the security community and prepare for your upcoming job search.
And as you already know, I'll guide you through the first course of this program. This is such a great time to grow your career in the field of security. Sound exciting? Let's get started. Hi again. Now that you have some idea of what to expect from the program as a whole, let's discuss more about what you'll learn in this course. This course will introduce you to the world of security and how it's used to protect business operations, users, and devices, so you can contribute to the creation of a safer internet for all. In this section, we'll cover foundational security concepts. First, we'll define security. Then, we'll explore common job responsibilities of security analysts. Building on that, we'll cover core skills a security analyst may have. Finally, we'll discuss the value of security for protecting organizations and people. Later on, we'll cover 8 security domains. Then, we'll cover common security frameworks and controls. Finally, We'll wrap up the course by discussing common tools and programming languages that entry-level security analysts may use. Coming up, we'll go over some resources that will allow you to get the most out of this program. I'm really excited for you to start this journey. Let's begin. Imagine that you're preparing for a storm. You've received notification that a storm is coming. You prepare by gathering the tools and materials you'll need to stay safe. You make sure your windows and doors are secure. You assemble a first aid kit, tools, food, and water. You're prepared. The storm hits, and there are powerful winds and heavy rain. The storm is using its force to try and breach your home. You notice some water leaks and begin patching them quickly in order to minimize any risk or potential damage. Handling a security incident is no different. Organizations must prepare for the storm by ensuring they have the tools to mitigate and quickly respond to outside threats. The objective is to minimize risk and potential damage. As a security analyst, you'll work to protect your organization and the people it serves from a variety of risks and outside threats. And if a threat does get through, you and your team will provide a solution to remedy the situation. To help you better understand what this means, we'll define security and discuss the roles of security professionals in organizations. Let's start with some definitions. Cybersecurity, or security, is the practice of ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information by protecting networks, devices, people, and data from unauthorized access or criminal exploitation. For example, requiring complex passwords to access sites and services improves confidentiality by making it much more difficult for a threat actor to compromise them. A threat actor is any person or group who presents a security risk. Now that you know the definition of security, let's discuss what security teams do for an organization. Security protects against external and internal threats. An external threat is someone outside of the organization trying to gain access to private information, networks, or devices. An internal threat comes from current or former employees, external vendors, or trusted partners. Often, these internal threats are accidental, such as an employee clicking on a compromised link in an email. Other times, the internal actor intentionally engages in activities such as unauthorized data access or abusing systems for personal use. Experienced security professionals will help organizations mitigate or reduce the impact of threats like these. Security teams also ensure an organization meets regulatory compliance, or laws and guidelines, that require the implementation of specific security standards. Ensuring that organizations are in compliance may allow them to avoid fines and audits, while also upholding their ethical obligation to protect users. Security teams also maintain and improve business productivity. By establishing a plan for business continuity, security teams allow people to do their jobs, even in the case of something like a data breach. Being security conscious can also reduce expenses associated with risk, such as recovering from data loss or operational downtime, and potentially avoiding fines. The last benefit of security that we'll discuss is maintaining brand trust. If services or customer data are compromised, this can lower trust in the organization, damage the brand, and hurt the business in the long term. Loss of customer trust may also lead to less revenue for the business. Now, let's go over some common security-based roles. After completing this certificate program, here are some job titles you may want to search for: security analyst or specialist, cybersecurity analyst or specialist, security operations center or SOC analyst, and information security analyst. You'll also learn more about the responsibilities associated with some of these job titles later in the program. As you may now realize, the field of security includes many topics and concepts. And every activity you complete in this program moves you one step closer to a new job. Let's keep learning together. Hi, I'm Tony. I'm a security engineering manager. Our teams protect Google and its users from serious threats, usually government-backed attackers, coordinated influence operations, and serious cybercrime threat actors. I grew up as an Army brat. My dad was in the military and we moved around a lot. So I've always had an interest in security sort of generally. I got really hooked on international relations when I was in high school. I did a lot of Model United Nations, and that really sort of brought these two things together for me, the way that security works in the world. I come from a big family. I knew I was going to need financial assistance to go to college. And the Department of Defense provides a lot of educational opportunities that are tied to service. So this was a natural fit for me. I knew I was interested in this area, and this was going to provide a career path into something I was passionate about. I started as an intelligence analyst, but not focused on cybersecurity. I worked counterinsurgency for a number of years and sort of geopolitical intelligence issues. Eventually, as I looked and saw that the way that cybersecurity was starting to have an impact, both in our daily lives and in that world of international relations, I got more and more drawn to it. Transitioning into cybersecurity was a huge shift for me. I came in without a solid technical background, had to learn a lot of that on the job and through self-paced learning in different types of courses. I needed to learn programming languages like Python and SQL, two of the things that we cover in this certificate. I needed to learn a whole new language about the vocabulary of threats and the different components and how those manifest technically. One of the things that I had to figure out very early in this journey is what kind of learner I was. I work best with a structured learning style, so turning to a lot of these online courses and resources that took this material and structured it sort of from first principles through application resonated very well for me. A lot of this was also learned on the job by coworkers who were willing to share and invest time in helping me understand this. I asked a lot of questions, and I still do. Most of cybersecurity work is going to be learned on the job in the specific environment that you're protecting. So you have to work well with your teammates in order to be able to build that knowledge base. My advice would be to stay curious and keep learning, especially focusing on your technical skills and growing those throughout your career. It's really easy to get imposter syndrome in cybersecurity because it's so broad, and mastery of all these different areas is a lifetime's work. And sometimes that imposter syndrome can shut us down and make it feel like, why bother trying to keep growing? I'm never going to be able to master this, instead of motivating us. So keep learning, push through that fear. The effort's always going to be rewarded. Technology is rapidly changing, and so are the tactics and techniques that attackers use. As digital infrastructure evolves, security professionals are expected to continually grow their skills in order to protect and secure sensitive information. In this video, we'll discuss some job responsibilities of an entry-level security analyst. So, what do security analysts do? Security analysts are responsible for monitoring and protecting information and systems. Now, we'll discuss 3 primary responsibilities of a security analyst, starting with protecting computer and network systems. Protecting computer and network systems requires an analyst to monitor an organization's internal network. If a threat is detected, then an analyst is generally the first to respond. Analysts also often take part in exercises to search for weaknesses in an organization's own systems. For example, a security analyst may contribute to penetration testing or ethical hacking. The goal is to penetrate or hack their own organization's internal network to identify vulnerabilities and suggest ways to strengthen their security measures. Think of it like this. After you lock your car, you check the door handles to make sure no one can access any valuables you keep inside. Security analysts also proactively work to prevent threats from happening in the first place. One way they do this is by working with information technology, or IT, teams to install prevention software for the purposes of identifying risks and vulnerabilities. Analysts may also be involved in software and hardware development. They'll often work with development teams to support product security by setting up appropriate processes and systems to meet the organization's data protection needs. The last task we'll discuss is conducting periodic security audits. A security audit is a review of an organization's security records, activities, and other related documents. For example, an analyst may examine in-house security issues such as making sure that confidential information, like individual computer passwords, isn't available to all employees. Whew, that was a lot to cover. But hopefully you have a general idea of what entry-level security analysts do on a day-to-day basis. Security analysts are an important part of any organization. Their daily tasks protect small businesses, large companies, nonprofit organizations, and government agencies. They also help to ensure that the people served by those organizations remain safe.
My name is Nikki, and I'm a security engineer at Google. I am part of the insider threat detection team at Google, so my role is more focused on catching insider threats or insider suspicious activity within the company. My first experience with cybersecurity was when I was interning at the aquarium. I learned a lot of network security there. They had a lot of phishing attempts, of course, at the aquarium. My manager was really focused on making sure that our networks were secure, and I learned a lot from him, and that really sparked my interest in cybersecurity. The main reason I chose to pursue a career in cybersecurity is just how flexible the career path is. Once you're in security, there's so many different fields you can dive into, whether it's through the blue team, protecting the user, or the red team, which is just, poking holes in other people's defenses and letting them know where they're going wrong. A day in the life as an entry-level security professional, it can change day to day, but there's two basic parts to it. There's the operations side, which is responding to detections and doing investigations. And then there's the project side, where you're working with other teams to build new detections or improve the current detections. The difference between an entry-level cybersecurity analyst and an entry-level cybersecurity engineer is pretty much that the analyst is more focused on operations, and the engineer, while they can do operations, they also build the detections, and they do more project-focused work. My favorite task is probably the operations side, doing investigations, because we can sometimes get something like, this actor did such and such on this day. And we're supposed to then dive into what they've been doing, what they've been working on, to figure out if there's any suspicious activity or if it was just a false positive. One of the biggest ways I've made an impact as an entry-level cybersecurity professional is actually working on the playbooks that our team uses. A playbook is a list of how to go through a certain detection and what the analyst needs to look at in order to investigate those incidents. I was really proud of those playbooks that I've made so far, because a lot of my teammates have even said how helpful they've been to them. If you love solving problems, if you love protecting user data, being at the front lines of a lot of headlines, then this is definitely the role for you.
For any job, you need certain skills to be successful, and many of these core skills are transferable from one role to the next. No matter what job you currently have, you likely have many core skills already. Having a diverse background enhances your core skills, which means your personal experiences and perspectives are especially valuable. In this video, we'll discuss both transferable and technical skills that are particularly useful for a security analyst. Transferable skills are skills from other areas that can apply to different careers. Technical skills may apply to several professions as well. However, at times they may require knowledge of specific tools, procedures, and policies. Let's discuss some core transferable skills you may already have that will benefit you in a career as a security analyst. Communication is a transferable skill for a security analyst. They will often need to describe certain threats, risks, or vulnerabilities to people who may not have a technical background. For example, security analysts may be tasked with interpreting and communicating policies and procedures to other employees. Or, analysts may be asked to report findings to their supervisors so the appropriate actions can be taken to secure the organization. Another transferable skill is collaboration. Security analysts often work in teams with engineers, digital forensic investigators, and program managers. For example, if you are working to roll out a new security feature, you will likely have a project manager, an engineer, and an ethical hacker on your team. Security analysts also need to be able to analyze complex scenarios that they may encounter. For example, a security analyst may need to make recommendations about how different tools can support efficiency and safeguard an organization's internal network. The last transferable skill that we'll discuss is problem solving. Identifying a security problem and then diagnosing it and providing solutions is a necessary skill to keep business operations safe. Understanding threat actors and identifying trends can provide insight on how to handle future threats. Okay, now that we've covered some important transferable skills, let's discuss some technical skills that security analysts need to develop. A basic understanding of programming languages is an important skill to develop because security analysts can use programming to automate tasks and identify error messages. Like learning any other language, learning a programming language may seem challenging at first. However, this certificate program assumes no prior programming experience, so we'll start at the very beginning and provide several opportunities for hands-on practice with languages like Python and SQL. Another important technical skill is knowing how to use Security Information and Event Management, or SIEM, tools. Security professionals use SIEM tools to identify and analyze security threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. For example, a SIEM tool may alert you that an unknown user has accessed the system. In the event of an unknown user accessing the system, you may use computer forensics to investigate the incident. Now, let's discuss computer forensics. Similar to an investigator and a forensic scientist working in the criminal justice system, digital forensic investigators will attempt to identify, analyze, and preserve criminal evidence within networks, computers, and electronic devices. Keep in mind that you may already have some of the core skills we've discussed. And if you don't have the technical skills, that's okay. This program is designed to support you in learning those skills. For example, over the past 7 years working in cybersecurity, I've learned that security analysts need to have intellectual curiosity and the motivation to keep learning in order to succeed. Personally, I dedicate time on a regular basis towards learning more Python and SQL skills in order to meet the demands of the projects I'm working on. You'll get to learn about Python and SQL later in this program. As you continue this journey, you'll build the knowledge and skills you need to enter the security field.
Hi, I'm Veronica, and I'm a security engineer at Google. My journey into cybersecurity has changed my life for the better in so many ways. The most important part is fulfilling work. I get to do something that I absolutely love and that I'm super interested in, and I feel very lucky that this is what I get to do for work. Before I entered my current field, I had no idea what cybersecurity was. My knowledge of cybersecurity was using secure passwords, and that was about it. So if you asked me, would I be in cybersecurity 5 years ago, I would have said, what is that? Someone without a technical background can 100% be successful in cybersecurity. My path to my current role in cybersecurity started as an IT resident here at Google, staffing tech stop. I learned a lot of analytical thinking skills working at a help desk, troubleshooting, debugging. I didn't realize I had transferable skills until I got into my role in cybersecurity. And from there, I took it upon myself to bug a bunch of security engineers, interviewed a lot of them. I didn't get here alone. It took a village of mentors to get me here, so don't be afraid to ask for help. I don't think someone needs a college degree to go into cybersecurity. Some of the brightest minds that I get to work with don't have a college degree. So I think that's one of the best parts about the industry. Looking back at my career, I wish I would have known that I don't have to check all the boxes, that I don't have to be an expert in the area to shoot my shot. And I also wish I would have known that perfectionism can get in the way of what you want to achieve.
As we've discussed, security professionals protect many physical and digital assets. These skills are desired by organizations and government entities because risk needs to be managed. Let's continue to discuss why security matters. Security is essential for ensuring an organization's business continuity and ethical standing. There are both legal implications and moral considerations to maintaining an organization's security. A data breach, for example, affects everyone that is associated with the organization. This is because data losses or leaks can affect an organization's reputation, as well as the lives and reputations of their users, clients, and customers. By maintaining strong security measures, organizations can increase user trust. This may lead to financial growth and ongoing business referrals. As previously mentioned, organizations are not the only ones that suffer during a data breach. Maintaining and securing user, customer, and vendor data is an important part of preventing incidents that may expose people's personally identifiable information. Personally identifiable information, known as PII, is any information used to infer an individual's identity. PII includes someone's full name, date of birth, physical address, phone number, email address, Internet Protocol or IP address, and similar information. Sensitive personally identifiable information, known as SPII, is a specific type of PII that falls under stricter handling guidelines and may include social security numbers, medical or financial information, and biometric data such as facial recognition. If SPII is stolen, this has the potential to be significantly more damaging to an individual than if PII is stolen. PII and SPII data are key assets that a threat actor will look for if an organization experiences a breach. When a person's identifiable information is compromised, leaked, or stolen, identity theft is the primary concern. Identity theft is the act of stealing personal information to commit fraud while impersonating a victim. And the primary objective of identity theft is financial gain. We've explored several reasons why security matters. Employers need security analysts like you to fill the current and future demand to protect data, products, and people, while ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and safe access to information. This is why the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics expects the demand for security professionals to grow by more than 30% by the year 2030. So keep learning, and eventually you'll be able to do your part to create a safer and more secure environment for organizations and people alike. Congratulations on completing the first section of this course. Let's quickly review what we've covered so far before moving on. We defined security and introduced the benefits of implementing security in an organization. Then, we discussed different job responsibilities, such as managing threats and installing prevention software. We also introduced some important core skills like collaboration and computer forensics. We finished by discussing the value of security and how it supports critical business functions. I hope you've gained a greater understanding of security. If you feel like you need a refresher before moving on, you can always go back and review any content you're unsure about. By learning the basics, you are laying the foundation for the rest of your security career. Coming up, we'll explore some well-known attacks that shape the security industry. I'm excited to continue this journey with you. Welcome back. When it comes to security, there is so much to learn, and I'm thrilled to be part of your career journey. This is such an exciting time to be learning about security. When I learned about international hacks that impacted both private companies and government organizations, I was inspired to want to work in security because I realized how dynamic and important this field is. One reason there are so many jobs in the security field today is because of attacks that happened in the 1980s and 1990s. Decades later, security professionals are still actively working to protect organizations and people from variations of these early computer attacks. In this section of the course, we'll discuss viruses and malware and introduce the concept of social engineering. Then, we'll discuss how the digital age ushered in a new era of threat actors. Knowing the evolution of each attack is key to protecting against future attacks. Lastly, we'll provide an overview of 8 security domains. Next up, we'll travel back in time to explore some of the viruses, data breaches, and malware attacks that have helped shape the industry as we know it today. The security industry is constantly evolving, but many present-day attacks are not entirely new. Attackers often alter or enhance previous methods. Understanding past attacks can provide direction for how to handle or investigate incidents in your job as a security analyst. First, let's go over a couple of key terms that will support your understanding of the attacks we'll discuss. A computer virus is malicious code written to interfere with computer operations and cause damage to data and software. The virus attaches itself to programs or documents on a computer, then spreads and infects one or more computers in a network. A worm is a type of computer virus that can duplicate and spread on its own without human involvement. Today, viruses are more commonly referred to as malware, which is software designed to harm devices or networks. 2 examples of early malware attacks that we'll cover are the brain virus and the Morris worm. They were created by malware developers to accomplish specific tasks. However, the developers underestimated the impact their malware would have and the amount of infected computers there would be. Let's take a closer look at these attacks and discuss how they helped shape security as we know it today. In 1986, the Alvey brothers created the brain virus. Although the intention of the virus was to track illegal copies of medical software and prevent pirated licenses, what the virus actually did was unexpected. Once a person used a pirated copy of the software, the virus infected that computer. Then, any disk that was inserted into the computer was also infected. The virus spread to a new computer every time someone used one of the infected disks. Undetected, the virus spread globally within a couple of months. Although the intention was not to destroy data or hardware, the virus slowed down productivity and significantly impacted business operations. The brain virus fundamentally altered the computing industry, emphasizing the need for a plan to maintain security and productivity. As a security analyst, you will follow and maintain strategies put in place to ensure your organization has a plan to keep their data and people safe. Another influential computer attack was the Morris worm. In 1988, Robert Morris developed a program to assess the size of the internet. The program crawled the web and installed itself onto other computers to tally the number of computers that were connected to the internet. Sounds simple, right? The program, however, failed to keep track of the computers it had already compromised and continued to reinstall itself until the computers ran out of memory and crashed. About 6,000 computers were affected, representing 10% of the internet at the time. This attack cost millions of dollars in damages due to business disruptions and the efforts required to remove the worm. After the Morris worm, computer emergency response teams, known as CERTs, were established to respond to computer security incidents. CERTs still exist today, but their place in the security industry has expanded to include more responsibilities. Later in this program, you'll learn more about the core functions of these security teams and gain hands-on practice with detection and response tools. Early attacks played a key role in shaping the current security industry. And coming up, we'll discuss how attacks evolved in the digital age. With the expansion of reliable, high-speed internet, the number of computers connected to the internet increased dramatically. Because malware could spread through the internet, threat actors no longer needed to use physical disks to spread viruses. To better understand attacks in the digital age, we'll discuss 2 notable attacks that relied on the internet: the love letter attack and the Equifax breach. In the year 2000, Onel de Guzman created the love letter malware to steal internet login credentials. This attack spread rapidly and took advantage of people who had not developed a healthy suspicion for unsolicited emails. Users received an email with the subject line, "I love you." Each email contained an attachment labeled, "Love letter for you." When the attachment was opened, the malware scanned a user's address book. Then, it automatically sent itself to each person on the list and installed a program to collect user information and passwords. Recipients would think they were receiving an email from a friend, but it was actually malware. The love letter ended up infecting 45 million computers globally and is believed to have caused over $10 billion in damages. The love letter attack is the first example of social engineering. Social engineering is a manipulation technique that exploits human error to gain private information, access, or valuables. After the love letter, attackers understood the power of social engineering. The number of social engineering attacks is increasing with every new social media application that allows public access to people's data. Many people are now prioritizing convenience over privacy. The trade-off of this evolving shift is that these tools may lead to increased vulnerability if people do not use them appropriately. As a security professional, your role is to identify and manage inappropriate use of technology that may place your organization and all the people associated with it at risk. One way to safeguard your organization is to conduct regular internal trainings, which you as a future security analyst may be asked to lead or participate in. Today, it's common for employees to receive training on how to identify social engineering attacks. Specifically, phishing through the emails they receive. Phishing is the use of digital communications to trick people into revealing sensitive data or deploying malicious software. Now let's discuss the Equifax breach. In 2017, attackers successfully infiltrated the credit reporting agency, Equifax. This resulted in one of the largest known data breaches of sensitive information. Over 143 million customer records were stolen, and the breach affected approximately 40% of all Americans. The records included personally identifiable information, including social security numbers, birth dates, driver's license numbers, home addresses, and credit card numbers. From a security standpoint, the breach occurred due to multiple failures on Equifax's part. It wasn't just one vulnerability that the attackers took advantage of. There were several. The company failed to take the actions needed to fix multiple known vulnerabilities in the months leading up to the data breach. In the end, Equifax settled with the US government and paid over $575 million to resolve customer complaints and cover required fines. While there have been other data breaches before and after the Equifax breach, the large settlement with the US government alerted companies to the financial impact of a breach and the need to implement preventative measures. These are just a couple of well-known incidents that have shaped the security industry. Knowing about them will help you in your security career. Understanding different types of malware and social engineering attacks will allow you to communicate about security risks during future job interviews. As a future security professional, constantly adapting and educating yourself on threat actors, tactics, and techniques will be a part of your job. By noticing similar trends, patterns, and methodologies, you may be able to identify a potential breach and limit future damage. Finally, understanding how security affects people's lives is a good reminder of why the work you will do is so important.
Hi, my name is Sean. I am a technical program manager in Google Workspace. I am a 30-year security veteran within the security space across 6 different industries. During your first data breach, the most important thing that you can do is keep your cool. Everyone around is going to be freaking out. If you are on the security team and you are managing the incident, you have to legitimately be the cool guy in the room. Be that person that has the pause in the conversation. Somebody might be like, do you know what's going on? I absolutely do. I think the biggest breach I've ever had was a phone call. An engineer for another financial bought a server off eBay. That server, fired it up, hadn't been wiped. 20 million credit cards records were on it. It triggered a whole review of we had not been controlling for how do third parties, because we were now outsourcing data centers, how do third parties wipe the servers that we no longer use? The first thing you're going to do is to contain the breach. If you are still hemorrhaging data, you go through your progressions to stop hemorrhaging data. So if that means shutting down a server, shutting down a data center, shutting down comms, whatever stopping the data loss is, that is your number one priority. Your job as an incident manager or as somebody working a breach is to stop the breach and then investigate the breach. So executing your incident management buy plan is the most important thing that an entry-level person can keep in mind.
As the tactics of threat actors evolve, so do the roles of security professionals. Having a solid understanding of core security concepts will support your growth in this field. One way to better understand these core concepts is by organizing them into categories called security domains. As of 2022, CISSP has defined 8 domains to organize the work of security professionals. It's important to understand that these domains are related and that gaps in one domain can result in negative consequences to an entire organization. It's also important to understand the domains because it may help you better understand your career goals and your role within an organization. As you learn more about the elements of each domain, the work involved in one may appeal to you more than the others. This domain may become a career path for you to explore further. CISSP defines 8 domains in total, and we'll discuss all 8 between this video and the next. In this video, we're going to cover the first 4: security and risk management, asset security, security architecture and engineering, and communication and network security. Let's start with the first domain, security and risk management. Security and risk management focuses on defining security goals and objectives, risk mitigation, compliance, business continuity, and the law. For example, security analysts may need to update company policies related to private health information if a change is made to a federal compliance regulation, such as the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, also known as HIPAA. The second domain is asset security. This domain focuses on securing digital and physical assets. It's also related to the storage, maintenance, retention, and destruction of data. When working with this domain, security analysts may be tasked with making sure that old equipment is properly disposed of and destroyed, including any type of confidential information. The third domain is security architecture and engineering. This domain focuses on optimizing data security by ensuring effective tools, systems, and processes are in place. As a security analyst, you may be tasked with configuring a firewall. A firewall is a device used to monitor and filter incoming and outgoing computer network traffic. Setting up a firewall correctly helps prevent attacks that could affect productivity. The fourth security domain is communication and network security. This domain focuses on managing and securing physical networks and wireless communications. As a security analyst, you may be asked to analyze user behavior within your organization. Imagine discovering that users are connecting to unsecured wireless hotspots. This could leave the organization and its employees vulnerable to attacks. To ensure communications are secure, you would create a network policy to prevent and mitigate exposure. Maintaining an organization's security is a team effort, and there are many moving parts. As an entry-level analyst, you will continue to develop your skills by learning how to mitigate risks to keep people and data safe. You don't need to be an expert in all domains, but having a basic understanding of them will aid you in your journey as a security professional. You're doing great. We have just introduced the first 4 security domains, and in the next video, we'll discuss 4 more. See you soon. Welcome back. In the last video, we introduced you to the first 4 security domains. In this video, we'll introduce you to the next 4 security domains: identity and access management, security assessment and testing, security operations, and software development security. Familiarizing yourself with these domains will allow you to navigate the complex world of security. The domains outline and organize how a team of security professionals work together. Depending on the organization, analyst roles may sit at the intersection of multiple domains or focus on one specific domain. Knowing where a particular role fits within the security landscape will help you prepare for job interviews and work as part of a full security team. Let's move into the 5th domain: identity and access management. Identity and access management focuses on keeping data secure by ensuring users follow established policies to control and manage physical assets, like office spaces, and logical assets, such as networks and applications. Validating the identities of employees and documenting access roles are essential to maintaining the organization's physical and digital security. For example, as a security analyst, you may be tasked with setting up employees' keycard access to buildings. The 6th domain is security assessment and testing. This domain focuses on conducting security control testing, collecting and analyzing data, and conducting security audits to monitor for risks, threats, and vulnerabilities. Security analysts may conduct regular audits of user permissions to make sure that users have the correct level of access. For example, access to payroll information is often limited to certain employees, so analysts may be asked to regularly audit permissions to ensure that no unauthorized person can view employees' salaries. The 7th domain is security operations. This domain focuses on conducting investigations and implementing preventative measures. Imagine that you, as a security analyst, receive an alert that an unknown device has been connected to your internal network. You would need to follow the organization's policies and procedures to quickly stop the potential threat. The final 8th domain is software development security. This domain focuses on using secure coding practices, which are a set of recommended guidelines that are used to create secure applications and services. A security analyst may work with software development teams to ensure security practices are incorporated into the software development lifecycle. If, for example, one of your partner teams is creating a new mobile app, then you may be asked to advise on the password policies or ensure that any user data is properly secured and managed. That ends our introduction to CISSP's 8 security domains. Challenge yourself to better understand each of these domains and how they affect the overall security of an organization. While they may still be a bit unclear to you this early in the program, these domains will be discussed in greater detail in the next course. See you there! This concludes our brief introduction to some of the most influential security attacks throughout history and CISSP's 8 security domains. Let's review what we've discussed. First, we covered viruses, including the brain virus and the Morris worm, and discussed how these early forms of malware shaped the security industry. We also discussed how many attacks today are variants of these early examples. Understanding previous attacks is critical for security professionals who are working to protect organizations and people from possible future variants. We also discussed social engineering and threat actor motives by learning about the love letter attack and the Equifax data breach. These incidents showed the widespread impacts and associated costs of more recent security breaches in the digital age. Finally, we introduced CISSP's 8 security domains and how they can be used to categorize different areas of focus within the security profession. I hope you are feeling confident about your foundational security knowledge. Learning the history of security can allow you to better understand the current industry. CISSP's 8 security domains provide a way to organize the work of security professionals. Remember, every security professional is essential. Your unique point of view, professional background, and knowledge are valuable. So the diversity you bring to the field will further improve the security industry as you work to keep organizations and people safe. Hi there. Glad to have you back. You're halfway done with the first course, so you're making great progress. In this section, we'll discuss how organizations protect themselves from threats, risks, and vulnerabilities by covering key principles such as frameworks, controls, and ethics. To help you better understand how this relates to the role of a security analyst, we'll use an analogy. Imagine you want to plant a garden. You research, plan, prepare, and purchase materials while considering all the things that could potentially present a risk to your garden. You establish a plan to pull weeds, spray for bugs, and water your plants regularly to prevent issues or incidents. But as the days go by, unexpected problems arise. The weather has been unpredictable, and pests have been aggressively trying to infiltrate your garden. You start implementing better ways to safeguard your garden by installing a surveillance camera, building a fence, and covering your plants with a canopy to keep your garden healthy and growing. Now that you have a better idea about the threats to your garden and how to keep your plants safe, you establish better policies and procedures to continuously monitor and safeguard your garden. In this way, security resembles a garden. It's an evolving industry that will challenge you to make continuous improvements to policies and procedures that help protect your organization and the people it serves. To that end, we'll introduce security frameworks and controls and explain why they're important. We'll also cover core components and specific examples of frameworks and controls, including the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, or CIA triad. We'll end with a discussion about the ethics of security and share a few notable ethical concerns in the security field. Evolving security practices may seem a little abstract, but many of us use them every day. For example, I use security keys, which are a type of security control, as a second form of authentication to access my accounts. The keys ensure that only I can access my accounts, even if a password has been compromised. By improving confidentiality, they also assure me that the integrity of my accounts is intact. Having processes and procedures in place to organize security efforts and make informed decisions is important for any organization. I'm so excited to get started, and I hope you are too. Imagine you're working as a security analyst and receive multiple alerts about suspicious activity on the network. You realize that you'll need to implement additional security measures to keep these alerts from becoming serious incidents. But where do you start? As an analyst, you'll start by identifying your organization's critical assets and risks. Then, you'll implement the necessary frameworks and controls. In this video, we'll discuss how security professionals use frameworks to continuously identify and manage risk. We'll also cover how to use security controls to manage or reduce specific risks. Security frameworks are guidelines used for building plans to help mitigate risk and threats to data and privacy. Security frameworks provide a structured approach to implementing a security lifecycle. The security lifecycle is a constantly evolving set of policies and standards that define how an organization manages risks, follows established guidelines, and meets regulatory compliance, or laws. There are several security frameworks that may be used to manage different types of organizational and regulatory compliance risks. The purpose of security frameworks include protecting personally identifiable information, known as PII, securing financial information, identifying security weaknesses, managing organizational risks, and aligning security with business goals. Frameworks have 4 core components, and understanding them will allow you to better manage potential risks. The first core component is identifying and documenting security goals. For example, an organization may have a goal to align with the EU's General Data Protection Regulation, also known as GDPR. GDPR is a data protection law established to grant European citizens more control over their personal data. A security analyst may be asked to identify and document areas where an organization is out of compliance with GDPR. The second core component is setting guidelines to achieve security goals. For example, when implementing guidelines to achieve GDPR compliance, your organization may need to develop new policies for how to handle data requests from individual users. The third core component of security frameworks is implementing strong security processes. In the case of GDPR, a security analyst working for a social media company may help design procedures to ensure the organization complies with verified user data requests. An example of this type of request is when a user attempts to update or delete their profile information. The last core component of security frameworks is monitoring and communicating results. As an example, you may monitor your organization's internal network and report a potential security issue affecting GDPR to your manager or regulatory compliance officer. Now that we've introduced the 4 core components of security frameworks, let's tie them all together. Frameworks allow analysts to work alongside other members of a security team to document, implement, and use the policies and procedures that have been created. It's essential for an entry-level analyst to understand this process because it directly affects the work they do and how they collaborate with others. Next, we'll discuss security controls. Security controls are safeguards designed to reduce specific security risks. For example, your company may have a guideline that requires all employees to complete a privacy training to reduce the risk of data breaches. As a security analyst, you may use a software tool to automatically assign and track which employees have completed this training. Security frameworks and controls are vital to managing security for all types of organizations and ensuring that everyone is doing their part to maintain a low level of risk. Understanding their purpose and how they are used allows analysts to support an organization's security goals and protect the people it serves. In the following videos, we'll discuss some well-known frameworks and principles that analysts need to be aware of to minimize risk and protect data and users. Hi, welcome back. Previously, we discussed frameworks and controls in general. In this video, you'll learn about specific frameworks and controls that organizations can voluntarily use to minimize risks to their data and to protect users. Let's get started. The CIA triad is a foundational model that helps inform how organizations consider risk when setting up systems and security policies. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality means that only authorized users can access specific assets or data. For example, strict access controls that define who should and should not have access to data must be put in place to ensure confidential data remains safe. Integrity means the data is correct, authentic, and reliable. To maintain integrity, security professionals can use a form of data protection like encryption to safeguard data from being tampered with. Availability means data is accessible to those who are authorized to access it. As an example, a director may have more access to certain data than a department manager because directors usually oversee more employees. Let's define a term that came up during our discussion of the CIA triad: asset. An asset is an item perceived as having value to an organization. And value is determined by the cost associated with the asset in question. For example, an application that stores sensitive data, such as social security numbers or bank accounts, is a valuable asset to an organization. It carries more risk and therefore requires tighter security controls in comparison to a website that shares publicly available news content. As you may remember, earlier in the course we discussed frameworks and controls in general. Now, we'll discuss a specific framework developed by the US-based National Institute of Standards and Technology, the Cybersecurity Framework, also referred to as the NIST CSF. The NIST Cybersecurity Framework is a voluntary framework that consists of standards, guidelines, and best practices to manage cybersecurity risk. It's important to become familiar with this framework because security teams use it as a baseline to manage short and long-term risk. Managing and mitigating risks and protecting an organization's assets from threat actors are key goals for security professionals. Understanding the different motives a threat actor may have, alongside identifying your organization's most valuable assets, is important. Some of the most dangerous threat actors to consider are disgruntled employees. They are the most dangerous because they often have access to sensitive information and know where to find it. In order to reduce this type of risk, security professionals would use the principle of availability, as well as organizational guidelines based on frameworks to ensure staff members can only access the data they need to perform their jobs. Threat actors originate from all across the globe, and a diverse workforce of security professionals helps organizations identify attackers' intentions. A variety of perspectives can assist organizations in understanding and mitigating the impact of malicious activity. That concludes our introduction to the CIA Triad and NIST CSF framework, which are used to develop processes to secure organizations and the people they serve. You may be asked in an interview if you know about security frameworks and principles, or you may be asked to explain how they're used to secure organizational assets. In either case, throughout this program, you'll have multiple opportunities to learn more about them and apply what we've discussed to real-world situations. Coming up, we'll discuss the ethics of security. See you soon.
Hello, my name is Heather, and I'm the Vice President of Security Engineering at Google. PII has been an important topic on the internet since the beginning of the internet, and we've been talking about increasingly sophisticated ways to protect that data over time. When we think about collecting PII on behalf of another person, we should make sure we're very deliberate about how it's handled and where it's stored, and that we understand where it's stored all the time. Depending on what kind of role you're in, you might also need to protect that data to comply with regulation or law. And so it's important to understand how the data relates to some of those obligations. If an organization fails to meet their obligations, a number of things might happen. First, you might see a government regulator become more interested in understanding the practices around how a company is handling data. Secondly, consumers, customers, businesses may actually begin to directly inquire of the company how they're handling data. And this may become part of the customer relationship and increasingly important if that data is very sensitive. And third, the last consequence is legal action. And it's not uncommon for us to see victims of cybersecurity incidents now suing companies for mishandling their data. You can keep up to date with compliance, regulation, and laws around PII by consulting the relevant website in the jurisdiction that you have a question for. Many government websites now post the laws, regulations, and compliance requirements for data that's being handled. The regulations and laws that govern how PII can be handled are very complex. All over the world, countries, states, counties are regulating it at different levels. It's important to understand and to be aware that these laws exist. However, If you need to ask a question about a specific law, it's important to seek advice from legal counsel for that particular jurisdiction. It may be very different than the jurisdiction that you're in.
In security, new technologies present new challenges. For every new security incident or risk, the right or wrong decision isn't always clear. For example, imagine that you're working as an entry-level security analyst and you have received a high-risk alert. You investigate the alert and discover data has been transferred without authorization. You work diligently to identify who made the transfer and discover it is one of your friends from work. What do you do? Ethically, as a security professional, your job is to remain unbiased and maintain security and confidentiality. While it's normal to want to protect a friend, regardless of who the user in question may be, your responsibility and obligation is to adhere to the policies and protocols you've been trained to follow. In many cases, security teams are entrusted with greater access to data and information than other employees. Security professionals must respect that privilege and act ethically at all times. Security ethics are guidelines for making appropriate decisions as a security professional. As another example, if you as an analyst have the ability to grant yourself access to payroll data and can give yourself a raise, just because you have access to do so, does that mean you should? The answer is no. You should never abuse the access you've been granted and entrusted with. Let's discuss ethical principles that may raise questions as you navigate solutions for mitigating risks. These are confidentiality, privacy protections, and laws. Let's begin with the first ethical principle, confidentiality. Earlier, we discussed confidentiality as part of the CIA triad. Now, let's discuss how confidentiality can be applied to ethics. As a security professional, you'll encounter proprietary or private information, such as PII. It's your ethical duty to keep that information confidential and safe. For example, you may want to help out a coworker by providing computer system access outside of properly documented channels. However, this ethical violation can result in serious consequences, including reprimands, the loss of your professional reputation, and legal repercussions for both you and your friend. The second ethical principle to consider is privacy protections. Privacy protection means safeguarding personal information from unauthorized use. For example, imagine you receive a personal email after hours from your manager requesting a colleague's home phone number. Your manager explains that they can't access the employee database at the moment, but they need to discuss an urgent matter with that person. As a security analyst, your role is to follow the policies and procedures of your company, which in this example state that employee information is stored in a secure database and should never be accessed or shared in any other format. So, accessing and sharing the employee's personal information would be unethical. In situations like this, it can be difficult to know what to do. So the best response is to adhere to the policies and procedures set by your organization. A third important ethical principle we must discuss is the law. Laws are rules that are recognized by a community and enforced by a governing entity. For example, consider a staff member at a hospital who has been trained to handle PII and SPII for compliance. The staff member has files with confidential data that should never be left unsupervised. But the staff member is late for a meeting. Instead of locking the files in a designated area, the files are left on the staff member's desk, unsupervised. Upon the employee's return, the files are missing. The staff member has just violated multiple compliance regulations, and their actions were unethical and illegal since their negligence has likely resulted in the loss of private patient and hospital data. As you enter the security field, remember that technology is constantly evolving, and so are attackers' tactics and techniques. Because of this, security professionals must continue to think critically about how to respond to attacks. Having a strong sense of ethics can guide your decisions to ensure that the proper processes and procedures are followed to mitigate these continually evolving risks.
Hi, I'm Holly, and I'm a cloud security architect with Google Cloud. At the beginning of my adult career, I sold hosiery while I was going to school. That led me into an opportunity to work in banking, which then led me into an opportunity to work in telecommunications. And from there, I managed to get myself into a security vendor and learn security. Part of the way that I was able to change from my original half of my tech career, being a database administrator, to getting into cybersecurity was through getting certificates like you're doing today. Those really helped me gain credibility with potential employers when I didn't have the experience in this particular field yet. Ethics are really the crux of cybersecurity. You need to be able to be ethical in all of your actions in order to be a cybersecurity professional. Examples of unethical behavior are usually, honestly, just slight laziness, people taking shortcuts and not really thinking about the consequences of their actions. So certainly when people share passwords to systems or give out private information or look into systems for their own personal information or purposes for about people they know or about celebrities. One of the most difficult situations that I ever faced in my technology career related to ethics was shortly after 9/11. My boss's boss came to me with a bunch of keywords that were clearly related to the attack in New York, and asked me to query the database that I administered that had everybody's text messages in it for the entire telecommunications company without anything in writing and without a court order. I was in a very uncomfortable position to tell someone that much senior than me that I wasn't comfortable doing that. I suggested that he bring something in writing to me to do that, and he found someone else who did it for him. When you're faced with one of these difficult decisions, it's good to think about what would be the consequences of your decision. My encouragement to those of you out here taking this program is that the rewards that you get from helping to protect your company or your users or your organization from cyber criminals is really great. We get to be the good guys and help protect our industry and our customers from cyber attacks and cyber criminals. That's rewarding.
You are now better prepared to understand and help make decisions regarding assessing and managing risk. Let's review what we've covered. We discussed security frameworks and controls and how they're used to develop processes and procedures that protect organizations and the people they serve. We also discussed core components of frameworks, such as identifying security goals and establishing guidelines to achieve those goals. Then, we introduced specific frameworks and controls, including the CIA Triad and the NIST CSF, and how they are used to manage risk. And finally, we discussed security ethics, including common ethical issues to consider, such as confidentiality, privacy protections, and laws. You're almost there. Only one more section to go in this course. Coming up, you'll learn about common tools and programming languages used by security analysts to protect organizational operations. Hope you're as excited as I am to keep going. Welcome to the final section of this course. Here, we'll be introducing tools and programming languages that are commonly used in the security field. They are essential for monitoring security in an organization because they enhance efficiency by automating tasks. Although we're only introducing these concepts and tools at this point, later in the program, you'll have opportunities to use them in a variety of hands-on activities. In the following videos, you'll learn about security information and event management, or SIEM, tools. You'll also be introduced to other tools such as playbooks and network protocol analyzers. Then, you'll learn about the Linux operating system and security-related tasks that are initiated through programming languages such as SQL and Python. For me, SQL is one of the most useful tools. It allows me to explore all the different data sources we collect, and it allows my team to analyze the data for trends. Take your time going through the videos, and if you need to, rewatch them. Also know that these tools will be discussed in much more detail, and you will be able to practice them firsthand later in the certificate program. While every organization has their own set of tools and training materials that you'll learn to use on the job, This program will provide you with foundational knowledge that will help you succeed in the security industry. Let's get started. As mentioned earlier, security is like preparing for a storm. If you identify a leak, the color or shape of the bucket you use to catch the water doesn't matter. What is important is mitigating the risks and threats to your home by using the tools available to you. As an entry-level security analyst, you'll have a lot of tools in your toolkit that you can use to mitigate potential risks. In this video, we'll discuss the primary purposes and functions of some commonly used security tools. And later in the program, you'll have hands-on opportunities to practice using them. Before discussing tools further, let's briefly discuss logs, which are the source of data that the tools we'll cover are designed to organize. A log is a record of events that occur within an organization's systems. Examples of security-related logs include records of employees signing into their computers or accessing web-based services. Logs help security professionals identify vulnerabilities and potential security breaches. The first tools we'll discuss are Security Information and Event Management Tools, or SIEM tools. A SIEM tool is an application that collects and analyzes log data to monitor critical activities in an organization. The acronym SIEM may be pronounced as SIM or SIEM, but we'll use SIM throughout this program. SIM tools collect real-time or instant information and allow security analysts to identify potential breaches as they happen. Imagine having to read pages and pages of logs to determine if there are any security threats. Depending on the amount of data, it could take hours or days. SIM tools reduce the amount of data an analyst must review by providing alerts for specific types of risks and threats. Next, let's go over examples of commonly used SIM tools, Splunk and Chronicle. Splunk is a data analysis platform, and Splunk Enterprise provides SIM solutions. Splunk Enterprise is a self-hosted tool used to retain, analyze, and search an organization's log data. Another SIM tool is Google's Chronicle. Chronicle is a cloud-native SIM tool that stores security data for search and analysis. Cloud-native means that Chronicle allows for fast delivery of new features. Both of these SIM tools, and SIMs in general, collect data from multiple places, then analyze and filter that data to allow security teams to prevent and quickly react to potential security threats. As a security analyst, you may find yourself using SIM tools to analyze filtered events and patterns, perform incident analysis, or proactively search for threats. Depending on your organization's SIM setup and risk focus, the tools and how they function may differ, but ultimately, they are all used to mitigate risk. Other key tools that you will use in your role as a security analyst and that you'll have hands-on opportunities to use later in the program are playbooks and network protocol analyzers. A playbook is a manual that provides details about any operational action, such as how to respond to an incident. Playbooks, which vary from one organization to the next, guide analysts in how to handle a security incident before, during, and after it has occurred. Playbooks can pertain to security or compliance reviews, access management, and many other organizational tasks that require a documented process from beginning to end. Another tool you may use as a security analyst is a network protocol analyzer, also called packet sniffer. A packet sniffer is a tool designed to capture and analyze data traffic within a network. Common network protocol analyzers include TCP dump and Wireshark. As an entry-level analyst, you don't have to be an expert in these tools. As you continue through this certificate program and get more hands-on practice, you'll continuously build your understanding of how to use these tools to identify, assess, and mitigate risks. As we discussed previously, organizations use a variety of tools, such as SIMs, playbooks, and packet sniffers, to better manage, monitor, and analyze security threats. But those aren't the only tools in an analyst's toolkit. Analysts also use programming languages and operating systems to accomplish essential tasks. In this video, we'll introduce you to Python and SQL programming and the Linux operating system, all of which you'll have an opportunity to practice using later in the certificate program. Organizations can use programming to create a specific set of instructions for a computer to execute tasks. Programming allows analysts to complete repetitive tasks and processes with a high degree of accuracy and efficiency. It also helps reduce the risk of human error and can save hours or days compared to performing the work manually. Now that you're aware of what programming languages are used for, let's discuss a specific and related operating system called Linux and two programming languages, SQL and Python. Linux is an open source, or publicly available, operating system. Unlike other operating systems you may be familiar with, for example, Mac OS or Windows, Linux relies on a command line as the primary user interface. Linux itself is not a programming language, but it does allow for the use of text-based commands between the user and the operating system. You'll learn more about Linux later in the program. A common use of Linux for entry-level security analysts is examining logs to better understand what's occurring in a system. For example, you might find yourself using commands to review an error log when investigating uncommonly high network traffic. Next, let's discuss SQL. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. SQL is a programming language used to create, interact with, and request information from a database. A database is an organized collection of information or data. There may be millions of data points in a database. So an entry-level security analyst would use SQL to filter through the data points to retrieve specific information. The last programming language we'll introduce is Python. Security professionals can use Python to perform tasks that are repetitive and time-consuming, and that require a high level of detail and accuracy. As a future analyst, it's important to understand that every organization's toolkit may be somewhat different based on their security needs. The main point is that you're familiar with some industry-standard tools because that will show employers that you have the ability to learn how to use their tools to protect the organization and the people it serves. You're doing great. Later in the course, you'll learn more about Linux and programming languages, and you'll practice using these tools in security-related scenarios. That completes the introduction to security tools and programming languages. In this section of the course, we covered SIEM tools such as Splunk and Chronicle. We also discussed how SIEM tools are used by security analysts to complete different tasks. Then, we discussed other tools such as playbooks and network protocol analyzers, also called packet sniffers. Finally, we introduced the Linux operating system and the programming languages SQL and Python. Remember, the tools we discussed take time to understand completely, but having a basic understanding of these tools can help you get a job in the security field and progress in your career. Congratulations on completing the first course. We've come so far and covered so much about a really exciting industry. I find cybersecurity to be exciting because it's dynamic. There are always new puzzles to solve, and the work of protecting our users is worthwhile. Before we move on, let's take a moment to celebrate and reflect on what we've covered. First, we introduced core security concepts, including what security is and why it matters. We also discussed what an entry-level security analyst does and some skills related to the role. Then, we transitioned to 8 security domains, which include security and risk management, asset security, and security operations. Next, we highlighted security frameworks and controls, specifically the CIA Triad model and the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. Finally, we explored common tools and programming languages used by security analysts, such as SIEMs, playbooks, SQL, and Python. I hope you're proud of the work you've done so far. No matter what direction you take in the security industry, everything you've learned lays the foundation for the next phase of your career. And as you move through this program, you'll have the chance to develop your skills further. In the next course, we'll provide more details about several of the topics introduced in this course.
Hi, I'm Ashley, and I will be guiding you through the next course of this certificate program. We'll discuss security domains and business operations in greater detail.
I'm so glad I was able to be here for the beginning of your journey. You're off to a great start. I'm excited for you to reach your goal of joining the security industry.
My name is Ashley, and I am a customer engineering enablement lead for security operations sales at Google. I'm excited to be your instructor for this course. Let's start by quickly reviewing what we've covered so far. Earlier, we defined security and explored some common job responsibilities for entry-level analysts. We also discussed core skills and knowledge that analysts need to develop. Then, we shared some key events like the Love Letter and Morris attacks that led to the development and ongoing evolution of the security field. We also introduce you to frameworks, controls, and the CIA triad, which are all used to reduce risk. In this course, we'll discuss the focus of Certified Information Systems Security Professionals, or CISSP's 8 security domains. We'll also cover security frameworks and controls in more detail, with a focus on NIST's risk management framework. Additionally, we'll explore security audits, including common elements of internal audits. Then, we'll introduce some basic security tools, and you'll have a chance to explore how to use security tools to protect assets and data from threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. Securing an organization and its assets from threats, risks, and vulnerabilities is an important step in maintaining business operations. In my experience as a security analyst, I helped respond to a severe breach that cost the organization nearly $250,000. So, I hope you're feeling motivated to continue your security journey. I know I'm excited. Let's get started. The world of security, which we also refer to as cybersecurity throughout this program, is vast. So making sure that you have the knowledge, skills, and tools to successfully navigate this world is why we're here. In the following videos, you'll learn about the focus of CISSP's 8 security domains. Then we'll discuss threats, risks, and vulnerabilities in more detail. We'll also introduce you to the 3 layers of the web and share some examples to help you understand the different types of attacks that we'll discuss throughout the program. Finally, we'll examine how to manage risks by using the National Institute of Standards and Technology's Risk Management Framework, known as the NIST RMF. Because these topics and related technical skills are considered core knowledge in the security field, continuing to build your understanding of them will help you mitigate and manage the risks and threats that organizations face on a daily basis. In the next video, we'll further discuss the focus of the 8 security domains introduced in the first course. Welcome back. You might remember from Course 1 that there are 8 security domains or categories identified by CISSP. Security teams use them to organize daily tasks and identify gaps in security that could cause negative consequences for an organization and to establish their security posture. Security posture refers to an organization's ability to manage its defense of critical assets and data and react to change. In this video, we'll discuss the focus of the first 4 domains: security and risk management, asset security, security architecture and engineering, and communication and network security. The first domain is security and risk management. There are several areas of focus for this domain: defining security goals and objectives, risk mitigation, compliance, business continuity, and legal regulations. Let's discuss each area of focus in more detail. By defining security goals and objectives, organizations can reduce risks to critical assets and data like PII, or personally identifiable information. Risk mitigation means having the right procedures and rules in place to quickly reduce the impact of a risk like a breach. Compliance is the primary method used to develop an organization's internal security policies, regulatory requirements, and independent standards. Business continuity relates to an organization's ability to maintain their everyday productivity by establishing risk disaster recovery plans. And finally, while laws related to security and risk management are different worldwide, the overall goals are similar. As a security professional, this means following rules and expectations for ethical behavior to minimize negligence, abuse, or fraud. The next domain is asset security. The asset security domain is focused on securing digital and physical assets. It's also related to the storage, maintenance, retention, and destruction of data. This means that assets such as PII or SPII should be securely handled and protected, whether stored on a computer, transferred over a network like the internet, or even physically collected. Organizations also need to have policies and procedures that ensure data is properly stored, maintained, retained, and destroyed. Knowing what data you have and who has access to it is necessary for having a strong security posture that mitigates risk to critical assets and data. Previously, we provided a few examples that touched on the disposal of data. For example, an organization might have you, as a security analyst, oversee the destruction of hard drives to make sure that they're properly disposed of. This ensures that private data stored on those drives can't be accessed by threat actors. The third domain is security architecture and engineering. This domain is focused on optimizing data security by ensuring effective tools, systems, and processes are in place to protect an organization's assets and data. One of the core concepts of secure design architecture is shared responsibility. Shared responsibility means that all individuals within an organization take an active role in lowering risk and maintaining both physical and virtual security. By having policies that encourage users to recognize and report security concerns, many issues can be handled quickly and effectively. The fourth domain is communication and network security, which is mainly focused on managing and securing physical networks and wireless communications. Secure networks keep an organization's data and communications safe, whether on site or in the cloud, or when connecting to services remotely. For example, employees working remotely in public spaces need to be protected from vulnerabilities that can occur when they use insecure Bluetooth connections or public Wi-Fi hotspots. By having security team members remove access to those types of communication channels at the organizational level, employees may be discouraged from practicing insecure behavior that could be exploited by threat actors. Now that we've reviewed the focus of our first 4 domains, let's discuss the last 4 domains. In this video, we'll cover the last 4 domains: identity and access management, security assessment and testing, security operations, and software development security. The 5th domain is identity and access management, or IAM, and it's focused on access and authorization to keep data secure by making sure users follow established policies to control and manage assets. As an entry-level analyst, it's essential to keep an organization's systems and data as secure as possible by ensuring user access is limited to what employees need. Basically, the goal of IAM is to reduce the overall risk to systems and data. For example, if everyone at a company is using the same administrator login, there is no way to track who has access to what data. In the event of a breach, separating valid user activity from the threat actor would be impossible. There are 4 main components to IAM. Identification is when a user verifies who they are by providing a username, an access card, or biometric data such as a fingerprint. Authentication is the verification process to prove a person's identity, such as entering a password or PIN. Authorization takes place after a user's identity has been confirmed and relates to their level of access, which depends on the role in the organization. Accountability refers to monitoring and recording user actions, like login attempts, to prove systems and data are used properly. The 6th security domain is security assessment and testing. This domain focuses on conducting security control testing, collecting and analyzing data, and conducting security audits to monitor for risks, threats, and vulnerabilities. Security control testing can help an organization identify new and better ways to mitigate threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. This involves examining organizational goals and objectives and evaluating if the controls being used actually achieve those goals. Collecting and analyzing security data regularly also helps prevent threats and risks to the organization. Analysts might use security control testing evaluations and security assessment reports to improve existing controls or implement new controls. An example of implementing a new control could be requiring the use of multi-factor authentication to better protect the organization from potential threats and risks. Next, let's discuss security operations. The security operations domain is focused on conducting investigations and implementing preventative measures. Investigations begin once a security incident has been identified. This process requires a heightened sense of urgency in order to minimize potential risks to the organization. If there is an active attack, mitigating the attack and preventing it from escalating further is essential for ensuring that private information is protected from threat actors. Once the threat has been neutralized, the collection of digital and physical evidence to conduct a forensic investigation will begin. A digital forensic investigation must take place to identify when, how, and why the breach occurred. This helps security teams determine areas for improvement and preventative measures that can be taken to mitigate future attacks. The 8th and final security domain is software development security. This domain focuses on using secure coding practices. As you may remember, secure coding practices are recommended guidelines that are used to create secure applications and services. The software development lifecycle is an efficient process used by teams to quickly build software products and features. In this process, security is an additional step. By ensuring that each phase of the software development lifecycle undergoes security reviews, security can be fully integrated into the software product. For example, performing a secure design review during the design phase, secure code reviews during the development and testing phases, and penetration testing during the deployment and implementation phase ensures that security is embedded into the software product at every step. This keeps software secure and sensitive data protected and mitigates unnecessary risk to an organization. Being familiar with these domains can help you better understand how they're used to improve the overall security of an organization and the critical role security teams play. Next, we'll discuss security threats, risks, and vulnerabilities, including ransomware, and introduce you to the 3 layers of the web. My name is Ashley, and my role at Google is CE Enablement Lead for SecOps Sales. All that means is I help set up training for customer engineers that support our products. Grew up with a computer, love the internet. I have one of the earliest AOL screen names in history, and I'm very proud of that. My dad's an engineer, and I think there was always an interest in tech, but when I got out of high school, there wasn't a clear path to get there. It wasn't a linear path at all. So I was kind of a knucklehead growing up. I gave up in 10th grade and I just didn't care for a long time. And I was getting in trouble a lot, and I pretty much told myself if I don't join the military and get out of here, I will probably not be here in about 2 to 3 years if I continue down this path. So I joined the Army right out of high school, graduated in June, and 4 days later, I was at boot camp at Fort Jackson, South Carolina as a trumpet player, believe it or not. I come back and had to get a job and was not even tracking on tech jobs or anything like that. So I was pulling in carts for a big hardware store, selling video games, retail box slinger for a freight company. All of that stuff has happened before I even figured out the tech was an option. The military was kind enough to retrain me in IT. And that's kind of how I actually got the official first wave of schooling to be able to actually say, hey, I have the skills to at least be a PC technician. I went back to community college and I actually did find a cybersecurity associate's degree program, worked on some certifications. I went to my first DEF CON, which is a big hacking conference, and that kind of set off the light bulb, I think, to actually get that clarity on what the path could look like. I landed my first security analyst job back in 2017, and I went to a veterans training program at my last company that was free for vets, and I ended up getting hired out of the training. And I was with that company for almost 5 years before I came to Google. So if you're new and you're just coming in, you have to know how to work with a team. I think a lot of us learn that in customer service settings. Some of the skills I learned working in retail, dealing with hard customers, learning how to even talk to people or diffuse a situation if people are upset about things, just learning how to talk to people. And in IT, we need that. It's no longer just the tech skills. We need the more T-shaped, which, there's soft skills, there's people skills, and there's technical skills. You have to have good analysis skills. And again, it doesn't even have to be technical analysis. If you can read a book and pick apart, the rhetorical devices of that story, you can do analysis work. I didn't have to be a software engineer to work in this field. For many of us, there's like a math fear. Programming's a big hurdle, but we work with people. We work with processes, and you don't necessarily need to have that coding knowledge to understand people or processes. There's so many ways to break in, so do not get discouraged, and don't be scared to think outside of the box to get your foot in the door. As an entry-level security analyst, one of your many roles will be to handle an organization's digital and physical assets. As a reminder, an asset is an item perceived as having value to an organization. During their lifespan, organizations acquire all types of assets, including physical office spaces, computers, customers' PII, intellectual property such as patents or copyrighted data, and so much more. Unfortunately, organizations operate in an environment that presents multiple security threats, risks, and vulnerabilities to their assets. Let's review what threats, risks, and vulnerabilities are and discuss some common examples of each. A threat is any circumstance or event that can negatively impact assets. One example of a threat is a social engineering attack. Social engineering is a manipulation technique that exploits human error to gain private information, access, or valuables. Malicious links in email messages that look like they're from legitimate companies or people is one method of social engineering known as phishing. As a reminder, phishing is a technique that is used to acquire sensitive data, such as usernames, passwords, or banking information. Risks are different from threats. A risk is anything that can impact the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of an asset. Think of a risk as the likelihood of a threat occurring. An example of a risk to an organization might be the lack of backup protocols for making sure its stored information can be recovered in the event of an accident or security incident. Organizations tend to rate risks at different levels, low, medium, and high, depending on possible threats and the value of an asset. A low-risk asset is information that would not harm the organization's reputation or ongoing operations and would not cause financial damage if compromised. This includes public information such as website content or published research data. A medium risk asset might include information that's not available to the public and may cause some damage to the organization's finances, reputation, or ongoing operations. For example, the early release of a company's quarterly earnings could impact the value of their stock. A high-risk asset is any information protected by regulations or laws, which, if compromised, would have a severe negative impact on an organization's finances, ongoing operations, or reputation. This could include leaked assets with SPII, PII, or intellectual property. Now, let's discuss vulnerabilities. A vulnerability is a weakness that can be exploited by a threat. And it's worth noting that both a vulnerability and threat must be present for there to be a risk. Examples of vulnerabilities include an outdated firewall, software or application, weak passwords, or unprotected confidential data. People can also be considered a vulnerability. People's actions can significantly affect an organization's internal network, whether it's a client, external vendor, or employee. Maintaining security must be a united effort. So entry-level analysts need to educate and empower people to be more security conscious. For example, educating people on how to identify a phishing email is a great starting point. Using access cards to grant employee access to physical spaces while restricting outside visitors is another good security measure. Organizations must continually improve their efforts when it comes to identifying and mitigating vulnerabilities to minimize threats and risks. Entry-level analysts can support this goal by encouraging employees to report suspicious activity and actively monitoring and documenting employees' access to critical assets. Now that you're familiar with some of the threats, risks, and vulnerabilities analysts frequently encounter, coming up, we'll discuss how they impact business operations. In this video, we'll discuss an expensive type of malware called ransomware. Then, we'll cover 3 key impacts of threats, risks, and vulnerabilities on organizational operations. Ransomware is a malicious attack where threat actors encrypt an organization's data, then demand payment to restore access. Once ransomware is deployed by an attacker, it can freeze network systems, leave devices unusable, and encrypt or lock confidential data, making devices inaccessible. The threat actor then demands a ransom before providing a decryption key to allow organizations to return to their normal business operations. Think of a decryption key as a password provided to regain access to your data. Note that when ransom negotiations occur or data is leaked by threat actors, these events can occur through the dark web. While many people use search engines to navigate to their social media accounts or to shop online, this is only a small part of what the web really is. The web is actually an interlinked network of online content that's made up of 3 layers: the surface web, the deep web, and the dark web. The surface web is the layer that most people use. It contains content that can be accessed using a web browser. The deep web generally requires authorization to access it. An organization's intranet is an example of the deep web, since it can only be accessed by employees or others who have been granted access. Lastly, the dark web can only be accessed by using special software. The dark web generally carries a negative connotation since it is the preferred web layer for criminals because of the secrecy that it provides. Now, let's discuss 3 key impacts of threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. The first impact we'll discuss is financial impact. When an organization's assets are compromised by an attack, such as the use of malware, the financial consequences can be significant for a variety of reasons. These can include interrupted production and services, the cost to correct the issue, and fines if assets are compromised because of non-compliance with laws and regulations. The second impact is identity theft. Organizations must decide whether to store private customer, employee, and outside vendor data, and for how long. Storing any type of sensitive data presents a risk to the organization. Sensitive data can include personally identifiable information, or PII, which can be sold or leaked through the dark web. That's because the dark web provides a sense of secrecy, and threat actors may have the ability to sell data there without facing legal consequences. The last impact we'll discuss is damage to an organization's reputation. A solid customer base supports an organization's mission, vision, and financial goals. An exploited vulnerability can lead customers to seek new business relationships with competitors or create bad press that causes permanent damage to an organization's reputation. The loss of customer data doesn't only affect an organization's reputation and financials, it may also result in legal penalties and fines. Organizations are strongly encouraged to take proper security measures and follow certain protocols to prevent the significant impact of threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. By using all the tools in their toolkit, security teams are better prepared to handle an event such as a ransomware attack. Coming up, we'll cover the NIST Risk Management Framework's 7 steps for managing risk.
My name's Herbert, and I am a security engineer at Google. I think I've always been interested in security. In high school, our school gave us these huge Dell laptops. There wasn't a whole lot of security within those computers, so many of my friends would have cracked versions of like video games like Halo. That's really where I learned how to start manipulating computers to kind of do what I want, I guess. My day-to-day consists of analyzing security risks and providing solutions to those risks. A typical task for a cybersecurity analyst would usually be something like exceptions requests, analyzing if someone needs to have special access to a device or a document based on the role that the person has or the project that they're working on. One of the more common threats that we come across is misconfigurations or requesting access for something that you don't really need. For example, I recently had a case where a vendor we were working with had changed their OAuth scope requests. And basically that means that they were requesting more permissions to use Google services than they had before in the past. We weren't sure really how to go about that because that wasn't a situation we've come across before. So it's still ongoing, but we're working with partner teams to kind of develop a solution for that. I think another thing that we've seen is outdated systems, machines that need to be patched. That sounds like an IT issue, but it's also definitely a cybersecurity issue. Having outdated machines, not having proper device management policies. Working with a team or many teams is a huge part of the job. In order to get really anything done, you need to communicate with not just the team that you're a part of, but with other teams. 10 years ago, I was working at a pizza joint, and 10 years later, here I am at Google as a security engineer. If I told my 16-year-old self that I would be here, I wouldn't have believed myself, but it is possible.
As you might remember from earlier in the program, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, provides many frameworks that are used by security professionals to manage risks, threats, and vulnerabilities. In this video, we're going to focus on NIST's Risk Management Framework, or RMF. As an entry-level analyst, you may not engage in all of these steps, but it's important to be familiar with this framework. Having a solid foundational understanding of how to mitigate and manage risks can set yourself apart from other candidates as you begin your job search in the field of security. There are 7 steps in the RMF. Prepare, categorize, select, implement, assess, authorize, and monitor. Let's start with step 1, prepare. Prepare refers to activities that are necessary to manage security and privacy risks before a breach occurs. As an entry-level analyst, you'll likely use this step to monitor for risks and identify controls that can be used to reduce those risks. Step 2 is categorize, which is used to develop risk management processes and tasks. Security professionals then use those processes and develop tasks by thinking about how the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of systems and information can be impacted by risk. As an entry-level analyst, you'll need to be able to understand how to follow the processes established by your organization to reduce risks to critical assets, such as private customer information. Step 3 is select. Select means to choose, customize, and capture documentation of the controls that protect an organization. An example of the select step would be keeping a playbook up to date, or helping to manage other documentation that allows you and your team to address issues more efficiently. Step 4 is to implement security and privacy plans for the organization. Having good plans in place is essential for minimizing the impact of ongoing security risks. For example, if you notice a pattern of employees constantly needing password resets, implementing a change to password requirements may help solve this issue. Step 5 is assess. Assess means to determine if established controls are implemented correctly. An organization always wants to operate as efficiently as possible. So it's essential to take the time to analyze whether the implemented protocols, procedures, and controls that are in place are meeting organizational needs. During this step, analysts identify potential weaknesses and determine whether the organization's tools, procedures, controls, and protocols should be changed to better manage potential risks. Step 6 is authorize. Authorize means being accountable for the security and privacy risks that may exist in an organization. As an analyst, the authorization step could involve generating reports, developing plans of action, and establishing project milestones that are aligned to your organization's security goals. Step 7 is monitor. Monitor means to be aware of how systems are operating. Assessing and maintaining technical operations are tasks that analysts complete daily. Part of maintaining a low level of risk for an organization is knowing how the current systems support the organization's security goals. If the systems in place don't meet those goals, changes may be needed. Although it may not be your job to establish these procedures, you will need to make sure they're working as intended so that risks to the organization itself and the people it serves are minimized. You've now completed the first section of this course. Let's review what we've discussed so far. We started out by exploring the focus of CISSP's 8 security domains. Then, we discussed threats, risks, and vulnerabilities, and how they can impact organizations. This included a close examination of ransomware and an introduction to the 3 layers of the web. Finally, we focused on 7 steps of the NIST Risk Management Framework, also called the RMF. You did a fantastic job adding new knowledge to your security analyst toolkit. In upcoming videos, we'll go into more detail about some common tools used by entry-level security analysts. Then, you'll have an opportunity to analyze data generated by those tools to identify risks, threats, or vulnerabilities. You'll also have a chance to use a playbook to respond to incidents. That's all for now. Keep up the great work. Welcome back. As a security analyst, your job isn't just keeping organizations safe. Your role is much more important. You're also helping to keep people safe. Breaches that affect customers, vendors, and employees' data can cause significant damage to people's financial stability and their reputations. As an analyst, your day-to-day work will help keep people and organizations safe. In this section of the course, we'll discuss security frameworks, controls, and design principles in more detail, and how they can be applied to security audits to help protect organizations and people. Keeping customer information confidential is a crucial part of my daily work at Google. And the NIST cybersecurity framework plays a large part in this. The framework ensures the protection and compliance of customer tools and personal work devices through the use of security controls. Welcome to the world of security frameworks and controls. Let's get started. In an organization, plans are put in place to protect against a variety of threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. However, the requirements used to protect organizations and people often overlap. Because of this, organizations use security frameworks as a starting point to create their own security policies and processes. Let's start by quickly reviewing what frameworks are. Security frameworks are guidelines used for building plans to help mitigate risk and threats to data and privacy, such as social engineering attacks and ransomware. Security involves more than just the virtual space. It also includes the physical, which is why many organizations have plans to maintain safety in the work environment. For example, access to a building may require using a key card or badge. Other security frameworks provide guidance for how to prevent, detect, and respond to security breaches. This is particularly important when trying to protect an organization from social engineering attacks, like phishing, that target their employees. Remember, people are the biggest threat to security. So, frameworks can be used to create plans that increase employee awareness and educate them about how they can protect the organization, their coworkers, and themselves. Educating employees about existing security challenges is essential for minimizing the possibility of a breach. Providing employee training about how to recognize red flags or potential threats is essential, along with having plans in place to quickly report and address security issues. As an analyst, it will be important for you to understand and implement the plans your organization has in place to keep the organization, its employees, and the people it serves safe from social engineering attacks, breaches, and other harmful security incidents. Coming up, we'll review and discuss security controls, which are used alongside frameworks to achieve an organization's security goals. While frameworks are used to create plans to address security risks, threats, and vulnerabilities, controls are used to reduce specific risks. If proper controls are not in place, an organization could face significant financial impacts and damage to their reputation because of exposure to risks including trespassing, creating fake employee accounts, or providing free benefits. Let's review the definition of controls. Security controls are safeguards designed to reduce specific security risks. In this video, we'll discuss 3 common types of controls: encryption, authentication, and authorization. Encryption is the process of converting data from a readable format to an encoded format. Typically, encryption involves converting data from plain text to ciphertext. Ciphertext is the raw, encoded message that's unreadable to humans and computers. Ciphertext data cannot be read until it's been decrypted into its original plain text form. Encryption is used to ensure confidentiality of sensitive data, such as customers' account information or social security numbers. Another control that can be used to protect sensitive data is authentication. Authentication is the process of verifying who someone or something is. A real-world example of authentication is logging into a website with your username and password. This basic form of authentication proves that you know the username and password and should be allowed to access the website. More advanced methods of authentication, such as multi-factor authentication or MFA, challenge the user to demonstrate that they are who they claim to be by requiring both a password and an additional form of authentication, like a security code or biometrics, such as a fingerprint, voice, or face scan. Biometrics are unique physical characteristics that can be used to verify a person's identity. Examples of biometrics are a fingerprint, an eye scan, or a palm scan. One example of a social engineering attack that can exploit biometrics is phishing. Phishing is the exploitation of electronic voice communication to obtain sensitive information or to impersonate a known source. For example, phishing could be used to impersonate a person's voice to steal their identity and then commit a crime. Another very important security control is authorization. Authorization refers to the concept of granting access to specific resources within a system. Essentially, authorization is used to verify that a person has permission to access a resource. As an example, if you're working as an entry-level security analyst for the federal government, you could have permission to access data through the deep web or other internal data that is only accessible if you're a federal employee. The security controls we discussed today are only one element of a core security model known as the CIA triad. Coming up, we'll talk more about this model and how security teams use it to protect their organizations. Great to see you again. While working as an entry-level security analyst, your main responsibility is to help protect your organization's sensitive assets and data from threat actors. The CIA triad is a core security model that will help you do that. In this video, we'll explore the CIA triad and discuss the importance of each component for keeping an organization safe from threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. Let's get started. The CIA triad is a model that helps inform how organizations consider risk when setting up systems and security policies. As a reminder, the three letters in the CIA triad stand for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. As an entry-level analyst, you'll find yourself constantly referring to these three core principles as you work to protect your organization and the people it serves. Confidentiality means that only authorized users can access specific assets or data. Sensitive data should be available on a need-to-know basis so that only the people who are authorized to handle certain assets or data have access. Integrity means that the data is correct, authentic, and reliable. Determining the integrity of data and analyzing how it's used will help you, as a security professional, decide whether the data can or cannot be trusted. Availability means that the data is accessible to those who are authorized to access it. Inaccessible data isn't useful and can prevent people from being able to do their jobs. As a security professional, ensuring that systems, networks, and applications are functioning properly to allow for timely and reliable access may be a part of your everyday work responsibilities. Now that we've defined the CIA triad and its components, let's explore how you might use the CIA triad to protect an organization. If you work for an organization that has large amounts of private data, like a bank, the principle of confidentiality is essential because a bank must keep people's personal and financial information safe. The principle of integrity is also a priority. For example, if a person's spending habits or purchasing locations change dramatically, the bank will likely disable access to the account until they can verify that the account owner, not a threat actor, is actually the one making purchases. The availability principle is also critical. Banks put a lot of effort into making sure that people can access their account information easily on the web. And to make sure that information is protected from threat actors, banks use a validation process to help minimize damage if they suspect that customer accounts have been compromised. As an analyst, You'll regularly use each component of the triad to help protect your organization and the people it serves. And having the CIA triad constantly in mind will help you keep sensitive data and assets safe from a variety of threats, risks, and vulnerabilities, including the social engineering attacks, malware, and data theft we discussed earlier. Coming up, we'll explore specific frameworks and principles that will also help you protect your organization from threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. See you soon. Welcome back. Before we get started, let's quickly review the purpose of frameworks. Organizations use frameworks as a starting point to develop plans that mitigate risks, threats, and vulnerabilities to sensitive data and assets. And fortunately, there are organizations worldwide that create frameworks security professionals can use to develop those plans. In this video, we'll discuss two of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST's, frameworks that can support ongoing security efforts for all types of organizations, including for-profit and nonprofit businesses, as well as government agencies. And while NIST is a US-based organization, the guidance it provides can help analysts all over the world understand how to implement essential cybersecurity practices. One NIST framework that we'll discuss throughout the program is the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, or CSF. The CSF is a voluntary framework that consists of standards, guidelines, and best practices to manage cybersecurity risk. This framework is widely respected and essential for maintaining security, regardless of the organization you work for. The CSF consists of 5 important core functions: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, which we'll discuss in detail in a future video. For now, we'll focus on how the CSF benefits organizations and how it can be used to protect against threats, risks, and vulnerabilities by providing a workplace example. Imagine that one morning you receive a high-risk notification that a workstation has been compromised. You identify the workstation and discover that there's an unknown device plugged into it. You block the unknown device remotely to stop any potential threat and protect the organization. Then, you remove the infected workstation to prevent the spread of the damage and use tools to detect any additional threat actor behavior and identify the unknown device. You respond by investigating the incident to determine who used the unknown device, how the threat occurred, what was affected, and where the attack originated. In this case, you discover that an employee was charging their infected phone using a USB port on their work laptop. Finally, you do your best to recover any files or data that were affected and correct any damage the threat caused to the workstation itself. As demonstrated by the previous example, the core functions of the NIST CSF provide specific guidance and direction for security professionals. This framework is used to develop plans to handle an incident appropriately and quickly to lower risk, protect an organization against a threat, and mitigate any potential vulnerabilities. The NIST CSF also expands into the protection of the United States federal government with NIST Special Publication, or SP 800-53. It provides a unified framework for protecting the security of information systems within the federal government, including the systems provided by private companies for federal government use. The security controls provided by this framework are used to maintain the CIA triad for those systems used by the government. Isn't it amazing how all of these frameworks and controls work together? We've discussed some really important security topics in this video that will be very useful for you as you continue your security journey, because they're core elements of the security profession. The NIST CSF is a useful framework that most security professionals are familiar with. And having an understanding of the NIST SP 800-53 is crucial if you have an interest in working for the US federal government. Coming up, we'll continue to explore the 5 NIST CSF functions and how organizations use them to protect assets and data. Hello again. I'm excited you're here. We have so much to discuss. Previously, we covered the uses and benefits of the NIST CSF. In this video, we'll focus specifically on the 5 core functions of the NIST CSF framework. Let's get started. NIST CSF focuses on 5 core functions: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. These core functions help organizations manage cybersecurity risks, implement risk management strategies, and learn from previous mistakes. Basically, when it comes to security operations, NIST CSF functions are key for making sure an organization is protected against potential threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. So let's take a little time to explore how each function can be used to improve an organization's security. The first core function is identify, which is related to the management of cybersecurity risk and its effect on an organization's people and assets. For example, as a security analyst, you may be asked to monitor the systems and devices in your organization's internal network to identify potential security issues, like compromised devices on the network. The second core function is protect, which is the strategy used to protect an organization through the implementation of policies, procedures, training, and tools that help mitigate cybersecurity threats. For example, as a security analyst, you and your team might encounter new and unfamiliar threats and attacks. For this reason, studying historical data and making improvements to policies and procedures is essential. The third core function is detect, which means identifying potential security incidents and improving monitoring capabilities to increase the speed and efficiency of detections. For example, as an analyst, you might be asked to review a new security tool setup to make sure it's flagging low, medium, or high risk, and then alerting the security team about any potential threats or incidents. The fourth function is respond, which means making sure that the proper procedures are used to contain, neutralize, and analyze security incidents and implement improvements to the security process. As an analyst, you could be working with a team to collect and organize data to document an incident and suggest improvements to processes to prevent the incident from happening again. The fifth core function is recover, which is the process of returning affected systems back to normal operation. For example, as an entry-level security analyst, you might work with your security team to restore systems, data, and assets, such as financial or legal files, that have been affected by an incident like a breach. We've covered a lot of information in this video. Hopefully, it helped you understand the value of learning about NIST CSF and its 5 core functions. From proactive to reactive measures, all 5 functions are essential for making sure that an organization has effective security strategies in place. Security incidents are going to happen, but an organization must have the ability to quickly recover from any damage caused by an incident to minimize their level of risk. Coming up, we'll discuss security principles that work hand in hand with NIST frameworks and the CIA triad to help protect critical data and assets. It's important to understand how to protect an organization's data and assets because that will be part of your role as a security analyst. Fortunately, there are principles and guidelines that can be used along with NIST frameworks and the CIA triad to help security teams minimize threats and risks. In this video, we'll explore some Open Web Application Security Project, or OWASP, security principles that are useful to know as an entry-level analyst. The first OWASP principle is to minimize the attack surface area. An attack surface refers to all the potential vulnerabilities that a threat actor could exploit, like attack vectors, which are pathways attackers use to penetrate security defenses. Examples of common attack vectors are phishing emails and weak passwords. To minimize the attack surface and avoid incidents from these types of vectors, security teams might disable software features, restrict who can access certain assets, or establish more complex password requirements. The principle of least privilege means making sure that users have the least amount of access required to perform their everyday tasks. The main reason for limiting access to organizational information and resources is to reduce the amount of damage a security breach could cause. For example, as an entry-level analyst, you may have access to log data, but may not have access to change user permissions. Therefore, if a threat actor compromises your credentials, they'll only be able to gain limited access to digital or physical assets, which may not be enough for them to deploy their intended attack. The next principle we'll discuss is defense in depth. Defense in depth means that an organization should have multiple security controls that address risks and threats in different ways. One example of a security control is multi-factor authentication, or MFA, which requires users to take an additional step beyond simply entering their username and password to gain access to an application. Other controls include firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and permission settings that can be used to create multiple points of defense a threat actor must get through to breach an organization. Another principle is separation of duties, which can be used to prevent individuals from carrying out fraudulent or illegal activities. This principle means that no one should be given so many privileges that they can misuse the system. For example, the person in a company who signs the paychecks shouldn't also be the person who prepares them. Only 2 more principles to go. You're doing great. Keep security simple is the next principle. As the name suggests, when implementing security controls, unnecessarily complicated solutions should be avoided because they can become unmanageable. The more complex the security controls are, the harder it is for people to work collaboratively. The last principle is to fix security issues correctly. Technology is a great tool, but can also present challenges. When a security incident occurs, security professionals are expected to identify the root cause quickly. From there, it's important to correct any identified vulnerabilities and conduct tests to ensure that repairs are successful. An example of an issue is a weak password to access an organization's Wi-Fi because it could lead to a breach. To fix this type of security issue, stricter password policies could be put in place. I know we've covered a lot, but understanding these principles increases your overall security knowledge and can help you stand out as a security professional.
My name is Waji, and I'm a security engineer at Google, working in the digital forensics department. Do you need a background in cybersecurity? No, you don't. My past experiences is working at a water park as a snow cone machine guy. I worked at a movie theater selling popcorn and concession stands. During my undergrad, I was a bio major at first. Like my freshman year, met someone in a bus who was mentioning about this cool cybersecurity startup that just sounded cool, like really cool. Some strategies I leverage to keep up to date on the latest cybersecurity trends is going on online forums such as Medium to research different security trends and topics. I personally use Medium a lot as I could, filter by the tag of like, I want to find articles related to cybersecurity or I want to find articles related to cloud security. Based off their filtering algorithm, I just go on and see like what other people are talking about, and then that's what helps me keep up to date. If it's more of like networking that you're looking forward to, then I highly recommend just going out to those like conferences. My advice for people wanting to get into cybersecurity is don't be too overwhelmed with trying to understand every single specialization within cybersecurity. There's so much going on within the cybersecurity field in terms of trends, and it's nice to stay up to date with all of those, but sometimes you need to take a step back and prioritize what subjects within cybersecurity you are staying most up to date on. I love this job. I love the challenges. I feel like there is a shortage in cybersecurity professionals out there. From just past experiences, hearing from other friends in computer science fields, most of them say that, oh, it's too hard, too complicated to get in. Don't listen to those people. I encourage you to push through. It's definitely well worth it. First, just get the fundamentals down and be persistent.
Now that we've covered different frameworks, controls, security principles, and compliance regulations, the question is, how do they all work together? The answer to that question is by conducting security audits. A security audit is a review of an organization's security controls, policies, and procedures against a set of expectations. There are two main types of security audits, external and internal. We'll focus on internal security audits because those are the types of audits that entry-level analysts might be asked to contribute to. An internal security audit is typically conducted by a team of people that might include an organization's compliance officer, security manager, and other security team members. Internal security audits are used to help improve an organization's security posture and help organizations avoid fines from governing agencies due to a lack of compliance. Internal security audits help security teams identify organizational risk, assess controls, and correct compliance issues. Now that we've discussed the purposes of internal audits, let's cover some common elements of internal audits. These include establishing the scope and goals of the audit, conducting a risk assessment of the organization's assets, completing a controls assessment, assessing compliance, and communicating results to stakeholders. In this video, we'll cover the first two elements, which are a part of the audit planning process, establishing the scope and goals, then completing a risk assessment. Scope refers to the specific criteria of an internal security audit. Scope requires organizations to identify people, assets, policies, procedures, and technologies that might impact an organization's security posture. Goals are an outline of the organization's security objectives or what they want to achieve in order to improve their security posture. Although more senior-level security team members and other stakeholders usually establish the scope and goals of the audit, entry-level analysts might be asked to review and understand the scope and goals in order to complete other elements of the audit. As an example, the scope of this audit involves assessing user permissions, identifying existing controls, policies, and procedures, and accounting for the technology currently in use by the organization. The goals outlined include implementing core functions of frameworks like the NIST CSF, establishing policies and procedures to ensure compliance, and strengthening system controls. The next element is conducting a risk assessment, which is focused on identifying potential threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. This helps organizations consider what security measures should be implemented and monitored to ensure the safety of assets. Similar to establishing the scope and goals, a risk assessment is oftentimes completed by managers or other stakeholders. However, you might be asked to analyze details provided in the risk assessment to consider what types of controls and compliance regulations need to be in place to help improve the organization's security posture. For example, This risk assessment highlights that there are inadequate controls, processes, and procedures in place to protect the organization's assets. Specifically, there is a lack of proper management of physical and digital assets, including employee equipment. The equipment used to store data is not properly secured, and access to private information stored in the organization's internal network likely needs more robust controls in place. Now that we've discussed the initial planning elements of an internal security audit, coming up, we'll focus on the last 3 elements. Previously, we discussed the initial planning elements of an internal security audit. In this video, we'll cover the final elements that an entry-level analyst might be asked to complete. As a reminder, the planning elements of internal security audits include establishing the scope and goals, then conducting a risk assessment. The remaining elements are completing a controls assessment, assessing compliance, and communicating results. Before completing these last 3 elements, you'll need to review the scope and goals as well as the risk assessment and ask yourself some questions. For example, what is the audit meant to achieve? Which assets are most at risk? Are current controls sufficient to protect those assets? If not, what controls and compliance regulations need to be implemented? Considering questions like these can support your ability to complete the next element, a controls assessment. A controls assessment involves closely reviewing an organization's existing assets, then evaluating potential risks to those assets to ensure internal controls and processes are effective. To do this, entry-level analysts might be tasked with classifying controls into the following categories: administrative controls, technical controls, and physical controls. Administrative controls are related to the human component of cybersecurity. They include policies and procedures that define how an organization manages data, such as the implementation of password policies. Technical controls are hardware and software solutions used to protect assets, such as the use of intrusion detection systems, or IDSs, and encryption. Physical controls refer to measures put in place to prevent physical access to protected assets, such as surveillance cameras and locks. The next element is determining whether or not the organization is adhering to necessary compliance regulations. As a reminder, compliance regulations are laws that organizations must follow to ensure private data remains secure. In this example, the organization conducts business in the European Union and accepts credit card payments. So they need to adhere to the GDPR and Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, or PCI DSS. The final common element of an internal security audit is communication. Once the internal security audit is complete, results and recommendations need to be communicated to stakeholders. In general, this type of communication summarizes the scope and goals of the audit. Then, it lists existing risks and notes how quickly those risks need to be addressed. Additionally, it identifies compliance regulations the organization needs to adhere to and provides recommendations for improving the organization's security posture. Internal audits are a great way to identify gaps within an organization. When I worked at a previous company, my team and I conducted an internal password audit and found that many of the passwords were weak. Once we identified this issue, the compliance team took the lead and began enforcing stricter password policies. Audits are an opportunity to determine what security measures an organization has in place and what areas need to be improved to achieve the organization's desired security posture. Security audits are quite involved, yet of extreme value to organizations. Later in the course, you'll have an opportunity to complete elements of an internal security audit for a fictional company, which you can include in your professional portfolio. Great job. Now you've had an opportunity to learn more about security concepts that can help an organization protect data and assets. We've covered quite a bit, but it will all be valuable knowledge for you as you continue along your journey into the security profession. We started by defining what security frameworks are and how they help organizations protect critical information. We also explored security controls and the important role they play in protecting against risks, threats, and vulnerabilities. This included a discussion of the CIA triad, which is a core security model, and two NIST frameworks, the CSF and SP 800-53. Then we covered some of OWASP's secure design principles. We ended by introducing security audits with a focus on the elements of an internal audit that you may be asked to complete or contribute to. Security professionals use the concepts we discussed to help protect organizations' assets, data, systems, and people. As you continue along your journey into the security profession, a lot of these concepts will come up repeatedly. What we're doing now is giving you a foundational understanding of security practices and topics that will help you along the way. In the next section of the course, we'll discuss specific security tools you may one day use as an analyst. We'll cover how they're used to improve an organization's security posture and how they can help you achieve your goal of keeping organizations and people safe. I'm excited to continue this journey with you. See you soon. Welcome back. Previously, we discussed security frameworks, controls, and design principles, and how security professionals apply these to security audits. In this section, we'll continue to explore security tools and how they can help you keep organizations and the people they serve safe. Security professionals often use a variety of tools to address specific security challenges, such as collecting security data, detecting and analyzing threats, or automating tasks. Security tools help organizations achieve a more comprehensive security posture. We'll begin by covering different types of logs, what they track, and how they're used. Then we'll explore security information and event management, otherwise known as SIEM, dashboards. Finally, we'll discuss some common SIEM tools used in the security industry. Let's get started. As a security analyst, one of your responsibilities might include analyzing log data to mitigate and manage threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. As a reminder, a log is a record of events that occur within an organization's systems and networks. Security analysts access a variety of logs from different sources. 3 common log sources include firewall logs, network logs, and server logs. Let's explore each of these log sources in more detail. A firewall log is a record of attempted or established connections for incoming traffic from the internet. It also includes outbound requests to the internet from within the network. A network log is a record of all computers and devices that enter and leave the network. It also records connections between devices and services on the network. Finally, a server log is a record of events related to services, such as websites, emails, or file shares. It includes actions such as login, password, and username requests. By monitoring logs, like the one shown here, security teams can identify vulnerabilities and potential data breaches. Understanding logs is important because SIEM tools rely on logs to monitor systems and detect security threats. A security information and event management, or SIEM tool, is an application that collects and analyzes log data to monitor critical activities in an organization. It provides real-time visibility, event monitoring and analysis, and automated alerts. It also stores all log data in a centralized location. Because SIEM tools index and minimize the number of logs a security professional must manually review and analyze, they increase efficiency and save time. But SIEM tools must be configured and customized to meet each organization's unique security needs. As new threats and vulnerabilities emerge, organizations must continually customize their SIEM tools to ensure that threats are detected and quickly addressed. Later in the certificate program, you'll have a chance to practice using different SIEM tools to identify potential security incidents. Coming up, we'll explore SIEM dashboards and how cybersecurity professionals use them to monitor for threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. We've explored how SIEM tools are used to collect and analyze log data. However, this is just one of the many ways SIEM tools are used in cybersecurity. SIEM tools can also be used to create dashboards. You might have encountered dashboards in an app on your phone or other device. They present information about your account or location in a format that's easy to understand. For example, weather apps display data like temperature, precipitation, wind speed, and the forecast using charts, graphs, and other visual elements. This format makes it easy to quickly identify weather patterns and trends so you can stay prepared and plan your day accordingly. Just like weather apps help people make quick and informed decisions based on data, SIEM dashboards help security analysts quickly and easily access their organization's security information as charts, graphs, or tables. For example, a security analyst receives an alert about a suspicious login attempt. The analyst accesses their SIEM dashboard to gather information about this alert. Using the dashboard, the analyst discovers that there have been 500 login attempts for Yamara's account in the span of 5 minutes. They also discover that the login attempts happen from geographic locations outside of Yamara's usual location and outside of her usual working hours. By using a dashboard, the security analyst was able to quickly review visual representations of the timeline of the login attempts, the location, and the exact time of the activity, then determined that the activity was suspicious. In addition to providing a comprehensive summary of security-related data, SIEM dashboards also provide stakeholders with different metrics. Metrics are key technical attributes such as response time, availability, and failure rate, which are used to assess the performance of a software application. SIEM dashboards can be customized to display specific metrics or other data that are relevant to different members in an organization. For example, a security analyst may create a dashboard that displays metrics for monitoring everyday business operations, like the volume of incoming and outgoing network traffic. We've examined how security analysts use SIEM dashboards to help organizations maintain their security posture. Well done. Coming up, we'll discuss some common SIEM tools used in the cybersecurity industry. Meet you there.
My name's Parisa, and I'm a vice president of engineering and lead the Chrome team. So as general manager of the Chrome team, I lead a team of engineers and product managers and designers around the world who actually build Chrome and keep all of our users safe. I think accessibility is important to all aspects of technology. And when we think about its relevance for cybersecurity, we ultimately want to keep everybody as safe. I think of accessibility as making information, activities, or even environments meaningful, sensible, usable to as many people as possible. And when we're talking about this in a technology standpoint, it's usually about making information or services available to people with disabilities. Decisions we make based on our own abilities to enhance security can actually be ineffective. For example, You'll sometimes see the color red used for indication of a warning. Well, for somebody who's colorblind, like that is going to be ineffective. And so really thinking about accessibility when we're trying to keep people safe is super important for them to be effective. I've worked in the space of security for a really long time. I do see some parallels between the spaces. I've really been able to see innovation driven when you're trying to solve a very specific security problem or a specific accessibility problem. Closed captioning was originally designed and built to help people with hearing impairments, but it ends up helping everybody. For people who are new to the field of cybersecurity, it's just really important to remember that there's a range of abilities that you are wanting to serve. It's so important to get user research and feedback and a range of abilities in terms of testing the effectiveness of your security mitigations. I know it was scary for me early on. I didn't look like everybody else. I really struggled with whether I belonged. Finding people who could be mentors, having the courage to ask questions and recognize that you're rarely the only person with that question, and just sort of persevering through sometimes hard moments can lead to breakthroughs and also just growing confidence. And one of the things I've learned is me having a different background than other people in this space was my own superpower. Instead of focusing on the delta between what I was and what the norm was in the room, I should feel a lot of pride in what made me unique and what unique skills and perspective I brought to the table.
Hello again. Previously, we discussed how SIEM tools help security analysts monitor systems and detect security threats. In this video, we'll cover some industry-leading SIEM tools that you'll likely encounter as a security analyst. First, let's discuss the different types of SIEM tools that organizations can choose from based on their unique security needs. Self-hosted SIEM tools require organizations to install, operate, and maintain the tool using their own physical infrastructure, such as server capacity. These applications are then managed and maintained by the organization's IT department rather than a third-party vendor. Self-hosted SIEM tools are ideal when an organization is required to maintain physical control over confidential data. Alternatively, cloud-hosted SIEM tools are maintained and managed by the SIEM providers, making them accessible through the internet. Cloud-hosted SIEM tools are ideal for organizations that don't want to invest in creating and maintaining their own infrastructure. Or an organization can choose to use a combination of both self-hosted and cloud-hosted SIEM tools, known as a hybrid solution. Organizations might choose a hybrid SIEM solution to leverage the benefits of the cloud while also maintaining physical control over confidential data. Splunk Enterprise, Splunk Cloud, and Chronicle are common SIEM tools that many organizations use to help protect their data and systems. Let's begin by discussing Splunk. Splunk is a data analysis platform, and Splunk Enterprise provides SIEM solutions. Splunk Enterprise is a self-hosted tool used to retain, analyze, and search an organization's log data to provide security information and alerts in real time. Splunk Cloud is a cloud-hosted tool used to collect, search, and monitor log data. Splunk Cloud is helpful for organizations running hybrid or cloud-only environments, where some or all of the organization's services are in the cloud. Finally, there's Google's Chronicle. Chronicle is a cloud-native tool designed to retain, analyze, and search data. Chronicle provides log monitoring, data analysis, and data collection. Like cloud-hosted tools, cloud-native tools are also fully maintained and managed by the vendor. But cloud-native tools are specifically designed to take full advantage of cloud computing capabilities, such as availability, flexibility, and scalability. because threat actors are frequently improving their strategies to compromise the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of their targets. It's important for organizations to use a variety of security tools to help defend against attacks. The SIEM tools we just discussed are only a few examples of the tools available for security teams to use to help defend their organizations. And later in the certificate program, you'll have the exciting opportunity to practice using Splunk Cloud and Chronicle.
I'm Talia, and I am an engineer within privacy, safety, and security at Google. So there are a lot of myths in the cybersecurity space. One big one is you must know how to code, or you must know how to hack, or you must be a math whiz. I don't know how to code, although I have learned how to read code over time. I'm not a hacker. I'm not on the red team side of security. I'm more like on the blue team. I'm not a math whiz. I definitely took the business route, but I'm not a mathematician. That wasn't really the path. So a lot of my strength really lies in my ability to build relationships, learn quickly on the job, conducting research, asking all the right questions. I think those have been my strongest strength. Another big myth is that you are required to have a cybersecurity degree. I actually went to school for business. An advanced degree is not required. Even though I did later on go back, that was my preference. You do not need to pursue that in order for you to be considered a great candidate for cybersecurity. Another big one is you work in isolation within cybersecurity. It really depends on the path that you choose, but I found that to be one of the most, it couldn't be further from the truth. My biggest advice for anyone who's interested in cybersecurity is be okay with creating your own path. The path looks different for everyone. If you were to talk to 5 different people, their journeys are all different. So own your journey and, identify people who can support you. Let them know that you're sitting for the certificate and see what kind of support that you can get as you start your journey.
Let's quickly review what we covered in this section of the course. We started by discussing the importance of logs in cybersecurity, and we explored different log types, like firewall, network, and server logs. Next, we explored SIEM dashboards and how they use visual representations to provide security teams with quick and clear insights into the security posture of an organization. Finally, we introduced common SIEM tools used in the cybersecurity industry, including Splunk and Chronicle. We'll be exploring even more security tools later in the program, and you'll have opportunities to practice using them. Coming up, we'll discuss playbooks and how they help security professionals respond appropriately to identified threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. Meet you there. Hello, and welcome back. You've reached the final section of this course. Previously, we discussed security information and event management, or SIEM tools, and how they can be used to help organizations improve their security posture. Let's continue our security journey by exploring another tool security professionals use, playbooks. In this section, we'll explore how playbooks help security teams respond to threats, risks, or vulnerabilities identified by SIEM tools. Then, we'll discuss the 6 phases of incident response. Let's get started. Previously, we discussed how SIEM tools are used to help protect an organization's critical assets and data. In this video, we'll introduce another important tool for maintaining an organization's security known as a playbook. A playbook is a manual that provides details about any operational action. Playbooks also clarify what tools should be used in response to a security incident. In the security field, playbooks are essential. Urgency, efficiency, and accuracy are necessary to quickly identify and mitigate a security threat to reduce potential risk. Playbooks ensure that people follow a consistent list of actions in a prescribed way, regardless of who is working on the case. Different types of playbooks are used. These include playbooks for incident response, security alerts, team-specific and product-specific purposes. Here, we'll focus on a playbook that's commonly used in cybersecurity called an incident response playbook. Incident response is an organization's quick attempt to identify an attack, contain the damage, and correct the effects of a security breach. An incident response playbook is a guide with 6 phases used to help mitigate and manage security incidents from beginning to end. Let's discuss each phase. The first phase is preparation. Organizations must prepare to mitigate the likelihood, risk, and impact of a security incident by documenting procedures, establishing staffing plans, and educating users. Preparation sets the foundation for successful incident response. For example, organizations can create incident response plans and procedures that outline the roles and responsibilities of each security team member. The second phase is detection and analysis. The objective of this phase is to detect and analyze events using defined processes and technology. Using appropriate tools and strategies during this phase helps security analysts determine whether a breach has occurred and analyze its possible magnitude. The third phase is containment. The goal of containment is to prevent further damage and reduce the immediate impact of a security incident. During this phase, security professionals take actions to contain an incident and minimize damage. Containment is a high priority for organizations because it helps prevent ongoing risks to critical assets and data. The fourth phase in an incident response playbook is eradication and recovery. This phase involves the complete removal of an incident's artifacts so that an organization can return to normal operations. During this phase, security professionals eliminate artifacts of the incident by removing malicious code and mitigating vulnerabilities. Once they've exercised due diligence, they can begin to restore the affected environment to a secure state. This is also known as IT restoration. The fifth phase is post-incident activity. This phase includes documenting the incident, informing organizational leadership, and applying lessons learned to ensure that an organization is better prepared to handle future incidents. Depending on the severity of the incident, organizations can conduct a full-scale incident analysis to determine the root cause of the incident and implement various updates or improvements to enhance its overall security posture. The sixth and final phase in an incident response playbook is coordination. Coordination involves reporting incidents and sharing information throughout the incident response process based on the organization's established standards. Coordination is important for many reasons. It ensures that organizations meet compliance requirements, and it allows for coordinated response and resolution. There are many ways security professionals may be alerted to an incident. You recently learned about SIEM tools and how they collect and analyze data. They use this data to detect threats and generate alerts, which can inform the security team of a potential incident. Then, when a security analyst receives a SIEM alert, they can use the appropriate playbook to guide the response process. SIEM tools and playbooks work together to provide a structured and efficient way of responding to potential security incidents. Throughout the program, you'll have opportunities to continue to build your understanding of these important concepts. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to revisit SIEM tools and how they're used alongside playbooks to reduce organizational threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. An incident response playbook is a guide that helps security professionals mitigate issues with a heightened sense of urgency while maintaining accuracy. Playbooks create structure, ensure compliance, and outline processes for communication and documentation. Organizations may use different types of incident response playbooks depending on the situation. For example, an organization may have specific playbooks for addressing different types of attacks, such as ransomware, malware, distributed denial of service, and more. To start, let's discuss how a security analyst might use a playbook to address a SIEM alert, like a potential malware attack. In this situation, a playbook is invaluable for guiding an analyst through the necessary actions to properly address the alert. The first action in the playbook is to assess the alert. This means determining if the alert is actually valid by identifying why the alert was generated by the SIEM. This can be done by analyzing log data and related metrics. Next, the playbook outlines the actions and tools to use to contain the malware and reduce further damage. For example, this playbook instructs the analyst to isolate or disconnect the infected network system to prevent the malware from spreading into other parts of the network. After containing the incident, Step 3 of the playbook describes ways to eliminate all traces of the incident and restore the affected systems back to normal operations. For example, the playbook might instruct the analyst to restore the impacted operating system, then restore the affected data using a clean backup created before the malware outbreak. Finally, once the incident has been resolved, Step 4 of the playbook instructs the analyst to perform various post-incident activities and coordination efforts with the security team. Some actions include creating a final report to communicate the security incident to stakeholders, or reporting the incident to the appropriate authorities, like the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigations or other agencies that investigate cyber crimes. This is just one example of how you might follow the steps in a playbook, since organizations develop their own internal procedures for addressing security incidents. What's most important to understand is that playbooks provide a consistent process for security professionals to follow. Note that playbooks are living documents, meaning the security team will make frequent changes, updates, and improvements to address new threats and vulnerabilities. In addition, organizations learn from past security incidents to improve their security posture, refine policies and procedures, and reduce the likelihood and impact of future incidents. Then, they update their playbooks accordingly. As an entry-level security analyst, you may be required to use playbooks frequently, especially when monitoring networks and responding to incidents. Having an understanding of why playbooks are important and how they can help you achieve your working objectives will help ensure your success within this field.
Hi everyone, my name is Erin and I am a privacy engineer at Google. I work on speculative and emerging technology, so think of things that don't exist in the world and that are coming within the next 2 to 5 years. My role is basically to take a look at all of the things that we are creating in terms of technology and making sure that privacy is embedded in that. I am thinking for users before they even touch the product, making sure that when they utilize them, they'll have some form of trust in the engagement with that product, as well as knowing that we are protecting their privacy, things that they don't want to share or broadcast, and making sure that they're informed before they even touch the product. I always talk about soft skills being the most important thing over the technical skills because we can teach you anything, but we can't teach you how to relate to people. That is something that you bring to the table. Diversity of thought and diversity of perspectives are very useful in understanding the world that we exist in, because if we are designing products for everyday people, we need everyday people to basically help us understand those perspectives, because I may look at something one way, but my colleague may see it another way based on their own experiences. And so when you work together and come from different environments, you actually bring more equity and more depth to the things that you're looking at. And the perspective that you bring is the essential voice that is required in order to make a product better. When you look at people who work in journalism or people who, like myself, worked in entertainment, they are bringing a different perspective for how they would tackle something. Or if we have a product where we are trying to convince a product team that maybe we shouldn't do this, it's always helpful to say, from someone who worked in journalism, do we really want this to end up in the Times? Probably not, right? And that is a way to come at people that on the ground floor, they understand what that looks like. All of the experiences that you have had from the time you were born to now, they have been your experience. And you have to think about that in terms of where we're going with technology. When we're developing for a wide array of people, your experience may be someone else's experience. And so if we don't have you in the room, then we are missing the opportunity to actually bring something beautiful, I would say, to the equation, which is why I encourage people, please come, work with us in terms of technology, get involved in STEM, because the equity across products, security, privacy, you name it, whether it be, software engineering, everything requires a different voice, and it actually requires your voice.
Let's review what we covered in this section. We began by discussing the purpose of playbooks. Then, we examined the 6 phases of an incident response playbook, including an example of how a playbook might be used to address an incident. Playbooks are just one of the essential tools you'll use as a security analyst. They provide a structured, consistent approach to handling security incidents and can help you respond to security incidents quickly. Knowing how and when to use a playbook will allow you to make informed decisions about how to respond to a security incident when it occurs, and help to minimize the impact and damage it may cause your organization and the people it serves. Following the steps of the playbook and communicating appropriately with your team will ensure your effectiveness as a security professional. Congratulations on completing this course. Let's recap what we've covered so far. First, we reviewed CISSP's 8 security domains and focused on threats, risks, and vulnerabilities to business operations. Then, we explored security frameworks and controls and how they're a starting point for creating policies and processes for security management. This included a discussion of the CIA triad, NIST frameworks, and security design principles, and how they benefit the security community as a whole. This was followed by a discussion about how frameworks, controls, and principles are related to security audits. We also explored basic security tools, such as SIEM dashboards, and how they are used to protect business operations. And finally, we covered how to protect assets and data by using playbooks. As a security analyst, you may be working on multiple tasks at once. Understanding the tools you have at your disposal and how to use them will elevate your knowledge in the field while helping you successfully accomplish your everyday tasks. Coming up next in the program, my colleague Chris will provide more details about topics covered in this course and introduce you to some new core security concepts. I've enjoyed sharing this journey with you.
You've learned about security domains in previous courses. Now we'll explore one of those domains further, networks. It's important to secure networks because network-based attacks are growing in both frequency and complexity. Hi there. My name is Chris, and I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Google Fiber. I'm excited to be your instructor for this course. I've been working in network security and engineering for over 20 years, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of my knowledge and experience with you. This course will help you understand the basic structure of a network, also referred to as a network architecture, and commonly used network tools. You'll also learn about network operations and explore some basic network protocols. Next, you'll learn about common network attacks and how network intrusion tactics can prevent a threat to a network. Finally, the course will provide an overview of security hardening practices and how you might use them to help secure a network. There's a lot to learn in securing networks, and I'm excited to go on this journey with you. Ready to get started? Let's go. Before securing a network, you need to understand the basic design of a network and how it functions. In this section of the course, you will learn about the structure of a network, standard networking tools, cloud networks, and the basic framework for organizing communications across a network called the TCP/IP model. Securing networks is a big part of a security analyst's responsibilities, so I'm excited to help you understand how to secure your organization's network from threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. Let's get going. My name is Chris, and I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Google Fiber. We provide high-speed internet to customers across the United States. As the Chief Information Security Officer, I am responsible for making sure that the network stays safe, our customers' data stays safe, and that we are supporting law enforcement and others as required. The career path was a long and winding one. My actual first job was working as a butcher at the family grocery store. I eventually ended up with a job in the computer center at college, which is where I learned a lot of my initial computer skills. And then when I graduated from college, I started off as a software developer designing accounting software for a consulting company supporting the Department of Agriculture. And then I moved on from that to other roles, eventually ending up in one of the first internet over cable companies. And I ran several of their services, email, web services, etc., and my stuff kept getting attacked. I fell into cybersecurity because I had to defend the things that I was building. I realized it was fun, I realized that it was a great career opportunity, and so I've just stuck with that ever since then. When I got into this field, other than a couple of books, there wasn't a lot of training material out there. There were some other people out there that I could ask questions of, that I could get some mentoring from. But as a general rule of thumb, I was on my own. Despite this being a fairly technical field, the most important thing you're going to learn are the connections you're going to make to other people. I made a conscious decision to become actively involved in some of the outside work organizations, the trade associations, the nonprofits, the meetups, and other cybersecurity organizations. This enabled me to build the reputation and the relationships so that as my career moved along, people were reaching out to me saying, "Hey, Chris, we have this opportunity. Are you interested?" Because the cybersecurity industry is so varied, it can seem like there is a tremendous amount you have to learn, that there is this huge step that you have to take in order to get into the industry. And that can be daunting. But the thing to remember is once you have that fundamental level of skills and fundamental level of background, there are so many different directions you can go, and there's so much opportunity out there. There's this continuous education and curiosity aspect of the job that is so much fun, and it means that you are always having the opportunity to learn something new, to change directions and go in new ways, because cybersecurity is going to be constantly changing, and that's part of the fun. Welcome. Before you can understand the importance of securing a network, you need to know what a network is. A network is a group of connected devices. At home, the devices connected to your network might be your laptop, cell phones, and smart devices like your refrigerator or air conditioner. In an office, devices like workstations, printers, and servers all connect to the network. The devices on a network can communicate with each other over network cables or wireless connections. Networks in your home and office can communicate with networks in other locations and the devices on them. Devices need to find each other on a network to establish communications. These devices will use unique addresses or identifiers to locate each other. The addresses will ensure that communications happens with the right device. These are called the IP and MAC addresses. Devices can communicate on two types of network: a local area network, also known as a LAN, and a wide area network, also known as a WAN. A local area network, or LAN, spans a small area like an office building, a school, or a home. For example, when a personal device like your cell phone or tablet connects to the Wi-Fi in your house, they form a LAN. The LAN then connects to the internet. A wide area network, or WAN, spans a large geographical area like a city, state, or country. You can think of the internet as one big WAN. An employee of a company in San Francisco can communicate and share resources with another employee in Dublin, Ireland, over the WAN. Now that you've learned about the structure and types of networks, meet me in an upcoming video to learn about the devices that connect to them.
My name is Tina, and I'm a software engineer at Google. As a software engineer, I work on an internal tool that serves the security engineers and network engineers at Google. Network security is important because we want to make sure that our network systems are safe and resilient to be able to defend against malicious hackers, and that we have the ability to protect our user data. Working in network security allows you to see the overview of the whole company's network systems, which is super cool. My favorite part of my job is the impact I get to have on the community that I serve at Google. I would say most of my day is a lot of coding, design, talking to security teams and network teams on their priorities and their blockers, and being able to come up with a solution. There are often going to be requests that come from network teams and security teams that have specific requirements on certain platforms or on a feature that they need in one of the network policies, and usually we would escalate that and try to work on a fix for that. One piece of advice I would give for someone who wants to take on the cybersecurity journey is to be able to always keep learning and be curious about how things work, because security is an ever-changing field. Cybersecurity is definitely a team sport. Everybody has something to contribute, and especially on cybersecurity problems, there can be a lot of possibilities and a lot of different solutions to one problem. It's always great to be able to have people to brainstorm with and to track down issues together, because things can get very complex sometimes. But it's also a fun process to be able to work on things together.
My name is Emmanuel, and I am an offensive security engineer at Google. For offensive security, my job is to simulate adversaries and threats that are targeting, various companies, and I look at defending how we can protect Google's infrastructure. I make it harder to hack Google by actually hacking Google. So the technical skills that I use is a lot of programming, as well as learning about operational and platform security. So knowing how these computers work, what is under the hood, and understanding the components that create this infrastructure. An entry-level cybersecurity analyst would look at using command lines, log parsing, and network traffic analysis in their everyday scope of work. So command line allows you to interact with various levels of your operating system, whether it's the low-level things like the memory and the kernel, or if it's high-level things like the applications and the programs that you're running on your computer. And with log parsing, there are going to be times where you may need to figure out and debug what is going on in your program or application, and these logs are there to help you and support you in finding the root issue and then resolve it from there. And with this network traffic analysis, there may be times where you need to figure out, why is my internet going slow? Why is traffic not being routed to the appropriate destination? What can I do to ensure that my network is up and running? Network traffic analysis is looking at network across various application and network layers and seeing what that traffic is doing, how we can secure that traffic, as well as identify any vulnerabilities and concerns. In the context for me for security, I look at our passwords being leaked in the traffic that's being sent across the network, our infrastructure is being secure, our firewalls being readily configured and configured safely. So one skill that has continued to grow with me in my current role has been communicating effectively to product teams, engineers, and identifying an issue that is influencing or affecting the business and communicating to those teams effectively to fix it. So being able to take on these many hats and explain things with the right business approach to things to ensure that the issues that I do find in my work are identified, but they're also fixed. My advice to folks who are taking this certificate: take things apart. Feel uncomfortable, learn and grow, and find opportunities to learn and understand how things work. And that skill set will benefit you for the remainder of your journey.
In this video, you'll learn about the common devices that make up a network. Let's get started. A hub is a network device that broadcasts information to every device on the network. Think of a hub like a radio tower that broadcasts a signal to any radio tuned to the correct frequency. Another network device is a switch. A switch makes connections between specific devices on a network by sending and receiving data between them. A switch is more intelligent than a hub. It only passes data to the intended destination. This makes switches more secure than hubs and enables them to control the flow of traffic and improve network performance. Another device that we'll discuss is a router. A router is a network device that connects multiple networks together. For example, if a computer in one network wants to send information to a tablet on another network, then the information will be transferred as follows. First, the information travels from the computer to the router. Then the router reads the destination address and forwards the data to the intended network's router. Finally, the receiving router directs that information to the tablet. Finally, let's discuss modems. A modem is a device that connects your router to the internet and brings internet access to the LAN. For example, if a computer from one network wants to send information to a device on a network in a different geographic location, it would be transferred as follows. The computer would send information to the router. The router would then transfer the information through the modem to the internet. The intended recipient's modem receives the information and transfers it to the router. Finally, the recipient's router forwards that information to the destination device. Network tools such as hubs, switches, routers, and modems are physical devices. However, many functions performed by these physical devices can be completed by virtualization tools. Virtualization tools are pieces of software that perform network operations. Virtualization tools carry out operations that would normally be completed by a hub, switch, router, or modem, and they are offered by cloud service providers. These tools provide opportunities for cost savings and scalability. You'll learn more about them later in the certificate program. Now you've explored some common devices that make up a network. Coming up, you're going to learn more about cloud computing and how networks can be designed using cloud services. Companies have traditionally owned their network devices and kept them in their own office buildings. But now, a lot of companies are using third-party providers to manage their networks. Why? Well, this model helps companies save money while giving them access to more network resources. The growth of cloud computing is helping many companies reduce costs and streamline their network operations. Cloud computing is the practice of using remote servers, applications, and network services that are hosted on the internet instead of on local physical devices. Today, the number of businesses that use cloud computing is increasing every year, so it's important to understand how cloud networks function and how to secure them. Cloud providers offer an alternative to traditional on-premise networks and allow organizations to have the benefit of a traditional network without storing the devices and managing the network on their own. A cloud network is a collection of servers or computers that stores resources and data in a remote data center and can be accessed via the internet. Because companies don't house the servers at their physical location, these servers are referred to as being in the cloud. Traditional network hosts web servers from a business in its physical location. However, cloud networks are different from traditional networks because they use remote servers, which allows online services and web applications to be used from any geographic location. Cloud security will become increasingly relevant to many security professionals as more organizations migrate to cloud services. Cloud service providers offer cloud computing to maintain applications. For example, they provide on-demand storage and processing power that their customers only pay as needed. They also provide business and web analytics that organizations can use to monitor their web traffic and sales. With the transition to cloud networking, I have witnessed an overlap of identity-based security on top of the more traditional network-based solutions. This meant that my focus needed to be on verifying both where the traffic is coming from and the identity that is coming with it. More organizations moving their network services to the cloud to save money and simplify their operations. As this trend has grown, cloud security has become a significant aspect of network security. Networks help organizations communicate and connect. But communication makes network attacks more likely because it gives a malicious actor an opportunity to take advantage of vulnerable devices and unprotected networks. Communication over a network happens when data is transferred from one point to another. Pieces of data are typically referred to as data packets. A data packet is a basic unit of information that travels from one device to another within a network. When data is sent from one device to another across a network, it is sent as a packet that contains information about where the packet is going, where it's coming from, and the content of the message. Think about data packets like a piece of physical mail. Imagine you want to send a letter to a friend. The envelope will need to have the address where you want the letter to go and your return address. Inside the envelope is a letter that contains the message that you want your friend to read. A data packet is very similar to a physical letter. It contains a header that includes the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, and the Media Access Control, or MAC address, of the destination device. It also includes a protocol number that tells the receiving device what to do with the information in the packet. Then there's the body of the packet, which contains the message that needs to be transmitted to the receiving device. Finally, at the end of the packet, there's a footer. Similar to a signature on a letter, the footer signals to the receiving device that the packet is finished. The movement of data packets across a network can provide an indication of how well the network is performing. Network performance can be measured by bandwidth. Bandwidth refers to the amount of data a device receives every second. You can calculate bandwidth by dividing the quantity of data by the time in seconds. Speed refers to the rate at which data packets are received or downloaded. Security personnel are interested in network bandwidth and speed because if either are irregular, it can be an indication of an attack. Packet sniffing is the practice of capturing and inspecting data packets across the network. Communication on a network is important for sharing resources and data because it allows organizations to function effectively. Coming up, you'll learn more about the protocols that support network communication. Hello again. In this video, you'll learn more about communication protocol that devices use to communicate with each other across the internet. This is called the TCP/IP model. TCP/IP stands for Transmission Control Protocol and Internet Protocol. TCP/IP is the standard model used for network communication. Let's take a closer look at this model by defining TCP and IP separately. First, TCP, or Transmission Control Protocol, is an internet communication protocol that allows two devices to form a connection and stream data. The protocol includes a set of instructions to organize data so it can be sent across a network. It also establishes a connection between two devices and makes sure the packet reaches the appropriate destination. The IP in TCP/IP stands for Internet Protocol. IP is a set of standards used for routing and addressing data packets as they travel between devices on a network. Included in the Internet Protocol is the IP address that functions as an address for each private network. You'll learn more about IP addresses a bit later. When data packets are sent and received across a network, they are assigned a port. Within the operating system of a network device, a port is a software-based location that organizes the sending and receiving of data between devices on a network. Ports divide network traffic into segments based on the service they will perform between two devices. The computer sending and receiving these data segments knows how to prioritize and process these segments based on their port number. This is like sending a letter to a friend who lives in an apartment building. The mail delivery person not only knows how to find the building, but they also know exactly where to go in the building to find the apartment number where your friend lives. Data packets include instructions that tell the receiving device what to do with the information. These instructions come in the form of a port number. Port numbers allow computers to split the network traffic and prioritize the operations they will perform with the data. Some common port numbers are port 25, which is used for email, port 443, which is used for secure internet communications, and port 20 for large file transfers. As you've learned in this video, a lot of information and instructions are contained in data packets as they travel across the network. Coming up, you'll learn more about the TCP/IP model. Now that we've discussed the structure of a network and how communications takes place, it's important for you to know how the security professionals identify problems that might arise. The TCP/IP model is a framework that is used to visualize how data is organized and transmitted across the network. The TCP/IP model has 4 layers. The 4 layers are the network access layer, the internet layer, the transport layer, and the application layer. Knowing how the TCP/IP model organizes network activity allows security professionals to monitor and secure against risks. Let's examine these layers one at a time. Layer 1 is the network access layer. The network access layer deals with creation of data packets and their transmission across a network. This includes hardware devices connected to physical cables and switches that direct the data to its destination. Layer 2 is the internet layer. The internet layer is where IP addresses are attached to data packets to indicate the location of the sender and receiver. The internet layer also focuses on how networks connect to each other. For example, data packets containing information that determine whether they will stay on the LAN or be sent to a remote network, like the internet. The transport layer includes protocols to control the flow of traffic across a network. These protocols permit or deny communication with other devices and include information about the status of the connection. Activities of this layer include error control, which ensures data is flowing smoothly across the network. Finally, at the application layer, protocols determine how the data packets will interact with receiving devices. Functions that are organized at application layer include file transfers and email services. Now you have an understanding of the TCP/IP model and its 4 layers. Meet you in the next video. Let's learn about how IP addresses are used to communicate over a network. IP stands for Internet Protocol. An Internet Protocol address, or IP address, is a unique string of characters that identifies the location of a device on the Internet. Each device on the Internet has a unique IP address, just like every house on a street has its own mailing address. There are 2 types of IP addresses, IP version 4, or IPv4, and IP version 6, or IPv6. Let's look at examples of an IPv4 address. IPv4 addresses are written as 4 1, 2, or 3-digit numbers separated by a decimal point. In the early days of the Internet, IP addresses were all IPv4, but as the use of the Internet grew, all the IPv4 addresses started to get used up, so IPv6 was developed. IPv6 addresses are made up of 32 characters. The length of the IPv6 address will allow for more devices to be connected to the Internet without rounding out of addresses as quickly as IPv4. IP addresses can be either public or private. Your Internet service provider assigns a public IP address that is connected to your geographic location. When network communications goes out for your device on the Internet, they all have the same public-facing address. Just like all of the roommates in one home share the same mailing address, all the devices on a network share the same public-facing IP address. Private IP addresses are only seen by other devices on the same local network. This means that all the devices on your home network can communicate with each other using unique IP addresses that the rest of the Internet can't see. Another kind of address used in network communications is called a MAC address. A MAC address is a unique alphanumeric identifier that is assigned to each physical device on a network. When a switch receives a data packet, it reads the MAC address of the destination device and maps it to a port. It then keeps this information in a MAC address table. Think of the MAC address table like an address book that the switch uses to direct data packets to the appropriate device. In this video, you learned about IP version 4 and IP version 6 addresses. You learned how IP and MAC addresses are used in network communication and the difference between a public and a private IP address. Hey, you made it! Well done. Let's wrap up what you've learned in this section of the course. We explored the structure of a network, including WANs and LANs. We also discussed standard networking tools like hubs, switches, routers, and modems. We briefly introduced cloud networks, and we discussed their benefits. We also spent some time on the TCP/IP model. As a reminder, technicians and security analysts often use this framework when communicating where network problems have occurred. That wraps up this section. Next, you'll learn more about network operations and how data is transmitted over wireless networks. Congratulations on the progress you've made so far. In this section, you'll learn about how networks operate using tools and protocols. These are the concepts that you'll use every day in your work as a security analyst. The tools and protocols you'll learn in this section of the program will help you protect your organization's network from attack. Did you know that malicious actors can take advantage of data moving from one device to another on a network? Thankfully, there are tools and protocols to ensure the network stays protected against this type of threat. As an example, I once identified an attack based solely on the fact they were using the wrong protocol. The network traffic volumes were right, it was coming from a trusted IP, but it was on the wrong protocol, which tipped us off enough to shut down the attack before they caused real damage. First, we'll discuss some common network protocols. Then we'll discuss virtual private networks, or VPNs. And finally, we'll learn about firewalls, security zones, and proxy servers. Now that you have an idea of where we're headed, let's get started. Networks benefit from having rules. Rules ensure that data sent over the network gets to the right place. These rules are known as network protocols. Network protocols are a set of rules used by two or more devices on a network to describe the order of delivery and the structure of the data. Let's use a scenario to demonstrate a few different types of network protocols and how they work together on a network. Say you want to access your favorite recipe website. You go to the address bar of the top of your browser and type in the website's address. For example, www.yummyrecipesforme.org. Before you gain access to the website, your device will establish communications with a web server. That communication uses a protocol called the Transmission Control Protocol, or TCP. TCP is an internet communications protocol that allows two devices to form a connection and stream data. TCP also verifies both devices before allowing any further communications to take place. This is often referred to as a handshake. Once communication is established using a TCP handshake, a request is made to the network. Using our example, we have requested data from the Yummy Recipe for Me server. Their servers will respond to that request and send data packets back to your device so that you can view the web page. As data packets move across the network, they move between network devices, such as routers. The Address Resolution Protocol, or ARP, is used to determine the MAC address of the next router or device in the path. This ensures that the data gets to the right place. Now that communication's been established and the destination device is known, it's time to access the Yummy Recipe for Me website. The Hypertext Transfer Protocol, SECURE, or HTTPS, is a network protocol that provides a secure method of communication between client and website servers. It allows your web browser to securely send a request for a web page to the Yummy Recipes for Me server and receive a web page as a response. Next comes a protocol called the Domain Name System, or DNS, which is a network protocol that translates internet domain names into IP addresses. The DNS protocol sends the domain name and the web address to a DNS server that retrieves the IP address of the website you are trying to access, in this case, Yummy Recipes for Me. The IP address is included as a destination address for the data packets traveling to the Yummy Recipes for Me web server. So just by visiting one website, the devices on your networks are using 4 different protocols: TCP, ARP, HTTPS, and DNS. These are just some of the protocols used in network communications. To help you learn more about the different protocols, we'll discuss them further in an upcoming course material. But how do these protocols relate to security? Well, in the Yummy Recipes for Me website example, we used HTTPS, which is a secure protocol that requests a web page from a web server. HTTPS encrypts data using the secure socket layer and transport layer security, otherwise known as SSL/TLS. This helps keep the information secure from malicious actors who want to steal valuable information. That's a lot of information and a lot of protocols to remember. Throughout your career as a security analyst, you'll become more familiar with network protocols and use them in your daily activities. So far, you've learned about a variety of network protocols, including communications protocols like TCP/IP. Now we're going to go more in-depth into a class of communications protocols called the IEEE 802.11. IEEE 802.11, commonly known as Wi-Fi, is a set of standards that define communications for wireless LANs. IEEE stands for the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, which is an organization that maintains Wi-Fi standards. And 802.11 is a suite of protocols used in wireless communications. Wi-Fi protocols have adapted over the years to become more secure and reliable to provide the same level of security as a wired connection. In 2004, a secure protocol called the Wi-Fi Protected Access, or WPA, was introduced. WPA is a wireless security protocol for devices to connect to the internet. Since then, WPA has evolved into newer versions like WPA2 and WPA3, which include further security improvements like more advanced encryption. As a security analyst, you might be responsible for making sure that the wireless connections in your organization are secure. Let's learn more about security measures. In this video, you'll learn about different types of firewalls. These include hardware, software, and cloud-based firewalls. You'll also learn the difference between a stateless and stateful firewall and cover some of the basic operations that a firewall performs. Finally, you'll explore how proxy servers are used to add a layer of security to the network. A firewall is a network security device that monitors traffic to and from your network. It either allows traffic or it blocks it based on a defined set of security rules. A firewall can use port filtering, which blocks or allows certain port numbers to limit unwanted communication. For example, could have a rule that only allows communications on port 443 for HTTPS or port 25 for email and blocks everything else. These firewall settings would be determined by the organization's security policy. Let's talk about a few different kinds of firewalls. A hardware firewall is considered the most basic way to defend against threats to a network. A hardware firewall inspects each data packet before it's allowed to enter the network. A software firewall performs the same functions as a hardware firewall, but it's not a physical device. Instead, it's a software program installed on a computer or on a server. If the software firewall is installed on a computer, it will analyze all the traffic received by that computer. If the software firewall is installed on a server, it will protect all the devices connected to the server. A software firewall typically costs less than purchasing a separate physical device, and it doesn't take up any extra space. But because it is a software program, it will add some processing burden to the individual devices. Organizations may choose to use a cloud-based firewall. Cloud service providers offer firewalls as a service, or FaaS, for organizations. Cloud-based firewalls are software firewalls hosted by a cloud service provider. Organizations can configure the firewall rules on the cloud service provider's interface, and the firewall will perform security operations on all incoming traffic before it reaches the organization's on-site network. Cloud-based firewalls also protect any assets or processes that an organization might be using in the cloud. All the firewalls we have discussed can be either stateful or stateless. The terms stateful and stateless refer to how the firewall operates. Stateful refers to a class of firewall that keeps track of information passing through it and proactively filters out threats. A stateful firewall analyzes network traffic for characteristics and behavior that appear suspicious and stops them from entering the network. Stateless refers to a class of firewall that operates based on predefined rules and does not keep track of information from data packets. A stateless firewall only acts according to pre-configured rules set by the firewall administrator. The rules programmed by the firewall administrator tell the device what to accept and what to reject. A stateless firewall doesn't store or analyze information. It also doesn't discover suspicious trends like a stateful firewall does. For this reason, stateless firewalls are considered less secure than stateful firewalls. A next-generation firewall, or NGFW, provides even more security than a stateful firewall. Not only does an NGFW provide stateful inspection of incoming and outgoing traffic, but it also performs more in-depth security functions like deep packet inspection and intrusion protection. Some NGFWs connect to cloud-based threat intelligence services so they can quickly update to protect against emerging cyber threats. Now you have a basic understanding of firewalls and how they work. We learned that firewalls can be hardware or software. We also discussed the difference between a stateless and stateful firewall and the security benefits of a stateful firewall. Finally, we discussed next-generation firewalls and the security benefits they provide. Coming up, we'll learn more about virtual networks. In this video, we're going to discuss how virtual private networks, or VPNs, add security to your network. When you connect to the internet, your internet service provider receives your network's requests and forwards it to the correct destination server. But your internet requests include your private information. That means if the traffic gets intercepted, someone could potentially connect your internet activity with your physical location and your personal information. This includes some information that you want to keep private, like bank accounts and credit card numbers. A virtual private network, also known as a VPN, is a network security service that changes your public IP address and hides your virtual location so that you can keep your data private when you're using a public network, like the internet. VPNs also encrypt your data as it travels across the internet to preserve confidentiality. A VPN service performs encapsulation on your data in transit. Encapsulation is a process performed by a VPN service that protects your data by wrapping sensitive data in other data packets. Previously, you learned how the MAC and IP address of the destination device is contained in the header and footer of a data packet. This is a security threat because it shows the IP and virtual location of your private network. You could secure a data packet by encrypting it to make sure your information can't be deciphered, but then network routers won't be able to read the IP and MAC address to know where to send it to. This means you won't be able to connect to the internet site or the service that you want. Encapsulation solves this problem while still maintaining your privacy. VPN services encrypt your data packets and encapsulate them in other data packets that the routers can read. This allows your network requests to reach their destination, but still encrypts your personal data so it's unreadable while in transit. A VPN also uses an encrypted tunnel between your device and the VPN server. The encryption is unhackable without a cryptographic key, so no one can access your data. VPN services are simple and offer significant protection while you're on the internet. With a VPN, you have the added assurance that your data is encrypted, your IP address and virtual location are unreadable to malicious actors. In this section, we'll discuss a type of network security feature called a security zone. Security zones are a segment of a network that protects the internal network from the internet. They are part of the security technique called network segmentation. It divides the network into segments. Each network segment has its own access permissions and security rules. Security zones control who can access different segments of a network. Security zones act as a barrier to internal networks, maintain privacy within corporate groups, and prevent issues from spreading to the whole network. One example of network segmentation is a hotel that offers free public Wi-Fi. The unsecured guest network is kept separate from another encrypted network used by the hotel staff. Additionally, an organization's network can be divided into subnetworks, or subnets, to maintain privacy for each department in an organization. For instance, at a university, there may be a faculty subnet and a separate student subnet. If there is contamination on the student subnet, network administrators can isolate it and keep the rest of the network free from contamination. An organization's network is classified into two types of security zones. First, there's the uncontrolled zone, which is any network outside the organization's control, like the internet. Then there's the controlled zone, which is a subnet that protects the internal network from the uncontrolled zone. There are several types of network within the controlled zone. On the outer layer is the demilitarized zone, or DMZ, which contains public-facing services that can access the internet. This includes web servers, proxy servers that host websites for the public, and DNS servers that provide IP addresses for internet users. It also includes email and file servers that handle external communications. The DMZ acts as a network perimeter to the internal network. The internal network contains private servers and data that the organization needs to protect. Inside the internal network is another zone called the restricted zone. The restricted zone protects highly confidential information that is only accessible to employees with certain privileges. Now let's try to picture these security zones. Ideally, the DMZ is situated between two firewalls. One of them filters traffic outside the DMZ, and one of them filters traffic entering the internal network. This protects the internal network with several lines of defense. If there's a restricted zone, that too would be protected with another firewall. This way, attacks that penetrate into the DMZ network cannot spread to the internal network, and attacks that penetrate the internal network cannot access the restricted zone. As a security analyst, you may be responsible for regulating access control policies on these firewalls. Security teams can control traffic reaching the DMZ and the internal network by restricting IPs and ports. For example, an analyst may ensure that only HTTPS traffic is allowed to access web servers in the DMZ. Security zones are an important part of securing networks, especially at large organizations. Understanding how they are used is essential for all security analysts. Coming up, we'll learn about securing internal networks. Previously, we discussed how firewalls, VPNs, and security zones help to secure networks. Next, we'll cover how to secure internal networks with proxy servers. Proxy servers are another system that helps secure networks. The definition of a proxy server is a server that fulfills the request of a client by forwarding them on to other servers. The proxy server is a dedicated server that sits between the internet and the rest of the network. When a request to connect to the network comes in from the internet, the proxy server will determine if the connection request is safe. The proxy server uses a public IP address that is different from the rest of the private network. This hides the private network's IP address from malicious actors on the internet and adds a layer of security. Let's examine how this will work with an example. When a client receives an HTTPS response, they will notice a distorted IP address or no IP address rather than the real IP address of the organization's web server. A proxy server can also be used to block unsafe websites that users aren't allowed to access on an organization's network. A proxy server uses temporary memory to store data that's regularly requested by external servers. This way, it doesn't have to fetch data from an organization's internal servers every time. This enhances security by reducing contact with the internal server. There are different types of proxy servers that support network security. This is important for security analysts who monitor traffic from various proxy servers and may need to know what purpose they serve. Let's explore some different types of proxy servers. A forward proxy server regulates and restricts a person's access to the internet. The goal is to hide a user's IP address and approve all outgoing requests. In the context of an organization, a forward proxy server receives outgoing traffic from an employee, approves it, and then forwards it on to the destination on the internet. A reverse proxy server regulates and restricts the internet's access to an internal server. The goal is to accept traffic from external parties, approve it, and forward it to the internal servers. This setup is useful for protecting internal web servers containing confidential data from exposing their IP address to external parties. An email proxy server is another valuable security tool. It filters spam email by verifying whether a sender's address was forged. This reduces the risk of phishing attacks that impersonate people known to the organization. Let's talk about a real-world example of an email proxy. Several years ago, when I was working at a large US broadband ISP, we used a proxy server to implement multiple layers of anti-spam filtering before the message was allowed in for delivery. It ended up tagging around 95% of messages as spam. The proxy server is what allowed us to filter and then scale those filters without impacting the underlying email platform. Proxy servers play an important part in network security. By filtering incoming and outgoing traffic and staying alert to network attacks, these devices add a layer of protection from unsecured public network that we call the internet. You've learned a lot about some complex topics. I want to congratulate you for coming this far in the program. Let's recap what we've covered in this section. First, we discussed common network protocols like TCP, ARP, HTTPS, and DNS. And then we covered how virtual private networks, or VPNs, can be used to maintain privacy on a public network. Finally, we explored how firewalls, security zones, and proxy servers help to secure network infrastructure. Overall, network operations is a vast topic involving various tools, protocols, and techniques that help networks run smoothly and securely. Feel free to come back and review these videos at any time. You'll use this information in any type of role as a security analyst. Hey there! Welcome to this video about securing networks from attacks. You've come a long way already in your understanding of networks and network security. Now you'll learn how to secure networks so that the valuable information they contain doesn't get into the wrong hands. We're going to discuss how network intrusion tactics can present a threat to networks and how a security analyst can protect against network attacks. Let's get started. Let's start by answering the question, why do we need to secure networks? As you've learned, networks are constantly at risk of attack from malicious actors. Attackers can infiltrate networks via malware, spoofing, or packet sniffing. Network operations can also be disrupted by attacks such as packet flooding. As we go along, you're going to learn about these and other common network intrusion attacks in more detail. Protecting a network from these types of attacks is important. If even one of them happens, it could be a catastrophic impact on an organization. Attacks can harm an organization by leaking valuable or confidential information. They can also be damaging to an organization's reputation and impact customer retention. Mitigating attacks may also cost the organization money and time. Over the last few years, there have been a number of examples of damage that cyber attacks can cause. One notorious example was an attack against the American home improvement chain Home Depot in 2014. A group of hackers compromised and infected Home Depot's servers with malware. By the time network administrators shut down the attack, the hackers had already taken the credit and debit card information for over 56 million customers. Now you know why it's so important to secure a network. But to keep a network secure, you need to know what kinds of attacks to protect it from. Coming up, you'll learn about some common network attacks. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to discuss denial of service attacks. A denial of service attack is an attack that targets a network or server and floods it with network traffic. The objective of a denial of service attack, or a DOS attack, is to disrupt the normal business operations by overloading an organization's network. The goal of the attack is to send so much information to a network device that it crashes or is unable to respond to legitimate users. This means that the organization won't be able to conduct their normal business operations, which can cost them money and time. A network crash can also leave them vulnerable to other security threats and attacks. A distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, is a kind of DOS attack that uses multiple devices or servers in different locations to flood the target network with unwanted traffic. Use of numerous devices makes it more likely that the total amount of traffic sent will overwhelm the target server. Remember, DOS stands for denial of service. So it doesn't matter what part of the network the attacker overloads. If they overload anything, they win. An unfortunate example I've seen is an attacker who crafted a very careful packet that caused a router to spend extra time processing the request. The overall traffic volume didn't overload the router. The specifics within the packet did. Now we'll discuss network-level DOS attacks that target network bandwidth to slow traffic. Let's learn about 3 common network-level DOS attacks. The first is called a SIEM flood attack. A SIEM flood attack is a type of DOS attack that simulates the TCP connection and floods a server with SIEM packets. So let's break this definition down a bit more by taking a closer look at the handshake process that is used to establish a TCP connection between a device and a server. The first step in the handshake is for the device to send a SYN, or synchronize, request to the server. Then the server responds with a SYN-ACK packet to acknowledge the receipt of the device's request and leaves a port open for the final step of the handshake. Once the server receives the final ACK packet from the device, a TCP connection is established. Malicious actors can take advantage of the protocol by flooding a server with SYN packet requests for the first part of the handshake. But if the number of SYN requests is larger than the number of available ports on the server, then the server will be overwhelmed and become unable to function. Let's discuss two other common DOS attacks that use another protocol called ICMP. ICMP stands for Internet Control Message Protocol. ICMP is an internet protocol used by devices to tell each other about data transmission errors across the network. Think of ICMP like a request for a status update from a device. The device will return error messages if there is a network concern. You can think of this like the ICMP request checking in with the device to make sure that all is well. An ICMP flood attack is a type of DOS attack performed by an attacker repeatedly sending ICMP packets to a network server. This forces the server to send an ICMP packet. This eventually uses up all the bandwidth for incoming and outgoing traffic and causes the server to crash. Both of the attacks we've discussed so far, SYN flood and ICMP flood, take advantage of communication protocols by sending an overwhelming number of requests. There are also attacks that can overwhelm a server with one big request. One example that we'll discuss is called the ping of death. A ping of death attack is a type of DOS attack that is caused when a hacker pings a system by sending in an oversized ICMP packet that is bigger than 64 kilobytes, the maximum size for a correctly formed ICMP packet. Pinging a vulnerable network server with an oversized ICMP packet will overload the system and cause it to crash. Think of this like dropping a rock on a small anthill. Each individual ant can carry a certain amount of weight while transporting food to and from the anthill. But if a large rock is dropped on the anthill, then many ants will be crushed, and the colony is unable to function until it rebuilds its operations elsewhere. Now that's it for DOS and DDoS attacks. Coming up, we'll continue to discuss common network attacks. In this video, we'll discuss packet sniffing, with a focus on how threat actors may use this technique to gain unauthorized access to information. Previously, you learned about the information and data packets that travel across the network. Packets include a header, which contains the sender's and receiver's IP addresses. Packets also contain a body, which may contain valuable information like names, date of birth, personal messages, financial information, credit card numbers. Packet sniffing is the practice of using software tools to observe data as it moves across a network. As a security analyst, you may use packet sniffing to analyze and capture packets when investigating ongoing incidents or debugging network issues. Later in this certificate program, you'll gain hands-on practice with some packet sniffing software. However, malicious actors may also use packet sniffing to look at data that has not been sent to them. This is a little bit like opening somebody else's mail. It's important for you to learn about how threat actors use packet sniffing with harmful intent, so you can be prepared to protect against these malicious acts. Malicious actors may insert themselves in the middle of an authorized connection between two devices. Then they can use packet sniffing to spy on every data packet as it comes across their device. The goal is to find valuable information in the data packets that they can then use in their advantage. Attackers can use software applications or a hardware device to look into data packets. Malicious actors can access a network packet with a packet sniffer and make changes to the data. They may change the information in the body of the packet, like altering a recipient's bank account number. Packet sniffing can be passive or active. Passive packet sniffing is a type of attack where data packets are read in transit. Since all the traffic on a network is visible to any host on the hub, malicious actors can view all the information going in and out of the device they are targeting. Thinking back to the example of a letter being delivered, we can compare a passive packet sniffing attack to a postal delivery person maliciously reading somebody's mail. The postal worker, or packet sniffer, has the right to deliver the mail, but not the right to read the information inside. Active packet sniffing is a type of attack where data packets are manipulated in transit. This may include injecting internet protocols to redirect the packets to an unintended port or changing the information the packet contains. An active packet sniffing attack would be like a neighbor telling the delivery person, "I'll deliver that mail for you," and then reading the mail or changing the letter before putting it in your mailbox. Even though your neighbor knows you, and even if they deliver it to the correct house, they are actively going out of their way to engage in malicious behavior. The good news is that malicious packet sniffing can be prevented. Let's look at a few ways the network security professional can prevent these attacks. One way to protect against malicious packet sniffing is to use a VPN to encrypt and protect data as it travels across the network. If you don't remember how VPNs work, you can revisit the video about this topic in the previous section of the program. When you use a VPN, hackers might interfere with your traffic, but they won't be able to decode it to read it and read your private information. Another way to add a layer of protection against packet sniffing is to make sure the websites you have use HTTPS at the beginning of the domain address. Previously, we discussed how HTTPS uses SSL TLS to encrypt data and prevent eavesdropping when malicious actors spy on network transmissions. One final way to help protect yourself against malicious packet sniffing is to avoid using unprotected Wi-Fi. You usually find unprotected Wi-Fi in public places like coffee shops, restaurants, or airports. These networks don't use encryption. This means that anyone on the network can access all of the data traveling to and from your device. One precaution you can take is avoiding free public Wi-Fi unless you have a VPN service already installed on your device. Okay, now you know how threat actors may use packet sniffing and how to protect a network from these attacks. Let's move on to discuss other network intrusions. Next, let's learn about another kind of network attack called IP spoofing. IP spoofing is a network attack performed when an attacker changes the source IP of a data packet to impersonate an authorized system and gain access to a network. In this kind of attack, the hacker is pretending to be someone they are not so they can communicate over the network with the target computer and get past firewall rules that may prevent outside traffic. Some common IP spoofing attacks are on-path attacks, replay attacks, and Smurf attacks. Let's discuss these one at a time. An on-path attack is an attack where the malicious actor places themselves in the middle of an authorized connection and intercepts or alters the data in transit. On-path attackers gain access to the network and put themselves between two devices, like a web browser and a web server. Then they sniff the packet information to learn the IP and MAC addresses of the two devices that are communicating with each other. After they have this information, they can pretend to be either of these devices. Another type of attack is a replay attack. A replay attack is a network attack performed when a malicious actor intercepts a data packet in transit and delays it or repeats it at another time. A delayed packet can cause connection issues between target computers. Or a malicious actor may take a network transmission that was sent by an authorized user and repeat it at a later time to impersonate the authorized user. A Smurf attack is a combination of a DDoS attack and an IP spoofing attack. The attacker sniffs an authorized user's IP address and floods it with packets. This overwhelms the target computer and can bring down a server or the entire network. Now that you've learned about different kinds of IP spoofing, let's talk about how you can protect a network from this kind of attack. As you previously learned, encryption should always be implemented so that the data in your network transfers can't be read by malicious actors. Firewalls can be configured to protect against IP spoofing. IP spoofing makes it seem like the malicious actor is an authorized user by changing the sender's address of the data packet to match the target network's address. So if a firewall receives a data packet from the internet where the sender's IP address is the same as the private network, then the firewall will deny the transmission since all the devices with that IP address should already be on the local network. You can make sure that your firewall is configured correctly by creating a rule to reject all incoming traffic that has the same IP address as the local network. That's it for IP spoofing. You've learned how IP spoofing is used in some common attacks like on-path attacks, replay attacks, and Smurf attacks. Nice job finishing this section. Let's review what you've learned so far. We discussed how to secure networks. We also learned about network intrusion tactics like malicious packet sniffing and IP spoofing. Finally, we discussed how a security analyst can protect against these kind of attacks. You've learned about DOS and DDoS attacks like ICMP flooding, SYN attacks, and the ping of death, which try to overwhelm a network by flooding it with unwanted data packets. Wow, just think about everything you know already about network attacks. What you've learned in these videos will be essential in your work as a security analyst. Coming up, you'll learn about how security analysts can protect a network using various security hardening techniques. I want to take a moment to congratulate you on your progress so far. First, you learned about network operations. Then, you learned about the tools and protocols that help network systems function. Next, you learned how vulnerabilities in networks expose them to various security intrusions. Now we'll discuss security hardening. Then we'll learn about OS hardening, explore network hardening practices, and discuss cloud hardening practices. Security hardening can be implemented in devices, networks, applications, and cloud infrastructure. Security analysts may perform tasks such as patch updates and backups as part of security hardening. We'll discuss these tasks as you progress through the course. As a security analyst, hardening will play a major role in your day-to-day tasks, which is why it's important for you to understand how it works. I'm excited to accompany you in this journey. Meet you in the next video. Security analysts and the organizations they work with have to be proactive about protecting systems from attack. This is where security hardening comes in. Security hardening is the process of strengthening a system to reduce its vulnerability and attack surface. All the potential vulnerabilities that a threat actor could exploit are referred to as a system's attack surface. Let's use an example that compares a network to a house. The attack surface would be all the doors and windows that a robber could use to gain access to that house. Just like putting locks on all the doors and windows in a house, security hardening involves minimizing the attack surface or potential vulnerabilities and keeping a network as secure as possible. As part of security hardening, security analysts perform regular maintenance procedures to keep a network device and systems functioning securely and optimally. Security hardening can be conducted on any device or system that can be compromised, such as hardware, operating systems, applications, computer networks, and databases. Physical security is also a part of security hardening. This may include securing a physical space with security cameras and security guards. Some common types of hardening procedures include software updates, also called patches, and device or application configuration changes. These updates and changes are done to increase security and fix security vulnerabilities on a network. An example of a security configuration change would be requiring longer passwords or more frequent password changes. This makes it harder for a malicious actor to gain login credentials. An example of a configuration check is updating the encryption standards for data that is stored in a database. Keeping encryption up to date makes it harder for malicious actors to access the database. Other examples of security hardening include removing or disabling unused applications and services, disabling unused ports, and reducing access permissions across devices and network. Minimizing the number of applications, devices, ports, and access permissions makes network and device monitoring more efficient and reduces the overall attack surface, which is one of the best ways to secure an organization. Another important strategy for security hardening is to conduct regular penetration testing. A penetration test, also called a pen test, is a simulated attack that helps identify vulnerabilities in a system, network, website, application, and process. Penetration testers document their findings in a report. Depending on where the test fails, security teams can determine the type of security vulnerabilities that require fixing. Organizations can then review these vulnerabilities and come up with a plan to fix them. Coming up, you'll learn more about how security hardening is an essential aspect of securing networks. It's a foundational part of network security that strengthens a network in order to reduce the number of successful attacks. Hi there. In this video, we'll discuss operating system, or OS hardening, and why it's essential to keep the entire network secure. The operating system is the interface between computer hardware and the user. The OS is the first program loaded when a computer turns on. The OS acts as an intermediary between software applications and the computer hardware. It's important to secure the OS in each system because of one secure OS can lead to the whole network being compromised. There are many types of operating systems, and they all share similar security hardening practices. Let's talk about some of those security hardening practices that are recommended to secure an OS. Some OS hardening tasks are performed at regular intervals, like updates, backups, and keeping an up-to-date list of devices and authorized users. Other tasks are performed only once as part of preliminary safety measures. One example would be configuring a device setting to fit a secure encryption standard. Let's begin with OS hardening tasks that are performed at a regular interval, such as patch installation, also known as patch updates. A patch update is a software and operating system, or OS, update that addresses security vulnerabilities within a program or product. Now we'll discuss patch updates provided to the company by the OS software vendor. With patch updates, the OS should be upgraded to its latest software version. Sometimes, patches are released to fix a security vulnerability in the software. As soon as OS vendors publish a patch and the vulnerability fix, malicious actors know exactly where the vulnerability is in the system running the out-of-date OS. This is why it's important for organizations to run patch updates as soon as they are released. For example, my team had to perform an emergency patch to address a recent vulnerability found in a commonly used programming library. The library is used almost everywhere, so we had to quickly patch most of our servers and applications to fix the vulnerability. The newly updated OS should be added to the baseline configuration, also called the baseline image. A baseline configuration is a documented set of specifications within a system that is used as a basis for future builds, releases, and updates. For example, a baseline may contain a firewall rule with a list of allowed and disallowed network ports. If a security team suspects unusual activity affecting the OS, they can compare the current configuration to the baseline and make sure that nothing has been changed. Another hardening task performed regularly is hardware and software disposal. This ensures that all old hardware is properly wiped and disposed of. It's also a good idea to delete any unused software applications, since some popular programming languages have known vulnerabilities. Removing unused software makes sure that there aren't any unnecessary vulnerabilities connected with the programs that the software uses. The final OS hardening technique that we'll discuss is implementing a strong password policy. Strong password policies require that passwords follow specific rules. For example, an organization may set a password policy that requires a minimum of 8 characters, a capital letter, a number, and a symbol. To discourage malicious actors, a password policy usually states that a user will lose access to the network after entering the wrong password a certain number of times in a row. Some systems also require multi-factor authentication, or MFA. MFA is a security measure which requires a user to verify their identity in 2 or more ways to access a system or network. Ways of identifying yourself include something you know, like a password, something you have, like an ID card, or something unique about you, like your fingerprint. To review, OS hardening is a set of procedures that maintains OS security and improves it. Security measures like access privileges and password policies frequently undergo regular security checks as part of OS hardening. Coming up, we'll discuss network hardening practices. Earlier, you learned that OS hardening focuses on device safety and uses patch updates, secure configuration, and account access policies. Now we'll focus on network hardening. Network hardening focuses on network-related security hardening, like port filtering, network access privileges, and encryption over networks. Certain network hardening tasks are performed regularly, while others are performed once and then updated as needed. Some tasks that are regularly performed are firewall rule maintenance, network log analysis, patch updates, and server backups. Earlier, you learned that a log is a record of events that occurs within an organization's systems. Network log analysis is the process of examining network logs to identify events of interest. Security teams use a log analyzer tool, or a security, information, and event management tool, also known as a SIEM, to conduct network log analysis. A SIEM tool is an application that collects and analyzes log data to monitor critical activities in an organization. It gathers security data from a network and presents that data on a single dashboard. The dashboard interface is sometimes called a single pane of glass. A SIEM helps analysts to inspect, analyze, and react to security events across the network based on their priority. Reports from the SIEM provide a list of new or ongoing network vulnerabilities and list them on a scale of priority from high to low, where high priority vulnerabilities have a much shorter deadline for mitigation. Now that we've covered tasks that are performed regularly, let's examine tasks that are performed once. These tasks include port filtering on firewalls, network access privileges, and encryption for communication, among many things. Let's start with port filtering. Port filtering can be performed over the network. Port filtering is a firewall function that blocks or allows certain port numbers to limit unwanted communication. A basic principle is the only ports that are needed are the ones that are allowed. Any port that isn't being used by the normal network operations should be disallowed. This protects against port vulnerabilities. Networks should be set up with the most up-to-date wireless protocols available, and older wireless protocols should be disabled. Security analysts also use network segmentation to create isolated subnets for different departments in an organization. For example, they might make one for the marketing department and one for the finance department. This is done so that issues in each subnet don't spread across the whole company, and only specified users are given access to the part of the network that they require for their role. Network segmentation may also be used to separate different security zones. Any restricted zone on a network containing highly classified or confidential data should be separate from the rest of the network. Lastly, all network communication should be encrypted using the latest encryption standards. Encryption standards are rules or methods used to conceal outgoing data and uncover or decrypt incoming data. Data in restricted zones should have much higher encryption standards, which makes them more difficult to access. You've learned about the most common hardening practices. This knowledge will be useful as you complete the certificate program, and it's essential to your career as a security analyst. In recent years, many organizations are using network services in the cloud. So in addition to securing on-premises networks, a security analyst will need to secure cloud networks. In a previous video, you learned that a cloud network is a collection of servers or computers that stores resources and data in a remote data center that can be accessed via the internet. They can host company data and applications using cloud computing to provide on-demand storage, processing power, and data analytics. Just like regular web servers, cloud servers also require proper maintenance done through various security hardening procedures. Although cloud servers are hosted by a cloud service provider, these providers cannot prevent intrusions in the cloud, especially intrusions from malicious actors, both internal and external to an organization. One distinction between cloud network hardening and traditional network hardening is the use of a server baseline image for all server instances stored in the cloud. This allows you to compare data in the cloud servers to the baseline image to make sure there haven't been any unverified changes. An unverified change could come from an intrusion in the cloud network. Similar to OS hardening, data and applications on a cloud network are kept separate depending on their service category. For example, older applications should be kept separate from newer applications. And software that deals with internal functions should be kept separate from front-end applications seen by users. Even though the cloud service provider has a shared responsibility with the organization using their services, there are still security measures that need to be taken by the organization to make sure their cloud network is safe. Just like traditional networks, operations in the cloud need to be secured. You're doing great. Meet you in the next video.
I'm Kelsey. I'm a distinguished engineer at Google Cloud. I work on compute platforms and security-related topics. When I was starting, The only jobs I had previous, the only jobs I was confident were accessible to me were fast food jobs. I wanted a career. I wanted more than just a job. So when I zoomed out and asked myself, what were my career options? I couldn't think of a better place in the year 1999 than going into the world of technologies. I mean, on the news, people were lining up for the latest operating system. All the tech people were the new rock stars. And I remember flipping through the opening jobs or the job openings in the classified section, and it said, anyone that has one of these certifications, let us know because we're hiring. The delta between getting started and getting your first job into that career that I always wanted, it was $35 away in a certification book. So let's talk about cloud. So before the time of cloud, most companies had their own data center. Imagine it's just you alone in your house. You can put anything wherever you want. You may choose to never lock the doors on the inside. It's just you. And for a long time in our industry, that's the way people ran their data centers. Now we just call that private cloud. It's just you there. But cloud is public. And so the analogy would be, imagine getting roommates. Now you start to think differently about your stuff. You start to lock things up, even while you're inside of the house. And your security discipline is going to be very different. As more and more companies moving to cloud, you may just be the person who can help one of those organizations finally make that leap because they have a professional on their team. All right, so you've gotten the certification. You've gotten the fundamental skills. How do you make sure that you can actually use them in the cloud? I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Go use the cloud. Go take existing software, throw it in the cloud, and find all the tools that poke and prod at the thing you just got running, and it's going to tell you where you're weak. Learn those tools, because those are the tools that the professionals use. Learning is a superpower. It gives you the ability to not only get that job that you've been looking at, but it also gives you the ability to define the next one.
Great work on learning about security hardening. Let's take a few minutes to wrap up what you've learned. You learned about security hardening and its importance to an organization's infrastructure. First, we discussed how security hardening strengthens systems and networks to reduce the likelihood of an attack. Next, we covered the importance of OS hardening, including patch updates, baseline configurations, and hardware and software disposal. Then we explored network hardening practices, such as network log analysis and firewall rule maintenance. Finally, we examined cloud network hardening and the responsibilities of both organizations and cloud service providers in maintaining security. As a security analyst, you'll be working with operating systems, on-premise networks, and cloud networks. You'll be using all the knowledge that we learned in this section in your career as a security analyst. Wow, we have covered a lot in this course. Let's review everything we've discussed. You learned about networks, network architecture, and the best practices used by security professionals to secure a network against security breaches. As we bring this course to a close, let's review what you've learned about secured networks so far. First, we explored the structure of a network. A security analyst must understand how a network is designed to be able to identify parts of a network that present vulnerabilities and need to be secured. Next, we learned about network operations and how they affect the communication of data. Network protocols determine how the data is transmitted over the network. As communication takes place over the network, malicious actors may use tactics such as denial of service attacks, packet sniffing, and IP spoofing. Security analysts employ tools and measures such as firewall rules to protect against these attacks. We also discussed security hardening. Security hardening is used to reduce the attack area of a network. This means the attack does not disable an entire network. Security hardening can be done at the hardware level, the software level, or the network level. Securing networks is an essential part of a security analyst's duties. Knowledge of a network and its operations and security practices will ensure that you are successful in your career as a security analyst. And that brings us to the topic of our next course, which will cover computing basics for security analysts. In that course, you'll learn how to use the Linux command line to authenticate and authorize users on a network, and to use SQL, otherwise known as SQL, to communicate with databases. Great work getting here. All the concepts you've learned in this section will be essential for success in your role as a security analyst. Now you can move on to the next course. Enjoy.
Hi, welcome to this course on computing basics for security. My name is Kim, and I work as a technical program manager in security. I grew up with computers and the internet, but didn't really consider security as a career opportunity until I saw how it was interwoven into technology. Before my first security job, I worked on a cloud application team and had to regularly interact with a security team. It was my first experience working with security, but the idea of protecting information and working with others towards that goal was exciting to me. As a result, I decided to work towards my CISSP, which led me to some new job opportunities at my company, and I was then able to move into security. At this point, if you've been following along, you've already explored a variety of concepts useful to the security field, including security domains and networking. I'm excited to join you during the next part of the program. We'll take it slow so that you can understand these topics in practical ways. The focus of this course is computing basics. When you understand how the machines in an organization's system work, it helps you do your job as a security analyst more efficiently. Part of your job as a security analyst is to keep systems protected from possible attacks. You're one of the first levels of defense in protecting an organization's data. To do this effectively, it's helpful to understand how the system you're protecting works. In addition, you may need to investigate events to help correct errors in the system. Being familiar with Linux operating system and its associated commands, and also being able to interact with an organization's data through SQL will help you with that. In this course, you'll learn about operating systems and how they relate to applications and hardware. Next, you'll explore the Linux operating system in more detail. Then you'll use the Linux command line within a security context. Finally, we'll discuss how you can use SQL to query databases while working as a security analyst. I'm excited to explore all of these topics with you. Let's get started. How many times a week do you use a computer? For some of us, the answer might be a lot. They're incredible machines that let us do everything from using specialized applications when completing a task at work, to sending emails to loved ones in a distant place. Have you ever thought about how computers can do all of this? Well, that's where operating systems come in. In this section, we'll learn about common operating systems and we'll explore the main functions of an operating system. Then, we'll learn the relationship between operating systems, applications, and hardware. Finally, we'll compare graphical user interfaces and command line interfaces. The command line interface will be an essential part of your job as a security analyst. Understanding operating systems is an important foundation for your career in security. There's so much to explore. Let's begin. Hi, I'm Kim. I'm a technical program manager at Google. I'm currently working in the security, mergers, and acquisitions team, where I work with other companies that we purchase, and I help them integrate into the Google environment. I've held multiple roles before getting into cybersecurity, and even technology. I first started working as a restaurant worker, and then I became an English tutor for international students at my local college. After doing multiple internships and graduating from university, I had my first opportunity to work in technology, and that's where my interest in technology and eventually cybersecurity began. I want to tell everyone with any type of background that you can get into cybersecurity. If you're interested in protecting information, if you're interested in protecting people in the future, security is there for you. There are so many different roles you can do, and all of the skills that you have now and that you've gathered previously can be applicable within security. The skill that I use the most is connecting with people every day. I can't get anything done unless I connect with them the right way. So that's actually the biggest skill I lean on the most working in security. A piece of advice I would give for someone new starting in the cybersecurity field is to keep an open mind. I started out with a degree in business, so I didn't even feel like I was technical enough to be where I am today. And before that, all of my experiences were either restaurant work or marketing work or just something that felt like it was unrelated to technology. But all of that helped me and motivated me to actually kind of get my feet more wet into technology and then eventually security. And before I knew it, that self-doubt was really replaced with more of a support from my peers and respect from other people that I've worked with. Devices like computers, smartphones, and tablets all have operating systems. If you've used a desktop or laptop computer, you may have used the Windows or Mac OS operating systems. Smartphones and tablets run on mobile operating systems like Android and iOS. Another popular operating system is Linux. Linux is used in the security industry, and as a security professional, it's likely that you'll interact with the Linux OS. So what exactly is an operating system? It's the interface between the computer hardware and the user. The operating system, or the OS, as it's commonly called, is responsible for making the computer run as efficiently as possible while also making it easy to use. Hardware may be another new term. Hardware refers to the physical components of a computer. The OS interface that we now rely on every day is something that early computers didn't have. In the 1950s, the biggest challenge with early computers was the amount of time it took to run a computer program. At the time, computers could not run multiple programs simultaneously. Instead, people had to wait for a program to finish running, reset the computer, and load up the new program. Imagine having to turn your computer on and off each time you had to open a new application. It would take a long time to complete a simple task, like sending an email. Since then, operating systems have evolved, and we no longer have to worry about wasting time in this way. Thanks to operating systems and their evolution, today's computers run efficiently. They run multiple applications at once, and they also access external devices like printers, keyboards, and mice. Another reason why operating systems are important is that they help humans and computers communicate with each other. Computers communicate in a language called binary, which consists of zeros and ones. The OS provides an interface to bridge this communication gap between the user and the computer, allowing you to interact with the computer in complex ways. Operating systems are critical for the use of computers. Likewise, OS security is also critical for the security of a computer. This involves securing files, data access, and user authentication to help protect and prevent against threats such as viruses, worms, and malware. Knowing how operating systems work is essential for completing different security-related tasks. For example, as a security analyst, you may be responsible for configuring and maintaining the security of a system by managing access. You may also be responsible for managing and configuring firewalls, setting security policies, enabling virus protection, and performing auditing, accounting, and logging to detect unusual behavior. All these tasks require a deep understanding of operating systems, and as we continue this course, we'll explore operating systems in greater detail. Previously, you learned about what operating systems are. Now, let's discuss how they work. In this video, you'll learn what happens with an operating system, or OS, when someone uses a computer for a task. Think about when someone drives a car. They push the gas pedal and the car moves forward. They don't need to pay attention to all the mechanics that allow the car to move. Just like a car can't work without its engine, a computer can't work without its operating system. The job of an OS is to help other computer programs run efficiently. The OS does this by taking care of all the messy details related to controlling the computer's hardware, so you don't have to. First, let's see what happens when you turn on the computer. When you press the power button, you're interacting with the hardware. This boots the computer and brings up the operating system. Booting the computer means that a special microchip called the BIOS is activated. On many computers built after 2007, the chip was replaced by the UEFI. Both BIOS and UEFI contain booting instructions that are responsible for loading a special program called the bootloader. Then, the bootloader is responsible for starting the operating system. And just like that, your computer is on. As a security analyst, understanding these processes can be helpful for you. Vulnerabilities can occur in something like a booting process. Often, the BIOS is not scanned by the antivirus software, so it can be vulnerable to malware infection. Now that you learned how to boot the operating system, let's look at how you and all users communicate with the system to complete a task. The process starts with you, the user. And to complete tasks, you use applications on your computer. An application is a program that performs a specific task. When you do this, the application sends your request to the operating system. From there, the operating system interprets this request and directs it to the appropriate component of the computer's hardware. In the previous video, we learned that the hardware consists of all the physical components of the computer. The hardware will also send information back to the operating system, and this in turn is sent back to the application. Let's give a simple overview of how this works when you want to use the calculator on your computer. You use your mouse to click on the calculator application on your computer. When you type in the number you want to calculate, the application communicates with the operating system. Your operating system then sends the calculation to a component of the hardware, the central processing unit, or CPU. Once the hardware does the work of determining the final number, it sends the answer back to your operating system. Then it can be displayed in your calculator application. Understanding this process is helpful when investigating security events. Security analysts should be able to trace back through this process flow to analyze where a security event could have occurred. Just like a mechanic needs to understand the inner workings of a car more than an average driver. Recognizing how operating systems work is important knowledge for a security analyst. Now we're ready to discuss a different aspect of your operating system. Not only does the OS interact with other parts of your computer, but it's also responsible for managing the resources of the system. This is a big task that requires a lot of balance to make sure all the resources of the computer are used efficiently. Think of this like the concept of energy. A person needs energy to complete different tasks. Some tasks need more energy, while others require less. For example, going for a run requires more energy than watching TV. A computer's OS also needs to make sure that it has enough energy to function correctly for certain tasks. Running an antivirus scan on your computer will use more energy than using the calculator application. Imagine your computer is an orchestra. Many different instruments like violins, drums, and trumpets are all part of the orchestra. An orchestra also has a conductor to direct the flow of the music. In a computer, the OS is the conductor. The OS handles resource and memory management to ensure the limited capacity of the computer system is used where it's needed most. A variety of programs, tasks, and processes are constantly competing for the resources of the central processing unit, or CPU. They all have their own reasons why they need memory, storage, and input-output bandwidth. The OS is responsible for ensuring that each program is allocating and deallocating resources. All this occurs in your computer at the same time so that your system functions efficiently. Much of this is hidden from you as a user. For example, your browser's task manager will list all of the tasks that are being processed, along with their memory and CPU usage. As an analyst, it's helpful to know where a system's resources are used. Understanding usage of resources can help you respond to an incident and troubleshoot applications in the system. For example, if a computer is running slowly, an analyst might discover it's allocating resources to malware. A basic understanding of how operating systems work will help you better understand the security skills you will learn later in this program. Now that you've learned the inner workings of computers, let's discuss how users and operating systems communicate with each other. So far, you've learned that a computer has an operating system, hardware, and applications. Remember, the operating system communicates with the hardware to execute tasks. In this video, you'll learn how the user, that's you, interacts with the operating system in order to send tasks to the hardware. The user communicates with the operating system via an interface. A user interface is a program that allows the user to control the functions of the operating system. Two user interfaces that we'll discuss are the graphical user interface, or GUI, and the command line interface, or CLI. Let's cover these interfaces in more detail. A GUI is a user interface that uses icons on the screen to manage different tasks on the computer. Most operating systems can be used with a graphical user interface. If you've used a personal computer or a cell phone, you have experience operating a GUI. Most GUIs include these components: a start menu with program groups, a taskbar for launching programs, and a desktop with icons and shortcuts. All these components help you communicate with the OS to execute tasks. In addition to clicking on icons, when you use a GUI, you can also search for files or applications from the Start menu. You just have to remember the icon or name of the program to activate an application. Now let's discuss the command line interface. In comparison, the command line interface, or CLI, is a text-based user interface that uses commands to interact with the computer. These commands communicate with the operating system and execute tasks like opening programs. The command line interface is a much different structure than the graphical user interface. When you use a CLI, you'll immediately notice a difference. There are no icons or graphics on the screen. The command line interface looks similar to lines of code used in certain text languages. A CLI is more flexible and more powerful than a GUI. Think about using a CLI like creating whatever meal you'd like from ingredients bought at a grocery store. This gives you a lot of control and customization about what you're going to eat. In comparison, using the GUI is more like ordering food from a restaurant. You can only order what's on the menu. If you want both a noodle dish and pizza, but the first restaurant you go to only has pizza, you'll have to go to another restaurant to order the noodles. With a graphical user interface, you must do one task at a time. But the command line interface allows for customization, which lets you complete multiple tasks simultaneously. For example, imagine you have a folder with hundreds of files of different file types, and you need to move only the JPEG files to a new folder. Think about how slow and tedious this would be as you use a GUI to find each JPEG file in this folder and move it into the new one. On the other hand, the CLI would allow you to streamline this process and move them all at once. As you can see, there are very big differences in these two types of user interfaces. As a security analyst, some of your work may involve command line interface. When analyzing logs or authenticating and authorizing users, security analysts commonly use a CLI in their everyday work. In this video, we discuss two types of user interfaces. You learn that you already have experience using a graphical user interface, as most personal computers and cell phones use a GUI. And you were introduced to the command line interface. Later in the program, you'll learn how to use a CLI in Linux and how relevant it is to your daily work as a security analyst. You'll get practical experience communicating through the command line. Pretty exciting, right?
My name is Ellen, and I am a security engineering manager at Google, focused in on how Google uses the cloud. Cybersecurity wasn't a field when I got started in technology. It's something I came to later. I got started in technology when I was working retail at a poster store, and we needed to build a website, and my feet hurt, and I really needed to sit down. And so I asked friends to teach me how to do HTML so I could sit down while working and I could let my blisters have a rest. While I was at the poster store, one of our customers worked at a startup and used to get employee photos framed, and I asked them for feedback on my website, and they ended up giving me an internship. One of the specialties that I ended up having was API design, or designing the interface by which a developer communicates with the machine. As part of that, I got into a job where I was designing a miniature version of an operating system for security technology and started learning security from there. Most of the people I know from cybersecurity, especially in the early days, do not have a degree at all, or if they do, they have a degree like I do in something like philosophy or poetry. Almost everyone learned on their own by experimenting, by talking to people, by reading. And so I would say no technical background is required. And in fact, having a background where you're used to being out in the real world can sometimes make cybersecurity make more sense and help you make more balanced choices. In almost all areas, there is a security community that you can find. Figure out where they are, look for local conferences, start talking to people. It's a lot more fun to learn that way than it is in a vacuum. I've found that most people, if you come to them and say, hey, you're really good at this thing, would you mind if I bought you a coffee and you showed me how to do it? That they'll always pretty much say yes. The advice I give to people who don't have technical backgrounds, the first one is I wouldn't be afraid of the technology. It can seem like only somebody with a computer science degree could ever understand things, but These concepts, these technologies are understandable by anyone. And so never let the fact that you might not have a technical background get in the way. Just pick an area that interests you and start diving in. And as long as you're curious and as long as you find it interesting, you'll learn the technology.
We did it. What a great section of learning. The best thing is that we did this together and covered some very useful topics. Let's recap this section's lessons. As a security analyst, it's important that you understand the systems that you're working with. Understanding computer basics will help you do your job more effectively and efficiently. In this section, we covered common operating systems. We also discussed the main functions of an operating system. Importantly, you learned about the relationship between operating systems, applications, and hardware. It was nice to learn how they flow together like an orchestra. In addition, you learned about the differences between the graphical user interface and the command line interface. Understanding the command line interface will be very important for your work. I enjoyed exploring the world of operating systems with you. Knowing how operating systems work is an important step in preparing for a position as a security analyst. You're doing great. Let's keep moving forward with this program. In the next section, we'll focus specifically on the Linux operating system. Welcome back. We have another important topic to explore. Previously, you learned about operating systems and user interfaces. You learned how operating systems work and how resources are allocated in computers. We also reviewed several common operating systems. You may already have a favorite operating system. It's common to hear that people are fans of one over another. But in the security world, Linux is commonly used. In this section, you'll be learning more about the Linux operating system and how it's used in everyday tasks in security. First, you'll learn about the architecture of Linux. After this, we'll compare the different distributions of Linux that are available. Lastly, you'll explore the shell, a key Linux component that allows you to communicate with the system. I remember when I first learned about the Linux OS, and I'm really happy to explore it with you now. You might have seen or heard the name Linux in the past, but did you know Linux is the most used operating system in security today? Let's start by taking a look at Linux and how it's used in security. Linux is an open source operating system. It was created in two parts. In the early 1990s, two different people were working separately on projects to improve computer engineering. The first person was Linus Torvalds. At the time, the Unix operating system was already in use. He wanted to improve it and make it open source and accessible to anyone. What was revolutionary was his introduction of the Linux kernel. We're going to learn what the kernel does later. Around the same time, Richard Stallman started working on GNU. GNU was also an operating system based on Unix. Stallman shared Torvalds' goal of creating software that was free and open to anyone. After working on GNU for a few years, the missing element for this software was the kernel. Together, Torvalds and Stallman's innovations made what is commonly referred to as Linux. Now that you've learned the history behind Linux, let's take a look at what makes Linux unique. As mentioned before, Linux is open source, meaning anyone can have access to the operating system and the source code. Linux and many of the programs that come with Linux are licensed under the terms of the GNU public license, which allow you to use, share, and modify them freely. Thanks to Linux's open source philosophy, as well as its strong feature set, an entire community of developers has adopted this operating system. These developers are able to collaborate on projects and advance computing together. As a security analyst, you'll discover that Linux is used at different organizations. More specifically, Linux is used in many security programs. Another unique feature about Linux is the different distributions or varieties that have been developed. Because of the large community contribution, there are over 600 distributions of Linux. Later, you'll learn more about distributions. Finally, let's take a look at how you would use Linux in an entry-level security position. As a security analyst, you'll use many tools and programs in everyday work. You might examine different types of logs to identify what's going on in a system. For example, you might find yourself looking at an error log when investigating an issue. Another place where you will use Linux is to verify access and authorization in an identity and access management system. In security, managing access is key in order to ensure a secure system. We'll take a closer look into access and authorization later. Finally, as an analyst, you might find yourself working with specific distributions designed for a particular task. For example, you might use a distribution that has a digital forensic tool to investigate what happened in an event alert. You might also use a distribution that's for pen testing and offensive security to look for vulnerabilities in the system. Distributions are created to fit the needs of their users. I hope you're excited to learn more about Linux. This will be a very useful skill in the security field.
Hi, I'm Phil. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Google Cloud, and a big part of that is, of course, cybersecurity. So in cyber, you've always got to learn, you've always got to stay up to date, for the simple reason that technology and business and the world of our kind of digital lives is just always changing. The online services that you use today are probably very different even just from what they were 12 months ago. In the mid-90s, I worked on one of the world's first internet banking systems, and essentially we were building and coding all of the security ourselves. I remember working on, the first web browsers, the first web servers, the first implementations of encryption on the internet. This was even before Google even existed, and so this was at the very beginning of the internet, and we were literally kind of assembling and building this and learning how to do it as we went along. When you're first getting into cybersecurity, it's important to not get overwhelmed. It's a very big space, and all of us started off at where you are today, and we had to learn into that. At one point, I didn't know Linux, I didn't know how to program, I didn't know various parts of other operating systems, and I had to learn step by step how all of that worked and gradually built up that knowledge over time. And even now, I still have to look things up occasionally because I don't keep everything in my head all at once, and that's totally fine. When you're approaching a new situation, you're always going to have a degree of anxiety about whether you're going to be able to learn it quickly enough. And generally, with enough experience, you gradually get comfortable that you will. But again, this is important to remember that you don't have to learn everything about everything all at once. Most of the time, you learn enough to be enough of value in the initial part of the process, then you learn as you go. Start off by writing a few lines of simple code or looking at somebody else's code and trying to understand what it does, and then change it a little bit and just incrementally work into this. Build that foundation of knowledge that gives you the ability to learn other things, and I think things will stem from that.
Let me start with a quick question that may seem unrelated to security. Do you have a favorite building? And what is it about its architecture that impresses you the most? The windows? The structure of the walls? Just like buildings, operating systems also have an architecture and are made up of discrete components that work together to form the whole. In this video, we're going to look at all the components that together make up Linux. The components of Linux include the user, applications, the shell, the file system hierarchy standard, the kernel, and the hardware. Don't worry, we'll go into these components one by one together. First, you're the user. The user is the person interacting with the computer. In Linux, you're the first element to the architecture of the operating system. You're initiating the tasks or commands that the OS is going to execute. Linux is a multi-user system. This means that more than one user can use the system's resources at the same time. The second element of the architecture is the applications within a system. An application is a program that performs a specific task, such as a word processor or a calculator. You might hear the word application and programs used interchangeably. As an example, one popular Linux application that we'll learn more about later is Nano. Nano is a text editor. This simple application helps you keep notes on the screen. Linux applications are commonly distributed through package managers. We'll learn more about this process later. The next component in the architecture of Linux is the shell. This is an important element because it is how you will communicate with the system. The shell is a command line interpreter. It processes commands and outputs the results. This might sound familiar. Previously, we learned about the two types of user interfaces, the GUI and the CLI. You can think of the shell as a CLI. Another element of the architecture of Linux is the File System Hierarchy Standard, or FHS. It's the component of the Linux OS that organizes data. An easy way for you to think about the FHS is to think about it as a filing cabinet of data. The FHS is how data is stored in a system. It's a way to organize data so that it can be found when the data is accessed by the system. That brings us to the kernel. The kernel is a component of the Linux OS that manages processes and memory. The kernel communicates with the hardware to execute the commands sent by the shell. The kernel uses drivers to enable applications to execute tasks. The Linux kernel helps ensure that the system allocates resources more efficiently and makes the system work faster. Finally, the last component of the architecture is the hardware. Hardware refers to the physical components of a computer. You can compare this to software applications, which can be downloaded into a system. The hardware in your computer are things like the CPU, mouse, and keyboard. Congratulations! We've now covered the architecture of Linux. An understanding of these components will help you become increasingly familiar with Linux. Let's learn a little bit more about Linux and what you need to know about this operating system when working as a security analyst. Linux is a very customizable operating system. Unlike other operating systems, there are different versions available for you to use. These different versions of Linux are called distributions. You might also hear them called distros or flavors of Linux. It's essential for you to understand the distribution that you're using, so you know what tools and apps are available to you. For example, Debian is a distro that has different tools than the Ubuntu distribution. Let's use an analogy to describe Linux distributions. Think of the OS as a vehicle. First, we'll start with its engine. That would be the kernel. Just as the engine makes the vehicle run, the kernel is the most important component of the Linux OS. Because the Linux kernel is open source, anyone can take the kernel and modify it to build a new distribution. This is comparable to a vehicle manufacturer taking an engine and creating different types of vehicles: trucks, cars, vans, convertibles, buses, airplanes, and so on. These different types of vehicles can be compared to different Linux distributions. A bus is used to transport lots of people. A truck is used to transport a large number of goods across vast distances. An aircraft transports passengers or goods by air. Just as each vehicle serves its own purpose, different distributions are used for different reasons. Additionally, vehicles all have different components which distinguish them from each other. Aircrafts have control panels with buttons and knobs. Regular cars have 4 tires, but trucks can have more. Similarly, different Linux distributions contain different pre-installed programs, user interfaces, and much more. A lot of this is based on what the Linux user needs. But some distros are also chosen based on preference, the same way a sports car might be chosen as a vehicle. The advantage of using Linux as an OS is that you can customize it. Distributions include the Linux kernel, utilities, a package management system, and an installer. We learned earlier that Linux is open source, and anyone can contribute to adding to the source code. That is how new distributions are created. All distros are derived from another distro, but there are a few that are considered parent distributions. Red Hat is a parent of CentOS, and Slackware is the parent of SUSE. Both Ubuntu and Kali Linux are derived from Debian. As we continue, we're going to take a look at some of the distributions most commonly used by security analysts. The more you understand these distributions, the easier your work will be. In this section, we're going to cover a Linux distribution that's widely used in security and discuss Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a trademark of offensive security and is Debian derived. This open source distro was made specifically with penetration testing and digital forensics in mind. There are many tools pre-installed into Kali Linux. It's important to note that Kali Linux should be used on a virtual machine. This prevents damage to your system in the event its tools are used improperly. An additional benefit is that using a virtual machine gives you the ability to revert to a previous state. As security professionals advance in their careers, some specialize in penetration testing. A penetration test is a simulated attack that helps identify vulnerabilities in systems, networks, websites, applications, and processes. Kali Linux has numerous tools that are useful during penetration testing. Let's look at a few examples. To begin, Metasploit can be used to look for and exploit vulnerabilities on machines. Burp Suite is another tool that helps to test for weaknesses in web applications. And finally, John the Ripper is a tool used to guess passwords. As a security analyst, your work might involve digital forensics. Digital forensics is a practice of collecting and analyzing data to determine what has happened after an attack. For example, you might take an investigative look at data related to a network activity. Kali Linux is also a useful distribution for security professionals who are involved in digital forensic work. It has a large number of tools that can be used for this. As one example, TCP dump is a command line packet analyzer. It's used to capture network traffic. Another tool commonly used in the security profession is Wireshark. It has a graphical user interface that can be used to analyze live and captured network traffic. And as a final example, Autopsy is a forensic tool used to analyze hard drives and smartphones. These are just a few tools included with Kali Linux. This distribution has many tools used to conduct pen testing and digital forensics. We've explored how Kali Linux is an important distribution that's widely used in security, but there are other distributions that security professionals use as well. Next, we'll explore a few more distributions. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to discuss the Linux shell. This part of the Linux architecture is where the action will happen for you as a security analyst. We introduced the shell with other components of the Linux OS earlier, but let's take a deeper look at what the shell is and what it does. The shell is the command line interpreter. That means it helps you communicate with the operating system through the command line. Previously, we discussed a command line interface. This is essentially the shell. The shell provides the command line interface for you to interact with the OS. To tell the OS what to do, you enter the commands into this interface. A command is an instruction telling the computer to do something. The shell communicates with the kernel to execute these commands. Earlier, we discussed how the operating system helps humans and computers speak with each other. The shell is part of the OS that allows you to do this. Think of this as a very helpful language interpreter between you and your system. Since you do not speak computer language or binary, you can't directly communicate with your system. This is where the shell comes in to help you. Your OS doesn't need the shell for most of its work, but it is an interface between you and what your system can offer. It allows you to perform math, run tests, and execute applications. More importantly, it allows you to combine these operations and connect applications to each other to perform complex and automated tasks. Just as there are many Linux distributions, there are many different types of shells. We'll primarily focus on the bash shell in this course. Let's continue to learn more about the shell. Hello again. In this video, we're going to learn a little more about the shell and how to communicate with it. Communicating with a computer is like having a conversation with your friend. One person asks a question and the other person answers with a response. If you don't know the answer, you can just say you don't know the answer. When you communicate with the shell, the commands in the shell can take input, give output, or give error messages. Let's explore standard input, standard output, and the error messages in more detail. Standard input consists of information received by the OS via the command line. This is like you asking your friend a question during a conversation. The information is input from your keyboard to the shell. If the shell can interpret your request, it asks the kernel for the resources it needs to execute the related task. Let's take a look at this through echo, a Linux command that outputs a specified string of text. String data is data consisting of an order sequence of characters. In our example, we'll just have it output the string of hello. So as input, we'll type echo hello into the shell. Later, when we press enter, we'll get the output. But before we do that, let's first discuss the concept of output in more detail. Standard output is the information returned by the OS through the shell. In the same way that your friend gives an answer to your question, output is a computer's response to the command you input. Output is what you receive. Let's pick up where we left off in our example and send the input of echo hello to the OS by pressing enter. Immediately, the shell returns the output of hello. Finally, standard error contains error messages returned by the OS through the shell. Just like your friend might indicate that they can't answer a question, the system responds with an error message if they can't respond to your command. Sometimes this might occur when we misspell a command or the system doesn't know the response to the command. Other times, it might happen because we don't have the appropriate permissions to perform a command. We'll explore another example that demonstrates standard error. Let's input echo hello into the shell. Notice I intentionally misspelled echo as ECO. When we press enter, an error message appears. To wrap up, we've covered the basics of communication with the shell. Communication with the shell can only go in one of three ways. The system receives a command. This is input. The system responds to the command and produces output. And finally, the system doesn't know how to respond, resulting in an error. Later, you'll become much more familiar with this as we explore commands useful for security professionals. We've made it to the end of this section. Great work! Let's recap what you've just completed. In this section, you learned about the Linux operating system. We examined the architecture of Linux. In our exploration of the different distributions of Linux, we discussed some of the most widely used distros in security. You were introduced to Kali Linux, Ubuntu, Parrot, Red Hat, and CentOS distributions. Finally, you learned about the shell and its role as an interpreter between the user and operating system. Congratulations! You're doing great, and we have more useful topics to come. In the next part of the program, you'll learn specific commands to use within the shell while working as a security analyst. Let's continue on. Learning to communicate in a new way can be exciting. Maybe you've learned a new language and can remember this feeling. Perhaps a lot of us share this excitement with young children as they are expanding their vocabulary. Others, including me, remember a sense of wonder when we first used a specialized language to communicate with a computer. In this section, we'll continue to learn more about Linux and how to communicate with the OS through its shell. You'll utilize the command line to communicate with the OS. You'll learn how to input commands in the shell and learn about some of the core Linux commands that you'll use as a security analyst. Specifically, this includes navigating and managing the file system. You'll also focus on authenticating and authorizing users. This means you'll be able to use a command line to add and delete users from the system and to control what they have access to. Finally, there's always more to learn. So we'll cover accessing resources that support learning new Linux commands. I remember when I first learned about the command line and was shocked at the capabilities it provided. I didn't need to click through multiple screens to get tasks done. Although it took some practice and time to get used to, it has been one of the biggest tools at my disposal. After this section, you'll have a practical experience in an area important to the work of a security analyst, using Linux commands. Welcome back. Before we get into specific Linux commands, let's explore in more detail the basics of communicating with the OS through the shell. Being able to utilize Linux commands is a foundational skill for all security professionals. As a security analyst, you'll work with server logs and you'll need to know how to navigate, manage, and analyze files remotely without a graphical user interface. In addition, you'll need to know how to verify and configure users during group access. You'll also need to give authorization and set file permissions. That means that developing skills with the command line is essential for your work as a security analyst. When we learned about the Linux architecture, we learned that the shell is one of the main components of the operating system. We also learned that there are different shells. In this section, we'll utilize the Bash shell. Bash is the default shell in most Linux distributions. For the most part, the key Linux commands that you'll be learning in this section are the same across shells. Now that you know what shell you'll be using, let's go into how to write in Bash. As we discussed in the previous section, communicating with your OS is like a conversation. You type in commands and the OS responds with an answer to your command. A command is an instruction telling the computer to do something. We'll try out a command in Bash. Notice a $sign before the cursor. This is your prompt to enter a new command. Some commands might tell the computer to find something like a specific file. Others might tell it to launch a program, or it might be to output a specific string of text. In the last section, when we discussed input and output, we explored how the echo command did this. Let's input the echo command again. You may notice that the command we just input is not complete. If we're going to use the echo command to output a specific string of text, we need to specify what the string of text is. This is what arguments are for. An argument is specific information needed by a command. Some commands take multiple arguments. So now, let's complete the echo command with an argument. We're learning some pretty technical stuff, so how about we output the words, "You are doing great." We'll add this argument, and then we'll press enter to get the output. In this example, our argument was a string of text. Arguments can provide other types of information as well. One thing that is really important in Linux is that all commands and arguments are case sensitive. This includes file and directory names. Keep that in mind as you learn more about how to use Linux in your day-to-day tasks as a security analyst. Okay, now that we've covered the basics of entering Linux commands and arguments through the bash shell, we're ready to learn some specific commands. This is exciting, so let's get to our next video. Welcome back. I hope you're learning a lot about how to communicate with the Linux OS. As we continue our journey into utilizing the Linux command line, we'll focus on how to navigate the Linux file system. Now, I want you to imagine a tree. What did you notice first about the tree? Would you say the trunk or the branches? These might definitely get your attention, but what about its roots? Everything about a tree starts in the roots. Something similar happens when we think about the Linux file system. Previously, we learned about the components of the Linux architecture. The File System Hierarchy Standard, or FHS, is a component of the Linux OS that organizes data. This file system is a very important part of Linux because everything we do in Linux is considered a file somewhere in the system's directory. The FHS is a hierarchical system, and just like with the tree, everything grows and branches out from the root. The root directory is the highest level directory in Linux. It's designated by a single slash. Subdirectories branch out from the root directory. The subdirectories branch out further and further away from the root directory. When describing the directory structure in Linux, slashes are used when tracing back through these branches to the root. For example, here, the first slash indicates the root directory. Then it branches out a level into the home subdirectory. Another slash indicates it is branching out again. This time, it's to the analyst subdirectory that is located within home. When working in security, it is essential that you learn to navigate a file system to locate and analyze logs, such as log files. You'll analyze these log files for application usage and authentication. With that background, we're now ready to learn the commands commonly used for navigating the file system. First, pwd prints the working directory onto the screen. When you use this command, the output tells you which directory you're currently in. Next, ls displays the names of files and directories in the current working directory. And finally, cd navigates between directories. This is the command you'll use when you want to change directories. Let's use these commands in bash. First, we'll type the command pwd to display the current location and then press enter. The output is the path to the analyst directory, where we're currently working. Next, let's input ls to display the files and directories within the analyst directory. The output is the name of 4 directories: logs, old reports, projects, and reports, and one file named updates.txt. So let's say we now want to go into the logs directory to check for unauthorized access. We'll input cd logs to change directories. We won't get any output on the screen from the cd command, but if we enter pwd again, its output indicates the working directory is logs. Logs is a subdirectory of the analyst directory. As a security analyst, you'll also need to know how to read file content in Linux. For example, you may need to read files that contain configuration settings to identify potential vulnerabilities. Or you might look at user access reports while investigating unauthorized access. When reading file content, there are some commands that will help you. First, cat displays the content of a file. This is useful, but sometimes you won't want the full contents of a large file. In these cases, you can use the head command. It displays just the beginning of a file, by default 10 lines. Let's try out these commands. Imagine that we want to read the contents of access.txt and we're already in the working directory where it's located. First, we input the cat command and then follow it with the name of the file, access.txt. And bash returns the full contents of this file. Let's compare that to the head command. When we input the head command followed by our file name, only the first 10 lines of this file are displayed. Wow, this section had lots of action, and it's just the beginning. I'm glad you learned how security analysts can use essential commands to navigate the system. Next, we'll explore how to manage this system. Now that we covered pwd, ls, and cd, and are familiar with these basic commands for navigating the Linux file system, let's look at a couple of ways to find what you need within this system. As a security analyst, your work will likely involve filtering for the information you need. Filtering means searching your system for specific information that can help you solve complex problems. For example, imagine that your team determines a piece of malware contains a string of characters. You might be tasked with finding other files with the same string to determine if those files contain the same malware. Later, we'll learn more about how you can use SQL to filter a database, but Linux is a good place to start basic filtering. First, we'll start with grep. The grep command searches a specified file and returns all lines in the file containing a specified string. Here's an example of this. Let's say we have a file called updates.txt, and we're currently looking for lines that contain the word OS. If the file is large, it would take a long time to visually scan for this. Instead, after navigating to the directory that contains updates.txt, we'll type the command grep os updates.txt into the shell. Notice how the grep command is followed by two arguments. The first argument is the string we're searching for, in this case, OS. The second argument is the name of the file we're searching through, updates.txt. When we press enter, bash returns all lines containing the word OS. Now, let's talk about piping. Piping is a Linux command that can be used for a variety of purposes. In a moment, we'll focus on how it can be used for filtering. But first, let's talk about the general idea of piping. The piping command sends a standard output of one command as standard input into another command for further processing. It's represented by the vertical bar character. In our context, we can refer to this as the pipe character. Take a moment and imagine a physical pipe. Physical pipes have two ends. On one end, for example, water might enter the pipe from a hot water tank. Then, it travels through the pipe and comes out on the other end in a sink. Similarly, in Linux, piping also involves redirection. Output from one command is sent through the pipe and then is used on the other side of the pipe. Earlier in this video, I explained how grep can be used to filter for strings of characters within a file. Grep can also be incorporated after a pipe. Let's focus on this example. The first command, ls, instructs the operating system to output the file and directory contents of the report's subdirectory. But because the command is followed by the pipe, the output isn't returned to the screen. Instead, it's sent to the next command. As we just learned, grep searches for a specified string of characters. In this case, it's users. But where is it searching? Since grep follows a pipe, the output of the previous command indicates where to search. In this case, that output is a list of files and directories within the report's subdirectory. It will return all files and directories that contain the word users. Okay, let's explore this in bash. So we can better understand how the filter works, let's first output everything in the reports directory. If we were already in the directory, we would just need to input ls. But since we're not, We'll also specify the path to this directory. When we press enter, the output indicates there are 7 files in the reports directory. Because we want to return only the files that contain the word users, we'll combine this ls command with piping and the grep command. As the output demonstrates, Linux has been instructed to return only files that contain the word users. The 2 files that don't contain this string no longer appear. So now you have 2 different ways that you can filter in Linux while working as an analyst. Navigating through files and filtering are just part of what you need to know. Let's keep exploring the Linux command line. Let's make some branches. What do I mean by that? Well, in a previous video, we discussed root directories and how other subdirectories branch off of the root directory. Let's think again about the file directory system as a tree. The subdirectories are the branches of the tree. They are all connected from the same root, but can grow to make a complex tree. In this video, we'll create directories and files and learn how to modify them. When it comes to working with data in security, organization is key. If we know where information is located, it makes it easier to detect issues and keep information safe. In a previous video, we've already discussed navigating between directories, but let's take a moment to examine directories more closely. It's possible you're familiar with the concept of folders for organizing information. In Linux, we have directories. Directories help organize files in subdirectories. For example, within a directory for reports, an analyst may need to create 2 subdirectories, one for drafts and one for final reports. Now that we know why we need directories, let's take a look at some essential Linux commands for managing directories and files. First, let's take note of commands for creating and removing directories. The mkdir command creates a new directory. In contrast, rmdir removes or deletes a directory. A helpful feature of this command is its built-in warning that lets you know a directory is not empty. This saves you from accidentally deleting files. Next, you'll use other commands for creating and removing files. The touch command creates a new file, and then the rm command removes or deletes a file. And last, we have our commands for copying and moving files or directories. The mv command moves a file or directory to a new location, and cp copies a file or directory into a new location. Okay, now we're ready to try out these commands. First, let's use the pwd command. And then let's display the names of the files and directories in the analyst directory with the ls command. Imagine that we no longer need the old reports directory that appears among the file contents. Let's take a look at how to remove it. We input the rmdir command and follow it with the name of the directory we want to remove, old reports. We can use the ls command to confirm that old reports has been deleted and no longer appears among the contents. Now, let's make another change. We want a new directory for drafts of reports. So we need to use the command mkdir and specify a name for this directory, drafts. If we input ls again, we'll notice the new directory drafts included among the contents of the analyst directory. Let's change into this new directory by entering cd drafts. If we run ls, it doesn't return any output, indicating that this directory is currently empty. But next, we'll add some files to it. Let's say we want to draft new reports on recently installed email and OS patches. To create these files, we input touch email _ patches.txt, and then touch os _ patches.txt. Running ls indicates that these files are now in the drafts directory. What if we realize that we only need a new report on OS patches and we want to delete the email patches report? To do this, we input the rm command and specify the file to delete as email _ patches.txt. Running ls confirms that it's been deleted. Now, Let's focus on our commands for moving and copying. We realize that we have a file called email policy in the reports folder that is currently in draft format. So we want to move it into the newly created drafts folder. To do this, we need to change into the directory that currently has that file. Running ls in that directory indicates that it contains several files, including email_policy.txt. Then to move that file, we'll enter the mv command followed by 2 arguments. The first argument after mv identifies the file to be moved. The second argument indicates where to move it. If we change directories into drafts and then display its contents, we'll notice that the email policy file has been moved to this directory. We'll change back into reports. Displaying the file contents confirms that email_policy is no longer there. Okay, one more thing. Vulnerabilities.txt is a file that we want to keep in the reports directory. But since it affects an upcoming project, we also want to copy it into the projects directory. Since we're already in the directory that has this file, we'll use the cp command to copy it into the projects directory. Notice that the first argument indicates which file to copy, and the second argument provides the path to the directory that it will be copied into. When we press enter, this copies the vulnerabilities file into the projects directory, while also leaving the original within reports. Isn't it cool what we can do with these commands? Now let's focus on one more concept related to modifying files. In addition to using commands, you can also use applications to help you edit files. As a security analyst, file editors are often necessary for your daily tasks like writing or editing reports. A popular file editor is Nano. It's good for beginners. You can access this tool through the Nano command. Let's get familiar with Nano together. We'll add a title to our new draft report, os_patches.txt. First, we change into the directory containing that file. Then, we input Nano followed by the name of the file we want to edit, os_patches.txt. This brings up the Nano file editor with that file open. For now, we'll just enter the title OS Patches by typing this into the editor. We need to save this before returning to the command line, and to do so, we press Ctrl-O, and then enter to save it with the current file name. Then to exit, we press Ctrl-X. Great work! We've covered a lot of topics here, from creating and removing directories and files, to copying or moving them, and just now, we've added editing files. You're well on your way to learning Linux commands. Hi there. It's great to have you back. Let's continue to learn more about how to work in Linux as a security analyst. In this video, we'll explore file and directory permissions. We'll learn how Linux represents permissions and how you can check for the permissions associated with files and directories. Permissions are the type of access granted for a file or directory. Permissions are related to authorization. Authorization is the concept of granting access to specific resources in a system. Authorization allows you to limit access to specified files or directories. A good rule to follow is that data access is on a need-to-know basis. You can imagine the security risk it would impose if anyone could access or modify anything they wanted to on a system. There are 3 types of permissions in Linux that an authorized user can have. The first type of permission is read. On a file, read permissions means contents on the file can be read. On a directory, this permission means you can read all files in that directory. Next are write permissions. Write permissions on a file allow modifications of contents of the file. On a directory, write permissions indicate that new files can be created in that directory. Finally, there are also execute permissions. Execute permissions on files mean that the file can be executed if it's an executable file. Execute permissions on directories allow users to enter into a directory and access its files. Permissions are granted for 3 different types of owners. The first type is the user. The user is the owner of the file. When you create a file, you become the owner of the file, but the ownership can be changed. Group is the next type. Every user is a part of a certain group. A group consists of several users, and this is one way to manage a multi-user environment. Finally, there is other. Other can be considered all other users on the system. Basically, anyone else with access to the system belongs to this group. In Linux, file permissions are represented with a 10-character string. For a directory with full permissions for the user group, this string would be d rwx rwx rwx. Let's examine what this means more closely. The first character indicates the file type. As shown in this example, D is used to indicate it is a directory. If this character contained a hyphen instead, it would be a regular file. The second, third, and fourth characters indicate the permissions for the user. In this example, R indicates the user has read permissions. W indicates the user has write permissions, and X indicates the user has execute permissions. If one of these permissions was missing, there would be a hyphen instead of the letter. In the same way, the 5th, 6th, and 7th characters indicate permissions for the next owner type, group. As it shows here, the type group also has read, write, and execute permissions. There are no hyphens to indicate that any of these permissions haven't been granted. Finally, the 8th through 10th characters indicate permissions for the last owner type, other. They also have read, write, and execute permissions in this example. Ensuring files and directories are set with their appropriate access permissions is critical to protecting sensitive files and maintaining the overall security of a system. For example, payroll departments handle sensitive information. If someone outside of the payroll group could read this file, this would be a privacy concern. Another example is when the user, the group, and other can all write to a file. This type of file is considered a world writable file. World writable files can pose significant security risks. So how do we check permissions? First, we need to understand what options are. Options modify the behavior of the command. The options for a command can be a single letter or a full word. Checking permissions involves adding options to the ls command. First, ls-l displays permissions to files and directories. You might also want to display hidden files and identify their permissions. Hidden files, which begin with a period before their name, don't normally appear when you use ls to display file contents. Entering ls-a displays hidden files. Then, you can combine these two options to do both. Entering ls-la displays permissions to files and directories, including hidden files. Let's get into Bash and try out these options. Right now, we're in the project subdirectory. First, let's use the ls command to display its contents. The output displays the files in this directory, but we don't know anything about their permissions. By using ls-l instead, we get expanded information on these files. Let's do this. The file names are now on the right side of each row. The first piece of information in each row shows the permissions in the format that we discussed earlier. Since these are all files and not directories, notice how the first character is a hyphen. Let's focus on one specific file, project1.txt. The second through fourth characters of its permissions show us the user has both read and write permissions, but lacks execute permissions. In both the 5th through 7th characters and 8th through 10th characters, the sequence is R-. This means group and other have only read privileges. After the permissions, ls-l first displays the username. Here, that's us, analyst. Next comes the group name. In our case, the security group. Now let's use ls-a. The output includes 2 more files, hidden files with the names .hidden1.txt and .hidden2.txt. Finally, we can also use ls-la to show the permissions for all files, including these hidden files. I thought that was pretty interesting. Did you? You now know a little more about file permissions and ownership. This will be helpful when working in security because monitoring and setting correct permissions is essential for protecting information. Take a small break and meet me in the next video. Hi there. In the previous video, you learned how to check permissions for a user. In this video, we're going to learn about changing permissions. When working as a security analyst, there may be many reasons to change permissions for a user. A user may have changed departments or been assigned to a different work group. A user might simply no longer be working on a project that requires certain permissions. These changes are necessary in order to protect system files from being accidentally or deliberately altered or deleted. Let's explore a related command that helps control this access. In this video, we'll learn about chmod. Chmod changes permissions on files and directories. The command chmod stands for change mode. There are 2 modes for changing permissions, but we'll focus on symbolic. The best way to learn about how chmod works is through an example. I know this has a lot of details, but we'll break this down. Also, please keep in mind that, like many Linux commands, you don't have to memorize the information and can always find a reference. With chmod, you need to identify which file or directory you want to adjust permissions for. This is the final argument, in this case a file named access.txt. The first argument, added directly after the chmod command, indicates how to change permissions. Right now, this might seem hard to interpret, but soon we'll understand why this is called symbolic mode. Previously, we learned about the 3 types of owners: user, group, and other. To identify these with chmod, we use U to represent the user, G to represent the group, and O to represent other. In this particular example, G indicates we will make some changes to group permissions, and O to permissions for other. These owner types are separated by a comma in this argument. But do we want to add or take away permissions? Well, for this, we use mathematical operators. So the plus sign after G means we want to add permissions for group, and the minus sign after O means we want to take them away from other. And the last question is, what kind of changes? We've already learned that R represents read permissions, W represents write permissions, and X represents execute permissions. So in this case, the W indicates that we are adding write permissions to the group, and R indicates that we are taking away read permissions from other. This is still very complex, but now that we've broken it down, perhaps it doesn't seem quite so much like a foreign language. And remember, you don't have to memorize this all. Let's give this new command a try. We'll start out in the logs subdirectory. If we use the ls-l command, it will output the permissions for the file. It shows the permissions for the only file in this directory, access.txt. Previously, we learned how to read these permissions. The 2nd through 4th characters indicate that the user has read and write permissions. The 5th through 7th characters show the group only has read permissions. And the 8th through 10th characters show that other only has read permissions. We need to adjust these permissions. We want to ensure analysts in the security group have write permission, but take away read permissions from the owner type other. So we add write permissions for group and remove read permissions for other. Let's run ls-l again. This shows a change in the permissions for access.txt. Notice how in the middle segment of permissions for the group W has been added to give write permissions. And another change is that the R has been removed in the last segment, indicating that read permissions for other have been removed. As mentioned earlier, these hyphens indicate a lack of permissions. Now, other is lacking all permissions. Though it requires practice, working in Linux becomes more natural with time. I'm glad you're learning a little more about how to use Linux. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to discuss adding and deleting users. This is related to the concept of authentication. Authentication is the process of a user proving that they are who they say they are in the system. Just like in a physical building, not all users should be allowed in. Not all users should get access to the system. But we also want to make sure everyone who should have access to the system has it. That's why we need to add users. New users can be new to the organization or new to a group. This could be related to a change in organizational structure or simply a directive from management to move someone. And also, when users leave the organization, they need to be deleted. They should no longer have access to any part of the system. Or if they simply changed groups, they should be deleted from groups that they are no longer a part of. Now that we've sorted out why it's important to add and delete users, let's discuss a different type of user, the root user. A root user, or super user, is a user with elevated privileges to modify the system. Regular users have limitations, where the root does not. Individuals who need to perform specific tasks can be temporarily added as root users. Root users can create, modify, or delete any file and run any program. Only root users or accounts with root privileges can add new users. So you may be wondering how you become a super user. Well, one way is logging in as the root user, but running commands as the root user is considered to be bad practice when using Linux. Why is running commands as the root user potentially problematic? The first problem with logging in as root is the security risks. Malicious actors will try to breach the root account. Since it's the most powerful account, to stay safe, the root account should have logins disabled. Another problem is that it's very easy to make irreversible mistakes. It's very easy to type the wrong command in the CLI, and if you're running as the root user, you run a higher risk of making an irreversible mistake, such as permanently deleting a directory. Finally, there's the concern of accountability. In a multi-user environment like Linux, there are many users. If a user is running as root, there is no way to track who exactly ran a command. One solution to help solve this problem is sudo. Sudo is a command that temporarily grants elevated permissions to specific users. This provides more of a controlled approach compared to root, which runs every command with root privileges. Sudo solves lots of problems associated with running as root. Sudo comes from super user do and lets you execute commands as an elevated user without having to sign in and out of another account. Running sudo will prompt you to enter the password for the user you're currently logged in as. Not all users on a system can become a super user. Users must be granted sudo access through a configuration file called the sudoers file. Now that we've learned about sudo, let's learn how we can use it with another command to add users. This command is user add. User add adds a user to the system. Only root or users with sudo privileges can use the user add command. Let's look at a specific example in which we need to add a user. We'll imagine a new representative is joining the sales department and will be given the username of salesrep7. We're tasked with adding them to the system. Let's try adding the new user. First, we need to use the sudo command followed by the user add command. And then last, the username we want to add, in this case, salesrep7. This command doesn't display anything on the screen, but since we get a new bash cursor and not an error message, we can feel confident that the command worked successfully. If it didn't, an error message would have appeared. Sometimes an error has to do with something simple, like misspelling user add. Or it might be because we didn't have sudo privileges. Now let's learn how to do the opposite. Let's learn how to delete a user with user del. User del deletes a user from the system. Similarly, we need root permissions that we'll access through sudo to use user del. Let's go back to our example of the user we added. Let's imagine 2 months later, the sales representative we just added to the system leaves the company. That user should no longer have access to the system. Let's delete that user from the system. Again, the sudo command is used first. Then we add the user del command. Last, we add the name of the user we want to delete. Again, we know it ran successfully because there is a new bash cursor and not an error message. Now, we've covered how to add and delete users and how these actions require sudo. When using sudo, we have to use our best judgment. These special privileges must be used responsibly to ensure a secure system.
My name's Damar. I'm a security engineer here at Google. I've always wanted to get into cybersecurity since I was a kid. A lot of the cartoons I watched, they had like floppy disk or flash drives, and they would put that in the computer and kind of like cause havoc. So I always thought that was really cool. I've had quite a bit of jobs before coming to Google. I've originally started out making smoothies at Jamba Juice. I got my first like IT technological kind of job at Geek Squad, and then eventually I came here and became a security engineer. My advice to people trying to get into cybersecurity is it may be a lot easier than you think. It definitely was a lot easier than I thought. Something that I learned jumping in myself is that you're not going to be able to learn everything all at once, and you're not going to need to know everything all at once. Linux is very important because it's broadly used across pretty much every company. You may use Linux to curate logs. It's a very common practice. You may also use Linux to set up bash jobs that will help with routine tasks within Linux. I first got interested in learning Linux from the Jurassic Park movie. There's a scene in the movie where they need to reactivate the electrical doors, and they have to use a Unix operating system to do so. Later on, I learned what Unix was and how Linux came from it, and it inspired me to learn more about Linux. The best advice I can give someone that's trying to learn Linux and Linux commands is don't get discouraged by any small hiccups that come up. Just keep with it, stick with it. Think of it as when you first learned to swim, right? You probably weren't that great at it. It was frustrating and you were probably a little scared, but you stuck with it, and I hope that you're able to swim now. There are a plethora of support resources when learning Linux. One good example is the discussion forum in the certificate course. Another avenue of support for learning Linux is just Googling answers, using Stack Overflow, maybe even making a Reddit post. I love working in cybersecurity. It's pretty satisfying to know that me and my team and then like all of the other security teams here at Google are helping protect people online from things they may not even know about.
There are so many others just like you who will be using the command line. Linux's popularity and ease of use has created a large online community that constantly publishes information to help users learn how to operate Linux. Since Linux is open source, it has become a global community of users that contribute frequently. This global community is a huge resource for all Linux users because users can find answers for everyday tasks. Just searching on the internet will provide many answers. The easiest way to troubleshoot a task is to search and read about how someone else has done it. Looking for resources on how to execute a task is a good way for beginners to continue learning. So far, you've learned how to add users, but imagine if later you wanted to add a new group. One way to learn how to do this is to search online. Let's give this a try through Google Search. The search results give us many options for adding a group in Linux. Another reputable source is a Unix and Linux Stack Exchange. Their answers are ranked with points to display high-quality answers. Many questions relate to more advanced users and are geared towards troubleshooting. Well, now you know where to get some extra support whenever in doubt about topics in Linux. There is a lot of support just a click away. Coming up, we'll learn how to get support from within the command line itself. Join me. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to discuss some resources that are available directly through the shell and can help you while working in Linux. One of the great things about Linux is that you can get help right through the command line. The first command that can help you in this way is man. Man displays information on other commands and how they work. The name of this command comes from the word manual. Let's examine this more closely by using man to get information about the user mod command. After man, we type the name of this command. The information that man returns includes a general description. It also contains information about each of user mod's options. For example, the option -d can be added to user mod to change a user's home directory. Man provides a lot of information, but sometimes we just need a quick reference on what a command does. In that case, you use what is. What is displays a description of a command on a single line. Let's say you heard a coworker mention a command like tail. You've never heard of this command before, but you can find out what it does. Simply use the command whatisTail and learn that it outputs the last part of files. Sometimes we might not even know what command to look up. This is where apropos can help us. Apropos searches the manual page descriptions for a specified string. Let's try it out. Let's say you have a task that requires you to change a password, but you're not quite sure how to do this. If we use the apropos command with the string password, this will display a large number of commands with that word. This helps somewhat, but it still may be difficult to find what we need. But we can filter this by adding the -a option and an additional string. This option will return only the commands that contain both strings. In our case, since we want to change the password, let's look for commands with both change and password. Now, the output has been limited to the most relevant commands. These commands make it a lot easier to navigate the Linux command line. As a new analyst, you won't have all the answers all the time, but you can learn where to find them. Congratulations! You completed another section in this course. Take a minute to think about what you achieved. You learned a lot in this section. Let's recap what we covered. In this section, you utilized the command line to communicate with the OS. Part of this was using commands for navigating and managing the file system. And you use other commands for authenticating and authorizing users. These are all tasks that a security analyst is likely to encounter. Finally, you learned about accessing resources that support learning new Linux commands. With this knowledge, you'll be able to continue learning more and more about using the command line. We did it. We learned how to communicate with Linux. That's a great accomplishment, and one that will be very useful to you in your career as a security analyst. You should be proud of the work that you've done so far. In the world of security, diversity is important. Diverse perspectives are often needed to find effective solutions. This is also true of the tools we use. Your job will often require you to use a lot of diverse tools. In the last section, we studied the Linux command line and learned how this tool can help you search and filter through data, navigate through the Linux file system, and authenticate users. Now, we'll learn about another tool. In this section, we'll explore SQL and how it allows you to analyze data in a way needed for your role as a security analyst. We're going to start off by learning about relational databases and how they're structured. From there, we're going to introduce SQL queries and how to use them to access data from databases. We then move on to SQL filters, which help us refine our queries to get the exact information we need. Lastly, we'll explore SQL joins, which allow you to combine tables together. When I'm presented with a problem or a project at work, I often have to sift through a large amount of data. When I use SQL, I'm able to review data quickly and provide results with confidence, since the queries are consistent and easily executed. SQL is a very powerful and flexible tool. Throughout this section, you'll learn how to use the parts of it you need as a security analyst and gain hands-on experience. Good luck, and I'll join you for the rest of the course. Our modern world is filled with data, and that data almost always guides us in making important decisions. When working with large amounts of data, we need to know how to store it so it's organized and quick to access and process. The solution to this is through databases, and that's what we're exploring in this video. To start us off, we can define a database as an organized collection of information or data. Databases are often compared to spreadsheets. Some of you may have used Google Sheets or another common spreadsheet program in the past. While these programs are convenient ways to store data, Spreadsheets are often designed for a single user or a small team to store less data. In contrast, databases can be accessed by multiple people simultaneously and can store massive amounts of data. Databases can also perform complex tasks while accessing data. As a security analyst, you'll often need to access databases containing useful information. For example, these could be databases containing information on login attempts, software and updates, or machines and their owners. Now that we know how important databases are for us, let's talk about how they're organized and how we can interact with them. Using databases allow us to store large amounts of data while keeping it quick and easy to access. There are lots of different ways we could structure a database, but in this course, we'll be working with relational databases. A relational database is a structured database containing tables that are related to each other. Let's learn more about what makes a relational database. We'll start by examining an individual table in a larger database of organizational information. Each table contains fields of information. For example, in this table on employees, these would include fields like employee ID, device ID, and username. These are the columns of the tables. In addition, tables contain rows, also called records. Rows are filled with specific data related to the columns in the table. For example, our first row is a record for an employee whose ID is 1000 and who works in the marketing department. Relational databases often have multiple tables. Consider an example where we have two tables from a larger database, one with employees of the company and another with machines given to those employees. We can connect two tables if they share a common column. In this example, we establish a relationship between them with a common employee ID column. The columns that relate two tables to each other are called keys. There are two types of keys. The first is called a primary key. The primary key refers to a column where every row has a unique entry. The primary key must not have any duplicate values or any null or empty values. The primary key allows us to uniquely identify every row in our table. For the table of employees, employee ID is a primary key. Every employee ID is unique and there are no employee IDs that are duplicate or empty. The second type of key is a foreign key. The foreign key is a column in a table that is a primary key in another table. Foreign keys, unlike primary keys, can have empty values and duplicates. The foreign key allows us to connect two tables together. In our example, we can look at the employee ID column in the machines table. We previously identified this as the primary key in the employees table, so we can use this to connect every machine to their corresponding employee. It's also important to note that a table can only have one primary key, but multiple foreign keys. With this information, we're ready to move on to the basics of SQL, the language that lets us work with databases. Throughout this section, we'll gain hands-on experience working with the concepts we just covered. As a security analyst, you'll need to be familiar both with databases and the tools used to access them. Now that we know the basics of databases, let's focus on an important tool used to work with them, SQL, and learn more about how analysts like yourself might utilize it. SQL, or as it's also pronounced, SQL, stands for Structured Query Language. SQL is a programming language used to create, interact with, and request information from a database. Before learning more about SQL, we need to define what query means. A query is a request for data from a database table or a combination of tables. Nearly all relational databases rely on some version of SQL to query data. The different versions of SQL only have slight differences in their structure, like where to place quotation marks. Whatever variety of SQL you use, you'll find it to be a very important tool in your work as a security analyst. First, let's discuss how SQL can help you retrieve logs. A log is a record of events that occur within an organization's systems. As a security analyst, you might be tasked with reviewing logs for various reasons. For example, some logs might contain details on machines used in a company, and as an analyst, you would need to find those machines that weren't configured properly. Other logs might describe the visitors to your website or web app and the tasks they perform. In that case, you might be looking for unusual patterns that may point to malicious activity. Security logs are often very large and hard to process. There are millions of data points, and it's very time-consuming to find what you need. But this is where SQL comes in. It can search through millions of data points to extract relevant rows of data using one query that takes seconds to run. That's pretty useful, right? SQL is also a very common language used for basic data analytics, another set of skills that will set you apart as a security analyst. As a security analyst, you can use SQL's filtering to find data to support security-related decisions and analyze when things may go wrong. For instance, you can identify what machines haven't received the latest patch. This is important because patches are updates that help secure against attacks. As another example, you can use SQL to determine the best time to update a machine based on when it's least used. Now that we know why SQL is important to us, we're going to start making basic queries to a sample database. This is definitely exciting, and I'll meet you in the next video.
Hi, my name is Adedayo, and I'm a security engineer at Google. A lot of people think you need to have a degree in computer science, right, to be able to get into cybersecurity. I don't think that's true. Take me for an example. I started learning IT from Lagos, Nigeria, where I was born and raised, and then I'm all the way here now in Silicon Valley working for Google, and I think that's just amazing and a dream come true. You taking this certificate is a first step to you making a commitment to switching your career to cybersecurity. So kudos to you on that. SQL is one of the skill set you need to have in your toolbox as a cybersecurity professional because you can very quickly make decisions, not just off the bat, but make decisions with data backing you and be able to communicate with your team, with stakeholders about why you made a decision. Because it's one thing to be able to say, we need to do this, right? It's another thing to say, we need to do this, and here's the data that I wrote my SQL statements about. I learned SQL first as a coursework in school. That was really great, but I think I kind of forgot everything about that after school. The next step that I took was taking online courses, such as the one you're taking right now, to learn SQL and the fundamentals about it and how to really use it. And then the first time I used SQL practically was at Google. You really need to practice. I think with anything else, practice makes perfect, right? So being able to, even if it's just a few hours a week, put aside time to practice writing SQL statements. Having that skill is something that will be very applicable to your first job, and you can use that to make data-driven decisions. I feel very fulfilled working in cybersecurity. I feel very energized coming to work every day, not only because I get to work on really complex problems and try to figure solutions for them, but I also have great teammates that we all come together and tackle the problem. Being able to go to bed at night, knowing that the work that I do is for the better of Google users and Google employees is a very rewarding feeling for me.
In this video, we're going to be running our very first SQL query. This query will be based on a common work task that you might encounter as a security analyst. We're going to determine which computer has been assigned to a certain employee. Let's say we have access to the employees table, and the employees table has 5 columns. 2 of them, employee ID and device ID, contain the information that we need. We'll write a query to this table that returns only those 2 columns from the table. The 2 SQL keywords we need for basic SQL queries are select and from. Select indicates which columns to return. From indicates which table to query. The use of these keywords in SQL is very similar to how we would use these words in everyday language. For example, we could ask a friend to select apples and bananas from the big box when going out to buy fruit. This is already very similar to SQL. So let's go ahead and use select and from in SQL to return the information we need on employees and the computers they use. We start off by typing in the SQL statement. After from, we've identified that the information will be pulled from the employees table. And after select, employee ID and device ID indicate the 2 columns we want to return from this table. Notice how a comma separates the two columns that we want to return. It's also worth mentioning a couple of key aspects related to the syntax of SQL here. Syntax refers to the rules that determine what is correctly structured in a computing language. In SQL, keywords are not case sensitive, so you could also write select and from in lowercase. But we're placing them in capital letters because it makes the query easier to understand. Another aspect of the syntax is that semicolons are placed at the end of the statement. And now, we'll run the query by pressing enter. The output gives us the information we need to match employees to their computers. We just ran our very first SQL query. Suppose we wanted to know what department the employee using the computer is from, or their username, or the office they work in. To do that, we can use SQL to make another statement that prints out all of the columns from the table. We can do this by placing an asterisk after select. This is commonly referred to as select all. Now, let's run this query to the employees table in SQL. And now we have the full table in the output. You just made it through a basic query in SQL. Congratulations! In the next video, we'll learn how to add filters to our queries. So I'll meet you there. One of the most powerful features of SQL is its ability to filter. In this video, we're going to learn how this helps us make better queries and select more specific pieces of data from a database. Filtering is selecting data that match a certain condition. Think of filtering as a way of only choosing the data we want. Let's say we wanted to select apples from a fruit cart. Filtering allows us to specify what kind of apples we want to choose. When we go by apples, we might explicitly say, choose only apples that are fresh. This removes apples that aren't fresh from the selection. This is a filter. As a security analyst, you might filter a login attempts table to find all attempts from a specific country. This could be done by applying a filter on the country column. For example, you could filter to just return records containing Canada. Before we get started, we need to focus on an important part of the syntax of SQL. Let's learn about operators. An operator is a symbol or keyword that represents an operation. An example of an operator would be the equal to operator. For example, if we wanted to find all records that have USA in the country column, we use country equals USA. To filter a query in SQL, we simply add an extra line to the select and from statement we used before. This extra line will use a where clause. In SQL, where indicates a condition for a filter. After the keyword where, the specific condition is listed using operators. So if we wanted to find all of the login attempts made in the United States, we would create this filter. In this particular condition, we're indicating to return all records that have a value in the country column that is equal to USA. Let's try putting it all together in SQL. We're going to start with selecting all the columns from the log_in_attempts table, and then add the where filter. Don't forget the semicolon. This tells us we finished the SQL statement. Now, let's run this query. Because of our filter, only the rows where the country of the login attempts was USA are returned. In the previous example, the condition for our filter was based simply on returning records that are equal to a particular value. We can also make our conditions more complex by searching for a pattern instead of an exact word. For example, in the employees table, we have a column for office. We could search for records in this column that match a certain pattern. Perhaps we might want all offices in the East building. To search for a pattern, we use a percentage sign to act as a wildcard for unspecified characters. If we ran a filter for East percentage sign, this would return all records that start with East. For example, the offices East 120, East 290, and East 435. When searching for patterns with the percentage sign, we cannot use the equals operator. Instead, we use another operator, like. Like is an operator used with where to search for a pattern in a column. Since like is an operator, similar to the equal sign, we use it instead of the equal sign. So, when our goal is to return all values in the office column that start with the word east, like would appear in a where clause. Let's go back to the example in which we wanted to filter for login attempts made in the United States. Imagine that we realize our database contains inconsistencies with how the United States is represented. Some entries use US, while others use USA. Let's get into SQL and apply this new type of filter with like. We're going to start with the same first 2 lines of code because we want to select all columns from the login attempts table. And we're going to add a filter with like so that records will be returned if they contain a value in the country column beginning with the characters US. This includes both US and USA. Let's run this query to check if the output changes. This returns all the entries where the user location was in the United States. And now we can use the like clause to filter columns based on a pattern. Wow, we've already learned how to get very precise with our database and get exactly the data we need with one single query. I'm excited for what's next. In this video, we're going to continue using SQL queries and filters, but now we're going to apply them to new data types. First, let's explore the 3 common data types that you will find in databases: string, numeric, and date and time. String data is data consisting of an ordered sequence of characters. These characters could be numbers, letters, or symbols. For example, you'll encounter string data in usernames, such as a username analyst10. Numeric data is data consisting of numbers, such as a count of login attempts. Unlike strings, mathematical operations can be used on numeric data, like multiplication or addition. Date and time data refers to data representing a date and/or time. Previously, we applied filters using string data, but now let's work with numeric and date and time data. As a security analyst, you'll often need to query numbers and dates. For example, we could filter patch dates to find machines that need an update. Or we could filter login attempts to return only those made in a certain period of time. We learned about operators in the last video, and we're going to use them again for numbers and dates. Common operators for working with numeric or date and time data types include equals, greater than, less than, not equal to, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. Let's say you want to find the login attempts made after 6 p.m. Because this is past normal business hours, you want to look for suspicious patterns. You can identify these attempts by using the greater than operator in your filter. We'll start writing our query in SQL. We begin by indicating that we want to select all columns from the log_in_temps table. Then, we'll add our filter with where. Our condition indicates that the value in the time column must be greater than, or for dates and times, later than 1800, which is how 6 p.m. is written in SQL. Let's run this and examine the output. Perfect! Now we have a list of login attempts made after 6 p.m. We can also filter for numbers and dates by using the between operator. Between is an operator that filters for numbers or dates within a range. An example of this would be when looking for all patches installed within a certain range. Let's do this. Let's find all the patches installed between March 1st, 2021 and September 1st, 2021. In our query, we start with selecting all records from the machines table. And we add the between operator in the where statement. Let's break down the statement. First, after where, we indicate which column to filter. In our case, OS_patch_date. Next comes our operator between. We then add the beginning of our range, type and, then finish by adding the end of our range and a semicolon. Now, let's run this and explore the output. And now we have a list of all machines patched between those two dates. Before we wrap up, an important thing to note is that when we filter for strings, dates, and times, we use quotation marks to specify what we're looking for. However, for numbers, we don't use quotation marks. With this new knowledge, you're now ready to work on all sorts of interesting filters for numbers and dates. In the next video, we'll be able to expand our filtering even further by using multiple conditions in one query. In the previous lesson, we learned about even more ways to filter queries in SQL to work with some typical security analyst tasks. However, when working with real security questions, we often have to filter for multiple conditions. Vulnerabilities, for instance, might depend on more than one factor. For example, a security vulnerability might be related to machines using a specific email client on a specific operating system. So to find the possible vulnerabilities, we need to find machines using both the email client and the operating system. To make a query with multiple conditions that must be met, we use the AND operator between two separate conditions. AND is an operator that specifies that both conditions must be met simultaneously. Bringing this back to our fruit and vegetable analogy, this is the same as asking someone to select apples from the big box where the apples are large and fresh. This means our results won't include any small apples even if they're fresh, or any rotten apples even if they're large. They'll only include large, fresh apples. The apples must meet both conditions. Going back to our database, the machines table lists all operating systems and email clients. We want a list of machines running operating system 1 and a list of machines using email client 1. We'll use the left and right circles in the Venn diagram to represent these groups. We need SQL to select the machines that have both OS1 and email client 1. The filled-in area at the intersection of these circles represents this condition. Let's take this and implement it in SQL. First, we're going to start by building the first lines of the query, telling SQL to select all columns from the machines table. Then, we'll add the where clause. Let's examine this more closely. First, we indicate the first condition that it must meet, that the operating system column has a value of OS1. Then, we use AND to join this to another condition. And finally, we enter the other condition. In this case, that the email client column should have a value of email client 1. And this is how you use the AND operator in SQL. Let's run this to get the query results. Perfect! All the results match both our conditions. Let's keep going and explore more ways to combine different conditions by working with the OR operator. The OR operator is an operator that specifies that either condition can be met. In a Venn diagram, let's say each circle represents a condition. When they are joined with OR, SQL would select all rows that satisfy one of the conditions. And it's also okay if it meets both conditions. Let's run another query and use the OR operator. Let's say that we wanted the filter to identify machines that have either OS1 or OS3 because both types need a patch. We'll type in these conditions. Let's examine this more closely. After where, our first condition indicates we want to filter so that the query selects machines with OS1. We use the OR operator because we also want to find records that match another condition. This additional condition is placed after OR and indicates to also select machines running OS3. Executing the query, our results now include records that have a value of either OS1 or OS3 in the operating system column. Good job! We're running some complex queries. The last operator we're going to go into is the not operator. Not negates the condition. In a diagram, we can show this by selecting every entry that does not match our condition. The condition is represented by the circle. The filled-in portion outside the circle represents what gets returned. This is all data that does not match the condition. For example, when picking out fruit, you could be looking for any fruit that is not an apple. That is a lot more efficient than telling your friend you want a banana or an orange or a lime, and so on. Suppose you wanted to update all the devices in your company except for the ones using OS 3. Bringing this into SQL, we can write this query. We place not after where and before the condition of the filter. Executing these queries gives us the list of all the machines that aren't running OS 3, and now we know which machines to update. That was a lot of new content that we just looked into, but you're learning more and more SQL that you can use on your journey to become an analyst. In the next video, we'll be learning how to combine and join two tables together to expand the kinds of queries we can run. I'll meet you there. You've already learned a lot about SQL queries and filters. Nice work! The last concept we're introducing in this section is joining tables when querying a database. This is helpful when you need information from two different tables in a database. Let's say we have two tables, one that tells us about security vulnerabilities of different operating systems, and one about different machines in our company, including their operating systems. Having the ability to combine them gives us a list of vulnerable machines. That's pretty cool, right? First, let's start talking about the syntax of joins. Since we're working with two tables now, we need a way to tell SQL what table we're picking columns from. In our example database, we have an employee ID column in both the employees table and the machines table. In SQL statements that contain two columns, SQL needs to know which column we're referring to. The way to resolve this is by writing the name of the table first, then a period, and then the name of the column. So, we would have employees followed by a period, followed by the column name. This is the employee ID column for the employees table. Similarly, this is the employee ID column for the machines table. Now that we understand the syntax, let's apply it to a join. Imagine that we want to get a deeper understanding of the employees accessing the machines in our company. By joining the employees and the machines tables, we can do this. We first need to identify the shared column that we'll use to connect the two tables. In this case, we'll use a primary key in one table to connect to another table where it's a foreign key. The primary key of the employees table is employee ID, which is a foreign key in the machines table. Employee ID is a primary key in the employees table because it has a unique value for every row in the employees table, and no empty values. We don't have a guarantee that the employee ID column in the machines table follows the same criteria since it's a foreign key and not a primary key. Next, we'll use a type of join called an inner join. An inner join returns rows matching on a specified column that exists in more than one table. Tables usually contain many more rows, but to further explain what we mean by inner join, let's focus on just 4 rows from the employees table and 4 rows from the machines table. We'll also look at just a few columns of each table for this example. Let's say we choose employee ID in both tables to perform an inner join. Let's look at the 2 rows where there is a match. Both tables have 1188 and 1189 in their respective employee ID columns, so they are considered a match. The result of the join is the 2 rows that have 1188 and 1189, and all columns from both tables. Before we move on to the queries, we have to talk about the null values in the tables. In SQL, null represents a missing value due to any reason. In this case, this might be machines that are not assigned to any employee. Now, let's bring this into SQL and do an inner join on the full tables. Let's imagine we want to join these tables in order to get a list of users and their office location that also shows what operating system they use on their machines. Employee ID is a common column between these tables, and we can use this to join them. But we won't need to show this column in the results. First, let's start with a basic query that indicates we want to select the username, office, and operating system columns. We want employees to be our first or left table, so we'll use that in our from statement. Now we write the part of the query that tells SQL to join the machines table with the employees table. Let's break down this query. Inner join tells SQL to perform the inner join. Then, we name the second table we want to combine with the first. This is called the right table. In this case, we want to join machines with the employees table that was already identified after from. Lastly, we tell SQL what column to base the join on. In our case, we're using the employee ID column. Since we're using two tables, we have to identify the table and follow that with the column name. So we have employees.employeeID and machines.employeeID. Let's review the output. Perfect. We have now joined two tables. The result of our query displays the records that match on the employee ID column. Notice that these records contain columns from both tables, but only the ones we indicated through our select statement. There are other types of joins that don't require a match to join two tables, and we're going to discuss those in the next video. I'll meet you there. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed working on inner joins. In the previous video and exercises, we saw how inner joins can be useful by only returning records that share a value in specified columns. However, in some situations, we might need all of the entries from one or both of our tables. This is where we need to use outer joins. There are three types of outer joins: left join, right join, and full outer join. Similar to inner joins, outer joins combine two tables together. However, they don't necessarily need to match between columns to return a row. Which rows are returned depends on the type of join. Left join returns all of the records of the first table, but only returns rows of the second table that match on a specified column. Like we did in the previous video, let's examine this type of join by looking at just 4 rows of 2 tables with a small number of columns. Employees is the left table, or the first table, and the machines is the right table, or the second table. Let's join on employee ID. There's a matching value in this column for 2 of 4 records. When we execute the join, SQL returns these rows with the matching value, all other rows from the left table, and all columns from both tables. Records from the employees table that didn't match but were returned through the left join contain null values in columns that came from the machines table. Next, let's talk about right joins. Right join returns all of the records of the second table, but only returns rows from the first table that match on a specified column. With the right join on the previous example, the full result returns matching rows from both, all the rows from the second table, and all the columns in both tables. For the values that don't exist in either table, we are left with a null value. Last, we'll discuss full outer joins. Full outer join returns all records from both tables. Using our same example, a full outer join returns all columns from all tables. If a row doesn't have a value for a particular column, it returns null. For example, the machines table did not have any rows with employee ID 1190, so the values for that row in the columns that came from the machines table is null. To implement left joins, right joins, and full outer joins in SQL, you use the same syntax structure as the inner join, but use these keywords: left join, right join, and full outer join. As a security analyst, you're not required to know all of these from memory. Once you understand the type of join you need, you can quickly search and find all the information you need to execute these queries. With this information on joins, we've now covered some very important information you'll need as a security analyst using SQL. Thank you for joining me in this video. Congratulations! We've made it together through the end of our focus on SQL. You've put in a lot of work and learned an important tool that will help you on your journey as a security analyst. Let's take a moment to go through all of the topics you learned in this section. We started by learning about the structure of relational databases and how we can access them by using the query language SQL. We then got hands-on practice with writing our own SQL queries. We use SQL to bring up information you might need on the job when working as an analyst. We then focused on SQL filters. We started with simple conditions with strings, and by the end, we learned how to use multiple filters in one query. We concluded the unit with SQL joins and learned how to join multiple tables, giving us even more information at once. By completing this course, you just took a very big step in your future career as a security analyst. You have been introduced to a powerful tool that can help you in your work. And whenever you need to, I encourage you to revisit the materials in this course. Learning a querying language like SQL takes time. Thank you again for joining me in this journey. I hope you'll enjoy using SQL as much as I do. You made it to the end of this course. Congratulations! You did it! I hope you are proud of all you learned. The focus of this course was computing basics. Understanding the basics of computing is a valuable skill as you transition into your career as a security analyst. Let's recap what you learned in this course. We first focused on operating systems and how they relate to applications and hardware. Understanding how the system you're protecting works is essential for doing your job effectively. That brings us to the Linux operating system. When working in the security profession, familiarity with Linux is important. We first discussed its architecture and various distributions. Then, we use a Linux command line to carry out tasks you might encounter as a security analyst. Finally, we looked at another useful tool and used SQL to query databases. After this course, I hope you have a better understanding of how these foundations of computing support a security analyst in their daily work. I also hope you continue your path with this program. There are a lot of other useful and exciting topics ahead. Once again, congratulations. You finished another course. Building skills is something you should be proud of. Keep it up as you progress through this program.
What do you picture when you think about the security field? This might make you think of a dark room with people hunched over their computers. Maybe you picture a person in a lab carefully analyzing evidence. Or maybe you imagine a guard standing watch in front of a building. The truth is, no matter what thoughts cross your mind, all of these examples are part of the wide world of security. Hi, my name is DeQuisha. I have worked as a security engineer for 4 years. I'm excited to be your instructor for this course and share some of my experience with you. At Google, I'm part of a diverse team of security professionals who all have different backgrounds and unique perspectives. For example, in my role, I work to secure Gmail. Part of my daily activities include developing new security features and fixing vulnerabilities in the application to make emails safer for our users. Some members of my team began working in security after graduating from college. Many others found their way into the field after years of working in another industry. Security teams come in all different shapes and sizes. Each member of a team has a role to play. While our specific functions within the group differ, we all share the same objective: protecting valuable assets from harm. Accomplishing this mission involves a combination of people, processes, and tools. In this course, you'll learn about each of these in detail. First, you'll be introduced to the world of asset security. You'll learn about the variety of assets that organizations protect and how these factor into a company's overall approach to security. Then, you'll begin exploring the security systems and controls that teams use to proactively protect people and their information. All systems have weaknesses that can be improved upon. When those weaknesses are neglected or ignored, they can lead to serious problems. In this section of the course, you'll focus on common vulnerabilities in systems and the ways security teams stay ahead of potential problems. Finally, you'll learn about the threats to asset security. You'll also be introduced to the threat modeling process that security teams use to stay one step ahead of potential attacks. In this field, we try to do everything possible to avoid being put in a compromised position. By the end of this course, you'll have a clearer picture of the ways people, processes, and technology work together to protect all that's important. Throughout the course, you'll also get an idea of the exciting career opportunities available to you. Security truly is an interdisciplinary field. Your background and perspective is an asset. Whether you're a recent college graduate or starting a new career path, the security field presents a wide range of possibilities. So what do you say? Are you ready to go on this journey with me? Hi, my name is LaQuisha. I'm a security engineer. That basically means I work securing Google's products, so users like you aren't vulnerable. Before I entered cybersecurity, I worked installing internet. I also worked at a chip factory. I worked in fast food. I sold shoes at the mall. I did a lot of things before I made it here. A lot of what I learned in my past jobs, I actually use every day. And some of it is my soft skills, like time management, people skills, and communication. As a new cybersecurity analyst, it's important to be able to communicate, take feedback, and feel uncomfortable. Not with the people around you, but with the problems you're trying to solve, because sometimes it requires you to think outside of the box and be challenged. I would describe my job as Google's security guard. Because I work on the Gmail security team, it's my job to protect Gmail. Some of those threats are people who are sending you bad emails who are trying to get your user credentials or get you to click on a phishing link. And when it comes to vulnerabilities, some of those could be something like unsanitized input, which can lead to trouble. My typical workday starts like everyone else. I check my emails, and then from there I go into my bug queue. It's essentially when people tell me there's a problem with one of our products. I start doing a little bit of research, and then I like to explore the bug a little bit more. I like to figure out if this can break this, can it also break this? And if it can, what else can I do with it? And then from there, I look for a solution to make sure that I fix that hole and then any other holes that we might have in our security. Some of the things you learned about in this course is threat modeling, and that's something I use every day. Whenever I get a bug, it's part of my job to figure out the attack tree and what type of vectors can be used to take advantage of vulnerabilities. No one is born knowing everything. And I know that might sound like really cliche or like super obvious, but it helps me because it helps person's perspective the time and effort that everyone has to put in order to learn something new. So be patient with yourself. Don't let anyone discourage you from cybersecurity. Taking this course is one step closer to getting you to your goal. Don't get discouraged now. Keep going. We all depend on technology so much nowadays. Examples of this are all around us. Personal devices like smartphones help keep us in touch with friends and families across the globe. Wearable technologies help us achieve personal goals and be more productive. Businesses have also come to embrace technology in everyday life. From streamlining operations to automating processes, our world is more connected because of technology. The more we rely on technology, the more information we share. As a result, an enormous amount of data is created every day. This huge surge in data creation presents unique challenges. As businesses become more reliant on technology, cybercriminals become more sophisticated in how they affect organizations. Data breaches are becoming increasingly serious due to all the sensitive data businesses are storing. One positive aspect of these challenges is a growing need for individuals like you. Security is a team effort. Unique perspectives like yours are an asset to any organization. A team filled with diverse backgrounds, cultures, and experiences is more likely to solve problems and be innovative. As breach after breach hits the headlines, it's clear that organizations need more professionals focused on security. Companies around the globe are working hard to keep up with the demands of a rapidly changing digital landscape. As the environment continues to transform, the more your personal experience is valuable. In this section, we'll start by exploring how assets, threats, and vulnerabilities factor into security plans. After that, we'll discuss the use of asset inventories in protecting the wide range of assets that companies have. Then, we'll consider the challenges in this rapidly changing digital world. And finally, you'll gain an understanding of the building blocks of a security plan, its policies, standards, and procedures. We'll examine the NIST cybersecurity framework that companies use to create security plans that protects their customers and their brands. I hope you're as excited to go on this journey into this world of security as I am. Now let's get started. Painting a portrait. perfecting a new basketball move, playing a solo on guitar. They all share something in common. Can you guess what it is? If you thought practice, you're absolutely correct. It takes time, dedication, and focus to improve these skills. The security profession is no different. Planning for the future is a core skill that you'll need to practice all the time in security. We all deal with uncertainty by trying to solve problems before they arise. For example, if you're going on a trip, you might think about the length of the trip and how much to pack. Maybe you're traveling somewhere cold. You might bring coats and sweaters to help keep you warm. We all want to feel the security of knowing that there's a plan if something goes wrong. Businesses are no different. Just like you, organizations try their best to plan ahead by analyzing risks. Security teams help companies by focusing on risks. In security, a risk is anything that can impact the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of an asset. Our primary focus as security practitioners is to maintain confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which are the three components of the CIA triad. The process of security risk planning is the first step towards protecting these cornerstones. Each organization has their own unique security plan based on the risks they face. Thankfully, you don't need to be familiar with every possible security plan to be a good security practitioner. All you really need to know are the basis of how these plans are put together. Security plans are based on the analysis of three elements: assets, threats, and vulnerabilities. Organizations measure security risks by analyzing how each can have an effect on confidentiality, integrity, and availability of their information and systems. Basically, they each represent the what, why, and how of security. Let's spend a little time exploring each of these in more detail. As you might imagine, an asset is an item perceived as having value to an organization. This often includes a wide range of things. Buildings, equipment, data, and people are all examples of assets that businesses want to protect. Let's examine this idea more by analyzing the assets of a home. Inside a home, there's a wide range of assets, like people and personal belongings. The outside structure of a home is made of assets too, like the walls, roof, windows, and doors. All of these assets have value, but they differ in how they might be protected. Someone might place a lower priority on protecting the outside walls than on the front door, for example. This is because a burglar is more likely to enter through the front door than a wall. That's why we have locks. With so many types of assets to think of, security plans need to prioritize resources. After all, no matter how large a security team is, it would be impossible to monitor every single asset at all hours of the day. Security teams can prioritize their efforts based on threats. In security, a threat is any circumstance or event that can negatively impact assets. Much like assets, threats include a wide range of things. Going back to the example of a home, a threat can be a burglar who's trying to gain access. Burglars aren't the only type of threats that affect the security of windows and doors. What if either broke by accident? Strong winds can blow the door open during a bad storm, or kids playing with a ball nearby can accidentally damage a window. If any of these thoughts cross your mind, great job. You're already demonstrating a security mindset. The final element of a security plan that we're going to cover are vulnerabilities. In security, a vulnerability is a weakness that can be exploited by a threat. A weak lock on a front door, for example, is a vulnerability that can be exploited by a burglar. And old cracked wood is a different vulnerability on that same front door that can increase the chances of storm damage. In other words, think of vulnerabilities as flaws within an asset. Assets can have many different types of vulnerabilities that are an easy target for attackers. We'll explore different types of threats and vulnerabilities in greater detail later. For now, just understand that security teams need to account for a wide range of assets, threats, and vulnerabilities to effectively plan for the future.
I'm Tree, a security engineer at Google. My department is detection and response. Let's see, what does my everyday look like? Well, of course, I have the free lunch and coffee, which is nice. And then I finally get to my desk and I open up the SIEM to see what kind of exciting events are there for me to look into and what threats there could be out there for me to analyze. Also, I work on improving our analysis for detection of potential threats. So my security passion developed at a young age. I was a victim of a hack, believe it or not. After school every day at that time, I would go home and play a computer game. One day, I got home, I brought it up, and it said, "Your CD key is in use by," and then it gave some strange name there that I didn't recognize. At first, I felt shocked. I had bought this game myself, and somebody stole my CD key. But it did provide me this motivation to start to learn how to defend myself. For example, I learned about manual removal of malware, and that became one of my favorite topics. Also, for fun, I started doing some white hacker activity against some of my friends. Asset security is a very important field, and there's many varieties of assets that you could be looking into to protect. My favorite part is building the detections that actually have the potential to catch malicious behavior. In asset management security, you have the ability to accurately inventory all of the assets, which include IP, user data, employee machines, and to make sure you have a security posture that's on par with what you need. There's always new technology coming on the scene, new hardware, and we are responsible for understanding what potential new threats are out there. Problem-solving ability and creative thinking is important in cybersecurity because there's always complex problems, and people need to be able to think outside of the box, think creatively, and think holistically as they approach their solutions to mitigate risks. Cybersecurity is a noble occupation. Many things can happen, many bad things can happen on the internet, but we can be there to stand up against it, and we can be there to do something about it. We can be there to protect our users or family members or friends. That responsibility is heavy, yes. But also, of course, it's a very important mission, and I am proud to be within the security team.
It can be really stressful when you have trouble finding something important. You're late to an appointment and can't find your keys. We all find ourselves in situations like these at one time or another. Believe it or not, organizations deal with the same kind of trouble. Take a few seconds to think of the number of important assets you have nearby. I'm thinking of my phone, wallet, and keys, for example. Next, imagine that you're just joined a security team for a small online retailer. The company has been growing over the past few years, adding more and more customers. As a result, they're expanding their security department to protect the increasing numbers of assets they have. Let's say each of you are responsible for 10 assets. That's a lot of assets. Even in this small business setting, that's an incredible amount of things that needs protecting. A fundamental truth of security is you can only protect the things you account for. Asset management is the process of tracking assets and the risk that affects them. All security plans revolve around asset management. Recall that assets include any item perceived as having value to an organization. Equipment, data, and intellectual property are just a few of the wide range of assets businesses want to protect. A critical part of every organization's security plan is keeping track of its assets. Asset management starts with having an asset inventory, a catalog of assets that need to be protected. This is an essential part of protecting organizational assets. Without this record, organizations run the risk of losing track of all that's important to them. A good way to think of asset inventories is as a shepherd protecting sheep. Having an accurate count of the number of sheep help in a lot of ways. For example, it would be easier to allocate resources like food to take care of them. Another benefit of asset inventory might be that you get an alert if one of them goes missing. Once more, think of the important assets you have nearby. Just like me, you're probably able to rate them according to the level of importance. I would rank my wallet ahead of my shoes, for example. In security, this practice is known as asset classification. In general, asset classification is the practice of labeling assets based on the sensitivity and importance to an organization. Organizations label assets differently. Many of them follow a basic classification scheme: public, internal only, confidential, and restricted. Public assets can be shared with anyone. Internal only can be shared with anyone in the organization, but should not be shared outside of it. and confidential assets should only be accessed by those working on a specific project. Assets classified as restricted are typically highly sensitive and must be protected. Assets with this label are considered need to know. Examples include intellectual property and health or payment information. For example, a growing online retailer might mark internal emails about a new product as confidential because those working on the new product should know about it. They might also label the doors at their offices with a restricted sign to keep everyone out who doesn't have a specific reason to be in there. These are just a couple of everyday examples that you may be familiar with from your prior experience. For the most part, classification determines whether an asset can be disclosed, altered, or destroyed. Asset management is a continuous process, one that helps uncover unexpected gaps in security for potential risks. Keeping track of all that's important to an organization is an essential part of security planning. Welcome back. We've covered a lot of information so far. I hope you're having as much fun exploring the world of security as I am. We've explored what organization assets are and why they need protection. You've also gotten a sense of the tremendous amount of asset security teams protect. Previously, we began examining security asset management and the importance of keeping track of everything that's important to an organization. Security teams classify assets based on value. Next, let's expand our security mindset and think about this question. What exactly is valuable about an asset? These days, the answer is often information. Most information is in a digital form. We call this data. Data is information that is translated, processed, or stored by a computer. We live in a connected world. Billions of devices around the world are linked to the internet and are exchanging data with each other all the time. In fact, millions of pieces of data are being passed to your device right now. When compared to physical assets, digital assets have additional challenges. What you will need to understand is that protecting data depends on where that data is and what it's doing. Security teams protect data in 3 different states: in use, in transit, and at rest. Let's investigate this idea in greater detail. Data in use is data being accessed by one or more users. Imagine being at a park with your laptop. It's a nice sunny day and you stop at a bench to check your email. This is an example of data in use. As soon as you log in, your inbox is considered to be in use. Next is data in transit. Data in transit is data traveling from one point to another. While you're signed into your account, a message from one of your friends appears. They sent you an interesting article about the growing security industry. You decide to reply, thanking them for sending this to you. When you click send, this is now an example of data in transit. Finally, there's data at rest. Data at rest is data not currently being accessed. In this state, data is typically stored on a physical device. An example of data at rest would be when you finish checking your email and close your laptop. You then decide to pack up and go to a nearby cafe for breakfast. As you make your way from the park towards the cafe, the data in your laptop is at rest. So now that we understand these states of data, let's connect this back to asset management. Earlier, I mentioned that information is one of the most valuable assets that companies can have. Information security, or InfoSec, is the practice of keeping data in all states away from unauthorized users. Weak information security is a serious problem. It can lead to things like identity theft, financial loss, and reputational damage. These events have potential to harm organizations, their partners, and their customers. And there's more to consider in your work as a security analyst. As our digital world continually changes, we are adapting our understanding of data at rest. Physical devices like our smartphones more commonly store data in the cloud, meaning that our information isn't necessarily at rest just because our phone is resting on a table. We should always be mindful of new vulnerabilities as our world becomes increasingly connected. Remember, protecting data depends on where the data is and what it's doing. Keeping track of information is part of the puzzle that companies solve when considering their security plan. Understanding the 3 states of data enables security teams to analyze risks and determine an asset management plan for different situations. Security is all about people, processes, and technology. It's a team effort, and I mean that literally. Protecting assets extends well beyond one person or a group of people in an IT department. The truth of the matter is that security is a culture. It's a shared set of values that spans all levels of an organization. These values touch everyone, from employees to vendors to customers. Protecting digital and physical assets requires everyone to participate, which can be a challenge. That's what security plans are for. Plans come in many shapes and sizes, but they all share a common goal: to be prepared for risks when they happen. Placing the focus on people is what leads to the most effective security plans. Considering the diverse backgrounds and perspectives of everyone involved, ensure that no one is left out when something goes wrong. We talked earlier about the risks as being anything that can impact the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of an asset. Most security plans address risks by breaking them down according to categories and factors. Some common risk categories might include the damage, disclosure, or loss of information. Any of these can be due to factors like the physical damage or malfunctions of a device. There are also factors like attacks and human error. For example, a new school teacher may be asked to sign a contract before their first day of class. The agreement may warn against some common risks associated with human error, like using a personal email to send sensitive information. A security plan may require that all new hires sign off on this agreement, effectively spreading the values that ensure everyone's in alignment. This is just one example of the types and causes of risks that a plan might address. These things vary widely depending on the company, but how these plans are communicated is similar across industries. Security plans consist of three basic elements: policies, standards, and procedures. These three elements are how companies share their security plans. These words tend to be used interchangeably outside of security, but you'll soon discover that they each have a very specific meaning and function in this context. A policy in security is a set of rules that reduce risks and protects information. Policies are the foundation of every security plan. They give everyone in and out of an organization guidance by addressing questions like, what are we protecting and why? Policies focus on the strategic side of things by identifying the scope, objectives, and limitations of a security plan. For instance, newly hired employees at many companies are required to sign off on an acceptable use policy, or AUP. These provisions outline secure ways that an employee may access corporate systems. Standards are the next part. These have a tactical function as they concern how well we're protecting assets. In security, standards are references that inform how to set policies. A good way to think of standards is that they create a point of reference. For example, many companies use the password management standard identified in NIST Special Publication 800-63B to improve their security policies by specifying that employees' passwords must be at least 8 characters long. The last part of a plan is its procedures. Procedures are step-by-step instructions to perform a specific security task. Organizations usually keep multiple procedure documents that are used throughout the company, like how employees can choose secure passwords, or how they can securely reset a password if it's been locked. Sharing clear and actionable procedures with everyone creates accountability, consistency, and efficiency across an organization. Policies, standards, and procedures vary widely from one company to another because they are tailored to each organization's goals. Simply understanding the structure of security plans is a great start. For now, I hope you have a clearer picture of what policies, standards, and procedures are, and how they are essential to making security a team effort. Having a plan is just one part of securing assets. Once the plan is in action, the other part is making sure everyone's following along. In security, we call this compliance. Compliance is the process of adhering to internal standards and external regulations. Small companies and large organizations around the world place security compliance at the top of their list of priorities. At a high level, maintaining trust, reputation, safety, and the integrity of your data are just a few reasons to be concerned about compliance. Fines, penalties, and lawsuits are other reasons. This is particularly true for companies in highly regulated industries like healthcare, energy, and finance. Being out of compliance with a regulation can cause long-lasting financial and reputational effects that can seriously impact a business. Regulations are rules set by a government or other authority to control the way something is done. Like policies, regulations exist to protect people and their information, but on a larger scale. Compliance can be a complex process because of the many regulations that exist all around the world. For our purpose, we're going to focus on a framework of security compliance, the US-based NIST Cybersecurity Framework. Early in the program, you learned the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST. One of the primary roles of NIST is to openly provide companies with a set of frameworks and security standards that reflect key security-related regulations. The NIST Cybersecurity Framework is a voluntary framework that consists of standards, guidelines, and best practices to manage cybersecurity risks. Commonly known as the CSF, this framework was developed to help businesses secure one of their most important assets, information. The CSF consists of three main components: the core, its tiers, and its profiles. Let's explore each of these together to build a better understanding of how NIST CSF is used. The core is basically a simplified version of the functions or duties of a security plan. The CSF core identifies 5 broad functions: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Think of these categories of the core as a security checklist. After the core, the next NIST component we'll discuss is its tiers. These provide security teams with a way to measure performance across each of the 5 functions of the core. Tiers range from level 1 to level 4. Level 1, or passive, indicates a function is reaching bare minimum standards. Level 4, or adaptive, is an indication that a function is being performed at an exemplary standard. You may have noticed that CSF tiers aren't a yes or no proposition. Instead, there's a range of values. That's because tiers are designed as a way of showing organization what is and isn't working with their security plans. Lastly, profiles are the final component of CSF. These provide insight into the current state of a security plan. One way to think of profiles is like photos capturing a moment in time. Comparing photos of the same subject taken at different times can provide useful insights. For example, without these photos, you might not notice how this tree has changed. It's the same with NIST profiles. Good security practice is about more than avoiding fines and attacks. It demonstrates that you care about people and their information. Before we go, let's visit the core's functions one more time to look at where we've been and where we're going. The first function is identify. Our previous discussions on asset management and risk assessment relates to that function. Coming up, we're going to focus on many of the categories of the second function, the protect function. Meet you there. Well done. You made it to the end of this section. Being a security practitioner takes commitment and a desire to learn. A big part of the job involves keeping current with best practices and emerging trends. Thinking back on my own journey into the world of security, I'm so proud of you for your continued commitment. We've covered a lot of material this week, and this is a good time to reflect and look back on the key concepts we explored together. We covered the building blocks of organizational risk management, assets, threats, and vulnerabilities. We also spent some time demonstrating the importance of asset inventories. It's much easier to protect companies' assets if you know where they are and who's responsible for them. After that, we moved on to explore the challenges in a rapidly changing digital world. Part of protecting data in this world is understanding if it's in use, in transit, or at rest. Finally, in our high-level exploration of policies, standards, and procedures, we talked about how each of them factor into achieving security goals. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to achieving security. While exploring the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, you gained an appreciation of how it supports good security practices. Attackers are also constantly building their skills and finding new ways to break through the defenses we put up. Remember, the landscape is always changing. There's always more to learn if you want to be a good security practitioner. Next up, we're going to expand our security mindset by learning more about the different systems security teams use to protect organizational assets. I'm looking forward to it. I was fascinated by a worldwide malware event that happened in 2017. I started watching videos and preparing to take certification tests just like you. I felt overwhelmed at first, but my curiosity and passion has driven me to continue learning in this field. I always remind myself that no one is born knowing everything, and everyone is on a learning journey. Even now, I still remember what it was like to start out in this profession. So believe me when I tell you that you're making great progress, and I am proud of your effort. Now, before looking ahead to where we're headed on our journey into the world of security, let's take a moment to look back on where we've been. Previously, we focused mostly on the concept of assets and risks in security. We covered topics like the importance of managing assets and keeping them safe. We discussed how the digital world presents new challenges and opportunities in the field of security. We also spent some time exploring security plans. With this solid foundation, we're ready to keep expanding our security mindset. In this section, we'll cover the security controls that are used to proactively keep assets safe. I use the word proactively there on purpose. As you'll soon discover, these controls are the protections that we put in place to stop problems before they happen. We're going to begin by taking an in-depth look at privacy. Here, you'll learn about the effective data handling processes that keep information safe. Next, you'll explore the role of encryption and hashing in safeguarding information. Finally, you'll learn about the standard access controls that companies use to authorize and authenticate users. All right, are you ready to keep moving ahead? I know I am. These days, information is in so many places at once. As a result, organizations are under a lot of pressure to implement effective security controls that protects everyone's information from being stolen or exposed. Security controls are safeguards designed to reduce specific security risks. They include a wide range of tools that protect assets before, during, and after an event. Security controls can be organized into 3 types: technical, operational, and managerial. Technical control types include the many technologies used to protect assets. This includes encryption, authentication systems, and others. Operational controls relate to maintaining the day-to-day security environment. Generally, people perform these controls like awareness training and incident response. Managerial controls are centered around how the other 2 reduce risks. Examples of management controls include policies, standards, and procedures. Typically, an organization's security policy outlines the controls needed to achieve their goals. Information privacy plays a key role in these decisions. Information privacy is the protection of unauthorized access and distribution of data. Information privacy is about the right to choose. People and organizations alike deserve the right to decide when, how, and to what extent private information about them is shared. Security controls are the technologies used to regulate information privacy. For example, imagine using a travel app to book a flight. You might browse through a list of flights and find one at a good price. To reserve a seat, you enter some personal information, like your name, email, and credit card number for payment. The transaction goes through successfully, and you've booked your flight. Now, you'll reasonably expect the airline company to access this information you entered when signing up to complete the reservation. However, should everyone at the company have access to your information? A person working in the marketing department shouldn't need access to your credit card information. It makes sense to share that information with a customer support agent, except they should only need to access it while helping with your reservation. To maintain privacy, security controls are intended to limit access based on the user and situation. This is known as the principle of least privilege. Security controls should be designed with the principle of least privilege in mind. When they are, they rely on differentiating between data owners and data custodians. A data owner is a person who decides who can access, edit, use, or destroy their information. The idea is very straightforward, except in cases where there are multiple owners. For example, the intellectual property of an organization can have multiple data owners. A data custodian is anyone or anything that's responsible for the safe handling, transport, and storage of information. Did you notice that I mentioned anything? That's because, aside from people, organizations and their systems are also custodians of people's information. There are other considerations besides these when implementing security controls. Remember that data is an asset. Like any other asset, information privacy requires proper classification and handling. As we progress in this section, we'll continue exploring other security controls that make this possible.
Hello, my name is Heather, and I'm the Vice President of Security Engineering at Google. PII is everywhere. It's a fundamental part of how we are all working online all the time. If you are using online resources, you are probably putting your PII out there somewhere. There's some of your PII that lots of people know, such as your name. And then there's sensitive data that you don't want very many people to know, such as your bank account number or your private medical health information. And so we make these distinctions often because this kind of information needs to be handled differently. Everything that we do now, from school to voting to registering our car, happens online. And because of that, it's so important that we have safety built in by default into all of our systems. Here are some tips. You should always encrypt the data as much as you can when it's being stored at rest. And secondly, when it's transiting over the internet, we always want to encrypt it using TLS or SSL. Third, within your company, you should think very clearly about who has access to that data. It should be almost no one if it's very sensitive. And in the rare cases where somebody does need to access that data, there should be a record of that access, who accessed it, and a justification as to why. And you should have a program to look at the audit records for that data. The most important thing to remember is if you have a situation where PII has been compromised, remember that's someone's personal information, and your response wants to be grounded in that reality. They need to be able to trust the infrastructure, the systems, the websites, the devices. They need to be able to trust the experience they're having. And for me, that's the mission, to help keep billions of people safe online every day.
The internet is an open, public system with a lot of data flowing through it. Even though we all send and store information online, there's some information that we choose to keep private. In security, this type of data is known as personally identifiable information. Personally identifiable information, or PII, is any information that can be used to infer an individual's identity. This can include things like someone's name, medical and financial information, photos, emails, or fingerprints. Maintaining the privacy of PII online is difficult. It takes the right security controls to do so. One of the main security controls used to protect information online is cryptography. Cryptography is the process of transforming information into a form that unintended readers can't understand. Data of any kind is kept secret using a two-step process: encryption to hide the information, and decryption to unhide it. Imagine sending an email to a friend. The process starts by taking data in its original and readable form, known as plain text. Encryption takes that information and scrambles it into an unreadable form known as ciphertext. We then use decryption to unscramble the ciphertext back into plain text form, making it readable again. Hiding and unhiding private information is a practice that's been around for a long time, way before computers. One of the earliest cryptographic methods is known as Caesar's cipher. This method is named after a Roman general, Julius Caesar, who ruled the Roman Empire near the end of the 1st century BC. He used it to keep messages between him and his military generals private. Caesar's cipher is a pretty simple algorithm that works by shifting letters in the Roman alphabet forward by a fixed number of spaces. An algorithm is a set of rules that solve a problem. Specifically, in cryptography, a cipher is an algorithm that encrypts information. For example, a message encoded with Caesar's cipher using a shift of 3 would encode an A as a D, a B as an E, a C as an F, and so on. In this example, you could send a friend a message that said hello, using a shift of 3, and it would read KHOOR. Now, you might be wondering, How would you know the shift a message encrypted with Caesar cipher is using? The answer to that is, you need the key. A cryptographic key is a mechanism that decrypts ciphertext. In our example, the key would tell you that my message is encrypted by 3 shifts. With that information, you can unlock the hidden message. Every form of encryption relies on both a cipher and key to secure the exchange of information. Caesar cipher is not widely used today because of a couple of major flaws. One concerns the cipher itself. The other relates to the key. This particular cipher relies entirely on the characters of the Roman alphabet to hide information. For example, consider a message written using the English alphabet, which is only 26 characters. Even without the key, it's pretty simple to crack a message secured with Caesar cipher by shifting letters 26 different ways. In information security, this tactic is known as brute force attack, a trial and error process of discovering private information. The other major flaw of Caesar cipher is that it relies on a single key. If that key was lost or stolen, there's nothing stopping someone from accessing private information. Properly keeping track of cryptographic keys is an important part of security. To start, it's important to ensure that these keys are not stored in public places, and to share them separately from the information they will decrypt. Caesar cipher is just one of many algorithms used to protect people's privacy. Due to its limitations, we rely on more complex algorithms to secure information online. Our next focus is exploring how modern algorithms work to keep information private. Computers use a lot of encryption algorithms to send and store information online. They're all helpful when it comes to hiding private information, but only as long as their keys are protected. Can you imagine having to keep track of the encryption keys protecting all of your personal information online? Neither can I. And we don't have to, thanks to something known as public key infrastructure. Public key infrastructure, or PKI, is an encryption framework that secures the exchange of information online. It's a broad system that makes accessing information fast, easy, and secure. So how does it all work? PKI is a 2-step process. It all starts with the exchange of encrypted information. This involves either asymmetric encryption, symmetric encryption, or both. Asymmetric encryption involves the use of a public and private key pair for encryption and decryption of data. Let's imagine this as a box that can be opened with 2 keys. One key, the public key, can only be used to access the slot and add items to the box. Since the public key can't be used to remove items, it can be copied and shared with people all around the world to add items. On the other hand, the second key, the private key, opens the box fully so that the items inside can be removed. Only the owner of the box have access to the private key that unlocks it. Using a public key allows the people and servers you're communicating with to see and send you encrypted information that only you can decrypt with your private key. This 2-key system makes asymmetric encryption a secure way to exchange information online. However, it also slows down the process. Symmetric encryption, on the other hand, is a faster and simpler approach to key management. Symmetric encryption involves the use of a single secret key to exchange information. Let's imagine the locked box again. Instead of 2 keys, symmetric encryption uses the same key. The owner can use it to open the box, add items, and close it again. When they want to share access, they can give the secret key to anyone else to do the same. Exchanging a single secret key may make web communications faster, but it also makes it less secure. PKI uses both asymmetric and symmetric encryption, sometimes in conjunction with one another. It all depends on whether speed or security is the priority. For example, mobile chat applications use asymmetric encryption to establish a connection between people at the start of a conversation when security is the priority. Afterwards, when the speed of communications back and forth is the priority, symmetric encryption takes over. While both have their own strengths and weaknesses, they share a common vulnerability, establishing trust between the sender and receiver. Both processes rely on sharing keys that can be misused, lost, or stolen. This isn't a problem when we exchange information in person because we can use our senses to tell the difference between those we trust and those we don't trust. Computers, on the other hand, aren't naturally equipped to make this distinction. That's where the second step of PKI applies. PKI addresses the vulnerability of key sharing by establishing trust using a system of digital certificates between computers and networks. A digital certificate is a file that verifies the identity of a public key holder. Most online information is exchanged using digital certificates. Users, companies, and networks hold one and exchange them when communicating information online as a way of signaling trust. Let's look at an example of how digital certificates are created. Let's say an online business is about to launch their website and they want to obtain a digital certificate. When they register their domain, the hosting company sends certain information over to a Trusted Certificate Authority, or CA. The information provided is usually basic things like the company name and the country where its headquarters are located. A public key for the site is also provided. The certificate authority then uses this data to verify the company's identity. When it's confirmed, the CA encrypts the data with its own private key. Finally, they create a digital certificate that contains the encrypted company data. It also contains CA digital signature to prove that it's authentic. Digital certificates are a lot like a digital ID badge that's used online to restrict or grant access to information. This is how PKI solves the trust issue. Combined with asymmetric and symmetric encryption, this two-step approach to exchanging secure information between trusted sources is what makes PKI such a useful security control. Security professionals are always thinking about vulnerabilities. It's how we stay ahead of threats. We spent some time together exploring a couple forms of encryption. The two types we've discussed produce keys that are shared when communicating information. Encryption keys are vulnerable to being lost or stolen, which can lead to sensitive information at risk. Let's explore another security control that helps companies address this weakness. A hash function is an algorithm that produces a code that can't be decrypted. Unlike asymmetric and symmetric algorithms, hash functions are one-way processes that do not generate decryption keys. Instead, these algorithms produce a unique identifier known as a hash value or digest. Here's an example to demonstrate this. Imagine a company has an internal application that is used by employees and is stored in a shared drive. After passing through a hashing function, the program receives its hash value. For example purposes, we created this relatively short hash value with the MD5 hashing function. Generally, standard hash functions that produce longer hashes are preferred for being more secure. Next, let's imagine an attacker replaces the program with a modified version that performs malicious actions. The malicious program may work like the original. However, if so much as one line of code is different from the original, it will produce a different hash value. By comparing the hash values, we can validate that the programs are different. Attackers use tricks like this often because they're easily overlooked. Fortunately, hash values help us identify when something like this is happening. In security, hashes are primarily used as a way to determine the integrity of files and applications. Data integrity relates to the accuracy and consistency of information. This is known as non-repudiation, the concept that authenticity of information can't be denied. Hash functions are important security controls that make proven data integrity possible. Analysts use them frequently. One way to do this is by finding the hash value of files or applications and comparing them against known malicious files. For example, we can use the Linux command line to generate the hash value for any file on your computer. We just launch the shell and type the name of the hashing algorithm we want to use. In this case, we're using a common one known as SHA-256. Next, we need to enter the file name of any file we want to hash. Let's hash the contents of newfile.txt. Now, we'll press enter. The terminal generates this unique hash value for the file. These tools can be compared with the hash values of known online viruses. One such database is VirusTotal. This is a popular tool among security practitioners that's useful for analyzing suspicious files, domains, IPs, and URLs. As we've explored, even the slightest change in input results in a totally different hash value. Hash functions are intentionally designed this way to assist with matters of non-repudiation. They equip computers with a quick and easy way to compare input and output values and validate data integrity. Pretty cool, right? Protecting data is a fundamental feature of security controls. When it comes to keeping information safe and secure, hashing and encryption are powerful yet limited tools. Managing who or what has access to information is also key to safeguarding information. The next series of controls that we'll be exploring are access controls, the security controls that manage access, authorization, and accountability of information. When done well, access controls maintain data confidentiality, integrity, and availability. They also get users the information they need quickly. These systems are commonly broken down into 3 separate yet related functions known as the authentication, authorization, and accounting framework. Each control has its own protocol and systems that make them work. In this video, let's get comfortable with the basics of the first one on the list, authentication. Authentication systems are access controls that serve a very basic purpose. They ask anything attempting to access information this simple question: who are you? Organizations go about collecting answers to these questions differently, depending on the objectives of their security policy. Some are more thorough than others, but in general, responses to this question can be based on 3 factors of authentication. The first is knowledge. Authentication by knowledge refers to something the user knows, like a password or the answer to a security question they provided previously. Another factor is ownership, referring to something the user possesses. A commonly used type of authentication by ownership is a one-time passcode, or OTP. You've probably experienced these at one time or another. They're a random number sequence that an application or website will send you via text or email and ask you to provide. Last is characteristic. Authentication by this factor is something the user is. Biometrics like fingerprint scans on your smartphone are an example of this type of authentication. While not used everywhere, this form of authentication is becoming more common because it's much tougher for criminals to impersonate someone if they have to mimic a fingerprint or facial scan as opposed to a password. The information provided during authentication needs to match the information on file for these access controls to work. When the credentials don't match, authentication fails and access is denied. When they match, access is granted. Incorrectly denying access can be frustrating to anyone. To make access systems more convenient, many organizations these days rely on single sign-on. Single sign-on, or SSO, is a technology that combines several different logins into one. Can you imagine having to reintroduce yourself every time you meet up with a friend? That's exactly the sort of problem SSO solves. Instead of requiring users to authenticate over and over again, SSO establishes their identity once, allowing them to gain access to company resources faster. While SSO systems are helpful when it comes to speeding up the authentication process, they present a significant vulnerability when used alone. Denying access to authorized users can be frustrating, but you know what's even worse? Incorrectly granting access to the wrong user. SSO technology is great, but not if it relies on just a single factor of authentication. Adding more authentication factors strengthen these systems. Multi-factor authentication, or MFA, is a security measure which requires a user to verify their identity in 2 or more ways to access a system or network. MFA combines 2 or more independent credentials, like knowledge and ownership, to prove that someone is who they claim to be. SSO and MFA are often used in conjunction with one another to layer the defense capabilities of authentication systems. When both are used, organizations can ensure convenient access that is also secure. Now that we covered authentication, we're ready to explore the second part of the framework. Next, we'll learn about authorization. Access is as much about authorization as it is about authentication. One of the most important functions of access controls is how they assign responsibility for certain systems and processes. Next up in our exploration of access control systems are the mechanisms of authorization. These protocols actually work closely together with authentication technologies. While one validates who the user is, the other determines what they're allowed to do. Let's take a look at the next part of authentication, authorization, and accounting framework that protects private information. Earlier, we learned about the principle of least privilege. Authorization is linked to the idea that access to information only lasts as long as needed. Authorization systems are also heavily influenced by this idea, in addition to another important security principle, the separation of duties. Separation of duties is the principle that users should not be given levels of authorization that will allow them to misuse a system. Separating duties reduces the risk of system failures and inappropriate behavior from users. For example, a person responsible for providing customer service shouldn't also be authorized to rate their own performance. In this position, they could easily neglect their duties while continuing to give themselves high marks with no oversight. Similarly, if one person was authorized to develop and test a security system, they're much more likely to be unaware of its weaknesses. Both the principle of least privilege and the concept of separating duties apply to more than just people. They apply to all systems, including networks, databases, processes, and any other aspect of an organization. Ultimately, authorization depends on a system or user's role. When it comes to securing data over a network, there are a couple of frequently used access controls that you should be familiar with: HTTP Basic Auth and OAuth. Have you ever wondered what the HTTP in web addresses stood for? It stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which is how communications are established over a network. HTTP uses what is known as Basic Auth, the technology used to establish a user's request to access a server. Basic Auth works by sending an identifier every time a user communicates with a web page. Some websites still use Basic Auth to tell whether or not someone is authorized to access information on that site. However, the protocol is considered to be vulnerable to attacks because it transmits usernames and passwords openly over the network. Most websites today use HTTPS instead, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. This protocol doesn't expose sensitive information like access credentials when communicating over the network. Another secure authentication technology used today is OAuth. OAuth is an open standard authorization protocol that shares designated access between applications. For example, you can tell Google that it's okay for another website to access your profile to create an account. Instead of requesting and sending sensitive usernames and passwords over the network, OAuth uses API tokens to verify access between you and its service provider. An API token is a small block of encrypted code that contains information about a user. These tokens contain things like your identity, site permissions, and more. OAuth sends and receives access requests using API tokens by passing them from a server to a user's device. Let's explore what's going on behind the scenes. When you authorize a site to create an account using your Google profile, all of Google's usual login protocols are still active. If you have multi-factor authentication enabled on your account, and you should, you'll still have the security benefits that it provides. API tokens minimize risk in a major way. These API tokens serve as an additional layer of encryption that helps to keep your Google password safe in the event of a breach on another platform. Basic Auth and OAuth are just a couple examples of authorization tools that are designed with the principles of least privilege and separation of duty in mind. There are many other controls that help limit the risk of unauthorized access to information. In addition to controlling access, it's also important to monitor it. In our next video, we'll focus on the third and final part of the authentication, authorization, and accounting framework. Have you ever wondered if your employer is keeping a record of when you log into company systems? Well, they are, if they're implementing the third and final function of the authentication, authorization, and accounting framework. Accounting is the practice of monitoring the access logs of a system. These logs contain information like who accessed the system and when they accessed it, and what resources they used. Security analysts use access logs a lot. The data they contain is a helpful way to identify trends, like failed login attempts. They also use to uncover hackers who have gained access to a system, and for detecting an incident, like a data breach. In this field, access logs are essential. Oftentimes, analyzing them is the first procedure you'll follow when investigating a security event. So how do access logs compile all this useful information? Let's examine this more closely. Anytime a user accesses a system, they initiate what's called a session. A session is a sequence of network HTTP basic auth requests and responses associated with the same user, like when you visit a website. Access logs are essentially records of sessions that capture the moment a user enters a system and to the moment they leave it. Two actions are triggered when the session begins. The first is the creation of a session ID. A session ID is a unique token that identifies a user and their device while accessing the system. Session IDs are attached to the user until they either close their browser or the session times out. The second action that takes place at the start of a session is an exchange of session cookies between the server and a user's device. A session cookie is a token that websites use to validate a session and determine how long that session should last. When cookies are exchanged between your computer and a server, your session ID is read to determine what information the website should show you. Cookies make web sessions safer and more efficient. The exchange of tokens mean that no sensitive information like usernames and passwords are shared. Session cookies prevent attackers from obtaining sensitive data. However, there's other damage that they can do. With a stolen cookie, an attacker can impersonate a user using their session token. This kind of attack is known as session hijacking. Session hijacking is an event when attackers obtain a legitimate user's session ID. During these kinds of attacks, cybercriminals impersonate the user, causing all sorts of harm. Money or private data can be stolen. If, for example, hijackers obtain a single sign-on credential from stolen cookies, they can even gain access to additional systems that otherwise seem secure. This is one reason why accounting and monitoring session logs is so important. Unusual activity on access logs can be an indication that information has been improperly accessed or stolen. At the end of the day, accounting is how we gain valuable insight that makes information safer.
My name's Tim, and I work on the detection and response team at Google. You can think of us as the smoke detectors and the fire departments at Google. So, what our job is to detect harmful activity that may affect Google and its users. The stakes here are very, very high. So imagine what you have on Google, whether it's docs, it's pictures, your financial information, some of your secrets, some things that you don't want anybody to know. Those are the things that we're protecting. Cybersecurity professionals are there to protect the most valuable assets at a company. You'll be there to protect that. And that direct line from what you're doing to what the company feels is most important and most valuable, and protecting that, I think provides a lot of purpose for folks and provides a lot of motivation and provides the basis and the foundation for a very, very satisfying career. Cybersecurity is a profoundly rewarding career. Right? It is a function that is critical at many, many companies, and it is a career that is in high demand, and there is an absolute shortage of talented labor out there. So from that aspect, if you're looking for a path to a viable, long-term, rewarding career, this is as straight a path to that as you can imagine.
Our focus in this section was on a major theme of security, protecting assets. A large part of this relates to privacy. We should all enjoy the right to decide who can access our information. As we learned, there are several controls in place that help secure assets. We begin the section by exploring effective data handling processes that are found on the principle of least privilege. We then explored the role of encryption and hashing and safeguarding information. We explored how symmetric and asymmetric encryption works and how hashes further safeguard data from harm. We then turned our attention to standard access controls. Properly authenticating and authorizing users is what maintaining the CIA triad of information is all about. We used the AAA framework of security to take a detailed tour of identity and access management systems and the access controls that validate whether or not someone is who they claim to be. Well done making it through the first half of the course. You're making great progress so far, and I hope you keep it up. Remember, your background and experiences are valuable in this field. This, combined with the concepts we're covering, will make you a valuable contributor to any security team. Up until this point, we've been exploring the defensive side of security. But security isn't all about planning ahead and waiting for something to happen. In the next part of our journey, we're going to continue developing a security mindset by taking a more proactive look at security from the perspective of attackers. I'll meet you there. Wow, we've covered a lot together. It's hard to believe we reached the midpoint of this course. I hope you're getting a clearer picture of this exciting field and all the opportunities it has to offer. And most importantly, I hope you're having fun doing it. We've come a long ways from where we started. When we began our journey together, we were introduced to the 3 building blocks of every security program: assets, threats, and vulnerabilities. We focused a lot on assets early on, and the wide range of things security professionals work to protect. We then turned our attention to a core component of asset security: protecting assets. You learned about the importance of guarding sensitive information. You also learned about some security controls that protect information from being lost or stolen. On the next part of our journey, we're going to turn our focus to vulnerabilities. Every asset we protect has a series of vulnerabilities, or flaws, that we need to be aware of. Staying informed of these things is a critical part of protecting people and organizations from harm. In this next part of the course, you will gain an understanding of the vulnerability management process. First, you will explore a common approach to vulnerability management, the defense in-depth model. Then you will learn about how vulnerabilities are documented in online libraries like the CVE list. We'll discuss the attack surfaces security teams protect. And lastly, you will expand your attacker mindset by exploring the common attack vectors cybercriminals try to exploit. Security analysts play an important role in identifying and correcting vulnerabilities in systems. I know I'm excited to keep exploring. Are you? Then let's go. For every asset that needs protecting, there are dozens of vulnerabilities. Finding those vulnerabilities and fixing them before they become a problem is the key to keeping assets safe. We've already covered what a vulnerability is. Recall that a vulnerability is a weakness that can be exploited by a threat. That word "can" is an important part of this description. Why is that? Let's explore that together to find out more. Imagine I handed you an important document and asked you to keep it safe. How would you do that? Some of you might first think about locking it up in a safe place. Behind this is the understanding that because documents can be easily moved, they are vulnerable to theft. When other vulnerabilities come to mind, like how paper burns easily or doesn't resist water, you might add other protections. Similar to this example, security teams plan to protect assets according to their vulnerabilities and how they can be exploited. In security, an exploit is a way of taking advantage of a vulnerability. Besides finding vulnerabilities, security planning relies a lot on thinking of exploits. For example, there are burglars out there who want to cause harm. Homes have vulnerable systems that can be exploited by a burglar. An example are the windows. Glass is vulnerable to being broken. A burglar can exploit this vulnerability by using a rock to break the window. Thinking of this vulnerability and exploit ahead of time allows us to plan ahead. We can have an alarm system in place to scare the burglar away and alert the police. Security teams spend a lot of time finding vulnerabilities and thinking of how they can be exploited. They do this with a process known as vulnerability management. Vulnerability management is the process of finding and patching vulnerabilities. Vulnerability management helps keep assets safe. It's a method of stopping threats before they can become a problem. Vulnerability management is a 4-step process. The first step is to identify vulnerabilities. The next step is to consider potential exploits of those vulnerabilities. Third is to prepare defenses against threats. And finally, the 4th step is to evaluate those defenses. When the last step ends, the process starts again. Vulnerability management happens in a cycle. It's a regular part of what security teams do because there are always new vulnerabilities to be concerned about. This is exactly why a diverse set of perspectives is useful. Having a wide range of backgrounds and experiences only strengthens security teams and their ability to find exploits. However, Even large and diverse security teams can't keep track of everything. New vulnerabilities are constantly being discovered. These are known as zero-day exploits. A zero-day is an exploit that was previously unknown. The term zero-day refers to the fact that the exploit is happening in real time with 0 days to fix it. These kind of exploits are dangerous. They represent threats that haven't been planned for yet. For example, we can anticipate the possibility of a burglar breaking into our home. We can plan for this type of threat by having defenses in place, like locks on the doors and windows. A zero-day exploit would be something totally unexpected, like the lock on the door falling off from intense heat. Zero-day exploits are things that don't normally come to mind. For example, this might be a new form of spyware infecting a popular website. When zero-day exploits happen, they can leave assets even more vulnerable to threats than they already are. Vulnerability management is the process of finding vulnerabilities and fixing their exploits. That's why the process is performed regularly at most organizations. Perhaps the most important step of the process is identifying vulnerabilities. We'll explore this step in more details next time we get together. I'll meet you again then. A layered defense is difficult to penetrate. When one barrier fails, another takes its place to stop an attack. Defense in depth is a security model that makes use of this concept. It's a layered approach to vulnerability management that reduces risks. Defense in depth is commonly referred to as the castle approach because it resembles the layered defenses of a castle. In the Middle Ages, these structures were very difficult to penetrate. They featured different defenses, each unique in its design, that posed different challenges for attackers. For example, a water-filled barrier called a moat usually formed a circle around the castle, preventing threats like large groups of attackers from reaching the castle walls. The few soldiers that made it past the first layer of defense were then faced with a new challenge: giant stone walls. A vulnerability of these structures was that they could be climbed. If attackers tried exploiting that weakness, guess what? They were met with another layer of defense: watchtowers filled with defenders ready to shoot arrows and keep them from climbing. Each level of defense of these medieval structures minimized the risk of attacks by identifying vulnerabilities and implementing a security control should one system fail. Defense in depth works in a similar way. The defense in depth concept can be used to protect any asset. It's mainly used in cybersecurity to protect information using a 5-layer design. Each layer features a number of security controls that protect information as it travels in and out of the model. The first layer of defense in depth is the perimeter layer. This layer includes some technologies that we've already explored, like usernames and passwords. Mainly, this is a user authentication layer that filters external access. Its function is to only allow access to trusted partners to reach the next layer of defense. Second, the network layer is more closely aligned with authorization. The network layer is made up of other technologies like network firewalls and others. Next is the endpoint layer. Endpoints refer to the devices that have access on a network. They could be devices like a laptop, desktop, or a server. Some examples of technologies that protect these devices are antivirus software. After that, we get to the application layer. This includes all the interfaces that are used to interact with technology. At this layer, security measures are programmed as part of an application. One common example is multi-factor authentication. You may be familiar with having to enter both your password and a code sent by SMS. This is part of the application layer of defense. And finally, the 5th layer of defense is the data layer. At this layer, we've arrived at the critical data that must be protected, like personally identifiable information. One security control that is important here in this final layer of defense is assets classification. Like I mentioned earlier, information passes in and out of each of these 5 layers whenever it's exchanged over a network. There are many more security controls, aside from the few that I mentioned, that are part of the defense in depth model. A lot of businesses design their security systems using the defense in depth model. Understanding this framework hopefully gives you a better sense of how an organization's security controls work together to protect important assets. We've discussed before that security is a team effort. Did you know the group extends well beyond a single security team? Protecting information is a global effort. When it comes to vulnerabilities, there are actually online public libraries. Individuals and organizations use them to share and document common vulnerabilities and exposures. We've been focusing a lot on vulnerabilities. Exposures are similar, but they have a key difference. While a vulnerability is a weakness of a system, an exposure is a mistake that can be exploited by a threat. For example, imagine you're asked to protect an important document. Documents are vulnerable to being misplaced. If you laid the document down near an open window, it could be exposed to being blown away. One of the most popular libraries of vulnerabilities and exposures is the CVE list. The Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures List, or CVE list, is an openly accessible dictionary of known vulnerabilities and exposures. It is a popular resource. Many organizations use the CVE list to find ways to improve their defenses. The CVE list was originally created by MITRE Corporation in 1999. MITRE is a collection of non-profit research and development centers. They're sponsored by the US government. Their focus is on improving security technologies around the world. The main purpose of the CVE list is to offer a standard way of identifying and categorizing known vulnerabilities and exposures. Most CVEs in the list are reported by independent researchers, technology vendors, and ethical hackers, but anyone can report one. Before a CVE can make it onto the CVE list, it first goes through a strict review process by a CVE numbering authority, or CNA. A CNA is an organization that volunteers to analyze and distribute information on eligible CVEs. All of these groups have an established record of researching vulnerabilities and demonstrating security advisory capabilities. When a vulnerability or exposure is reported to them, a rigorous testing process takes place. The CVE list tests 4 criteria that a vulnerability must have before it's assigned an ID. First, it must be independent of other issues. In other words, the vulnerability should be able to be fixed without having to fix something else. Second, it must be recognized as a potential security risk by whoever reports it. Third, the vulnerability must be submitted with supporting evidence. And finally, the reported vulnerability can only affect one code base, or in other words, only one program source code. For instance, the desktop version of Chrome may be vulnerable, but the Android application may not be. If the reported flaw passes all of these tests, it is assigned a CVE ID. Vulnerabilities added to the CVE list are often reviewed by other online vulnerability databases. These organizations put them through additional tests to reveal how significant the flaws are and to determine what kind of threat they pose. One of the most popular is the NIST National Vulnerabilities Database. The NIST National Vulnerabilities Database uses what's known as the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, or CVSS, which is a measurement system that scores the severity of a vulnerability. Security teams use CVSS as a way of calculating the impact a vulnerability could have on a system. They also use them to determine how quickly a vulnerability should be patched. The NIST National Vulnerabilities Database provides a base score of CVEs on a scale of 0 to 10. Base scores reflect the moment a vulnerability is evaluated, so they don't change over time. In general, a CVSS that scores below a 4.0 is considered to be low risk and doesn't require immediate attention. However, anything above a 9.0 is considered to be a critical risk to company assets that should be addressed right away. Security teams commonly use the CVE list and CVSS scores as part of their vulnerability management strategy. These references provide recommendations for prioritizing security fixes, like installing software updates before patches. Libraries like the CVE list help organizations answer questions. Is a vulnerability dangerous to our business? If so, how soon should we address it? These online libraries bring together diverse perspectives from across the world. Contributing to this effort is one of my favorite parts of working in this field. Keep gaining experience, and I hope you'll participate too. Our exploration of the vulnerability management process so far has been focused on a couple of topics. We've discussed how vulnerabilities influence the design of defenses. We've also talked about how common vulnerabilities are shared. A topic we've yet to cover is how vulnerabilities are found in the first place. Weaknesses and flaws are generally found during a vulnerability assessment. A vulnerability assessment is the internal review process of an organization's security systems. These assessments work similar to the process of identifying and categorizing vulnerabilities on the CVE list. The main difference is an organization's security team performs, evaluates, scores, and fixes them on their own. Security analysts play a key role throughout this process. Overall, the goal of a vulnerability assessment is to identify weak points and prevent attacks. They're also how security teams determine whether their security controls meet regulatory standards. Organizations perform vulnerability assessments a lot. Because companies have so many assets to protect, security teams sometimes need to select which areas to focus on through vulnerability assessments. Once they decide what to focus on, vulnerability assessments typically follow a four-step process. The first step is identification. Here, scanning tools and manual testing are used to find vulnerabilities. During the identification step, the goal is to understand the current state of a security system, like taking a picture of it. A large number of findings usually appear after identification. The next step of the process is vulnerability analysis. During this step, each of the vulnerabilities that were identified are tested. Like being a digital detective, the goal of vulnerability analysis is to find the source of the problem. The third step of the process is risk assessment. During this step of the process, a score is assigned to each vulnerability. This score is assigned based on two factors: how severe the impact would be if the vulnerability were to be exploited, and the likelihood of this happening. Vulnerabilities uncovered during the first two steps of this process often outnumber the people available to fix them. Risk assessments are a way of prioritizing resources to handle the vulnerabilities that need to be addressed based on their score. The fourth and final step of vulnerability assessment is remediation. It's during this step that the vulnerabilities that can impact the organization are addressed. Remediation occurs depending on the severity score assigned during the risk assessment step. This part of the process is normally a joint effort between the security staff and IT teams to come up with the best approach to fixing the vulnerabilities that were uncovered earlier. Examples of remediation steps might include things like enforcing new security procedures, updating operating systems, or implementing system patches. Vulnerability assessments are great for identifying the flaws of a system. Most organizations use them to search for problems before they happen. But how do we know where to search? When we get together again, we'll explore how companies figure this out.
My name is Ahmad. I'm a corporate operations engineer at Google. All I do is solve problems. Googlers have problems, they need somebody to talk to, they usually talk to us. If you asked me at 18 years old where I would be now, I would have never told you I'd be working as a security engineer. I would have told you I'd be working in a prison, or I'd be working as a police officer, some township, and just working the regular 9-to-5 shift. After high school, I went on to work at Trenton State Prison, which is the only maximum security prison in New Jersey. It was very stressful, but at the same time, it's what I wanted to do at the time, or at least that's what I thought I wanted to do at the time. 5 years after becoming a correction officer, I took the test again to be a sheriff's officer. And on the last day of that academy, I decided this wasn't for me. I was tired of being on my face doing push-ups. I was tired of being yelled at. I went home and I did what everybody else would do a Google search. And I saw one for Google, and it was a residency program. It was the top of the list, and I applied to it as a joke. I even told my friends at the time, like, oh, I'm just gonna apply to this. I'm not gonna get in. I had no reference, no connections. I knew nobody that worked at Google. And within a couple of days, a recruiter reached out to me. She said, I think you're a great fit. You're a career changer. I like your application. I like your resume. I think you'd be a great fit. All the interviews liked my background. They liked that I self-taught. A lot of interviewers were able to relate to me. They said, hey, I did the same thing. From there, I was offered the job and I started my career. When I was in orientation, somebody right next to me was actually the valedictorian of Princeton. Here I am with no college degree, no exposure, no work experience, and I'm in the same company. for career changers. What you have that other people don't have is a different mindset. So you're coming from experience outside of the technical space that you can transfer into the technical space. Don't forget that we all have skill sets that can help you in the field. That's what employers are looking for. That's what hiring managers are looking for. One thing I learned as a correction officer is how to assess risk. Every situation is different, just like the security space. Every risk is different. Every vulnerability is different. Every threat is different. You can teach somebody tech. You can't teach them a life of skills outside of tech. If I were to go back and tell my 18-year-old self one piece of advice, it would be, don't be scared, do it. The career in cybersecurity is very fun. It's very interesting. It'll work your brain. It changed my life. It'll change yours as well.
There's a wide range of vulnerabilities in systems that need to be found. Assessing those weaknesses is a time-consuming process. To position themselves ahead of threats and make the most of their limited resources, companies start by understanding the environment surrounding their operations. An important part of this is getting a sense of their attack surface. An attack surface is all the potential vulnerabilities that a threat actor could exploit. Analyzing the attack surface is usually the first thing security teams do. For example, imagine being part of a security team of an old castle. Your team would need to decide how to allocate resources to defenses. Giant walls, stone towers, and wooden gates are a few common security controls of these structures. While these are all designed to protect the assets inside from attacks, they don't exactly account for all the possibilities. What if the castle were near the ocean? If it were, these defenses would be vulnerable to long-range attacks by ship. A proper understanding of the attack surface would mean your security team equipped the castle with catapults that could deal with these kinds of threats. Modern organizations need to concern themselves with both a physical and digital attack surface. The physical attack surface is made up of people and their devices. This surface can be attacked from both inside and outside the organization, which makes it unique. For example, let's consider an unattended laptop in a public space, like a coffee shop. The person responsible for it walked away while sensitive company information was visible on the screen. This information is vulnerable to external threats, like a business competitor who can easily record the information and exploit it. An internal threat of this attack surface, on the other hand, is often angry employees. These employees might share an organization's private information on purpose. In general, the physical attack surface should be filled with obstacles that deter attacks from happening. We call this process security hardening. Security hardening is the process of strengthening a system to reduce its vulnerabilities and attack surface. In other words, hardening is the act of minimizing the attack surface by limiting its points of entry. We do this a lot in security because the smaller the attack surface, the easier it is to protect. In fact, some security controls that we've explored previously, like organization policies and access controls, are common ways that organizations harden their physical attack surface. The digital attack surface is a bit tougher to harden. The digital attack surface includes everything that's beyond an organization's firewall. In other words, it includes anything that connects to an organization online. In the past, organizations stored their data in a single location. This mainly consists of servers that were managed on-site. Accessing the information stored on those servers required connecting to the network the workplace managed. These days, information is accessed outside of an organization's network because it's stored in the cloud. Information can be accessed from anywhere in the world. A person can be in one part of the world, fly to another place, and continue working, all while outside of their organization's network. Cloud computing has essentially expanded the digital attack surface. Quicker access to information is something we all benefit from, but it comes with a cost. Organizations of all sizes are under more pressure to defend against threats coming from different entry points. When we get together next time, we'll explore why this is such a challenge.
Hi, I'm Niru, and I lead the Red Team at Google. The Red Team at Google simulates attackers that are trying to hack into Google. They function as a sparring partner for the Blue Team, that is, the teams that build security controls, detection pipelines, or respond to incidents. So we help test all of those, by simulating adversaries. So we hack into Google to make it harder to hack into Google. So it's like, hey, we found these issues with your system. Now, here are some recommendations we have, and how can we help you fix this? Thinking like an attacker is approaching a problem like an adversary. I generally have a predisposition to think like an attacker. It started when I was a kid and I used to play video games, and I used to ask, oh, do I have to beat the game in the way it's intended? Do I have to get the objective in the standard path? Looking at a system and asking the question, can I break into it? How do I break into it? What is likely to fail? If it fails, what does that give me? It's about taking apart systems and trying to understand it. Threat modeling is integral to almost anything a security professional does. It's about challenging assumptions. It's about approaching things from a different perspective. Rather than looking at the system from the perspective of a developer who is thinking about, how do I build the system in a way that it works for people? You're putting on the hat of an attacker and saying, if I looked at the system, how would I break into it? It's important for security professionals to think like an attacker, because you code more defensively, you build things more defensively, and you break things more offensively. And what that means is you're building in this resilience into the system, and you're building in all these safeguards that are going to help protect the data, the systems, and the people. In order to build my attacker mindset, what I did is I would go pick people's brains. What that means is I can grab time with them and say, hey, how do you approach the system? What are the assumptions you're making? How do you build out the security safeguards that you're thinking about? My advice for people who are trying to build their own attacker mindset is go talk to people, be it in local meetups, in conferences. Find yourself a CTF group and play these competitions with them. See how each person in the team approaches certain things and solves for it. Almost everything we do on a daily basis is online these days, like banking is online, grocery shopping is online, the electricity grid, be it water supplies. All of this has happened in a short span of time. And now people are taking a step back and say, what does that mean for us? And cybersecurity folks are the ones who help make sure these systems are locked down and protected against these adversaries. If you're inquisitive, if you like taking things apart, if you like solving things, if you want to help make things secure, you should join cybersecurity.
To defend against attacks, organizations need to have more than just an understanding of the growing digital landscape around them. Positioning themselves ahead of a cyber threat also takes understanding the type of attacks that can be used against them. Last time, we began exploring how the cloud has expanded the digital attack surface that organizations protect. As a result, cloud computing has led to an increase in the number of attack vectors available. Attack vectors refer to the pathways attackers use to penetrate security defenses. Like the doors and windows of a home, these pathways are the exploitable features of an attack surface. One example of an attack vector would be social media. Another would be removable media, like a USB drive. Most people outside of security assume that cybercriminals are the only ones out there exploiting attack vectors. While attack vectors are used by malicious hackers to steal information, other groups use them too. For example, employees occasionally exploit attack vectors unintentionally. This happens a lot with social media platforms. Sometimes employees post sensitive company news that shouldn't have been shared. At times, this same kind of thing happens on purpose. Social media platforms are also vectors that disgruntled employees use to intentionally share confidential information that can harm the company. We all treat attack vectors as critical risks to asset security. Attackers typically put forward a lot of effort planning their attacks before carrying them out. It's up to us as security professionals to put an even greater amount of effort into stopping them. Security teams do this by thinking of each vector with an attacker mindset. This starts with a simple question: how would we exploit this vector? We then go through a step-by-step process to answer our question. First, when practicing an attacker mindset, we identify a target. This could be specific information, a system, a person, a group, or the organization itself. Next, we determine how the target can be accessed. What information is available that an attacker might take advantage of to reach the target? Based on that information, the third step is to evaluate the attack vectors that can be exploited to gain entry. And finally, we find the tools and methods of attack. What will the attackers use to carry this out? Along the way, practicing an attacker mindset provides valuable insight into the best security controls to implement and the vulnerabilities that need to be monitored. Every organization has a long list of attack vectors to defend, and while there are a lot of ways to protect them, there are a few common rules for doing this. One key to defending attack vectors is educating users about security vulnerabilities. These efforts are usually tied to an event. For example, advising them about a new phishing exploit that is targeting users in the organization. Another rule is applying the principle of least privilege. We've explored least privilege earlier in this section. It's the idea that access rights should be limited to what's required to perform a task. Like we previously explored, this practice closes multiple security holes inside an organization's attack surface. Next, using the right security controls and tools can go a long way towards defending attack vectors. Even the most knowledgeable employees make security mistakes, like accidentally clicking on a malicious link in an email. Having the right security tools in place, like antivirus software, helps to defend attack vectors more efficiently and reduce the risk of human error. Last but not least is building a diverse security team. This is one of the best ways to reduce the risk of attack vectors and prevent future attacks. Your own unique perspective can greatly improve a security team's ability to apply an attacker's mindset and stay one step ahead of potential threats. Keeping yourself informed is always important in this field. You're already off to a great start, so keep up the good work. Here we are at the end of this section. Can you believe it? I had so much fun exploring the world of vulnerabilities. I hope you felt the same. And more importantly, I hope you got a better sense of how complex a landscape the digital world is. This environment is filled with gaps that attackers can use to gain unauthorized access to assets, making it a challenge to defend. We've explored a lot of information this time around, so let's quickly recap what we've covered. You've learned about the vulnerability management process, starting with the defense in depth model. You learned about the layers of this security framework and how each of them work together to build a stronger defense. You then learned about the CVE list that's used to find cataloged vulnerabilities. This is a great addition to your growing security toolbox. After that, you learned of the attack surfaces that businesses protect. We discussed physical and digital surfaces and the challenges of defending the cloud. We finished up by exploring common attack vectors, where you learned how security teams use an attacker mindset to identify the security gaps that cybercriminals try to exploit. Every one of the vulnerabilities that we've discussed so far is faced with a number of threats. When we get back together, we're going to expand our attacker mindset even further by exploring specific type of attacks that cybercriminals commonly use. We'll look at things like malware and the techniques attackers use to compromise defense systems. By exploring how these tools and tactics work, you'll gain a clearer understanding of the threats they pose. We'll then wrap up by investigating how security teams stop these threats from damaging our organization's operations, their reputation, and most importantly, their customers and employees. You've done a fantastic job getting to this point. When you're ready, let's finish the journey together. I'm looking forward to being back with you again. Here we are, the final section of the course. What an amazing job you've done so far. Putting in the time, dedication, and hard work to get to this point is definitely something to celebrate. But we're not through yet. As we near the end of this course, now's the time to focus and finish strong. Let's turn our attention to threats. We've already explored assets, vulnerabilities, and the controls used to protect both. A common theme between those two topics has been the wide range of assets and vulnerabilities out there. The world of threats is no different. If you recall, threats are any circumstance or event that can negatively impact assets. In this part of the course, you're going to expand your security mindset by getting a high-level view of the most dangerous threats facing organizations today. First, we're going to begin by exploring social engineering tactics. psychological tricks that attackers use to gain unauthorized access to assets. Next, we'll explore a common type of threat that's been around since the start of personal computers: malware. We're going to spend some time investigating the major types of malware. After that, we'll turn our attention to web-based exploits. Most organizations these days operate in a digital space, and many of them are new to it. In this section of the course, you're going to learn about some of the most common threats that organizations face online. Finally, after exploring common threats that organizations deal with, we're going to wrap up by exploring the threat modeling process. Understanding threats is essential for a security analyst, and there's a lot to cover, so let's get started. When you hear the word cybercriminal, what comes to mind? You may imagine a hacker hunched over a computer in a dark room. If this is what came to mind, you're not alone. In fact, this is what most people outside of security think of. But online criminals aren't always that different from those operating in the real world. Malicious hackers are just one type of online criminal. They are a specific kind that relies on sophisticated computer programming skills to pull off their attacks. There are other ways to commit crimes that don't require programming skills. Sometimes criminals rely on a more traditional approach: manipulation. Social engineering is a manipulation technique that exploits human error to gain private information, access, or valuables. These tactics trick people into breaking normal security procedures on the attacker's behalf. This can lead to data exposures, widespread malware infections, or unauthorized access to restricted systems. Social engineering attacks can happen anywhere. They happen online, in person, and through other interactions. Threat actors use many different tactics to carry out their attacks. Some attacks can take a matter of seconds to perform. For example, someone impersonating tech support asks an employee for their password to fix their computer. Other attacks can take months or longer, such as threat actors monitoring an employee's social media. The employee might post a comment saying they've gotten a temporary position in a new role at the company. An attacker might use an opportunity like this to target the temporary worker, who is likely to be less knowledgeable about security procedures. Regardless of the time frame, knowing what to look for can help you quickly identify and stop an attack in its tracks. There are multiple stages of social engineering attacks. The first is usually to prepare. At this stage, attackers gather information about their target. Using the intel, they'll determine the best way to exploit them. In the next stage, attackers establish trust. This is often referred to as pretexting. Here, attackers use the information they gathered earlier to open a line of communication. They'll typically disguise themselves to trick their target into a false sense of trust. After that, attackers use persuasion tactics. This stage is where the earlier preparation really matters. This is when the attacker manipulates their target into volunteering information. Sometimes they do this by using specific vocabulary that makes them sound like a member of the organization. The final stage of the process is to disconnect from the target. After they collect the information they want, attackers break communication with their target. They disappear to cover their tracks. Criminals who use social engineering are stealthy. The digital world has expanded their capabilities. It's also created more ways for them to go unnoticed. Still, there are ways that we can prevent their attacks. Implementing managerial controls like policies, standards, and procedures are one of the first lines of defense. For example, businesses often follow the patch management standard defined in NIST Special Publication 800-40. These standards are used to create procedures for updating operating systems, applications, and firmware that can be exploited. Staying informed of trends is also a major priority for any security professional. An even better defense against social engineering attacks is sharing what you know with others. Attackers play on our natural curiosity and desire to help one another. Their hope is that targets won't think too hard about what's going on. Teaching the signs of attack to others goes a long way towards preventing threats. Social engineering is a threat to the assets and privacy of both individuals and organizations. Malicious attackers use a variety of tactics to confuse and manipulate their targets. When we get back together next time, we're going to explore one of the most commonly used techniques, that's a major problem for organizations of all sizes. Cybercriminals prefer attacks that do the most amount of damage with the least amount of effort. One of the most popular forms of social engineering that meets this description is phishing. Phishing is the use of digital communications to trick people into revealing sensitive data or deploying malicious software. Phishing leverages many communication technologies, but the term is mainly used to describe attacks that arrive by email. Phishing attacks don't just affect individuals. They are also harmful to organizations. A single employee that falls for one of these tricks can give malicious attackers access to systems. Once inside, attackers can exploit sensitive data like customer names and product secrets. Attackers who carry out these attacks commonly use phishing kits. A phishing kit is a collection of software tools needed to launch a phishing campaign. People with little technical background can use one of these kits. Each of the tools inside are designed to avoid detection. As a security professional, you should be aware of the 3 main tools inside a phishing kit so that you can quickly identify when they're being used and put a stop to it. The first is malicious attachments. These are files that are infected and can cause harm to the organization's systems. Phishing kits also include fake data collection forms. These forms look like legitimate forms, like a survey. Unlike a real survey, they ask for sensitive information that isn't normally asked for in an email. The third resource they include are fraudulent web links. These open to malicious web pages that are designed to look like trusted brands. Unlike actual websites, these fraudulent sites are built to steal information, like login credentials. Cybercriminals can use these tools to launch a phishing attack in many forms. The most common is through malicious emails. However, they can use them in other forms of communication too. Most recently, cybercriminals are using smishing and vishing to trick people into revealing private information. Smishing is the use of text messages to obtain sensitive information or to impersonate a known source. You probably received these type of messages before. Not only are smishing messages annoying to receive, they're also difficult to prevent. That's why some attackers send them. Some smishing messages are easy to detect. They might show signs of being malicious, like promising a cash reward for clicking an attached link that shouldn't be clicked. Other times, smishing is hard to spot. Attackers sometimes use local area codes to appear legitimate. Some hackers can even send messages disguised as friends and families of their target to fool them into disclosing sensitive information. Vishing is the exploitation of electronic voice communication to obtain sensitive information or impersonate a known source. During vishing attacks, criminals pretend to be someone they're not. For example, attackers might call pretending to be a company representative. They might claim that there's a problem with your account, and they can offer to fix it if you provide them with sensitive information. Most organizations use a few basic security measures to prevent these and any other types of phishing attacks from becoming a problem. For example, anti-phishing policies spread awareness and encourage users to follow data security procedures correctly. Employee training resources also help inform employees about things to look for when an email looks suspicious. Another line of defense against phishing is securing email inboxes. Email filters are commonly used to keep harmful messages from reaching users. For example, specific email addresses can be blocked using a block list. Organizations often use other filters, like allow lists, to specify IP addresses that are approved to send mail within the company. Organizations also use intrusion prevention systems to look for unusual patterns in email traffic. Security analysts use monitoring tools like this to spot suspicious emails, quarantine them, and produce a log of events. Phishing campaigns are popular and dangerous forms of social engineering that organizations of all sizes need to deal with. Just a single compromised password that an attacker can get their hands on can lead to a costly data breach. Now that you're familiar with the tools these attackers use, you're better equipped to spot phishing and prevent it. People and computers are very different from one another. There is one way that we're alike. You know how? We're both vulnerable to getting an infection. While humans can be infected by a virus that causes a cold or flu, computers can be infected by malware. Malware is software designed to harm devices or networks. Malware, which is short for malicious software, can be spread in many ways. For example, it could be spread through an infected USB drive, or also commonly spread between computers online. Devices and systems that are connected to the internet are especially vulnerable to infection. When a device becomes infected, malware interferes with its normal operations. Attackers use malware to take control of the infected system without the user's knowledge or permission. Malware has been a threat to people and organizations for a long time. Attackers have created many different strains of malware. They all vary in how they're spread. 5 of the most common types of malware are a virus, worm, Trojan, ransomware, and spyware. Let's take a look at how each of them work. A virus is malicious code written to interfere with computer operations and cause damage to data and software. Viruses typically hide inside of trusted applications. When the infected program is launched, the virus clones itself and spreads to other files on the device. An important characteristic of viruses is that they have to be activated by the user to start the infection. The next kind of malware doesn't have this limitation. A worm is malware that can duplicate and spread itself across systems on its own. While viruses require users to perform an action like opening a file to duplicate, worms use an infected device as a host. They scan the connected network for other devices. Worms then infect everything on the network without requiring an action to trigger the spread. Viruses and worms are delivered through phishing emails and other methods before they infect a device. Making sure you click links only from trusted sources is one way to avoid these types of infection. However, attackers have designed another form of malware that can get past this precaution. A Trojan, or Trojan horse, is malware that looks like a legitimate file or program. The name is a reference to an ancient Greek legend that's set in the city of Troy. In Troy, a group of soldiers hid inside a giant wooden horse that was presented as a gift to their enemies. It was accepted and brought inside the city walls. Later that evening, the soldiers inside the horse climbed out and attacked the city. Like this ancient tale, attackers designed Trojans to appear harmless. This type of malware is typically disguised as files or useful applications to trick their target into installing them. Attackers often use Trojans to gain access and install another kind of malware called ransomware. Ransomware is a type of malicious attack where attackers encrypt an organization's data and demand payment to restore access. These kind of attacks have become very common these days. A unique feature of ransomware attacks is that they make themselves known to their targets. Without doing this, they couldn't collect the money they demand. Normally, they decrypt the hidden data as soon as the sum of money is paid. Unfortunately, there's no guarantee they won't return to demand more. The last type of malware I want to mention is spyware. Spyware is malware that's used to gather and sell information without consent. Consent is a key word in this case. Organizations also collect information about their customers, like their browsing habits and purchase history. However, they always give their customers the ability to opt out. Cybercriminals, on the other hand, use spyware to steal information. They use spyware attacks to collect data like login credentials, account pins, and other types of sensitive information for their own personal gain. There are many other types of malware besides these, and new forms are always evolving. They all pose a serious risk to individuals and organizations. Next time, we'll explore how security teams detect and remove these kinds of threats. Malware has been around nearly as long as computers. In its earliest forms, it was used by troublemakers as a form of digital vandalism. In today's digital world, malware has become a profitable crime that attackers use for their own financial gain. As a security professional, it's important that you remain aware of the latest evolutions. Let's take a closer look at one way malware has evolved. We'll then use this example to consider how malware can be spotted and how you can proactively protect against malware. Ransomware is one of the types of malware attackers use to steal money. Another and more recent type of malware is cryptojacking. Cryptojacking is a form of malware that installs software to illegally mine cryptocurrencies. You may be familiar with cryptocurrency from the news. If you're new to the topic, cryptocurrencies are a form of digital money that have real-world value. Like physical forms of currency, there are many different types. For the most part, they're referred to as coins or tokens. In simple terms, crypto mining is a process used to obtain new coins. Crypto mining is similar to the process for mining for other resources, like gold. Mining for something like gold involves machinery, such as trucks and bulldozers, that can dig through the earth. Crypto coins, on the other hand, use computers instead. Rather than digging through the earth, the computers run software that dig through billions of lines of encrypted code. When enough code is processed, a crypto coin can be found. Generally, more computers mining for coins mean more cryptocurrency can be discovered. Criminals unfortunately figured this out. Beginning in 2017, cryptojacking malware started being used to gain unauthorized control of personal computers to mine cryptocurrency. Since that time, cryptojacking techniques have become more sophisticated. Criminals now regularly target vulnerable servers to spread their mining software. Devices that communicate with the infected server become infected themselves. The malicious code then runs in the background, mining for coins unknown to anyone. Cryptojacking software is hard to detect. Luckily, security professionals have sophisticated tools that can help. An intrusion detection system, or IDS, is an application that monitors system activity and alerts on possible intrusions. When abnormal activity is detected, like malware mining for coins, the IDS alerts security personnel. Despite their usefulness, detection systems have a major drawback. New forms of malware can remain undetected. Fortunately, there are subtle signs that indicate a device is infected with cryptojacking software or other forms of malware. By far the most telling sign of a cryptojacking infection is slowdown. Other signs include increased CPU usage, sudden system crashes, and fast-draining batteries. Another sign is unusually high electricity costs related to the resource-intensive process of crypto mining. It's also good to know that there are certain measures you can take to reduce the likelihood of experiencing a malware attack like cryptojacking. These defenses include things like using browser extensions designed to block malware, using ad blockers, disabling JavaScript, and staying alert on the latest trends. Security analysts can also educate others in their organizations on malware attacks. While cryptojacking is still relatively new, attacks are becoming more common. The type of malicious code cybercriminals spread is continually evolving. It takes many years of experience to analyze new forms of malware. Nevertheless, you're well on your way towards helping defend against these threats. Previously, we explored a few types of malware. Whether it is installed on an individual computer or a network server, all malicious software needs to be delivered to the target before it can work. Phishing and other social engineering techniques are common ways for malware to be delivered. Another way it's spread is using a broad class of threats known as web-based exploits. Web-based exploits are malicious code or behavior that's used to take advantage of coding flaws in a web application. Cybercriminals target web-based exploits to obtain sensitive personal information. Attacks occur because web applications interact with multiple users across multiple networks. Malicious hackers commonly exploit this high level of interaction using injection attacks. An injection attack is malicious code inserted into a vulnerable application. The infected application often appears to work normally. That's because the injected code runs in the background, unknown to the user. Applications are vulnerable to injection attacks because they are programmed to receive data inputs. This could be something the user types, clicks, or something one program is sharing with another. When coded correctly, applications should be able to interpret and handle user inputs. For example, let's say an application is expecting the user to enter a phone number. This application should validate the input from the user to make sure the data is all numbers and not more than 10 digits. If the input from the user doesn't meet these requirements, the application should know how to handle it. Web apps interact with multiple users across many platforms. They also have a lot of interactive objects like images and buttons. This makes it challenging for developers to think of all the ways they should sanitize their input. A common and dangerous type of injection attack that's a threat to web apps is cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting, or XSS, is an injection attack that inserts code into a vulnerable website or web application. These attacks are often delivered by exploiting the two languages used by most websites, HTML and JavaScript. Both can give cybercriminals access to everything that loads on the infected web page. This can include session cookies, geolocation, and even webcams and microphones. There are three main types of cross-site scripting attacks: reflected, stored, and DOM-based. A reflected XSS attack is an instance where malicious script is sent to the server and activated during the server's response. A common example of this is the search bar of a website. In a reflected XSS attack, criminals send their target a web link that appears to go to a trusted site. When they click the link, it sends a HTTP request to the vulnerable site server. The attacker's script is then returned or reflected back to the innocent user's browser. Here, the browser loads the malicious script because it trusts the server's response. With the script loaded, information like session cookies are sent back to the attacker. In a stored XSS attack, the malicious script isn't hidden in a link that needs to be sent to the server. Instead, a stored XSS attack is an instance when malicious script is injected directly on the server. Here, attackers target elements of a site that are served to the user. This could be things like images and buttons that load when the site is visited. Infected elements activate the malicious code when a user simply visits the site. Stored XSS attacks can be damaging because the user has no way of knowing the site is infected beforehand. Finally, there's DOM-based XSS. DOM stands for Document Object Model, which is basically the source code of a website. A DOM-based XSS attack is an instance when malicious script exists in the web page a browser loads. Unlike reflected XSS, these attacks don't need to be sent to the server to activate. In a DOM-based attack, a malicious script can be seen in the URL. In this example, the website's URL contains parameter values. The parameter values reflect input from the user. Here, the site allows users to select color themes. When the user makes a selection, it appears as part of the URL. In a DOM-based attack, criminals change the parameter that's suspecting an input. For example, they could hide malicious JavaScript in the HTML tags. The browser would process the HTML and execute the JavaScript. Hackers use these methods of cross-site scripting to steal sensitive information. Security analysts should be familiar with this group of injection attacks. However, they're not the only ones, as we'll discover next time. Let's keep exploring injection attacks by investigating another common type of web-based exploit. The next one we're going to discuss exploits the way websites access information from databases. Early in the program, you may have learned about SQL. You may recall SQL is a programming language used to create, interact with, and request information from a database. SQL is used by most web applications. For example, shopping websites use it a lot. Imagine the databases of an online clothing store. It likely contains a full inventory of all the items the company sells. Websites don't normally make users enter the SQL queries manually. Instead, they use things like menus, images, and buttons to show users information in a meaningful way. For example, when an online shopper clicks a button to add a sweater to their cart, it triggers a SQL query. The query runs in the background where no one can see it. You'll never know from using the menus and buttons of a website, but sometimes those back-end queries are vulnerable to injection attacks. A SQL injection is an attack that executes unexpected queries on a database. Like cross-site scripting, SQL injection occurs due to the lack of sanitized input. The injections take place in an area of the website that are designed to accept user input. A common example is the login form to access a site. One of these forms might trigger a backend SQL statement like this when a user enters their credentials. Web forms, like this one, are designed to copy user input into the statement exactly as they're written. The statement then sends a request to the server, which runs the query. Websites that are vulnerable to SQL injection inserts the user input exactly as is entered before running the code. Unfortunately, this is a serious design flaw. It commonly happens because web developers expect people to use their inputs correctly. They don't anticipate attackers exploiting them. For example, an attacker might insert additional SQL code. This could cause the server to run a harmful query of code that wasn't expecting. Malicious hackers can target these attack vectors to obtain sensitive information, modifying tables, and even gain administrative rights to the database. The best way to defend against SQL injections is code that will sanitize the input. Developers can write code to search for specific SQL characters. This gives the server a clearer idea of what inputs to expect. One way this is done is with prepared statements. A prepared statement is a coding technique that executes SQL statements before passing them into the database. When the user input is unknown, the best practice is to use these prepared statements. With just a few extra lines of code, a prepared statement executes the code before passing it on to the server. This means the code can be validated before performing the query. Having well-written code is one of the keys to preventing SQL injection. Security teams work with program developers to test applications for these sort of vulnerabilities. Like a lot of security tasks, it's a team effort. Injection attacks are just one of many types of web-based exploits that security teams deal with. We're going to explore how security teams prepare for injection attacks and other kinds of threats. Preparing for attacks is an important job that the entire security team is responsible for. Threat actors have many tools they can use depending on their target. For example, attacking a small business can be different from attacking a public utility. Each have different assets and specific defenses to keep them safe. In all cases, anticipating attacks is the key to preparing for them. In security, we do that by performing an activity known as threat modeling. Threat modeling is the process of identifying assets, their vulnerabilities, and how each is exposed to threats. We apply threat modeling to everything we protect. Entire systems, applications, or business processes all get examined from this security-related perspective. Creating threat models is a lengthy and detailed activity. They're normally performed by a collection of individuals with years of experience in the field. Because of that, it's considered to be an advanced skill in security. However, that doesn't mean you won't be involved. There are several threat modeling frameworks used in the field. Some are better suited for network security. Others are better for things like information security or application development. In general, there are 6 steps of a threat model. The first is to define the scope of the model. At this stage, the team determines what they're building by creating an inventory of assets and classifying them. The second step is to identify threats. Here, the team defines all potential threat actors. A threat actor is any person or group who presents a security risk. Threat actors are characterized as being internal or external. For example, an internal threat actor could be an employee who intentionally exposed an asset to harm. An example of an external threat actor could be a malicious hacker or a competing business. After threat actors have been identified, the team puts together what's known as an attack tree. An attack tree is a diagram that maps threats to assets. The team tries to be as detailed as possible when constructing this diagram before moving on. Step 3 of the threat modeling process is to characterize the environment. Here, the team applies an attacker mindset to the business. They consider how the customers and employees interact with the environment. Other factors they consider are external partners and third-party vendors. At step 4, their objective is to analyze threats. Here, the team works together to examine existing protections and identify gaps. They then rank threats according to their risk score that they assign. During step 5, the team decides how to mitigate risks. At this point, the group creates their plan for defending against threats. The choices here are to avoid risks, transfer it, reduce it, or accept it. The 6th and final step is to evaluate findings. At this stage, everything that was done during the exercise is documented. Fixes are applied, and the team makes note of any successes they had. They also record any lessons learned so they can inform how they approach future threat models. That's an overview of the general threat modeling process. What we explored was just one of many methods that exist.
My name is Chantel. I'm a security engineer here at Google, and I'm part of the security enablement and scaling team. We secure and monitor systems that contain sensitive information. My background, initially I was going to be a heart surgeon, and then I took chemistry, I took Chem 1, and I was like, nah, that's not happening. So my interest in cybersecurity came from a TV show called Mr. Robot. It's about a vigilante hacker trying to save the world. And from there, that kind of piqued my interest in security, and it served as a great foundation. Valuing diversity and security is important because we're exposed to a broad range of thinking. That helps to inspire a lot of creative ideas and different perspectives and different ways of tackling a problem. And that kind of like leads us forward into being better security engineers. Our manager, Lauren, always steps in to tell us, don't be so quick to find a solution. Don't be so quick to solve the problems yourselves. We have a wide range of security engineers and connections to our disposal. And she encourages us to go out and seek them out, and then to come back and then have us settle in and brainstorm all of these ideas that we've collected after we've went out and tried to find it. We've ultimately almost always come up with the best possible outcome that we can ever come up with. My advice for people to get into the industry is get out there and be proactive. I would definitely suggest Hack the Box or trymehack.com. I definitely recommend joining up the security community on Twitter. There's a huge security community on Twitter right now that shares a bunch of resources, opportunities, job positions, and are definitely open to talking to anyone that's interested in getting into the field but just don't know how. I recommend security as a career, definitely. I think that for me personally, I was able to tap into my rebel side a lot in security. I found I was able to express myself a bit more in security. It's just a whole ball of goodness.
Let's finish exploring threat modeling by taking a look at real-world scenarios. This time, we'll use a standard threat modeling process called PASTA. Imagine that a fitness company is getting ready to launch their first mobile app. Before we can go live, the company asks their security team to ensure the app will protect customer data. The team decides to perform a threat model using the PASTA framework. PASTA is a popular threat modeling framework that's used across many industries. PASTA is short for Process for Attack Simulation and Threat Analysis. There are 7 stages of the PASTA framework. Let's go through each of them to help this fitness company get their app ready. Stage 1 of the PASTA threat model framework is to define business and security objectives. Before starting the threat model, the team needs to decide what their goals are. The main objective in our example with the fitness company app is protecting customer data. The team starts by asking a lot of questions at this stage. They'll need to understand things like how personally identifiable information is handled. Answering these questions is a key to evaluating the impact of threats that they'll find along the way. Stage 2 of the PASTA framework is to define the technical scope. Here, the team's focus is to identify the application components that must be evaluated. This is what we discussed earlier as the attack surface. For a mobile app, this will include technology that's involved while data is at rest and in use. This includes network protocols, security controls, and other data interactions. At stage 3 of PASTA, the team's job is to decompose the application. In other words, we need to identify the existing controls that would protect user data from threats. This normally means working with the application developers to produce a data flow diagram. A diagram like this would show how data gets from a user's device to the company's database. It would also identify the controls in place to protect this data along the way. Stage 4 PASTA is next. The focus here is to perform a threat analysis. This is where the team gets into their attacker mindset. Here, research is done to collect the most up-to-date information on the type of attacks being used. Like other technologies, mobile apps have many attack vectors. These change regularly, so the team would reference resources to stay up to date. Stage 5 of PASTA is performing a vulnerability analysis. In this stage, the team more deeply investigates potential vulnerabilities by considering the root of the problem. Next is stage 6 of PASTA, where the team conducts attack modeling. This is where the team tests the vulnerabilities that were analyzed in stage 5 by simulating attacks. The team does this by creating an attack tree, which looks like a flow chart. For example, an attack tree for our mobile app might look like this. Customer information like usernames and passwords is a target. This data is normally stored in a database. We've learned that databases are vulnerable to attacks like SQL injection. So we will add this attack vector to our attack tree. A threat actor might exploit vulnerabilities caused by unsanitized inputs to attack this vector. The security team uses attack trees like this to identify attack vectors that need to be tested to validate threats. This is just one branch of this attack tree. An application like a fitness app typically has lots of branches with a number of other attack vectors. Stage 7 of PASTA is to analyze risk and impact. Here, the team assembles all the information they've collected in stages 1 through 6. By this stage, the team is in position to make informed risk management recommendations to business stakeholders that align with their goals. And with that, we made it all the way through a threat modeling exercise based on the PASTA framework. Managing threats is a major part of what security professionals do. In this part of the course, we've explored some common types of cyber threats that you will likely encounter in the field. Let's review. We started off discussing social engineering. You learned that attackers have a variety of ways to trick their targets into sharing private information. Social engineering techniques rely on exploiting people's trust and willingness to help. Phishing attacks are one of the most common ways that attackers go about manipulating their targets. Next, we explored malware. Here, we discussed the major classes of malware like viruses, trojans, and worms. You learned how to spot signs of infection. You also learned how malware has evolved and become more sophisticated over the years. After that, we turned our attention to web-based exploits, specifically injection attacks. You learned about cross-site scripting and SQL injection, two of the most common types of attacks facing organizations online. We discussed how each of these attacks are carried out. You also learned about how web applications can be protected from malicious code. Finally, we explored the threat modeling process. You learned the process that security teams use to perform these exercises. Unfortunately, cyber attacks and security breaches are a reality that we're challenged with on a regular basis. However, being aware of the type of threats that exist and the threat modeling process provides an important foundation for your work as a security analyst. Congratulations on making it through the end of this course. I can hardly believe our time together is over. Before moving on in the certificate program, I'd like to reflect on all the amazing progress you've made. When we started, you were introduced to a wide range of assets organizations protect. Our primary focus was information security, specifically digital information. Here, you learned how asset classification helps security teams focus their efforts and prioritize resources. We explored digital assets and the 3 states of data. We also learned how policies, standards, and procedures can mitigate organizational risks. Our focus on the NIST cybersecurity framework introduced you to a commonly used framework for managing risks. Afterwards, You learned about fundamental security systems and controls. You got to explore technology like encryption that's used to protect data in all its states. You also learned how technologies like public key infrastructure and digital certificates are used to maintain the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information online. And you also explored access controls that make up the authentication, authorization, and accounting framework. Next, we explored common vulnerabilities in systems. During this part of the course, you got an inside look into how security teams position themselves ahead of attacks. We explored the defense in depth strategy that's applied to protect information as it's exchanged between parties online. You also learned about the common vulnerability and exposures list, the vulnerability assessment process, and attack surfaces and attack vectors. We then explored the major threats to asset security, like social engineering, malware, and web-based exploits. Together, we discussed how these attacks are carried out and the ways security teams prevent them from doing damage. We then finished up by exploring the process of threat modeling. We covered so much. I really appreciate your effort through it all. When I first started my career in security, my goal was to learn, network, and embrace any opportunity. I was able to attend security conferences, receive job tips, earned references, and volunteered to gain experience. At that time, I would have never imagined that I'd be here teaching what I've learned to others. That just goes to show you, your security journey is only just beginning. While our time together is over, we covered a lot of complex topics, many of which are areas of specialization in security. With the foundation you built here, you have a wide range of possibilities to continue growing in the field. I'm so glad to have played a part in this step along your journey into the world of security, and I wish you all the best as you continue forward along your path.
Security attacks are on the rise, and new vulnerabilities are exploited and discovered every week. No matter how prepared an organization may be in the event of a security attack, at some point something goes wrong. Whether it's a data breach, ransomware, or a simple mistake made by an employee, incidents happen. And it's up to security professionals like you to effectively respond to security incidents. Hello, and welcome to the course. I'm Dave, and I'm a principal security strategist for Google Cloud. I have 20 years of experience as a security practitioner and leader. Over the past 8 years, I've worked at industry-leading security vendors like Fortinet, Splunk, and Google, where I developed a specialty in security analytics. I have a passion for helping analysts develop the skills necessary to succeed in their careers. I'm so happy you're here. You've done a great job so far. You've learned a lot about security concepts, best practices, and types of security attacks. Now in this course, we'll focus on incident detection, analysis, and response. You'll have the opportunity to apply your learning using tools such as TCP dump, Wireshark, Suricata, Splunk, and Chronicle. By the end of this course, you'll have an in-depth understanding of incident response. First, you'll learn about the incident response lifecycle and how incident response teams work together. You'll also learn about the types of tools used in detection and response, including documentation. You'll also be given your own incident handler's journal that you'll use during your investigations. Next, you'll apply your knowledge in networking and Linux to monitor and analyze network traffic using packet sniffers like Wireshark and TCP dump to capture and analyze packets for potential indicators of security incidents. Then you'll become familiar with the common processes and procedures used during incident detection and response. You'll learn how to use investigative tools to analyze and verify incidents and produce documentation. Finally, you'll learn how to interpret logs and alerts. You'll learn how detection tools produce logs and how these logs are analyzed in security information and event management tools. Ready to begin? Let's get started. My name is Dave. I'm a principal security strategist with Google Cloud. My job is to work directly with security practitioners to help them protect their organizations. What I love about my job is the variety. On one day I might be troubleshooting a technical problem for a customer. The next day I might be coding up a solution to a certain problem. Every day is something new, and I never get bored. I was a kid growing up in the Midwest. I went off to college to study engineering, I thought, but I realized that I wasn't really into engineering, but I loved computer science, which I didn't even know was an option. I ended up working as a help desk person early in college, but then I got a job as a system administrator. I found myself working at a startup in the payments industry. My job switched from being a general IT person to being a cybersecurity person. I spent 7 years in that job and did everything from a one-man security shop to running a medium-sized security organization toward the end. Then I switched over to the other side of the table and started working for security vendors, and that gave me the opportunity to see how literally hundreds of other organizations run their security programs. And that was really eye-opening. Cybersecurity is interesting because you can really bring your entire life experience to cybersecurity. What you're doing is trying to protect an organization, not necessarily like from an accident, but you're protecting an organization from a human being on the other side who's trying to do your organization harm. One thing that's becoming clear is that people from diverse backgrounds and diverse experiences typically bring a great deal of improvement to how we deal with that. I highly recommend getting involved with security organizations. It's a place to meet other people who can help you along in your career. I think people are surprised to learn just how much help is available in our industry. There are lots of folks who are more senior and more accomplished who are willing to be mentors. I think the best thing that you can do as someone who's looking for a mentor is to be assertive, have a plan. So have a few things in mind that you want to work on, and then reach out to someone who maybe works in that particular area of cybersecurity and ask them for help. And I think you'll be surprised at just how helpful folks will be. Welcome. In my role as Principal Security Strategist, I've seen how the incident response operations that you'll learn about in this course are implemented in an organization. One of the things I find so exciting about detecting and responding to incidents is the challenge of using data to understand what an adversary has done in my organization's environment. No two investigations are ever the same, but there are patterns of behavior that you can learn to spot as you hone your analytic skills. Previously, you established a solid understanding of asset security, threats, and vulnerabilities. You explored the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, or CSF, as a methodology for risk management. You learned about mitigating organizational risk through classifying and securing assets. And you also explored security and privacy controls to safeguard data. You used tools like MITRE and CVE to investigate common vulnerabilities and used techniques like threat modeling to develop an attacker's mindset. Next, we'll revisit the NIST CSF with a focus on the incident response lifecycle. You'll be given your own incident handler's journal, which you'll use throughout the rest of the course. You'll also be introduced to incident response teams, including the different team roles and how they organize to respond to incidents. And finally, you'll learn about the different types of documentation, detection, and management tools you'll use as a security professional working in incident response. Later on, you'll have an opportunity to use these tools. Are you ready to begin your journey in detection and response? Let's begin. Incident lifecycle frameworks provide a structure to support incident response operations. Frameworks help organizations develop a standardized approach to their incident response process so that incidents are managed in an effective and consistent way. There are many different types of frameworks that organizations can adopt and modify according to their needs. In this course, we'll focus on the NIST CSF. Then we'll expand on the CSF and discuss the phases of the NIST incident response lifecycle. To recall, the 5 core functions of the NIST CSF are identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. This course will explore the last 3 steps of this framework: detect, respond, and recover. These last 3 steps are critical stages during incident response, and as an analyst, you'll detect and respond to incidents and implement actions for recovery. The NIST Incident Response Lifecycle is another NIST framework with additional sub-steps dedicated to incident response. It begins with preparation, next detection and analysis, and then containment, eradication, and recovery, and finally post-incident activity. One thing to note is that the incident lifecycle isn't a linear process. It's a cycle, which means that steps can overlap as new discoveries are made. This life cycle gives us a blueprint of how to effectively respond to incidents. But before we dive into incident detection and response, let's take some time to understand what an incident is. According to NIST, an incident is an occurrence that actually or imminently jeopardizes, without lawful authority, the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of information or an information system, or constitutes a violation or imminent threat of violation of law, security policies, security procedures, or acceptable use policies. Whoa, that's a lot to take in. Let's break it down. It's important to understand that all security incidents are events, but not all events are security incidents. What are events? An event is an observable occurrence on a network, system, or device. Here's an example of an event. A user attempts to log into their email account, but they can't because they forgot their password. The user then requests a password reset and successfully changes their password. This is an observable event. Well, why? Because systems and applications log password reset requests, and logs provide evidence that something happened. We know that someone successfully requested a password reset and that they did not violate security policies to access the account. Now, imagine that instead of the rightful owner of the account, a malicious actor trying to gain access to the account successfully initiated the password change request and changed the account password. This would be considered both an event and a security incident. It's an event because it's an observable occurrence. It's also a security incident because a malicious actor violated the security policy to unlawfully access an account that is not rightfully theirs. Remember, all security incidents are events, but not all events are security incidents. Just like detectives working a case carefully handle and document their evidence and findings, security analysts are required to do the same when they investigate a security incident. An incident investigation reveals critical information about the 5 W's of an incident. Who triggered the incident? What happened? When the incident took place? Where the incident took place? And why the incident occurred? Keeping track of this information is essential, not only during an incident investigation, but also during the closure of an investigation when it comes time to write the final report. As an analyst, you'll need a method to document and reference this information for easy access when you need it. A great way to do this is to use an incident handler's journal, which is a form of documentation used in incident response. Throughout this course, you'll be using your own incident handler's journal to take notes of any incident details. We'll discuss more on documentation in the upcoming lessons. Hi again. In this section, we'll discuss how incident response teams manage incidents. You may have been part of a team before. Whether it was a sports team or a team in the workplace or at school, teams are most successful when everyone uses their diverse strengths to work towards a common goal. Incident response teams aren't any different. A successful response to security incidents doesn't happen in isolation. It requires a team of both security and non-security professionals working together with defined roles. Computer Security Incident Response Teams, or CSIRTs, are a specialized group of security professionals that are trained in incident management and response. The goal of CSIRTs are to effectively and efficiently manage incidents, provide services and resources for response and recovery, and prevent future incidents from occurring. Security is a shared responsibility, which is why CSIRTs must work cross-functionally with other departments to share relevant information. For example, if an incident resulted in the breach of sensitive data like financial documents or PII, then the legal team must be consulted. Some regulatory compliance measures may require organizations to publicly disclose a security incident within a certain time frame. This means that CSIRTs must collaborate with the organization's public relations team to coordinate efforts for public disclosure. So how exactly does a CSIRT function? First, there's the security analyst. The analyst's job is to investigate security alerts to determine if an incident has occurred. If an incident has been detected, the analyst will determine the criticality rating of the incident. Some incidents can be easily remediated by the security analyst and don't require escalation. But if the incident is highly critical, it gets escalated to the technical lead, who provides technical leadership by guiding security incidents through their life cycle. During this time, the incident coordinator tracks and manages the activities of the CSIRT and other teams involved in the response effort. Their job is to ensure that incident response processes are followed and that teams are regularly updated on the incident status. Not all CSIRTs are the same. Depending on the organization, a CSIRT can also be referred to as an Incident Handling Team, or IHT, or Security Incident Response Team, SIRT. Depending on an organization's structure, some teams can also have a broader or specialized focus. For example, some teams may be solely dedicated to crisis management, and others may be incorporated with a SOC. Roles can have different names too. For example, a technical lead can also be known as an ops lead. Regardless of the team's title or focus, they all share the same goal: incident management and response. Now that you know a bit about incident response teams, we'll continue to learn about how incident response teams plan, organize, and respond to incidents. I'll meet you in the next video.
My name is Fatima, and I'm a tech lead manager on Google's detection and response team. If there is a hacker on the network, our job is to find them. Working in detection is really like an artist preparing for a show. We spend all this time developing all of these signatures to detect hackers, and then one day, it's time for the show. You get that same nervous energy, and you question whether you're ready for the performance or not, but you really don't have a choice. The hackers are gonna come and you have to be ready for them. I would say cybersecurity is very exciting. You never know when the next vulnerability is going to be released. You never know when the next incident is going to happen. A great example of an incident would be the Log4j vulnerability that happened in 2021. The entire company came together to investigate whether or not we were affected by this vulnerability. It was my team's job to make that determination. So we ingest hundreds of millions of lines of logs per second. And after we have these logs, it requires hunting and log diving through them, creating different signatures to match against these logs for signs of compromise. We were able to say, all clear, we are not impacted by this, and we are safe. Like, those are the moments, those are the highlights. That's where everything comes together. Teamwork in an incident response scenario is key. You cannot run an incident response without a really solid team, a team that works really well together, a team that really trusts each other. The way to maintain clear and effective communication is by communicating a lot. So during an incident, it's a little bit counterintuitive, but the people who are the more senior engineers, these people become the operational leads. And they are the people who are responsible for making sure that the communication is not breaking down within their function. So we shift roles from being very technical to really focusing on the communication, aggregating the data and surfacing the data to the right people who need to know about it. I definitely recommend cybersecurity as a career field because really the attackers, they're not going to let you get bored because they are very creative. So we have to be creative in the way that we go out looking for them. Being a person who likes to learn, knowing that there's always going to be a thing for me to learn and become good at, that's exciting and that keeps me motivated.
So you've learned about incident response teams, the different types of roles, and their respective responsibilities. Now let's talk about how teams respond to incidents using incident response plans. When an incident occurs, incident response teams must be prepared to respond quickly, efficiently, and effectively. Whether it's a data breach, DDoS attack, or ransomware, incidents have the potential to cause significant damage to an organization. Like we previously mentioned, regulations may require organizations to report incidents within a certain time frame. So it's crucial for organizations to have a formal incident response plan in place so there's a prepared and consistent process to quickly respond to incidents once they occur. You may remember learning that security plans consist of 3 basic elements: policies, standards, and procedures. An incident response plan is a document that outlines the procedures to take in each step of incident response. Response plans, just like response teams, are not all the same. Organizations tailor their plans to meet their unique requirements, such as their mission, size, culture, industry, and structure. For example, smaller organizations may choose to include their incident response plan in their security plan, while others may choose to have them as separate documents. Although not all incident plans are the same, there are common elements that they share. Incident plans have incident response procedures. These are step-by-step instructions on how to respond to incidents. System information. These are things like network diagrams, data flow diagrams, logging, and asset inventory information. And other documents like contact lists, forms, and templates. Plans aren't perfect, and there's always room to adjust and improve as incidents occur. Incident processes and procedures must be regularly reviewed and tested. This can be done through exercises like tabletops or simulations. These exercises ensure that all team members are familiar with the response plan. They also allow organizations to identify any missing gaps in a process to improve their incident response plan. Also, organizations may be required to complete specific types of exercises for regulatory reasons. Coming up, we'll discuss the different types of tools used in incident response. As a security analyst, you'll play an important role in incident detection. After all, you're going to be at the front lines, actively detecting threats. To do this, you'll not only rely on the security knowledge you've developed so far, but you'll also be using a variety of tools and technologies to support your investigations. A great carpenter doesn't just use a hammer to create a piece of furniture. They rely on a variety of tools in their toolbox to get the job done. They'll need to use a tape measure to measure dimensions, a saw to cut wood, and sandpaper to smooth the surface. Likewise, as a security analyst, you won't be using a single tool to monitor, detect, and analyze events. You'll use detection and management tools to monitor system activity to identify events that require investigation. You'll use documentation tools to collect and compile evidence, and you'll also use different investigative tools for analyzing these events, like packet sniffers. New security technologies emerge, threats evolve, and attackers become stealthier to avoid detection. To become effective at detecting threats, you'll need to continuously expand your security toolbox. That's what makes the security field such an exciting one to be in. There's always something new to be learned. You might remember the Incident Handler's Journal we shared with you from the previous section. You'll be using this journal as your own form of documentation as you work through the rest of this course. Consider this to be your first security tool to add to your toolbox. Hi there. Previously, you learned how an Incident Handler's Journal is used for documenting the 5 W's of an incident: who, what, where, when, and why an incident occurred. In this section, we'll continue our discussion on documentation by exploring the different types of documentation, the importance of effective documentation, and we'll finish off with a discussion on documentation tools. Documentation is any form of recorded content that is used for a specific purpose. This can be audio, digital, or handwritten instructions, and even videos. There is no set industry standard for documentation, so many organizations set their own documentation practices. Regardless, documentation is meant to provide instruction and guidance on a specific topic. There are also many types of documentation, and you may already be familiar with some of them from the previous lessons. These include playbooks, incident handlers' journals, policies, plans, and final reports. Remember, there isn't an industry standard for documentation, which means that one organization's documentation practices may look completely different than another's. Often, organizations will tailor their documentation practices according to their needs and legal requirements. They may add, remove, or even merge documentation types. Have you ever purchased a product and didn't know how to use it, and consulted the product manual for instructions on how to do something like turn it on? Congrats, you've used documentation to solve an issue. Previously, you've learned about how playbooks keep business operations safe, and in incident response, playbooks work similar to a product manual. As a refresher, a playbook is a manual that provides details about any operational action. You'll learn more about playbooks later. Let's revisit that product manual example. Have you ever consulted a product manual for help and found yourself confused with the instructions and unable to get the help you needed? Whether it's had to do with unclear visuals and instructions or a confusing layout, you weren't able to use the documentation to solve your issue. This is an example of ineffective documentation. Effective documentation reduces uncertainty and confusion. This is critical during a security incident when tensions are high and urgent response is required. As a security professional, you'll be using and creating documentation regularly. It's essential that the documentation you use and produce is clear, consistent, and accurate so that you and your team can respond swiftly and decisively. Word processors are a common way to document. Some popular tools to use are Google Docs, OneNote, Evernote, and Notepad++. Ticketing systems like Jira can also be used to document and track incidents. Lastly, Google Sheets, audio recorders, cameras, and handwritten notes are also tools you can use to document. Our discussion on documentation has only just begun. Soon, you'll use your incident handler's journal to put your documentation skills to work. In this video, we'll introduce you to intrusion detection and intrusion prevention systems. Imagine that you have just installed a home intrusion security system. You've installed intruder sensors for each entry and exit point in your home, including doors and windows. Those sensors work by sending out sound waves, and when an object touches a sound wave, the waves bounce back to your sensor and trigger an alert to your phone, notifying you that an intrusion was detected. An intrusion detection system, or IDS, works in a very similar way to home intrusion sensors. An intrusion detection system is an application that monitors system and network activity and produces alerts on possible intrusions. Like the home intrusion sensor, IDS collects and analyzes system information for abnormal activities. If something unusual is detected, the IDS sends out an alert to appropriate channels and personnel. Now, imagine a jewelry storefront with a window sensor. When the sensor detects that the window's glass has been shattered, it triggers a steel roll-up door to automatically replace the shattered window and prevent unauthorized entry into the store. This is what an intrusion prevention system does. Intrusion prevention systems, or IPS, have all the same capabilities as an IDS, but they can do more. They monitor system activity for intrusions and take action to stop it. Many tools have the ability to perform the function of both IDS and IPS. Some popular tools are Snort, Zeek, Kismet, Sagan, and Suricata. We will be exploring Suricata in upcoming lessons. You might be wondering, where do these alert notifications go? Well, coming up, we'll discuss how to manage alerts using security information and event management tools. Our discussion on detection tools may have left you wondering where alerts are sent and how alerts are accessed by security analysts. This is where security information and event management, or SIEM, tools are used. SIEM is a tool that collects and analyzes log data to monitor critical activities in an organization. SIEM provides security professionals with a high-level overview of what goes on in their networks. How exactly does it do this? Let's use an example of a car. Cars have many different parts: tires, lights, and let's not forget all the internal machinery that's under the hood. There are many different components of a car, but how do you know if one of them has an issue? Aha, you guessed it, the dashboard warning lights. The dashboard notifies you about information related to the car's components, whether the tire pressure or battery voltage is low, you need to refuel, or a door hasn't been properly closed. A car's dashboard notifies you about the status of the car's components so that you can take action to fix it. SIEM tools work in a similar way. Just like cars have many different components, a network can have thousands of different devices and systems, which make monitoring them quite the challenge. A car's dashboard gives the driver a clear picture of the status of their car, so they don't have to worry about inspecting each component themselves. Similarly, a SIEM looks at data flows between all the different systems in a network and analyzes them to provide a real-time picture of any potential threats to the network. It does this by ingesting massive amounts of data and categorizes this data so that it's easily accessible through a centralized platform similar to a car's dashboard. Here's what the process looks like. First, SIEM tools collect and aggregate data. This data is typically in the form of logs, which are basically a record of all the events that happened on a given source. Data can come from multiple sources, such as IDS or IPS, databases, firewalls, applications, and more. After all this data gets collected, it gets aggregated. Aggregation simply means all this data from different data sources gets centralized in one place. Depending on the number of data sources a SIEM collects from, a huge volume of raw, unedited data can get collected. and not all data that's collected by a SIEM is relevant for security analysis purposes. Next, SIEM tools normalize data. Normalization takes the raw data that the SIEM has collected and cleans it up by removing non-essential attributes so that only what's relevant is included. Data normalization also creates consistency in log records, which is helpful when you're searching for specific log information during incident investigation. Finally, the normalized data gets analyzed according to configured rules. SIEM analyzes the normalized data against a rule set to detect any possible security incidents, which then get categorized or reported as alerts for security analysts to review. Now that you've explored the capabilities of SIEM tools, let's examine another security management tool. Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response, or SOAR, is a collection of applications, tools, and workflows that uses automation to respond to security events. While SIEM tools collect, analyze, and report on security events for security analysts to review, SOAR automates analysis and response to security events and incidents. SOAR can also be used to track and manage cases. Multiple incidents can form a case, and SOAR offers a way to view all of these incidents in one centralized place. Well, there you have it. You've learned how incident management tools like SIEM and SOAR make it easier for security analysts to see what's happening in a network and to respond to any threats efficiently. Way to go! You made it through a new section, and you've learned a lot. As a refresher, we first covered the incident response lifecycle as a framework to support incident response processes. You were also given your very own Incident Handler's Journal for your incident investigations, which you'll continue to use throughout this course. You explored how incident response teams operate together to respond to incidents using incident plans. You also learned about the documentation, detection, and management tools used during incident response. Congrats on making it through the first part of your incident response journey. Coming up, we'll explore network monitoring. You'll also have the opportunity to apply your learning through the activities. I'll meet you in the next section. Welcome back. I'm so glad you're joining us. Previously, you were introduced to incident detection and response. You may also remember learning about networking from a previous course. To recap, you learned about how devices talk to each other using network protocols and the different types of network attacks. You also examined some network security best practices. Here we'll expand on networking and shift our focus to network analysis. First, you'll examine network communications by exploring network traffic flows. Next, you'll learn about viewing and capturing network traffic using packet sniffers. Then you'll be introduced to packet analysis, where you'll examine packet fields and decode communication between devices and networks. As a security professional, you'll be tasked with monitoring networks and system infrastructure to detect malicious activities. And this section will provide you with the opportunity to develop your network and packet analysis skills. Are you ready to begin? Let's get started.
Hi, my name is Casey, and I'm part of the Google Cloud Enterprise Security Sales team. First of all, the biggest piece of advice I can give is do it. I want you to be here. We need all the people. It's a nonstop, ever-changing world in cybersecurity, which is why it's such a fun place to be. We need more diversity in security. We need everybody participating. We need people with diversity of thought, diversity of backgrounds, diversity of perspectives. I think some of the most important soft skills in cybersecurity are, number one, being able to clearly summarize what you're trying to say. Massively important. One of the other soft skills that I think could even be more important than clear communication is working with an open mindset. The threat landscape is continuously changing. The threat actors, the bad actors, they never sleep. And so neither can we. One of the things that makes cybersecurity so fun, in my opinion, is because it changes constantly. And if we have a fixed mindset going in, and what I mean by a fixed mindset is, I think I know the answer to this. I think I understand exactly what's going on. We are absolutely going to miss the boat. We need to be able to always stay curious. And from a cybersecurity point of view, it's very important to leave no stone unturned. So, one of the best things about soft skills is that we all have them and we're already using them every single day. So, every one of you that's watching this already has a head start in cybersecurity.
In many organizations, network communication travels over multiple networks in different countries and across different devices. Data can get unintentionally sent and stored in insecure places like personal email inboxes or cloud storage platforms. Users trust that their data is safely and securely sent and stored, and it's the job of security professionals like you to help protect these communications in transit and at rest. Previously, you may recall learning how to identify and secure critical assets through security controls like data classification and encryption. Coming up, we'll expand on this topic and examine how network traffic analysis can be used to monitor network activity and identify potential malicious activity. So what is network traffic? Network traffic is the amount of data that moves across a network, while network data is the data that's transmitted between devices on a network. Depending on the size of a network, there can be a huge volume of network traffic at any given moment. For example, in a large multinational organization, there may be thousands of employees sending and receiving emails at any given time. That's a lot of network traffic. With such large volumes of traffic being produced, how do you know what's normal behavior or what's unusual and requires investigation as a potential security incident? Imagine being stuck in unexpected traffic during your regular drive to work, and as you move along, you realize something unusual caused the traffic, like a minor vehicle collision which slowed down the expected flow. On the road, we have certain expectations about traffic flows based on our commuting experience. Peak traffic patterns like morning and evening rush are normal and expected, while abnormal traffic during off-peak times reveals that something unexpected has happened, like a vehicle collision. Network traffic works in the same way. By understanding how data should be flowing across a network, you can develop an understanding of expected network traffic flow. By knowing what's normal, you can easily spot what's abnormal. We can detect traffic abnormalities through observation to spot indicators of compromise, also known as IOC, which are observable evidence that suggests signs of a potential security incident. Take, for instance, data exfiltration, which is the unauthorized transmission of data from a system. Attackers use data exfiltration to steal or leak data such as usernames, passwords, or intellectual property. By observing network traffic, we can determine if there's any indicators of compromise, such as large volumes of outbound traffic leaving a host. This is a sign of possible data exfiltration, which can be further investigated. Understanding and monitoring network traffic for inconsistencies is an important aspect of a security professional's job. Coming up, we'll explore what a data exfiltration attack looks like in real time. Meet you there. Monitoring network traffic helps security professionals detect, prevent, and respond to attacks. In my experience as a security professional, monitoring for deviations from typical network traffic patterns has yielded big results. Even if information is encrypted, monitoring network traffic is still important for security purposes. Let's discuss how the detection and response process might work in a data exfiltration attack. First, we'll outline the attacker's perspective. Before attackers can perform data exfiltration, they'll need to gain initial access into a network and computer system. This can be done through a social engineering attack like phishing, which tricks people into disclosing sensitive data. Attackers can send phishing emails with attachments or links that trick their target into entering their credentials. Now, an attacker has successfully gained access to their device. After gaining their initial position into the system, an attacker won't stop there. The goal for attackers is to maintain access in the environment and avoid being detected for as long as possible. To do this, they'll perform a tactic known as lateral movement or pivoting. This is when they'll spend time exploring the network with the goal of expanding and maintaining their access to other systems on the network. As an attacker pivots in the network, they'll scope out the environment to identify valuable assets such as sensitive data like proprietary code, personally identifiable information like names and addresses, or financial records. They'll do this by searching locations such as network file shares, intranet sites, code repositories, and more. After the attacker identifies the assets of value, they'll need to collect, package, and prepare the data for exfiltration outside of the organization's network and into the attacker's hands. One way they may do this is by reducing the data size. This helps attackers hide the stolen data and bypass security controls. Finally, the attacker will exfiltrate the data to their destination of choice. There are many ways to do this. For example, attackers can email the stolen data to themselves using the compromised email account. Now that you've tapped into the attacker's perspective, let's explore how organizations can defend against this type of attack. First, security teams must prevent attacker access. There are many methods you can use to protect your network from phishing attempts. For example, requiring users to use multi-factor authentication. Attackers that gain access to a network can remain unnoticed for a while. It's important that security teams monitor network activity to identify any suspicious activity that can indicate a compromise. For example, multiple user logins coming from IP addresses outside of the network should be investigated. Earlier, you examined how to identify, classify, and protect assets using asset inventories and security controls. As part of an organization's security policy, all assets should be cataloged in an asset inventory. The appropriate security controls should also be applied to protect these assets from unauthorized access. Lastly, if a data exfiltration attack is successful, security teams must detect and stop the exfiltration. To detect the attack, indicators of unusual data collection can be identified through network monitoring. These include large internal file transfers, large external uploads, and unexpected file writes. SIEM tools can detect an alert on these activities. Once an alert has been sent out, security teams investigate and stop the attack from continuing. There are many ways to stop an attack like this. For instance, once the unusual activity is identified, you can block the IP addresses associated with the attacker using firewall rules. Data exfiltration attacks are just one of many attacks that can be detected through network monitoring. Coming up, you'll learn how to monitor and analyze network communications using packet sniffers. Whether it's an employee sending an email or a malicious actor attempting to exfiltrate confidential data, actions that are performed on a network can be identified through examining network traffic flows. Understanding these network communications provides valuable insight into the activities happening in a network. This way, you can better understand what's going on in an environment and defend against potential threats. With this in mind, let's examine how to record network traffic through packet captures. Previously in the program, you learned that when data is sent, it's divided into packets. Just like an addressed envelope in the mail, packets contain delivery information which is used to route it to its destination. This information includes a sender and receiver's IP address, the type of packet that's being sent, and more. Packets can provide lots of information about the communications happening between devices over a network. You may also recall that a packet has multiple components. There's the header, which includes information like the type of network protocol and port being used. Imagine this as being the name and mailing address located on an envelope. Network protocols are a set of rules that determine the transmission of data between devices on a network. Ports are non-physical locations on a computer that organize data transmission between devices on a network. The header also contains the packet's source and destination IP address. We'll explore more information contained in the header in a later section. Next, there's the payload, which contains the actual data that's being delivered. This is like the content of a letter inside of an envelope. And there's the footer, which signifies the end of a packet. So how exactly can you observe a network packet? Just like scents are invisible but can be smelled, packets are invisible but can be captured using tools called packet sniffers. You may remember packet sniffers from a previous section. A network protocol analyzer or packet sniffer is a tool designed to capture and analyze data traffic within a network. As a security analyst, you'll use packet sniffers to inspect packets for indicators of compromise. Through packet sniffing, we can grab a detailed snapshot of packets that travel over a network in the form of a packet capture. A packet capture, or PCAP, is a file containing data packets intercepted from an interface or network. It's sort of like intercepting an envelope in the mail. Packet captures are incredibly useful during incident investigation. By having access to the communications happening between devices over a network, you can observe network interactions and start to build a storyline to determine what exactly happened. Coming up, we'll discuss the importance of packet analysis. Meet you there. If a packet capture is like intercepting an envelope in the mail, then packet analysis is like reading the letter inside of the envelope. Let's discuss how analyzing packets can help us interpret and understand network communications. As you may know, networks are noisy. There's an enormous volume of communications happening between devices at any given time. And because of this, packet captures can contain large amounts of network communications, making analysis challenging and time-consuming. As a security professional, you'll be working against the clock to protect networks and computer systems from potential attacks. You may analyze network evidence in the form of packet captures to identify indicators of compromise. Having the ability to filter network traffic using packet sniffers to gather relevant information is an essential skill to have. For example, let's say that you were tasked with analyzing a packet capture to find any indication of data exfiltration. How would you go about this? Using a network analyzer tool, you can filter the packet capture to sort packets. This can help you quickly identify an event associated with data exfiltration, like large amounts of data leaving a database. There are many other filters you can apply to packet captures to find the information you need to support an investigation efficiently. Examples of network analyzer tools include TCP-dump and Wireshark. TCP-dump is accessed through a command line, while Wireshark has a graphical user interface, or GUI. Both tools are useful for security analysts, and soon you'll have the opportunity to explore both. Before we begin using these tools, let's explore packet fields in detail, specifically IP headers. Meet you there. While there are many different tools available to use, it's important as a security analyst that you learn how to read and analyze packets manually. To do so, let's examine an important packet component, IP headers. Previously, you learned about the 4 layers of the TCP/IP model. Remember, the TCP/IP model is a framework that is used to visualize how data is organized and transmitted across a network. The internet layer accepts and delivers packets for the network. It's also the layer where the internet protocol operates as the foundation for all communications on the internet. It's responsible for making sure packets reach their destinations. The internet protocol operates like a mail courier delivering an envelope. Instead of using the delivery information found on the envelope, the internet protocol uses the information found in a packet header, like IP addresses. It then determines the best available route for packets to take so that data can be sent and received between hosts. As you may already know, IP packets contain headers. Headers contain the data fields essential to the transfer of data to its intended destination. Different protocols use different headers. There are 2 different versions of the internet protocol: IPv4, which is considered to be the foundation of internet communications, and IPv6, which is the most recent version of the internet protocol. Remember, different protocols use different headers, so IPv4 and IPv6 headers differ, but they contain similar fields with different names. IPv4 is still the most widely used, so we'll focus on examining the fields of an IPv4 header. Let's start with the version field, which specifies which version of IP is being used, either IPv4 or IPv6. Referring back to our mail analogy, the version field is like the different classes of mail, like priority, express, or regular. Next, IHL stands for Internet Header Length. This field specifies the length of the IP header plus any options. The next field, TOS, stands for Type of Service. This field tells us if certain packets should be treated with different care. For example, think of TOS like a fragile sticker on a mailed package. Next is the total length field, which identifies the length of the entire packet, including the headers and the data. This can be compared to the dimensions and weight of an envelope. The next 3 fields, identification, flags, and fragment offset, deal with information related to fragmentation. Fragmentation is when an IP packet gets broken up into chunks, which then get transmitted over the wire and reassembled when they arrive at their destination. These 3 fields specify if fragmentation has been used and how to reassemble the broken packets in the correct order. This is similar to how mail can travel through multiple routes like mailboxes, processing facilities, airplanes, and mail trucks before it reaches its destination. The TTL field stands for time to live. Like its name suggests, this field determines how long a packet can live before it gets dropped. Without this field, packets could loop through routers endlessly. TTL is similar to how tracking information provides details about an envelope's expected delivery date. The protocol field specifies the protocol used by providing a value which corresponds to a protocol. For example, TCP is represented by 6. This is similar to including the number of a house in a postal address. The header checksum stores a value called a checksum, which is used to determine if any errors have occurred in the header. The source address specifies the source IP address, and the destination address specifies the destination IP address. This is just like the sender and receiver's contact information found on an envelope. The options field is not required and is commonly used for network troubleshooting rather than common traffic. If it's used, the header length increases. It's like purchasing postal insurance for an envelope. Finally, at the end of the packet header is where the packet's data resides, like the text in an email message. Who knew that the packets of data we send across networks contain so much information? Coming up soon, you'll have the opportunity to examine these packet fields in detail. TCP-dump is a popular network analyzer. It's pre-installed on many Linux distributions and can be installed on most Unix-like operating systems like Mac OS. You can easily capture and monitor network traffic such as TCP, IP, ICMP, and many more. TCP-dump is a command line tool. This means that it does not have a graphical user interface. Earlier in the program, you learned that the command line is a very powerful and efficient tool, and we'll practice using it together. With TCP-dump, you can apply options and flags to your commands to easily filter network traffic so that you can find exactly what you're looking for. You can filter for a specific IP address, protocol, or port number. Let's examine a simple TCP-dump command used to capture packets. Keep in mind that your computer's traffic may appear different when you use this command. At first glance, this looks like a lot of information. Let's examine it line by line. The command we ran is sudo tcpdump -ini-v-c1. We're using sudo because the Linux account we're logged in on doesn't have the permission to run tcpdump. Then we specify tcpdump to start tcpdump and -i to specify which interface we want to sniff traffic on. The -v stands for verbose, which displays detailed packet information. The -c stands for count, which specifies how many packets TCP-dump will capture. Here we've specified 1. Now let's examine the output. TCP-dump has told us that it's listening on any available network interfaces, and it's also given us additional information like the capture size. The first field is the packet's timestamp, which details the specific time of the packet travel. It begins with hours, minutes, seconds, and fractions of a second. Timestamps are especially helpful during an incident investigation when you want to determine timelines and correlate traffic. Next, IP is listed as the version field. It's listed as IP, which means it's IPv4. The verbose option has given us more details about the IP packet fields, such as protocol type and the length of the packet. Let's check it out. The first field, TOS, stands for type of service. Recall that this tells us if certain packets should be treated with different care. This is represented by a value in hexadecimal. The TTL field is time to live, which tells us how long a packet can travel across a network before it gets dropped. The next 3 fields are identification, offset, and flags, which provide 3 fields with information relating to fragmentation. These fields provide instructions on how to reassemble packets in the correct order. For example, the DF beside flag stands for don't fragment. Next, the proto is the protocol field. It specifies the protocol in use and also provides us with the value that corresponds to the protocol. Here, the protocol is TCP, which is represented by the number 6. The last field, length, is the total length of the packet, including the IP header. Next, we can observe the IP addresses that are communicating with each other. The direction of the arrow indicates the direction of the traffic flow. The last piece of the IP address indicates the port number or name. Next, the CKSUM or checksum field corresponds to the header checksum, which stores a value that's used to determine if any errors have occurred in the header. Here it's telling us it's correct with no errors. The remaining fields are related to TCP. For example, flags indicate TCP flags. The P is the push flag, and the period indicates it's an ACK flag. This means that the packet is pushing out data. This is just one of many commands you can use in TCP-dump to capture network traffic. Isn't it fascinating to observe all the information contained within these invisible packets? Go ahead and try it out for yourself. Nice work so far. Congratulations on capturing and analyzing your first packet. Let's review what we've covered so far. First, you learned how network traffic flows provide valuable communications insight. Through monitoring network activity for indicators of compromise, you learned how to spot unusual network activity like data exfiltration. Then you learned how to view and capture network traffic using packet sniffers. Finally, you learned how to inspect packets through packet analysis. You dissected packet header data fields and analyzed packet captures in detail. You've made a lot of progress in developing the skills you'll need to prepare for an entry-level role in security. Coming up, you'll be immersed into the exciting world of incident investigation, where you'll examine the processes behind detecting and containing an incident. I'll meet you there. Welcome back. I want to commend you on such a fantastic job you're doing so far. The skills you are learning will create a solid foundation as you begin your security career. In the previous section, you applied your networking knowledge to deepen your understanding of network traffic. You practiced some skills that security analysts use on the job, like capturing network traffic and dissecting packets. Next, we'll examine the life cycle of a security incident from beginning to end. You'll focus on how to detect, respond, and recover from an incident. Coming up, you'll learn how to investigate and verify an incident once it's been detected. You'll explore the plans and processes behind incident response. Finally, you'll learn about the post-incident actions that organizations take to learn and improve from the experience. At the end of this section, you'll gain a comprehensive understanding of an incident's life cycle. You ready? Let's begin. Incidents happen, and as a security analyst, you'll likely be tasked with investigating and responding to security incidents at some point in your career. Let's examine the detection and analysis phase of the incident response lifecycle. This is where incident response teams verify and analyze incidents. Detection enables the prompt discovery of security events. Remember, not all events are incidents, but all incidents are events. Events are regular occurrences in business operations, like visits to a website or password reset requests. IDS and SIEM tools collect and analyze event data from different sources to identify potential unusual activity. If an incident is detected, such as a malicious actor successfully gaining unauthorized access to an account, then an alert is sent out. Security teams then begin the analysis phase. Analysis involves the investigation and validation of alerts. During the analysis process, analysts must apply their critical thinking and incident analysis skills to investigate and validate alerts. They'll examine indicators of compromise to determine if an incident has occurred. This can be a challenge for a couple of reasons. The challenge with detection is it's impossible to detect everything. Even great detection tools have limitations in how they work, and automated tools may not be fully deployed across an organization due to limited resources. Some incidents are unavoidable, which is why it's important for organizations to have an incident response plan in place. Analysts often receive a high volume of alerts per shift, sometimes even thousands. Most of the time, high alert volumes are caused by misconfigured alert settings. For example, alert rules that are too broad and not tuned to an organization's environment create false positives. Other times, high alert volumes can be legitimate alerts caused by malicious actors taking advantage of a newly discovered vulnerability. As a security analyst, it's important that you're equipped to effectively analyze alerts, and coming up, you'll do just that.
Hi, I'm MK, Director in the Office of the CISO for Google Cloud. The role of the Chief Information Security Officer is both to protect Google Cloud from a security standpoint, but also to ensure that we're providing all of the tools and products necessary so that our customers can achieve their security outcomes as well. So I spent a number of years in the U.S. government, 32 years in fact, 22 of which were spent as a special agent in the Federal Bureau of Investigation. About midway through the course of my career, I had the opportunity to shift into the cybersecurity lanes, which initiated, or should I say reinitiated, my interest in all things computers and computer science. One of the things that the industry lacks is a sense of agility that the adversary has in spades. When they identify something that works for them, they continue to pound on it until and unless there's an obstacle. And then once that obstacle is put in their way, they have shown an ability to easily pivot their tactics and techniques so that they can bypass the obstacle in future attempts to gain access to environments. And so none of us can predict the future. We're not at any kind of final stage. This is a continually evolving industry. What you can ascertain is that we need to be prepared in a variety of ways to combat what will certainly be a persistent onslaught from the adversary. What that requires is a certain sense of agility. You have to be comfortable in existing in the unknown, but you also have to have the intellectual aptitude in order to be able to digest and formulate new solutions on the fly. Zero trust is a huge trend right now because it's both been a desire of the industry to move towards zero trust, but also a requirement in some areas around the world. Zero trust is a movement away from the historical way that we've done security in the past. Layman's terms, so you're a business traveler. You travel with your business laptop and you check into your hotel halfway around the world, and you need to get prepared and ready for a business meeting that's about to occur. Historically, you'd want to be able to attest to the fact that that is an intended or qualified user within the enterprise attempting to gain access to this information. And yes, based upon the information that you have, the identity and coupling that with device information, that user and device should have access to this information and be able to make a determination about it. I do believe that the more that we invest in the zero trust approach or architecture, it will get us to a good point from which to pivot off of. But I think a lot of what's to come is unknown. And that means continual learning. It means continually exposing yourself to different parts of the industry so that we are prepared for what may happen in the future.
You may recall our discussion on the different documentation tools and types used by security teams when responding to incidents. In this video, we'll examine the benefits that documentation offers so that you can better understand how to leverage documentation as a security professional. As a security engineer who has developed a great deal of detection rules, it was critical for me to document what it means when those rules are activated, what severity to assign, what might lead to false positives, and how the analyst can confirm the alert is legitimate. Without this documentation, a security operations team can never scale beyond 1 or 2 analysts. If something was documented, then there's a record of it happening. This means that relevant information can be accessed. This is known as transparency. Transparent documentation is useful as a source of evidence for security insurance claims, regulatory investigations, and legal proceedings. You'll learn more about documentation processes that help to achieve this in an upcoming section. Documentation also provides standardization. This means that there's an established set of guidelines or standards that members of an organization can follow to complete a task or workflow. An example of creating standardization through documentation is establishing an organization's security policy, processes, and procedures. This helps in maintaining quality of work since there are set rules to follow. Documentation also improves clarity. Effective documentation not only gives team members a clear understanding of their roles and duties, but it also provides information on how to get the job done. For example, playbooks that provide detailed instructions prevent uncertainty and confusion during incident response. The security field is constantly changing. Attacks evolve, and regulatory requirements might change. This is why it's important to maintain, review, and update documentation regularly to keep up with any changes. As a security professional, you'll likely juggle documentation responsibilities alongside your other tasks. By taking the time to write down your actions, you'll recall facts and information. You may even notice some gaps in the previous actions you took. The time you spend documenting is valuable, not only for you, but for your entire organization. Let's continue our discussion on how documentation provides transparency through documents like chain of custody. During incident response, evidence must be accounted for during the entire incident's life cycle. Tracking evidence is important if the evidence is requested as part of any legal proceedings. How can security teams ensure that this is done? They use a form called chain of custody. Chain of custody is the process of documenting evidence, possession, and control during an incident life cycle. As soon as evidence gets collected, chain of custody forms are introduced. The form should be filled out with details as the evidence is handled. Let's examine a very simple example of how chain of custody is used during digital forensic analysis. Previously, you learned that digital forensics is the practice of collecting and analyzing data to determine what has happened after an attack. During an incident response, Aisha verified that a compromised hard drive requires examination by the forensics team. First, she ensures that the hard drive is write protected, so the data on the disk can't be edited or erased. Then she calculates and records a cryptographic hash function of an image of the hard drive. Remember that a hash function is an algorithm that produces a code that can't be decrypted. Aisha is then instructed to transfer it to Colin in the forensics department. Colin examines it and sends it off to Nav, another analyst. Nav receives the compromised hard drive and sends it to her manager, Armand. Each time the hard drive is transferred to another person, they need to log it in the chain of custody form so that movement of evidence is transparent. Tampering with the data on the hard drive can be detected using the original hash that Aisha documented at the beginning of the process. This ensures that there's a paper trail describing who handled the evidence and why, when, and where they handled it. Just like other documentation types, there is no standard template of what the chain of custody form should look like, but they do contain common elements. This is what you might examine on a chain of custody log form. First, there should be a description of the evidence, which includes any identifying information like the location, host name, MAC address, or IP address. Next is the custody log, which details the name of the people who transferred and received the evidence. It also includes the date and time the evidence was collected or transferred, and the purpose of the transfer. You may be wondering what happens if evidence gets logged incorrectly, or if there's a missing entry. This is what's known as a broken chain of custody, which occurs when there are inconsistencies in the collection and logging of evidence in the chain of custody. In the court of law, chain of custody documents help establish proof of the integrity, reliability, and accuracy of the evidence. For evidence related to security incidents, chain of custody forms are used to help meet legal standards so that this evidence can be used in legal proceedings. If a malicious actor compromised a system, evidence must be available to determine their actions so that appropriate legal action can be taken. However, in some cases, major breaks in the chain of custody can impact the integrity, reliability, and accuracy of the evidence. This affects whether or not the evidence can be a trusted source of information and used in the court of law. Chain of custody forms provide us with a method of maintaining evidence so that malicious actors can be held responsible for their actions. Have you ever taken a trip to a place you've never visited before? You may have used a travel itinerary to plan your trip activities. Travel itineraries are essential documents to have, especially for travel to a new place. They help keep you organized and give you a clear picture of your travel plans. They detail the activities you'll do, the places you'll visit, and your travel time between destinations. Playbooks are similar to travel itineraries. As you may remember from our previous discussions, a playbook is a manual that provides details about any operational action. They provide security analysts with instructions on exactly what to do when an incident occurs. Playbooks provide security professionals with a clear picture of their tasks during the entire incident response lifecycle. Responding to an incident can be unpredictable and chaotic at times. Security teams are expected to act quickly and effectively. Playbooks offer structure and order during this time by clearly outlining the actions to take when responding to a specific incident. By following a playbook, security teams can reduce any guesswork and uncertainty during response times. This allows security teams to act quickly and without any hesitation. Without playbooks, an effective and swift response to an incident is nearly impossible. Within playbooks, there may be checklists that can also help security teams perform effectively during stressful times by helping them remember to complete each step in the incident response lifecycle. Playbooks outline the steps that are necessary in response to an attack like ransomware, data breach, malware, or DDoS. Here's an example of a playbook that uses a flowchart diagram with the steps to take during the detection of a DDoS attack. This depicts the process for detecting a DDoS and begins with determining the indicators of compromise, like unknown incoming traffic. Once the indicators of compromise are determined, the next step is to collect the logs and finally analyze the evidence. There are 3 different types of playbooks: non-automated, automated, or semi-automated. The DDoS playbook we just explored is an example of a non-automated playbook. which requires step-by-step actions performed by an analyst. Automated playbooks automate tasks in incident response processes. For example, tasks such as categorizing the severity of the incident or gathering evidence can be done using an automated playbook. Automated playbooks can help lower the time to resolution during an incident. SOAR and SIEM tools can be configured to automate playbooks. Finally, semi-automated playbooks combine a person's action with automation. Tedious, error-prone, or time-consuming tasks can be automated, while analysts can prioritize their time with other tasks. Semi-automated playbooks can help increase productivity and decrease time to resolution. As a security team responds to incidents, they may discover that a playbook needs updates or changes. Threats are constantly evolving, and for playbooks to be effective, they must be maintained and updated regularly. A great time to introduce changes to playbooks is during the post-incident activity phase. We'll be exploring more about this phase in an upcoming section. Meet you there. As you've learned, security analysts can be flooded with a large amount of alerts on any given day. How does an analyst manage all of these alerts? Hospital emergency departments receive a large number of patients every day, and each patient needs medical care for a different reason. But not all patients will receive medical care immediately. This is because hospitals have a limited number of resources available and must manage their time and energy efficiently. They do this through a process known as triage. In medicine, triage is used to categorize patients based on the urgency of their conditions. For example, patients with a life-threatening condition, such as a heart attack, will receive immediate medical attention. But a patient with a non-life-threatening condition, like a broken finger, may have to wait before they see a doctor. Triage helps to manage limited resources so that hospital staff can give immediate attention to patients with the most urgent conditions. Triage is also used in security. Before an alert gets escalated, it goes through a triage process, which prioritizes incidents according to their level of importance or urgency. Similar to hospital emergency departments, security teams have limited resources available to dedicate to incident response. Not all incidents are the same, and some may involve an urgent response. Incidents are triaged according to the threat they pose to the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of systems. For example, an incident involving ransomware requires immediate response. This is because ransomware may cause financial, reputational, and operational damage. Ransomware is a higher priority than an incident like an employee receiving a phishing email. When does triage happen? Once an incident is detected and an alert gets sent out, triage begins. As a security analyst, you'll identify the different types of alerts and then prioritize them according to urgency. The triage process generally looks like this. First, you'll receive and assess the alert to determine if it's a false positive and whether it's related to an existing incident. If it's a true positive, you'll assign priority on the alert based on the organization's policy and guidelines. The priority level defines how the organization's security team will respond to the incident. Finally, you'll investigate the alert and collect and analyze any evidence associated with the alert, such as system logs. As an analyst, you'll want to ensure that you complete a thorough analysis so that you have enough information to make an informed decision about your findings. For example, say that you receive an alert for a failed user login attempt. You'll need to add context to your investigation to determine if it's malicious. You can do so by asking questions. Is there anything out of the ordinary associated with this alert? Are there multiple failed login attempts? Did the login happen outside of normal working hours? Did the login happen outside of the network? These questions paint a picture around the incident. By adding context, you avoid making assumptions which can result in incomplete or incorrect conclusions. Now that we've covered how to triage alerts, we're ready to discuss how to respond and recover from an incident. Let's go.
My name is Robin, and I am the Program Management Lead for the Red Team at Google. I would say teamwork might be the most important skill for people who work in cybersecurity. The collaborative culture is to understand that everybody brings a unique perspective and a useful perspective and useful skills. What it is about teamwork is that these problems are hard. These problems are complex. The bad actors out there are smart, they're well-resourced, and they're really motivated. So they're constantly coming up with new ways to do the activities that they want to do. It takes people with all kinds of perspectives, all kinds of problem-solving skills, all kinds of knowledge to come together to understand what has happened and how we can defend against it. When you're working as part of a team, one of the things to expect is that you should share information freely with your colleagues and that they'll share information freely with you. At the beginning and in the confusing part of responding to incidents, all information is useful. So expect to dive right in, share everything you know, and listen to the things people around you say so that we come out with the best solutions as quickly as we can. Very soon after I got into the role that I am in now, we experienced a very significant incident. A vulnerability was discovered in a library that was used in many, many different places on the internet, and the vulnerability was significant. I was part of the team that came together to respond to that. And that team that came together, we set up a response process that involved 24/7 coverage using our colleagues all around the world. The end result of the amazing teamwork that we experienced was, first of all, we were able to manage the vulnerability, but more importantly, it's the way the team came together afterward. And it's the way people still talk about how our great teamwork brought us closer to our colleagues, meant that our team works better together than it did before, meant that these teamwork aspects, they're all things that we do so well now. We all feel like we've been through something together and that we came out stronger on the other side. As you go through this certificate, you might learn that cybersecurity is tricky or it's hard, but don't give up. The more you learn, the more you're going to enjoy it. So stay with it, learn everything you can, and you're going to have a great career.
In this video, we'll discuss the third phase of the incident response life cycle. This phase includes the steps for how security teams contain, eradicate, and recover from an incident. It's important to note that these steps interrelate. Containment helps meet the goals of eradication, which helps meet the goals of recovery. This phase of the life cycle also integrates with the core functions of the NIST cybersecurity framework, respond and recover. Let's begin with the first step, containment. After an incident has been detected, it must be contained. Containment is the act of limiting and preventing additional damage caused by an incident. Organizations outline their containment strategies in incident response plans. Containment strategies detail the actions that security teams should take after an incident has been detected. Different containment strategies are used for various incident types. For example, a common containment strategy for a malware incident on a single computer system is to isolate the affected system by disconnecting it from the network. This prevents the spread of the malware to other systems in the network. As a result, the incident is contained to the single compromised system, which limits any further damage. Containment actions are the first step toward removing a threat from an environment. Once an incident has been contained, security teams work to remove all traces of the incident through eradication. Eradication involves the complete removal of the incident elements from all affected systems. For example, eradication actions include performing vulnerability tests and applying patches to vulnerabilities related to the threat. Finally, the last step of this phase in the incident response lifecycle is recovery. Recovery is the process of returning affected systems back to normal operations. An incident can disrupt key business operations and services. During recovery, any services that were impacted by the incident are brought back to normal operation. Recovery actions include re-imaging affected systems, resetting passwords, and adjusting network configurations, like firewall rules. Remember, the incident response lifecycle is cyclical. Multiple incidents can happen across time, and these incidents can be related. Security teams may have to circle back to other phases in the lifecycle to conduct additional investigations. Next up, we'll discuss the final phase of the lifecycle. Meet you there. Now that a security team has successfully contained, eradicated, and recovered from an incident, their job is done, right? Not quite. Whether it's a new technology or a new vulnerability, there's always more to learn in the security field. The perfect time for learning and improvement happens during the final phase of the incident response lifecycle, post-incident activity. The post-incident activity phase entails the process of reviewing an incident to identify areas for improvement during incident handling. During this phase of the life cycle, different types of documentation get updated or created. One of the critical forms of documentation that gets created is the final report. The final report is documentation that provides a comprehensive review of an incident. It includes a timeline and details of all events related to the incident and recommendations for future prevention. During an incident, the goal of the security team is to focus efforts on response and recovery. After an incident, security teams work to minimize the risk of it happening again. One way to improve processes is to hold a lessons learned meeting. A lessons learned meeting includes all parties involved in the incident and is generally held within 2 weeks after the incident. During this meeting, the incident is reviewed to determine what happened, what actions were taken, and how well the actions worked. The final report is also used as the main reference document during this meeting. The goal of the discussions in a lessons learned meeting is to share ideas and information about the incident and how to improve future response efforts. Here are some questions to ask during a lessons learned meeting. What happened? What time did it happen? Who discovered it? How did it get contained? What were the actions taken for recovery? What could have been done differently? Incident reviews can reveal human errors before detection and during response, whether it's a security analyst missing a step in a recovery process or an employee clicking a link in a phishing email, resulting in the spread of malware. Blaming someone for an action they did or didn't do should be avoided. Instead, security teams can view this as an opportunity to learn from what happened and improve. That wraps up our discussion on incident investigation and response. Nice work on finishing up another section. We've covered a lot here, so let's take a moment to quickly recap. First, we revisited the detection and analysis phase of the NIST incident response lifecycle and focused on how to investigate and verify an incident. We discussed the purpose of detection and how indicators of compromise can be used to identify malicious activity on a system. Next, we examined plans and processes behind the incident response, such as documentation and triage. We also explored strategies for containing and eradicating an incident and recovering from it. Finally, we examined the last phase of the incident lifecycle, post-incident actions. We talked about final reports, timelines, and the value of scheduling post-incident reviews through lessons learned meetings. As a security analyst, you'll be responsible for completing some processes involved in each phase of the incident response lifecycle. Coming up, you'll learn about logs and have the chance to explore them using a SIEM. History books, receipts, diaries. What do all these things have in common? They record events. Whether it's historical events, financial transactions, or private diary entries, records preserve event details, and having access to these details can help us in many ways. Previously, we explored the different types of processes and procedures involved during each phase of the incident response lifecycle. In this section, we'll direct our focus on one of the key components of incident investigation, logs and alerts. In security, logs record event details, and these details are used to support investigations. First, you'll learn all about logs, what they are, and how they're created. You'll also learn how to read and analyze logs. Then we'll revisit intrusion detection systems. You'll explore how to interpret signatures. You'll have an opportunity to apply what you've learned through hands-on activities using a tool called Suricata. Finally, you'll search in SIEM tools like Splunk and Chronicle to locate events of interest and access log data. Events are a valuable data source. They help create context around an alert so you can interpret the actions that took place on a system. Knowing how to read, analyze, and connect different events will help you identify malicious behavior and protect systems from attack. Ready? Let's begin. Devices produce data in the form of events. As a refresher, events are observable occurrences that happen on a network, system, or device. This data provides visibility into an environment. Logs are one of the key ways security professionals detect unusual or malicious activity. A log is a record of events that occur within an organization's systems. System activity is recorded in what's known as a log file, or commonly called logs. Almost every device or system can generate logs. Logs contain multiple entries which detail information about a specific event or occurrence. Logs are useful to security analysts during incident investigation since they record details of what, where, and when an event occurred on the network. This includes details like date, time, location, the action made, and the names of the users or systems who performed the action. These details offer valuable insight, not only for troubleshooting issues related to system performance, but most importantly for security monitoring. Logs allow analysts to build a story and timeline around various event occurrences to understand what exactly happened. This is done through log analysis. Log analysis is the process of examining logs to identify events of interest. Since there are different sources available to get logs, an enormous volume of log data can be generated. It's helpful to be selective in what we log so that we can log efficiently. For example, web applications generate a high volume of log messages, but not all of this data may be relevant to an investigation. In fact, it may even slow things down. Excluding specific data from being logged helps reduce the time spent searching through log data. You may recall our discussion on SIEM technology. SIEM tools provide security professionals with a high-level overview of what happens in a network. SIEM tools do this by first collecting data from multiple data sources. Then the data gets aggregated or centralized in one place. Finally, the diverse log formats get normalized or converted into a single preferred format. SIEM tools help process large log volumes from multiple data sources in real time. This allows security analysts to quickly search for log data and perform log analysis to support their investigations. So how do logs get collected? Software known as log forwarders collect logs from various sources and automatically forward them to a centralized log repository for storage. Since different types of devices and systems can create logs, there are different log data sources in an environment. These include network logs, which are generated by devices such as proxies, routers, switches, and firewalls, and system logs, which are generated by operating systems. There's also application logs, which are logs related to software applications. Security logs, which are generated by security tools like IDS or IPS, and lastly, authentication logs, which record login attempts. Here's an example of a network log from a router. There are a couple of log entries here, but we'll focus on the first line. Here we can observe a number of fields. First, there's an action specifying allow. This means that the router's firewall settings allowed access from a specific IP address to google.com. Next, there's a field specifying the source, which lists an IP address. So far, the information from this log entry is telling us that network traffic to google.com from this source IP address is allowed. The last field specifies the timestamp, which is one of the most essential fields in a log. We can identify the exact date and time of an action that's occurred. This is useful for correlating multiple events to develop a timeline of the incident. There you have it. You've analyzed your first network log. Coming up, we'll continue our discussion on logs and explore log formats.
I'm Rebecca. I'm a security engineer at Google, and I focus in identity management. The best part of the job is probably thinking like an attacker. I love that part of seeing like, how can I break stuff? Seeing a system and figuring out how can I get into it? If I was a bad guy, what would I be wanting? What would I be looking for? How would I find the credentials? How would I, find the machine that's useful and get onto it? My first day in security, we were learning a new tool. Like the whole organization was into training, and they're like, we're gonna throw you in. It's a 1-week training to learn a network analyzer. I didn't know anything about networks, let alone network security or what this thing was gonna be used for. And so I was very overwhelmed because I felt like I was an imposter sitting in somebody's seat who should belong there and learning stuff way over my head. I pushed her by asking a lot of questions and setting aside that feeling like I should know things because I've never been exposed to it at that point. The only way I'm gonna know is if I ask. So this course has a lot of tools and covers a lot of information, and it can be very easy to be overwhelmed. In fact, I probably would be as well. There's a lot of information that you can take in. I think of learning in a course like this where there's There's a series of courses for you to learn that it's like climbing a mountain. You've gotten so far up the mountain and the air gets thin, and yes, it is difficult. You feel overwhelmed, but you're almost to the top. And know that when you get to the top, you're gonna have an amazing view of the world. And that's the same thing of when you finish these courses. Your frame of mind and how you view things and your capabilities, your potential for finding new jobs or changing careers is that much better.
When you purchase an item in a store, you usually receive a receipt as a record of purchase. The receipt breaks down the transaction information with details such as the date and time, the cashier's name, the item name, cost, and the method of payment. But not all store receipts look the same. For example, receipts like automotive invoices use lots of detail when listing the items or services that were sold. You most likely won't find this much detail from a restaurant receipt. Despite the differences among store receipts, all receipts contain important details that are relevant to the transaction. Logs are similar to receipts. While receipts record purchases, logs record the events or activities that happen on a network or system. As a security analyst, you'll be responsible for interpreting logs. Logs come in different formats, so not all logs look the same, but they usually contain information like timestamps, system characteristics like IP addresses, and a description of the event, including the action taken and who performed the action. We know that logs can be generated from many different data sources, such as network devices, operating systems, and more. These log sources generate logs in different formats. Some log formats are designed to be human readable, while others are machine readable. Some logs can be verbose, which means they contain lots of information, while some are short and simple. Let's explore some commonly used log formats. One of the most commonly used log formats is syslog. Syslog is both a protocol and a log format. As a protocol, it transports and writes logs. As a log format, it contains a header followed by structured data and a message. The syslog entry includes 3 sections: a header, structured data, and a message. The header contains data fields like timestamp, the host name, the application name, and the message ID. The structured data portion contains additional data information in key value pairs. Here, the event source is a key that specifies the data source of the log, which is the value application. Lastly, the message component contains the detailed log message about the event. In this example, this is a log entry, is the message. Let's explore another common log format you might encounter as a security analyst. JavaScript Object Notation, more popularly known as JSON, is a text-based format designed to be easy to read and write. It also uses key value pairs to structure data. Here's an example of a JSON log. The curly brackets represent the beginning and end of an object. The object is the data that's enclosed between the brackets. It's organized using key value pairs where each key has a corresponding value separated by colons. For example, for the first line, the key is alert, and the value is malware. JSON is known for its simplicity and easy readability. As a security analyst, you'll use JSON to read and write data like logs. Extensible Markup Language, or XML, is a language and a format used for storing and transmitting data. Instead of key value pairs, it uses tags and other keys to structure data. Here we have an example of an XML log entry with 4 fields: first name, last name, employee ID, and date joined, which are separated with arrows. Finally, comma-separated values, or CSV, is a format that uses separators like commas to separate data values. In this example, there are many different data fields which are separated with commas. Now that you know about the diversity of log formats, you can focus on evaluating logs to build context around a detection. Coming up, you'll explore how IDS signatures are used to detect, log, and alert on suspicious activity. Detection requires data, and this data can come from various data sources. You've already explored how different devices produce logs. Now we'll examine how different detection technologies monitor devices and log different types of system activity like network and endpoint telemetry. Telemetry is the collection and transmission of data for analysis. While logs record events occurring on systems, telemetry describes the data itself. For example, packet captures are considered network telemetry. For security professionals, logs and telemetry are sources of evidence that can be used to answer questions during investigations. Previously, you learned about an intrusion detection system, or IDS. Remember that IDS is an application that monitors activity and alerts on possible intrusions. This includes monitoring different parts of a system or network, like an endpoint. An endpoint is any device connected on a network, such as a laptop, tablet, desktop computer, or a smartphone. Endpoints are entry points into a network, which makes them key targets for malicious actors looking to gain unauthorized access into a system. To monitor endpoints for threats or attacks, a host-based intrusion detection system can be used. It's an application that monitors the activity of the host on which it's installed. To clarify, a host is any device that communicates with other devices on a network, similar to an endpoint. Host-based intrusion detection systems are installed as an agent on a single host, such as a laptop computer or a server. Depending on its configuration, host-based intrusion detection systems will monitor the host on which it's installed to detect suspicious activity. Once something's been detected, it records output as logs and an alert gets generated. What if we wanted to monitor a network? A network-based intrusion detection system collects and analyzes network traffic and network data. Network-based intrusion detection systems work similar to packet sniffers because they analyze network traffic and network data on a specific point in the network. It's common to deploy multiple IDS sensors at different points in the network to achieve adequate visibility. When suspicious or unusual network activity is detected, the network-based intrusion detection system logs it and generates an alert. In this example, the network-based intrusion detection system is monitoring the traffic that's both coming from and going to the internet. Intrusion detection systems use different types of detection methods. One of the most common methods is signature analysis. Signature analysis is a detection method used to find events of interest. A signature specifies a set of rules that an IDS refers to when it monitors activity. If the activity matches the rules in the signature, the IDS logs it and sends out an alert. For example, a signature can be written to generate an alert if a failed login on a system happens 3 times in a row, which suggests a possible password attack. Before alerts are generated, the activity must be logged. IDS technologies record the information of the devices, systems, and networks which they monitor as IDS logs. IDS logs can then be sent, stored, and analyzed in a centralized log repository, like a SIEM. Coming up, we'll explore how to read and configure signatures. We'll meet you there. As a security analyst, you may be tasked with writing, customizing, or testing signatures. To do this, you'll use IDS tools. So in this section, we'll examine signature syntax, and by the end, you'll be able to read a signature. A signature specifies detection rules. These rules outline the types of network intrusions you want an IDS to detect. For example, a signature can be written to detect an alert on suspicious traffic attempting to connect to a port. Rule language differs depending on different network intrusion detection systems. The term network intrusion detection system is often abbreviated as the acronym NIDS and pronounced NIDS. Generally, NIDS rules consist of 3 components: an action, a header, and rule options. Now let's examine each of these 3 components in more detail. Typically, the action is the first item specified in a signature. This determines the action to take if the rule criteria matches are met. Actions differ across NIDS rule languages, but some common actions are alert, pass, or reject. Using our example, if a rule specifies to alert on suspicious network traffic that establishes an unusual connection to a port, the IDS will inspect the traffic packets and send out an alert. The header defines the signature's network traffic. These include information such as source and destination IP addresses, source and destination ports, protocols, and traffic direction. If we want to detect an alert on suspicious traffic connecting to a port, we have to first define the source of the suspicious traffic in the header. Suspicious traffic can originate from IP addresses outside the local network. It can also use specific or unusual protocols. We can specify external IP addresses and these protocols in the header. Here's an example of how header information may appear in a basic rule. First, we can observe that the protocol, TCP, is the first listed item in the signature. Next, the source IP address 10.120.170.17 and the source port number is specified as being any. The arrow in the middle of the signature indicates the direction of the network traffic, so we know it's originating from the source IP 10.120.170.17 from any port, going to the following destination IP address, 133.113.202.181, and destination port 80. The rule options let you customize signatures with additional parameters. There are many different options available to use. For instance, you can set options to match the content of a network packet to detect malicious payloads. Malicious payloads reside in a packet's data and perform malicious activity like deleting or encrypting data. Configuring rule options helps in narrowing down network traffic so you can find exactly what you're looking for. Typically, rule options are separated by semicolons and enclosed in parentheses. In this example, we can examine that the rule options are enclosed in a pair of parentheses and are also separated with semicolons. The first rule option, MSG, which stands for message, provides the alert's text. In this case, the alert will print out the text, "This is a message." There's also the option SID, which stands for signature ID. This attaches a unique ID to each signature. The rev option stands for revision. Each time a signature is updated or changed, the revision number changes. Here, the number 1 means it's the first version of the signature. Great. Now you've developed another skill in your journey towards becoming a security analyst: how to read signatures. There's so much more to learn, and coming up, we'll discuss tools that use signatures. Previously, you learned about signature-based analysis. You also learned how to read signatures used in network-based intrusion detection systems. Here, we'll use an open-source, signature-based IDS called Suricata to examine a signature. Many NIDS technologies come with pre-written signatures, and you can think of these signatures as customizable templates, sort of like different templates available in a word processor. These signature templates provide you with a starting point for writing and defining your rules. You can also write and add your own rules. Let's examine a pre-written signature through Suricata. On this Linux machine running Ubuntu, Suricata is already installed. Let's examine some of its files by changing directories to the etc directory and into the Suricata directory. This is where all of Suricata's configuration files live. Next, we'll use the ls command to list the contents of the Suricata directory. There's a couple of different files in here, but we'll focus on the rules folder. This is where the pre-written signatures are. You can also add custom signatures here. We'll use the cd command followed by the name of the folder to navigate to that folder. Using the ls command, we can observe that the folder contains some rule templates for different protocols and services. Let's examine the custom.rules file using the less command. As a quick refresher, the less command returns the content of a file one page at a time, which makes it easy to move forward and backward through the content. We'll use the arrow key to scroll up. Lines that begin with a pound sign are comments meant to provide context for those who read them and are ignored by Suricata. The first line says, custom rules example for HTTP connection. This tells us that this file contains custom rules for HTTP connections. We can observe that there's a signature. The first word specifies the signature's action. For this signature, the action is alert. This means that the signature generates an alert when all of the conditions are met. The next part of the signature is the header. It specifies the protocol HTTP. The source IP address is HomeNet, and the source port is defined as any. The arrow indicates the direction of traffic coming from the home network and going to the destination IP address external net and any destination port. So far, we know that this signature triggers an alert when it detects any HTTP traffic leaving the home network and going to the external network. Let's examine the remainder of the signature to identify if there's any additional conditions the signature looks for. The last part of the signature includes the rule options. They're enclosed in parentheses and separated by semicolons. There's many options listed here, but we'll focus on the message, flow, and content options. The message option will show the message get on wire once the alert is triggered. The flow option is used to match on direction of network traffic flow. Here it's established. This means that a connection has been successfully made. The content option inspects the content of a packet. Here, between the quotation marks, the text GET is specified. GET is an HTTP request that's used to retrieve and request data from a server. This means the signature will match if a network packet contains the text GET, indicating a request. To summarize, this signature alerts anytime Suricata observes the text GET in an HTTP connection from the home network going to the external network. Every environment is different, and in order for an IDS to be effective, signatures must be tested and tailored. As a security analyst, you may test, modify, or create IDS signatures to improve the detection of threats in an environment and reduce the likelihood of false positives. Coming up, we'll examine how Suricata logs events. Meet you there. Now, let's examine some logs generated by Suricata. In Suricata, alerts and events are output in a format known as EVE-JSON. EVE stands for Extensible Event Format, and JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. As you previously learned, JSON uses key value pairs, which simplifies both searching and extracting text from log files. Suricata generates two types of log data, alert logs and network telemetry logs. Alert logs contain information that's relevant to security investigations. Usually this is the output of signatures which have triggered an alert. For example, a signature that detects suspicious traffic across the network generates an alert log that captures details of that traffic. While network telemetry logs contain information about network traffic flows, network telemetry is not always security relevant. It's simply recording what's happening on a network, such as a connection being made to a specific port. Both of these log types provide information to build a story during an investigation. Let's examine an example of both log types. Here's an example of an event log. We can tell that this event is an alert because the event type field says alert. There's also details about the activity that was logged, including IP addresses and the protocol. There are also details about the signature itself, such as the message and ID. From the signature's message, it appears that this alert relates to the detection of malware. Next up, we have an example of a network telemetry log, which shows us the details of an HTTP request to a website. The event type field tells us it's an HTTP log. There's details about the request. Under hostname, there's the website that was accessed. The user agent is the name of software that connects you to the website. In this case, it's the web browser, Mozilla 5.0. And the content type, which is the data the HTTP request returned. Here it's specified as HTML text. That sums it up on the different types of log outputs. In the upcoming activity, you'll be applying what we just explored by getting hands-on with Suricata. Have fun. As a security analyst, you'll need to be able to quickly access the relevant data required to perform your duties. Whether it's triaging alerts, monitoring systems, or analyzing log data during incident investigations, a SIEM is the tool for this job. As a quick review, a SIEM is an application that collects and analyzes log data to monitor critical activities in an organization. It does this by collecting, analyzing, and reporting on security data from multiple sources. Previously, you learned about the SIEM process for data collection. Let's revisit this process. First, SIEM tools collect and process enormous amounts of data generated by devices and systems from all over an environment. Not all data is the same. As you already know, devices generate data in different formats. This can be challenging because there is no unified format to represent the data. SIEM tools make it easy for security analysts to read and analyze data by normalizing it. Raw data gets processed so that it's formatted consistently and only relevant event information is included. Finally, SIEM tools index the data so it can be accessed through search. All of the events across all the different sources can be accessed with your fingertips. Isn't that useful? SIEM tools make it easy to quickly access and analyze the data flows happening across networks in an environment. As a security analyst, you may encounter different SIEM tools. It's important that you're able to adjust and adapt to whichever tool your organization ends up using. With that in mind, let's explore some SIEM tools currently used in the security industry. Splunk is a data analysis platform. Splunk Enterprise Security provides SIEM solutions that let you search, analyze, and visualize security data. First, it collects data from different sources. That data gets processed and stored in an index. Then it can be accessed in a variety of different ways, like through search. Chronicle is Google Cloud's SIEM, which stores security data for search, analysis, and visualization. First, data gets forwarded to Chronicle. This data then gets normalized or cleaned up so it's easier to process and index. Finally, the data becomes available to be accessed through a search bar. Next up, we'll explore how to search on these SIEM platforms. Now that we've reviewed how a SIEM works, let's learn how to search and query events in a SIEM database. Data that's been imported into a SIEM can be accessed by entering queries into the SIEM's search engine. Massive amounts of data can be stored in a SIEM database. Some of this data may date back years. This can make searching for security events challenging. For example, let's say you're searching to find a failed login event. You search for the event using the keywords failed login. This is a very broad query, which can return thousands of results. Broad search queries like this slow down the response times of a search engine since it's searching across all the index data. But if you specify additional parameters like an event ID and a date and time range, you can narrow down the search to get faster results. It's important that search queries are specific so that you can find exactly what you're looking for and save time in the search process. Different SIEM tools use different search methods. For example, Splunk uses its own query language called Search Processing Language, or SPL for short. SPL has many different search options you can use to optimize search results so that you can get the data you're looking for. For now, I'll demonstrate a raw log search in Splunk Cloud for events that reference errors or failures for a fictional online store called Buttercup Games. First, we'll use the search bar to type in our query, Buttercup Games, error or fail star. This search is specifying the index, which is Buttercup Games. We also specify the search terms, error or fail. The Boolean operator OR ensures that both of the keywords will be searched. The asterisk at the end of the term fail star is known as a wildcard. This means it will search for all possible endings that contain the term fail. This helps us expand our search results because events may label failures differently. For example, some events may use the term failed. Next, we'll select a time range using the time range picker. Remember, the more specific our search is, the better. Let's search for data from the last 30 days. Under the search bar, we have our search results. There's a timeline which gives us a visual representation of the number of events over a period. This can be helpful in identifying event patterns such as peaks in activity. Under the timeline, there's the events viewer, which gives us a list of events that match our search. Notice how our search terms, Buttercup Games, and error are highlighted in each event. It doesn't appear that any events matching with the term fail were found. Each event has a timestamp and raw log data. For the events with errors, it appears that there's an error relating to the HTTP cookies used in the Buttercup Games website. At the bottom of the raw log data, there's some information related to the data source, including the host name, source, and source type. This information tells us where the event data originated from, such as a device or file. If we click on it, we can choose to exclude it from the search results. On the search bar, we can examine that the search terms have been changed and host not equal www1 has been added, which means not to include www1 hosts. Notice that the new search results do not contain www1 as a host, but contain www2 and www3. This is just one of the many ways that you can target your searches to retrieve information you're looking for. This search is known as a raw log search, which has a slower search performance since it extracts log data fields during the search process. As a security analyst, you'll use different commands to optimize search performance for faster search results. That completes querying in Splunk. You've learned the importance of effective queries and how to perform a basic Splunk search. Coming up, you'll learn how to query events in Chronicle. Chronicle allows you to search and filter log data. In this video, we'll explore using Chronicle's search field to locate an event. Chronicle uses the YARA-L language to define rules for detection. It's a computer language used to create rules for searching through ingested log data. For example, You can use YARA-L to write a rule to detect specific activities related to the exfiltration of valuable data. Using Chronicle's search field, you can search for fields like hostname, domain, IP, URL, email, username, or file hash. Using the search field, you can enter different types of searches. The default method of search is using UDM search, which stands for Unified Data Model. It searches through normalized data. If you can't find the data you're looking for searching the normalized data, you have the option of searching raw logs. Raw log search searches through the logs which have not been normalized. From our earlier discussion on the SIEM process, you may recall that raw logs get processed during the normalization step. During normalization, all of the relevant information from raw logs gets extracted and formatted, making the data easier to search. A reason we might need to search raw logs is to find data that may not have been included in the normalized logs, like specific fields which have not been normalized, or to troubleshoot data ingestion problems. Let's examine a UDM search for a failed login using Chronicle. First, let's click on the Structured Query Builder icon so that we can perform a UDM search. I'll type in the search metadata.eventType equal user login and securityresult.action equal block. Let's break down this UDM search. Since we are searching for normalized data, we need to specify a search that uses UDM format. UDM events have a set of common fields. The metadata.eventType field details the event's type. Here, we're asking Chronicle to find an authentication activity event, a user login. Next, there's AND, which is a logical operator that tells the search engine to contain both terms. Finally, the securityresult.action field specifies a security action such as allow or block. Here, the action is block. This means the user login was blocked or failed. Now we'll press the query button. We're going to focus on searching normalized data. We're presented with a screen with the search results. There's lots of information here. Under UDM search, we can observe our search terms. There's also a bar graph timeline visualizing the failed login events over a period. At a quick glance, this gives us a snapshot of the failed login activity over time, allowing us to spot possible patterns. Under the timeline, there's a list of events with timestamps associated with this search. Under each event, there's an asset, which is the name of a device. For example, this event shows a failed login for a user named Alice. If we click the event, we can open up the raw log associated with the event. We can interpret these raw logs for more detail about the event's activity during the investigation. To the left, there's quick filters. These are additional fields or values that we can use to filter the search results. For example, if we click target.ip, we are given a list of IP addresses. If we click one of these IP addresses, we can filter the search results to contain only this target IP address. This helps us find specific data we're looking for and helps us save time in the process. Great work. Now you know how to perform a search using Chronicle. In the upcoming activity, you'll have the chance to perform searches using the SIEM tools we've just discussed. Congratulations, you made it to the end of this section. You've made so much progress in your security journey. Let's review what we learned. You learned all about how to read and analyze logs. You examined how log files are created and used for analysis. You also compared different types of common log formats and learned how to read them. You extended your understanding on intrusion detection systems by comparing network-based systems and host-based systems. You also learned how to interpret signatures. You examined how signatures are written and also how they detect, log, and alert on intrusions. You interacted with Suricata in the command line to examine and interpret signatures and alerts. Lastly, you learned how to search in SIEM tools like Splunk and Chronicle. You learned about the importance of crafting tailored queries to locate events. At the forefront of incident response, monitoring and analyzing network traffic for indicators of compromise is one of the primary goals. Being able to perform in-depth log analysis and knowing how to read and write signatures and how to access log data are all skills that you'll use as a security analyst. Congratulations on completing this course on detection and response. As you've progressed, we've covered a wide range of topics and tools. Let's take a moment to review what you've learned. First, we began with an overview of the incident response lifecycle. You learned how security teams coordinate their response efforts, and you explored the documentation, detection, and management tools used in incident response. Next, you learned how to monitor and analyze network traffic. You learned about capturing and analyzing packets using packet sniffers. You also practiced using tools like TCP dump to capture and analyze network data to identify indicators of compromise. Then we explored processes and procedures involved in the phases of the incident response lifecycle. You learned about techniques related to incident detection and analysis. You also learned about documentation like chain of custody, playbooks, and final reports. We ended with exploring strategies used for recovery and post-incident activity. Finally, you learned how to interpret logs and alerts. You explored Suricata on the command line to read and understand signatures and rules. You also used SIEM tools like Splunk and Chronicle to search for events and logs. As a security analyst, you'll be presented with a new challenge every day. Whether it's investigating evidence or documenting your work, you'll use what you've learned in this course to effectively respond to incidents. I'm so glad to have been on this learning journey with you. You've done a fantastic job in expanding your knowledge and learning new tools to add to your security toolbox. One of the things I love about the security field is that there's always something new to learn. And coming up, you'll continue your learning journey by exploring a programming language called Python, which can be used to automate security tasks. Keep up the great work.
The demand for security professionals has never been higher. Organizations across the world require professionals with your knowledge and skills to protect their systems from attackers. And with the number of threats on the rise, security professionals often perform a diverse set of tasks. It's for this reason that we'll incorporate another tool as part of our security toolbox. A tool that can simplify many common security tasks. A tool that's used not only by security professionals, but also by engineers and data scientists. That tool is Python. Hi there. Congratulations on getting to the next step in your security journey. My name is Angel, and I am a security engineer at Google. I'm excited to be joining you in this course. If you've been following along sequentially, you've already applied the specific tools that security professionals use during the detection, analysis, and response processes. And you also learn how to communicate with your computer through Linux and SQL. Now, we'll focus on how programming in Python can be used for some common security tasks. As you consider your next career step, you might find that Python skills will help you in your everyday work. This course is designed for learning Python, starting with the basics. Then, you'll gradually build on those basics and apply what you learned to gain hands-on practice with security-related examples. Fortunately, Python is known for its readability, and just like all languages, it will get easier with practice. Pretty soon, you might be using Python in your security career. Python can automate the manual effort of important tasks, like file parsing. Python has helped me a lot in my career here at Google. I am part of a team responsible for protecting Google's infrastructure, which includes everything that employees use, from laptops and desktops to the network and cloud resources. We do this by engineering security solutions and automating the repeatable parts of our work. What I like about Python is that it has cross-platform support, and a lot of tools have already been developed by members of the security community that use Python. This makes it easy for me to find the tools I need and get support with blockers so I can complete both my professional and personal projects. My hope is that this course will be helpful to you. Let's explore what we'll cover. First, you'll be introduced to basic programming concepts in Python. You'll learn why Python has been adopted by security professionals around the world. You will also develop and run your first program. After this, we'll focus on writing effective Python code. We'll discuss concepts that help make our work more efficient. Our next main topic is on working with strings and lists. These will be relevant to a lot of the data that you'll encounter in a security context. And finally, you'll wrap up the course with an exploration of putting Python into practice. You'll learn about opening and parsing files and about debugging code. Python is certainly a useful skill for security analysts. Let's get started. My name is Angel, and I'm a security engineer at Google. There were a number of things in my life that led me to security. One of them was definitely curiosity when I was growing up. My parents are accountants, and so they had pocket calculators and mechanical pencils and pens. And I was always breaking them up and taking pieces apart and trying to figure out how they work. This led me to technology in general. And the same concept applied again, just trying to figure out how things work and breaking them. That's basically what security is trying to do, breaking things to figure out whether or not somebody else could break them before you do. I started as a network engineer. This was setting up firewalls, setting up switches and routers for different companies. I wanted to join cybersecurity mostly because I felt very motivated about the things that were going on in the industry. Project Aurora was Google getting hacked by a foreign actor. I was reading this and I was thinking, I wish I could work with the people that are working on this, on the front lines. When I was starting to get into cybersecurity and I wanted to make a jump in my career, what I wanted to learn, where I needed to be. One example is learning automation through Python. I took online classes. I completed certifications, security certifications, very popular ones. And then I just started to incorporate some of these aspects into my current job. When I was moving from Mexico to the US to work here, I had to learn how to be flexible. You have to learn new things in order to advance your career. Sometimes even you have to learn new things just to stay at the same spot you are at. And in security, I think in all of technology, but especially in security, you constantly have to reinvent yourself, keep learning how things work, and keep learning how you can help the industry. One important skill throughout my life and in my career as a cybersecurity professional is resiliency. I learned a lot about resiliency when I first moved here in the US, and things didn't go the way I expected them to. And I have to keep trying new things and hope for the best. And that is really no different from what we do as a security professionals. We do this on a day-to-day basis. We have to either figure out ways to make things work. We have to figure out ways to make projects function the way we need them to. Or we have to figure out ways to get past a problem. We need more professionals in cybersecurity with different backgrounds. And that means different experiences, different ways of seeing things, different ways of approaching and solving problems. We need more people like you in this industry. The process of learning a new programming language is similar to learning a new language. For instance, like any human language, programming consists of words organized together to form lines of code. Lines of code are used to communicate with a computer, similar to a sentence, telling it how to perform a task. In this section, we're going to start learning the language needed to communicate with a computer as we explore some key components of Python. We'll start by introducing the basics of programming, starting with why security analysts use Python. Next, we'll start building the foundations for Python. We'll discuss data types. Then, we'll cover variables. Lastly, we're going to learn about specific statements we can make in Python, like conditional statements. Conditional statements help us incorporate logic into our programs. The second type of statement we'll learn about is the iterative statement. Iterative statements allow us to repeat a line of code multiple times without having to rewrite it. Learning Python helped me succeed in my career because using Python allows me to free up time from repetitive tasks and instead focus on more challenging tasks and problems. Successfully applying automation reduces my overall workload, increases productivity, and reduces the risk of human error. The use of automation also allows me to focus on my engineering tasks, which require more creativity, collaboration, and problem solving. Are you ready to start programming in Python? Let's begin. Security professionals use a variety of tools. One of those tools
is computer programming. Programming is used to create a specific set of instructions for a computer to execute tasks. Let's take an example of a vending machine. Think of a vending machine as a computer that supplies food or drinks to customers. To receive an item, the customer inserts the money into the machine and then selects the item they want. Let's say the customer provides the machine with a value of $5. The machine stores this value while you make your selection. If you select a candy bar that costs $2, the machine takes this input, otherwise known as an instruction, and then understands to output your candy bar for $2 and provides the change back of $3. There are many programming languages in existence. Here, we'll focus on Python. Python is considered to be a general-purpose language. This means that it can create a variety of different programs, and it isn't specialized in any particular problem. In fields such as web development and artificial intelligence, Python is typically used to build websites and perform data analysis. In security, the main reason we use Python is to automate our tasks. Automation is the use of technology to reduce human and manual effort to perform common and repetitive tasks. Python is generally best for automating short, simple tasks. For example, a security analyst who's dealing with a security incident might have a log with necessary information. Reading through these manually would take too much time, but Python can help sort through this so the analyst can find what they need. As another example, an analyst might use Python to manage an access control list, the list that controls who can access the system and its resources. It would be potentially less consistent if the analyst had to manually remove an employee's access every time they left the company. However, a Python program can periodically monitor this instead. Or Python could also perform some automated tasks like analyzing network traffic. Though these tasks can be done through outside applications, they are also possible through Python. In addition to automating individual tasks, Python can combine separate tasks into one workstream. For example, imagine a playbook indicates that an analyst needs to resolve a certain situation by deleting a file and then notifying the proper individuals. Python can connect these processes together. So, why exactly might a security professional choose Python for these tasks? There are several advantages Python has as a programming language. For one, Python is user-friendly. Because it resembles human language, it requires less code and is easy to read. Python programmers also have the benefit of following standard guidelines to ensure consistency with the design and readability of code. Another great reason for learning Python is that there's a large amount of online support. Python also has an extensive collection of built-in code that we can import and use to perform many different tasks. These are just some of the reasons why Python continues to be in high demand across different industries throughout the world. You'll most likely use it in your security career. Wow, all of this sounds great. So let's take a short break, and next, we'll finally get to run some Python code. I'll meet you in the next video. Hi there. Previously, we discussed the basics of Python. Now, we'll practice writing and running code. When we work in Python, we refer to what we write as a script or a program. There are subtle differences between the two. Let's compare a computer program to a theater performance. Almost every theater performance includes a written script. Actors study and memorize a script to say it out loud to an audience. However, that's not the only component. There's also the whole performance. Directors make decisions on what kind of lighting to use, or costumes, or what the stage looks like. The performance, as a whole, involves a lot of design choices, like
set design, lighting, and costumes. The process of creating this production is similar to the process of programming in Python. Programming involves a lot of design decisions, but the process of scripting in Python is more like writing the specific words that the actors will say. In Python, it's good practice to start with a comment. A comment is a note programmers make about the intention behind their code. Let's add one now. We start with the hash symbol to indicate that this is a comment, and then we'll add details about our intention. Here, we're going to print "Hello Python" to the screen. Okay, now let's write our first line of Python code. This code uses print. Print outputs a specified object to the screen. After print, we put what we want to output in parentheses. In this case, we want to output the string "Hello Python." We must place string data in quotation marks. These quotation marks are just one example of syntax that you will encounter in Python. Syntax refers to the rules that determine what is correctly structured in a computing language. And now, we'll run this code so the computer can output the string. You just ran your first line of code. Since our syntax is correct, the string is now displayed. Now that you've experienced writing and running code in Python, we are ready to discuss its basic components. Meet you soon.
My name is Akash, and I work as a security engineer at Google. As a cybersecurity engineer, you would end up using Python for most of your career. It's very important that you learn Python. When you are moving into cybersecurity, you would be dealing with millions of data points and things like that, which is going to be very hard for you to go through manually. So that's when Python comes in to automate and write scripts and small programs that will be able to do the same thing in a split second. Learning Python is super fun. When you see 10 lines of code doing things like, parsing through megabytes of data within second, it can be very fulfilling. There's a lot of resources for Python and a lot of open source communities, and the people very helpful. Stay curious and take up small problems and then get your hands dirty with doing it. And don't be afraid of looking up syntax and learn online resources. My job as a security engineer at Google Chrome is to protect our customers from foreign governments and very persistent threats across the world. The threats are unlimited. There's no limit to it, and that's what makes cybersecurity very exciting. So stick with it. It's an essential skill that will take some time initially to develop, but will serve you throughout the career.
Our next topic relates to categorizing data in Python. First, let's take a moment to consider another environment where we apply categories. We'll think about working in a kitchen. When cooking, we can categorize the ingredients we use. For example, carrots and peppers are vegetables, and chicken and beef are meat. These categories are important because they affect how we handle these ingredients. When working in Python, data types achieve a similar purpose. A data type is a category for a particular type of data item. Python uses several data types. We'll focus on string, float, integer, boolean, and list data. When we printed the text "Hello Python" in our previous video, this was an example of a string. A string data is data consisting of an ordered sequence of characters. These characters could be letters, symbols, spaces, and even numbers. Numbers in the string data type cannot be used for calculations. All characters in a string must be placed inside quotation marks. Luckily, Python will tell you by giving you an error message if you forget a quotation mark. Let's use our code from before and explore what happens when we leave off the quotation mark.
Notice how one of our quotation marks is missing at the end of the string. And when we run this code, we'll receive an error message. Python also supports numeric data types as well. When working with numeric data, we don't put quotation marks around the data. Numeric data includes floats and integers. Float data is data consisting of a number with a decimal point. This includes fractions like 2.1 or 10.5. It also includes whole numbers with a decimal point like 2.0 or 10.0. Integer data is data consisting of a number that does not include a decimal point. Numbers such as 0, -9, and 5,000 are valid integers. So far, we've used the print function to output a string. But it can also be used with float and integer types for calculations. Let's try out an example of this. First, since it's good practice, let's add a comment to explain the purpose of our code. Then, we'll tell Python what to calculate. The output gives us the answer. 1 + 1 is 2. We can use print with float and integer data to perform all kinds of mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. The third data type in Python is called a Boolean. Boolean data is data that can only be one of two values, either true or false. Booleans are useful for logic in our programs. For example, let's compare numbers and determine the Boolean values of these comparisons. First, we'll use the print function to evaluate if 10 is less than 5. Then, we'll also evaluate if 9 is less than 12. So, what do you think? 10 is not less than 5, but 9 is less than 12, right? Let's see how Python handles this when we run it. Python agrees. The first line of output tells us that it's false to say 10 is less than 5. And the second tells us it's true to say 9 is less than 12. We'll use Booleans more when we start including conditions in our code. And the last data type we'll cover is lists. List data is a data structure that consists of a collection of data in sequential form. We'll create and print a list that prints all the usernames of the 3 individuals that have access to a confidential file. First, we'll add our comment about an intention to print this list. After the keyword print, we'll add our list. We need to place the list in brackets. After this, we place the individual items in the list in quotation marks and separate them with commas. Okay, now let's run this. As expected, we get the list. When it prints, it still has the brackets. This is just the beginning of what you can do with lists. As you grow with your Python skills, you'll learn about how you can access and edit individual items in the list. So that was a brief summary of 5 major data types in Python: string, integer, float, Boolean, and list. These data types are some of the more common ones you'll work with as we progress through our lessons. Previously, we compared data types to the categories we have for different ingredients we use when cooking, like vegetables or meat. Some of these categories we use for data types are string, float, integer, Boolean, and list. Now, let's make another comparison. When working in the kitchen, we also use storage containers. These containers can hold a lot of different things. After one meal, a container might hold rice, and after another, it could hold something different like pasta. In a similar way, in Python, we have variables. A variable is a container that stores data. To create a variable,
you need a name for it. Then you add an equal sign and then an object to store in it. Creating a variable is often called assignment. The best practice for naming variables is to make the names relevant to what they're being used for. Let's use a variable to store a device ID. We'll name our variable device ID. Add the equal sign, and then assign it a value of H32RB17. Because the data type for this variable is a string, we'll place that value in quotation marks. Let's run the code. Our variable is now saved into Python. The purpose of creating variables is to use them later in the code. Using variables can also be referred to as calling them. To call a variable, you type its name. This tells Python to use the object that the variable contains. Let's add to the code we've just written and call a variable. Let's just have it print the variable. To do this, we use the print function and ask it to print the value stored in the device ID variable. When using a variable in our print function, we don't use quotation marks. This time when we run it, something happens. Python prints H32RB17 to the screen. Let's add one more line of code to demonstrate the difference between printing a variable and printing a string. We'll ask Python to print a string that contains another device ID, M50PI31. Because this is a string data and not a variable, we place it in quotation marks. Now, let's run the code and see the results. It executes both print statements. The first reads the variable and prints the value it contains, H32RB17. And the second reads the specified string and prints M50PI31. But if we could use the string directly, why do we need variables? Well, we often use variables to simplify our code, or make it cleaner and easier to read. Or if we needed a very long string or number, storing it in a variable would let us use it throughout our code without typing it all out. In the previous example, the variable stored string data, but variables can store a variety of data types. Variables have the data type of the object currently stored in them. If you're unsure about the data type stored inside of a variable, you can use the type function. The type function is a function that returns the data type of its input. Let's use the type function in Python. We'll start by creating our variable. Then, we'll add a line of code that includes the type function. This line asks Python to tell us the data type of the device ID variable, and to assign this to a new variable called dataType. After this, we can print the dataType variable to the screen. Perfect. Python tells us that the value that device ID contains is a string. When working with variables, it's important to keep track of their data types. If you don't, you could get a type error. A type error is an error that results from using the wrong data type. For example, if you try to add a number and a string, you will get a type error because Python cannot combine those two data types together. It can only add two strings or two numbers. Let's demonstrate a type error. First, we'll reuse our device ID variable that stores a string value. Then, we'll define another variable called number and assign an integer value to it. Let's add a print statement that outputs the sum of these variables. And then we'll run this. We ended up with an error because we cannot add a string to a number.
Let's cover one more topic related to variables. Earlier, we mentioned how variables are like containers. What they hold can change. After we define a variable, we can always change the object inside of it. This is called reassignment. Reassigning a variable is very similar to assigning it in the first place. Let's try this out and reassign a variable. We'll start by assigning the same string of h32rb17 to our variable device ID. We'll also include a line of code to print this variable. Now, let's try reassigning the variable. We type this variable's name, add an equal sign, and then add the new object. In this case, we'll use the string n73ab07 as the new device ID. We'll also ask Python to print the variable again. Let's see what happens when we run this. Python prints 2 lines of output. The first print statement came before reassignment, so it first prints the string of h32rb17, but the second print statement came after it changed. That's why the second output to the screen is the string n73ab07. With this code, we reassign a variable with a string value to another string value, but it's also possible to reassign a variable to a value of another data type. For instance, we can reassign a variable with a string value to an integer value. Variables are an essential part of Python, and as we progress through this course, you'll become more familiar with them. Previously, we discussed how to store different data types in variables. Now, we'll begin to move on to the concept of automation, so we can create exciting actions with code. Automation is the use of technology to reduce human and manual effort to perform common and repetitive tasks. It allows computers to do these tasks for us, so that we may get back more time in our lives to do other activities. Conditional statements are important for automation. A conditional statement is a statement that evaluates code to determine if it meets a specified set of conditions. The keyword if is important in conditional statements. If starts a conditional statement. After this keyword, we then specify the condition that must be met and what will happen if it is. We use if statements every day. For example, if it's cold outside, then we'll wear a jacket. Or if it's raining, we'll bring an umbrella. If statements are structured with the condition we want to evaluate and the action that Python will perform if this condition is met. Python always evaluates if the condition is true or false. And if it's true, it performs the specific action. Let's explore an example of this. We'll instruct Python to print an account logged message anytime the failed login attempts are greater than 5. Our keyword if tells Python to start a conditional statement. After this, we indicate the condition we want to check for. In this case, we're checking if the user has more than 5 failed login attempts. Notice how we're using a variable called failed attempts. In our complete code, we will have assigned a value to failed attempts prior to this if statement. After this condition, we always place a colon. This signals that what follows is what we want to happen when the condition is met. In this case, when the user has more than 5 failed login attempts, it prints a message that the account is locked. In Python, this message should always be indented at least one space in order to execute only when the condition is true. It's common to call this first line the header, and to call the actions that happen when the condition is met the body. This condition was based on a variable being greater than a specific number,
but we can define our condition using a variety of operators. For example, we can also check if something is less than a specified value, or we can check if it's greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to the value. We can also compare if something is equal to a value. When we do this inside a conditional, we need to use a special syntax. It's not just the equals sign, but a double equals. The double equals sign is an important operator often used in conditional statements. A double equals evaluates whether two objects match. It assigns a Boolean value of true when they match and false when they don't. There's one more operator we should discuss. An exclamation mark followed by an equal sign represents the condition of not equal. This operator for not equal evaluates whether two objects are different. It assigns a Boolean value of true when they don't match and false when they match. Let's more closely investigate an example that uses the double equals sign. We'll focus on an example that prints an updates needed message when a particular operating system is running. Here, we've created a condition that checks if a device's operating system matches a specific string that identifies this operating system. To do this, we'll need to use the double equals sign in our condition. When it matches, our program will print a message that there are updates needed. The operating system variable is on the left of the double equals sign. The string OS2 is on the right. If the condition evaluates to true, it performs the action that is indented in the next line of code. Here, if the operating system is OS2, it will print updates needed. If it's false, the message will not print. Notice how this line is indented? This tells Python that the task depends on the if statement evaluating to true. Now, let's write code that incorporates this conditional and get the results. Before we write the conditional statement, we need to assign a value to our operating system variable. We'll make this value the same as the operating system that we'll check for in the conditional. Next, we'll write the condition for our if statement and use the double equals sign to check if the operating system variable is equivalent to OS2. Now, we'll type the action that will execute if the condition on the previous line evaluates to true. We'll tell Python to print a updates needed message. Since we set our operating system variable to OS2, the print statement will execute. Okay, let's run this. As expected, it printed updates needed because the value assigned to the operating system variable was equal to OS2. Sometimes we want our conditional statements to execute another set of instructions in the event our first condition isn't true. In our example, not being true means that the device is running an operating system other than OS2. This is when we need to incorporate the else keyword into our conditional statements. Else precedes a code section that only evaluates when all conditions that preceded within the conditional statement evaluate to false. Else statements always follow an if statement and end in a colon. Let's use our previous conditional and add an else statement to it. We've included the same if statement, but this time we set the operating system variable to contain a different operating system, OS3. Because this doesn't match the value in the condition of the if statement, the updates needed message won't print. But we can add an else statement and tell it to do something else instead. We type the else keyword followed by a colon. Then
we indent the next line and tell it to print a no updates needed message. When we run this code, it processes the else statement after the if statement. Since our if statement will evaluate to false, it then moves on to the else instruction. Let's try it. As expected, it only prints the message no updates needed. Great work. Now, we've covered how to use if and how to use else. Using conditional statements allows you to incorporate logic into your code. We just learned about conditional statements and how they can develop to allow computers to make decisions. But sometimes we need our programs to simply count or perform a task over and over again. When it comes to tasks that are tedious, it's normal for humans to lose focus and energy. It's in situations like these where computers can be especially helpful. In this video, we'll examine how computers can perform repetitive tasks using iterative statements. An iterative statement is code that repeatedly executes a set of instructions. Iterative statements are also referred to as loops. Setting up a loop allows us to repeatedly use a line of code without having to type it multiple times. Before discussing the syntax, let's run a loop so you can experience what happens. Notice how this code printed all the numbers in the list with only one print statement. That's a loop. There are two types of loops we'll explore: for loops and while loops. We just ran a for loop, and we'll continue to focus on them in this video. Later, we'll explore while loops. For loops repeat code for a specified sequence. An example of this would be using a for loop to print every item in a list. For loops begin with the keyword for. For signals the beginning of a for loop. Similar to conditional statements, iterative statements consist of two main parts. The parts of a loop are the loop header and the loop body. Let's examine the for loop we just ran and use that to explore these parts. The loop header is the line that contains the for keyword and ends with a colon. It tells Python to start a loop. It consists of the for keyword, a loop variable, and the sequence the loop will iterate through. The loop variable is a variable that is used to control the iterations of a loop. The loop variable comes directly after for. A common name for it is the letter I, but you can give it any other name you want. In for loops, this temporary variable is only used within the loop and not outside of it in the rest of the code. The loop variable is followed by the in operator and the sequence the loop will iterate through. In this example, this sequence is a list containing numbers from 1 through 4. It runs each of these numbers through a specified action. We need to remember to put a colon at the end of the loop header to introduce this code. The loop body refers to the indented lines after the loop header. These represent the actions that are repeated while the loop iterates. In this case, it will print each number in the list, first 1, and then 2, and so on. Another important use of for loops is to repeat a specific process a set number of times. And this is done through combining it with the range function. The range function generates a sequence of numbers. As an example, range from 0 to 10 sets a sequence that goes from 0, 1, 2, all the way up until the number 9. When we use range, we start counting at the number in the first position, in this case, 0. Then, when we reach the number in the second position, it tells us where to stop. That number is excluded, so in this case, where the number is 10, the sequence only goes up until 9. An important detail about the range function is that if we don't provide a start point, it automatically starts from 0. 10
represents the stop point. Since the stop point is excluded, the numbers included in the sequence start at 0 and end at 9. A sequence that starts at 0 and ends at 9 will iterate 10 times. Let's run a for loop that incorporates the range function. We'll use range to ask Python to repeat an action 10 times, and then we'll indicate the action we want to repeat. This action is printing an error message that indicates cannot connect to the destination. Let's run this. Using a for loop with the range function allowed us to repeat the same error message 10 times, instead of typing it over and over again ourselves. In this video, we learn about the syntax and structure of iterative statements, and work with for loops as an example. In the next video, we'll cover another type of iterative statement, the while loop. Previously, we introduced iterative statements in Python and focused on for loops. An iterative statement is code that repeatedly executes a set of instructions. In this video, we'll explore another type of iterative statement, the while loop. When we use for loops, the code repeatedly executed based on a specified sequence. While loops still repeatedly execute, but this repetition is based on a condition. As long as the condition is true, the loop continues to execute. But when it becomes false, the while loop stops. This while loop, for example, sets a condition where the variable time must be less than or equal to 10. This means it will keep running until the variable time is greater than 10. Similar to the for loop, a while loop has a header. It consists of the keyword while, the condition, and a colon. The while loop starts with the keyword while. The keyword while signals the beginning of a while loop, and it's followed by the condition that evaluates to a Boolean value of either true or false. The condition contains the loop variable. This variable is used to control the number of loop iterations. However, there is an important distinction in the variables used in for and while loops. With while loops, the variable isn't created within the loop statement itself. Before writing the while loop, you need to assign the variable. Then, you'll be able to reference it in the loop. When the condition containing the loop variable evaluates to true, the loop iterates. If it does not, then the loop stops. This condition will evaluate to true while the variable time is less than or equal to 10. Finally, the loop header ends with a colon. Just like a for loop, a while loop has an indented body that consists of the actions to take while the loop iterates. The intention of this code is to print the value of a variable that represents the time and increase its value by 2 until it becomes greater than 10. This means the first action in this while loop is to simply print the current value of the time variable. Since while loops do not include a sequence to iterate through, we have to explicitly define how the loop variable changes in the body of the while loop. For example, in this while loop, we increase the loop variable time by 2 every iteration. This is because we only want to print the time every 2 minutes. So this while loop prints out all even numbers less than or equal to 10. Now that we know the basics of while loops, let's explore a practical example. Imagine we have a limitation on how many devices a user can connect to. We can use a while loop to print a message when the user has reached their maximum number of connected devices. Let's create a while loop for this. Before we start our while loop, we need to assign values to 2 variables. First, we'll set the maximum value of connected devices to 5. Then, we'll set our loop variable. We'll use I for this and set it to a value of 1. Unlike with for loops, with while loops, we set this variable outside of the loop. Next, we'll create the header of our while loop.
In this case, the condition is that the first variable is less than the second variable. Those variables are the loop variable I and max devices. Since we know the value of max devices is 5, we can understand that this loop will run as long as the current value of I is less than 5. Then we indicate what we want our while loop to do. Because this loop runs as long as the user can still connect to devices, we'll first have it print a user can still connect to additional devices message. After this, with each iteration, we'll increment I by 1. When the loop repeats, it will use the new value of the I variable. Python will exit the loop when I is no longer less than 5. Let's also print a message when this happens. We stop indenting because this next action occurs outside of the loop. Then we'll print user has reached maximum number of connected devices. Okay, we're ready to run this. Because of the loop, the first message prints a total of 4 times. The loop stops when the value of I increments to 5. At this point, it exits the loop and prints the second message. Wow, when you combine this new understanding of for and while loops with what you already know about conditional statements and variables, you have a lot of options in Python. Great work. Well done. You've learned about why security analysts use Python and the basic structure of a program. You even written some lines of Python code. Let's review what you learned so far. You first learned about the basics of programming and why it's a very important tool for security analysts. You also learned some of the basic concepts of how programming languages work. You then learned to recognize data types in Python. We focused on string, integer, float, boolean, and list data. Next, we focused on working with variables. You then learned all about conditional statements and how to check for logical conditions using Python statements. Lastly, we work with iterative statements and discuss the 2 types of loops, for and while loops. You'll use this knowledge as you progress through this course and in your career as a security analyst. In the next section, we'll explore other important components of Python, including functions. Welcome back to our Python journey. In the previous videos, we learned all about the basics of Python. We started at the very beginning by understanding how security analysts use Python. We learned several building blocks of Python. We went into detail learning about data types, variables, and basic statements. Now, we'll add to this and learn more about how to write effective Python scripts. We'll discover ways we can make our efforts more efficient. The upcoming videos are going to start by introducing functions, which are very important in Python. Functions allow us to put together a set of instructions that we can use again and again in our code. Afterwards, we're going to learn about Python modules and libraries, which include collections of functions and data types that we can use with Python. They help us gain access to functions without having to create them ourselves. Lastly, we're going to talk about one of the most important rules of programming, and that is code readability. We'll learn all about ways to make sure everyone can understand and work with your code. I'm excited that you've decided to continue your Python journey with me. So let's start learning more. As the complexity of our programs grow, it's also likely that we'll reuse the same lines of code. Writing this code multiple times would be time-consuming. But luckily, we have a way to manage this. We can use functions. A function is a section of code that can be reused in a program. We already learned one function when we work with print
and use it to output specified data to the screen. For example, we printed "Hello Python." There are many other functions. Sometimes we need to automate a task that might otherwise be repetitive if we did it manually. Previously, we compared other key Python components to elements of a kitchen. We compared data types to categories of food. There are differences in how we handle vegetables and meat, and likewise, there are differences in how we handle different data types. We then discussed how variables are like the containers you put food in after a meal. What they hold can change. As far as functions, we can think about them like a dishwasher. If you aren't using a dishwasher, you'll spend a lot of time washing each dish separately. But a dishwasher automates this and lets you wash everything at once. Similarly, functions improve efficiency. They perform repetitive activities within a program and allow it to work effectively. Functions are made to be reused in our programs. They consist of small instructions and can be called upon any number of times and from anywhere in our programs. Another benefit to functions is that if we ever had to make changes to them, we can make those changes directly in the function, and they'll be applied everywhere we use them. This is much better than making the same changes in many different places within a program. The print function is an example of a built-in function. Built-in functions are functions that exist within Python and can be called directly. They are available to us by default. We can also create our own functions. User-defined functions are functions that programmers design for their specific needs. Both types of functions are like mini programs within a larger program. They make working in Python much more effective and efficient. Let's continue learning more about them. Let's start our exploration of user-defined functions by creating and then running a very simple function. The first thing we need to do is define our function. When we define a function, we basically tell Python that it exists. The def keyword is needed for this. Def is placed before a function name to define a function. Let's create a function that greets employees after they log in. First, we'll comment on what we want to do with this code. We want to define a function. Now, we'll go to a new line and use the keyword def to name our function. We'll call it greetEmployee. Let's look at this syntax a little more closely. After our keyword def and the function name, we place parentheses. Later, we'll explore adding information inside the parentheses. But for this simple function, we don't need to add anything. Also, just like we did with conditional and iterative statements, we add a colon at the end of this header. After the colon, we'll indicate what the function will do. In our case, we want the function to output a message once the employee logs in. So let's continue creating our function and tell Python to print this string. This line is indented because it's part of this function. So what happens if we run this code? Does it print our message? Let's try this. It doesn't. That's because you also have to call your function. You may not realize it, but you already have experience calling functions. Print is a built-in function that we've called many times. So to call greetEmployee, we'll do something similar. Let's go with a new line. We'll add another comment because now our purpose is to call our function. And then we'll call the greetEmployee function. We'll run it again. This time, it printed our welcome message. Great work!
We've now defined and called a function. This was a simple function. We're going to learn something next that will add to the complexity of the functions you write. Previously, we defined and called our first function. It didn't require any information from outside the function, but other functions might. This means we need to talk about using parameters in functions. In Python, a parameter is an object that is included in a function definition for use in that function. Parameters are accepted into a function through the parentheses after a function name. The function that we created in the last video isn't taking in any parameters. Now, let's revisit another function called range that does use parameters. If you recall, the range function generates a sequence of numbers from a start point to the value before the stop point. Therefore, range does include parameters for the start and stop indices that each accept an integer value. For instance, it could accept integers 3 and 7. This means the sequence it generates will run from 3 to 6. In our previous example, we wrote a function that displayed a welcome message when someone logged in. It would be even more welcoming if we included the employee's name with the message. Let's define a function with a parameter so we can greet employees by name. When we define our function, we'll include the name of the parameter that our function depends on. We place this parameter, the name variable, inside the parentheses. The rest of the syntax stays the same. Now, let's go to the next line and indent so that we can tell Python what we want this function to do. We want it to print a message that welcomes the employee using the name that's passed into the function. Bringing this variable into our print statement requires a few considerations. Like before, we start with the welcome message we want to print. In this case, though, we're not stopping our message after we tell them they're logged in. We want to continue and add the employee's name to the message. That's why we're placing a comma after you're logged in. And then adding the name variable. Since this is a variable and not a specific string, we don't place it in quotation marks. Now that our function is set up, we're ready to call it with a specific argument that we want to pass in. In Python, an argument is the data brought into a function when it is called. For example, earlier when we passed 3 and 7 into the range function, these were arguments. In our case, let's imagine we want to greet an employee named Charlie Patel. We'll call our greet employee function with this argument. And when we run this, Charlie Patel gets a personalized welcome message. In this example, we only have one parameter in our function, but we can have more. Let's explore an example of this. Maybe instead of a single name parameter, we have a parameter for first name and second parameter for last name. If so, we would need to adjust the code like this. First, when we define the function, we include both parameters and separate them with a comma. Then, when we call it, we also include two arguments. This time, we're greeting someone with the first name of Kiara and with the last name of Carter. These are also separated by a comma. Let's run this and welcome Kiara Carter. As we just explored, using more than one parameter just requires a few adjustments. Great work in this video. We learned a lot about working with parameters in a function. This understanding is something you'll need as you continue to write Python scripts. We previously learned how we can pass arguments into a function. We can do more than pass information into a function. We can also send information out of one. Return statements allow us to do this. A return statement is a Python statement that executes inside a function and sends information back to the function call. This ability to send information back from a function is useful to a security analyst in various ways. As one example, an analyst might have a function that checks whether someone is allowed to access a particular file and will return a Boolean value of true or false to the larger program. We'll explore another example. Let's create a function related to analyzing login attempts. Based on the information it takes in, this function will compute the percentage of failed attempts and return this percentage. The program could use this information in a variety of ways. For example, it might be used to determine whether or not to lock an account. So let's get started and learn how to return information from a function. Just like before, we start by defining our function. We'll name it calculateFails. And we'll set two parameters related to login attempts. One for total attempts and one for failed attempts. Next, we'll tell Python what we want this function to do. We want this function to store the percentage of failed attempts in a variable called fail%. We need to divide failed attempts by total attempts to get this percentage. So far, this is similar to what we learned previously. But now, let's learn how to return the fail percentage. To do this, we need to use the keyword return. Return is used to return information from a function. In our case, we'll return the percentage we just calculated. So after the keyword return, we'll type fail%. This is our variable that contains this information. Now, we're ready to call this function. We'll calculate the percentage for a user who has logged in 4 times with 2 failed attempts. So our arguments are 4 and 2. When we run this, the function returns the percentage of failed attempts. It's 0.5 or 50%, but in some Python environments, this might not be printed to the screen. We cannot use the specific variable named fail% outside of the function. So, in order to use this information in another part of the program, we would need to return the value from the function and assign it to a new variable. Let's check this out. This time, when the function is called, the value that's returned is stored in a variable called percentage. Then, we can use this variable in additional code. For example, we can write a conditional that checks if the percentage of failed attempts is greater than or equal to 50%. When this condition is met, we can tell Python to print an account locked message. Let's run this code. And this time, the percentage isn't returned to the screen. Instead, we get the account locked message. Coming up, we'll discuss more functions, but this time, we'll go over a few that are ready for use and built into Python. Now that we know how to create our own functions, let's also explore a few of Python's built-in functions. As we discussed previously, built-in functions are functions that exist within Python and can be called directly. Our only job is to call them by their name, and we already described a few throughout the course. For example, Python's print and type functions. Let's quickly review those two built-in functions before learning about new ones. First, print outputs a specified object to the screen, and then the type function returns the data type of its input. Previously, we've been using functions independently from one another. For example, we ask Python to print something, or we ask Python to return the data type of something. As we begin to explore built-in functions, we'll often need to use multiple functions together. We can do this by passing one function into another as an argument. For example, in this line of code, Python first returns the data type of hello as a string. Then, this return value is passed into the print function. This means the data type of a string will be printed to the screen. Print and type are not the only functions you'll see used together in this way. In all cases, the general syntax is the same. The inner function is processed first, and then its return value is passed to the outer function. Let's consider another aspect of working with built-in functions. When working with functions, you have to understand what their expected inputs and outputs are. Some functions only expect specific data types and will return a type error if you use the wrong one. Other functions need a specific amount of parameters or return a different data type. The print function, for example, can take in any data type as its input. It can also take in any number of parameters, even ones with different data types. Let's explore the input and output of the print function. We'll enter 3 arguments. The first contains string data. Then, a comma is used to separate this from the second argument. This second argument is an integer. Finally, after another comma, our third argument is another string. Now, let's run this code. Perfect. This printed out just as expected. The type function also takes in all data types, but it only accepts one parameter. Let's explore this input and output too. Our first line of code will first determine the data type of the word security, and then pass what it returns into a print function. And the second line of code will do the same thing with the value of 73.2. Now, let's run this and see what happens. Python first returns output that tells us that the word security is string data. Next, it returns another line of output that tells us that 73.2 is float data. Now, we know what to consider before using a built-in function. We have to know exactly how many parameters it requires and what data types they can be. We also need to know what kind of output it produces. Let's learn a couple of new built-in functions and think about this. We'll start with max. The max function returns the largest numeric input passed into it. It doesn't have a defined number of parameters that it accepts. Let's explore the max function. We'll pass 3 arguments into max in the form of variables. So let's first define those variables. We'll set the value of A to 3, B to 9, and C to 6. Then, we'll pass these variables into the max function and print them. Let's run this. It tells us the highest value among those is 9. Now, let's study one more built-in function, the sorted function. The sorted function sorts the components of a list. This function can be very useful in a security setting. When working with lists, we often have to sort them. With lists of numbers, we sort them from smallest to largest, or the other way around. With lists of string data, we might need to sort them alphabetically. Imagine you have a list that contains usernames in your organization, and you wanted to sort them alphabetically. Let's use Python's sorted function for this. We'll specify our list through a variable named usernames. In this list, we'll include all of the usernames we want to sort. Now, we'll use the sorted function to sort these names by passing the usernames variable into it. And then, we'll pass its output into the print statement, so it can be displayed on the screen. And when we run it, everything is now in order. These are just a few of the built-in functions available for your use.
As you work more in Python, you'll become familiar with others that can help you in your programs. Hello again. Previously, we learned about built-in functions in Python. Built-in functions come standard with every version of Python and consist of functions such as print, type, max, and many more. To access additional pre-built functions, you can import a library. A library is a collection of modules that provide code users can access in their programs. All libraries are generally made up of several modules. A module is a Python file that contains additional functions, variables, classes, and any kind of runnable code. Think of them as safe Python files that contain useful functionality. Modules may be made up of small and simple lines of code, or could be complex and lengthy in size. Either way, they help save programmers' time and make code more readable. Now, let's focus specifically on the Python standard library. The Python standard library is an extensive collection of usable Python code that often comes packaged with Python. One example of a module from the Python standard library is the RE module. This is a useful module for a security analyst when they are tasked with searching for patterns in log files. Another module is the CSV module. It allows you to work efficiently with CSV files. The Python standard library also contains glob and OS modules for interacting with the command line, as well as time and date time for working with timestamps. These are just a few of the modules in Python standard library. In addition to what's always available through the Python standard library, you can also download external libraries. A couple of examples are Beautiful Soup for parsing HTML website files and NumPy for arrays and mathematical computations. These libraries will assist you as a security analyst in network traffic analysis, log file parsing, and complex math. Overall, Python libraries and modules are useful because they provide pre-programmed functions and variables. This saves time for the user. I encourage you to explore some of the libraries and modules we discuss here and the ways they might be helpful to you as you work in Python. Welcome back. One of the advantages to programming in Python is that it's a very readable language. It also helps that the Python community shares a set of guidelines that promote clean and neat code. These are called style guides. A style guide is a manual that informs the writing, formatting, and design of documents. As it relates to programming, the style guides are intended to help programmers follow similar conventions. The PEP 8 Style Guide is a resource that provides stylistic guidelines for programmers working in Python. PEP is short for Python Enhancement Proposals. PEP 8 provides programmers with suggestions related to syntax. They're not mandatory, but they help create consistency among programmers to make sure that others can easily understand our code. It's essentially based on the principle that code is read much more often than it's written. This is a great resource for anyone who wants to learn how to style and format their Python code in a manner consistent with other programmers. For example, PEP 8 discusses comments. A comment is a note programmers make about the intention behind their code. They are inserted in computer programs to indicate what the code is doing and why. PEP 8 gives specific recommendations like making your comments clear and keeping them up to date when the code changes. Here's an example of code without a comment. The person who wrote it might know what's going on, but what about others who need to read it? They might not understand the context behind the failed attempts variable and why it prints account locked if it's greater than 5. And the original writer might need to revisit this code in the future, for example, to debug the larger program. Without the comment, they would also be less efficient.
But in this example, we've added a comment. Other readers can quickly understand what our program and its variables are doing. Comments should be short and right to the point. Next, let's talk about another important aspect of code readability: indentation. Indentation is a space added at the beginning of a line of code. This both improves readability and ensures that code is executed properly. There are instances when you must indent lines of code to establish connections with other lines of code. This groups the indented lines of code together and establishes a connection with a previous line of code that isn't indented. The body of a conditional statement is one example of this. We need to make sure this print statement executes only when the condition is met. Indenting here provides this instruction to Python. If the print statement were not indented, Python would execute this print statement outside of the conditional, and it would always print. This would be problematic because you would get a message that updates are needed, even if they're not. To indent, you must add at least one space before a line of code. Typically, programmers add 2 to 4 spaces for visual clarity. The PEP 8 style guide recommends 4 spaces. At my first engineering job, I wrote a script to help validate and launch firewall rules. Initially, my script worked well, but it became hard to read a year later when we were trying to expand its functionality. My programming knowledge and coding style had evolved over that year, as had the coding practices of my teammates. Our organization did not use a coding style guide at that time, so our codes were very different, hard to read, and did not scale well. This caused a lot of challenges and required additional work to fix. Ensuring that code is readable and can be modified over time, it's why it's important for security professionals to adhere to coding style guides, and why style guides are so important for organizations to utilize. The ability to write readable code is key when working in Python. As we head into the next part of our course, we'll continue to develop effective code practices for better readability.
Hi, my name is Dorsa and I'm a security engineer. What I love the most about my job is that I get to look at different infrastructures and system designs on a daily basis. One piece of advice for individuals who are starting out in the cybersecurity profession: it's very important to work collaboratively in Python. And one of the key aspects of that is to listen to the feedback that your team members provide. Python allows for many different ways of accessing different information. When you share Python code snippets amongst your team members, it allows the code to be more uniform and the coding process to be more efficient. It makes the code base a lot more readable, and it allows for other engineers to work on your code after you. I've seen many examples of when collaboratively written Python code has been helpful in the industry. One of the examples is when at Google we wrote a collaboratively written code base which allowed for an onboarding process to be reduced from 6 or 7 hours to a couple of minutes. Collaboration was a key part of this process because otherwise it would have taken many, many years for one single individual to write it. One individual is not able to understand every fine detail of each system. And if we don't have multiple engineers working on it, it would have made this process a lot more difficult. Communication is very important when you're working in a team, and especially if you're developing code in Python. You need to express whether you need help throughout the process because your team members are there to ensure that you are successful. At the end of the day, your success means that your team is also successful. As you advance in your career as someone who writes code in Python, you'll realize that there are a lot of functions and methods that are just sticking around on the internet, and you will be able to find them with a quick search. And those methods will come in handy, and you will be able to reuse them for your pieces of code. A really good resource for you to learn new skills and expand your Python coding skills is to talk to your colleagues
attend meetups, talk to different security professionals who don't work at your company, because everyone has an insight on how to make your coding skills, especially in cybersecurity, better.
Great work on making it this far in the Python course. You put in a lot of work and effort towards learning more about how you can use Python effectively and efficiently. Let's quickly recap the concepts you learned throughout the videos. First, we started by understanding the role of functions in Python. They can save you a lot of time. You learn how to incorporate built-in functions and how to develop your own functions to meet your needs. We then shifted our focus towards modules and libraries, which gave us access to a lot more functions than those built into Python. Lastly, we moved to learning about code readability and best practices to write clean, understandable code. With these understandings, you're ready to learn how powerful Python can really be for task automation, and how it can help you going forward as a security analyst. Thank you for taking the time to go through this course with me. I'll meet you in the next videos. As a security analyst, you'll work with a lot of data. Being able to develop solutions for managing this data is very important. What we're about to learn in Python will help you with that. Previously, we set foundations for what we're going to do in this section. We learned all about data types and variables. We also covered conditional and iterative statements. We learned about built-in functions and even created our own functions. Here, we'll build on that in a few different ways. First, you'll learn more about working with strings and lists. We'll expand the ways that you can work with these data types, including extracting characters from strings or items from lists. Our next focus is on writing algorithms. You'll consider a set of rules that can be applied in Python to solve a security-related problem. And finally, we'll further expand the ways we can search for strings when we explore using regular expressions. We're going to have a lot of fun, and you'll start writing some really interesting code in Python. I can't wait to get started. Knowing how to work with string data in security is important. For example, you might find yourself working with usernames to find patterns in login information. We're going to revisit the string data type and learn how to work with it in Python. First, let's have a quick refresher on strings. We defined string data as data consisting of an ordered sequence of characters. In Python, strings are written in between quotation marks. It's okay to use either double or single quotation marks, but in this course, we've been using double quotation marks. As examples, we have the strings hello, 1, 2, 3, and number 1. We also previously covered variables. Here, the variable myString is currently storing the string security. You can also create a string from another data type, such as an integer or a float. To do that, we need to introduce a new built-in function, the string function. The string function is a function that converts the input object into a string. Converting objects to strings allows us to perform tasks that are only possible for strings. For example, we might convert an integer into a string to remove elements from it, or to reorder it. Both are difficult for an integer data type. Let's practice converting an integer to a string. We'll apply the string function to the integer 123. Now, the variable newString contains a string of 3 characters, 1, 2, and 3. Let's print its type to check. We'll run it. Perfect. It tells us that we now have a string. Awesome. So far, we know different ways to create and store a string. Now, let's explore how to perform some basic string operations. Our first example is the length function.
The length function is a function that returns the number of elements in an object. Using it on a string tells us how many characters the string has. Earlier in the program, we learned that IP addresses have two versions, IPv4 or IPv6. IPv4 addresses have a maximum of 15 characters. So a security professional might use the length function to check if an IPv4 address is valid. If its length is greater than 15 characters, then we'd know that it's an invalid IPv4 address. Let's use this function to print the length of the string hello. We'll nest the length function within the print function because we want to first calculate the length of this string and then print it to the screen. Okay, let's run this and check out how many characters Python counts. The output is 5, 1 for each letter in the word hello. We can also use the addition operator on strings. This is called string concatenation. The string concatenation is the process of joining two strings together. For example, we can add the strings hello and word together. To concatenate strings, we can use the plus symbol. After we run it, we get hello word with no spaces in between the two strings. It's important to note that some operators don't work for strings. For example, you cannot use a minus sign to subtract the two strings. Finally, we're going to talk about string methods. A method is a function that belongs to a specific data type. So, using string methods on another data type, like an integer, would cause an error. Unlike other functions, methods appear after the string. Two common string methods are the upper and the lower methods. The upper method returns a copy of the string in all uppercase letters. Let's apply the upper method to the string hello. We'll place this inside of a print function to output it to the screen. Let's focus on the unique syntax of methods. After our string hello, we place a period or dot, and then specify the method we want to use. Here, that's upper. Okay, now we're ready to run this. Hello is printed to the screen in all uppercase letters. Similarly, the lower method returns a copy of the string in all lowercase letters. Let's apply the lower method on the hello string. Remember that we need to put the string and the method inside of a print function to output the results. And now we have the string printed in all lowercase letters. Coming up, we're going to learn a lot more about strings, like indexing and splitting strings. I'm looking forward to meeting you there. In security, there are a variety of reasons we might need to search through a string. For example, we might need to locate a username in a security log. Or if we learn that a certain IP address is associated with malware, we might search for this address in a network log. And the first step in being able to use Python in these ways is learning about the index of characters in a string. The index is a number assigned to every element in a sequence that indicates its position. In this video, we are discussing strings. So the index is the position of each character in a string. Let's start with the string hello. Every character in the string is assigned an index. In Python, we start counting indices from 0. So the character H has an index of 0, and E has an index of 1, and so on. Let's take this into Python and practice using indices. Placing an index in square brackets after a string returns the character at that index. Let's place the index 1 in square brackets after hello and run it. This returns the character E. Remember, indices start at 0, so an index of 1 isn't the first character in the word. But what if we wanted to return more than just one character? We can extract a larger part of a string by specifying a set of indices, and this is called a slice. When taking a slice from a string, we specify where the slice starts and where the slice ends. So we provide two indices. The first index is the beginning, which is included in the output. The second index is the end, but it's not included in the final output. Instead, Python stops the slice at the element before the second index. For example, if we wanted to take the letters E, L, L from hello, we would start the interval from the index 1, but we'd end before the index 4. Let's try this example and extract a slice from a string in Python. Let's type in the string and take the slice starting at index 1 and ending before index 4. Now, let's run the code and examine the output. And there's the slice we wanted. Now that we know how to describe the location of a character in a string, let's learn how to search in a string. To do this, we need to use the index method. The index method finds the first occurrence of the input in a string and returns its location. Let's practice using the index method in Python. Let's say we want to use the index method to find the character E in the string hello. We'll locate the first instance of the character E. Let's examine this line in more detail. After writing the string and the index method, we use the character we want to find as the argument of the index method. Remember, strings in Python are case sensitive, so we need to make sure we use the appropriate case with the index method. Let's run this code now. This returned the number 1. This is because E has an index value of 1. Now, let's explore an example where a character repeats multiple times in the string. Let's try searching for the character L. We start with similar code as before, passing the argument L instead of E to the index method. Now, let's run this code and investigate the result. The result is the index 2. This tells us that the method only identified the first occurrence of the character L and not the second. This is an important detail to notice when working with the index method. As a security analyst, learning how to work with indices allows you to find certain parts in a string. For example, if you need to find the location of the @ symbol in an email, you can use the index method to find what you're looking for with one line of code. Now, let's turn our attention to an important property of strings. Have you ever heard the expression, "some things never change"? It might be said about the comfortable feeling you have with a good friend, even when you haven't seen them for a long time. Well, in Python, we can also say this about strings. Strings are immutable. In Python, immutable means that it cannot be changed after it's created and assigned a value. Let's break this down with an example. Let's assign the string hello to the variable myString. Now, if we want to change the character E to an A, so myString has the value HALLO, then we might be inclined to use index notation. But here, we get an error. MyString is immutable, so we cannot make changes like this. And there you have it. You just learned how to index and slice into strings. You've also seen that strings are immutable, so you cannot reassign characters after a string has been defined. Coming up, we'll learn about list operations and see that lists can be changed with index notation. Meet you there. Another data type we discussed previously is the list.
Lists are useful because they allow you to store multiple pieces of data in a single variable. In the security profession, you will work with a variety of lists. For example, you may have a list of IP addresses that have accessed a network, and another list might hold information on applications that are blocked from running on the system. Let's recap how to create a list in Python. In this case, the items in our list are the letters A through E. We separate them by commas and surround them with square brackets. We can also assign our list to a variable to make it easier to use later. Here, we've named our variable myList. When we access specific elements from lists, we use syntax similar to when we access specific elements from strings. We place its index value in brackets after the variable that stores the list. So this would access the second item in the list. This is because in Python, we start counting the elements in a list at 0 and not at 1. So the index for the first element is 0, and the index for the second element is 1. Let's try extracting some elements from a list. We'll extract the second element by putting 1 in brackets after the variable. We place this in a print function to output the results. And after we run it, Python outputs the letter B. Similar to strings, we can also concatenate lists with the plus sign. List concatenation is combining two lists into one by placing the elements of the second list directly after the elements of the first list. Let's work with this in Python. Let's concatenate two lists. First, we define the same list as in the previous example and store it in the variable myList. Now, let's define an additional list with the numbers 1 through 4. Finally, let's concatenate the two lists with a plus sign and print out the result. And when we run it, we have a final concatenated list. Having discussed the similarities, let's now explore the differences between lists and strings. We mentioned earlier that strings are immutable, meaning after they are defined, they cannot be changed. Lists, on the other hand, do not have this property, and we can freely change, add, and remove list values. So, for example, if we have a list of malicious IP addresses, then every time a new malicious IP address is identified, we can easily add it to the list. Let's first try changing a specific element in a list in Python. We start with the list used in the previous example. To change an element in a list, we combine what we learned about bracket notation with what we learned about variable assignment. Let's change the second element in my list, which is the string B, to the number 7. We place the object we want to change on the left-hand side of the variable assignment. In this case, we'll change the second element in my list. Then, we place an equal sign to indicate we are reassigning this element of the list. Finally, we place the object to take its place on the right-hand side. Here, we'll reassign the second list element to a value of 7. Now, let's print out the list and run the code to examine the change. Perfect. The letter B is now changed to the number 7. Now, let's take a look at methods for inserting and removing elements in lists. The first method we'll work with in this video is the insert method. The insert method adds an element in a specific position inside a list. The method takes two arguments. The first is the position we're adding the element to, and the second is the element we want to add. Let's use the insert method.
we'll start with the list we defined in our mylist variable. Then we type mylist.insert and pass in 2 arguments. The first argument is the position where we want to insert the new information. In this case, we want to insert into index 1. The second argument is the information we want to add to the list. In this case, the integer 7. Now, let's print my list. Our list still begins with A, the element with an index of 0. And now we have the integer 7 in the next position. The position represented with an index of 1. Notice that the letter B, which was originally at index 1, did not get replaced like when we use bracket notation. With the insert method, every element beyond index 1 is simply shifted down by 1 position. The index of B is now 2. Sometimes, we might want to remove an element that is no longer needed from a list. To do this, we can use the remove method. The remove method removes the first occurrence of a specific element in a list. Unlike insert, the argument of remove is not an index value. Instead, you directly type the element you want to remove. The remove method removes the first instance of it in the list. Let's use the remove method to delete the letter D from our list. We'll type the name of our variable, mylist, then add the remove method. We want to remove D from this list, so we'll place it in quotation marks as our argument. Then we'll print mylist. And let's run this. Perfect. D has now been removed from the list. Just like with strings, being able to search through lists is a necessary skill for security analysts. I'm looking forward to expanding our understanding as we move forward in this course. In our everyday lives, we frequently follow rules for solving problems. As a simple example, imagine you want a cup of coffee. If you've made coffee many times, then you likely follow a process to make it. First, you grab your favorite mug. Then, you pour water into the coffee maker and add your coffee grounds. You press the start button and wait a few minutes. Finally, you enjoy your fresh cup of coffee. Even if you have a different approach to making coffee or don't drink coffee at all, you likely follow a set of rules for completing similar everyday tasks. When you complete these routine tasks, you're following an algorithm. An algorithm is a set of rules that solve a problem. In more detail, an algorithm is a set of steps that take an input from a problem, uses this input to perform tasks, and returns a solution as an output. Let's explore how algorithms can be used to solve problems in Python. Imagine that you, as a security analyst, have a list of IP addresses. You want to extract the first 3 digits of each IP address, which will tell you information about the networks that these IP addresses belong to. To do this, we're going to write an algorithm that involves multiple Python concepts that we've covered so far: loops, lists, and strings. Here's a list with IP addresses that are stored as strings. For privacy reasons, in our example, we're not showing the full IP addresses. Our goal is to extract the first 3 numbers of each address and store them in a new list. Before we write any Python code, let's break down an approach to solving this problem with an algorithm. What if you had 1 IP address instead of an entire list? Well, then the problem becomes much simpler. The first step in solving the problem will be to use string slicing to extract the first 3 digits from one IP address. Now, let's consider how to apply this to an entire list. As the second step, we'll use a loop to apply that solution to every IP address on the list. Previously, you learned about string slicing, so let's write some Python code to solve the problem for one IP address. Here, we are starting with one IP address that begins with 198.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168.168. the first 3 characters. We'll use the bracket notation to slice the string. Inside the printf statement, we have the address variable, which contains the IP address we want to slice. Remember that Python starts counting at 0, so to get the first 3 characters, we start our slice at index 0. And then continue all the way until index 3. Remember that Python excludes the final index. In other words, Python will return the characters at index 0, 1, and 2. Now, let's run this. We get the first 3 digits of the address, 198. Now that we're able to solve this problem for one IP address, we can put this code into a loop and apply it to all IP addresses in the original list. Before we do this, let's introduce one more method that we'll be using in this code, the append method. The append method adds input to the end of a list. For example, let's say that my list contains 1, 2, and 3. With this code, we can use the append method to add 4 to this list. First, we're given the IP list. Now, we're ready to extract the first 3 characters from each element in this list. Let's create an empty list to store the first 3 characters of each IP from the list. Now, we can start the for loop. Let's break this down. The word for tells Python that we are about to start a for loop. We then choose address as the variable inside of the for loop, and we specify the list called IP as the iterable. As the loop runs, each element from the IP list will be stored temporarily in the address variable. Inside the for loop, we have a line of code to add the slice from address to the networks list. Breaking this down, we use the code we wrote earlier to get the first 3 characters of an IP address. We'll use our append method to add an item to the end of a list. In this case, we're adding to the networks list. Finally, let's print the networks list and run the code. The variable networks now contains a list of the first 3 digits of each IP address in the original list, IP. That was a lot of information. Designing algorithms can be challenging, so it's a good idea to break them down into smaller problems before jumping into writing your code. We'll continue to practice this idea in the upcoming videos. Meet you there. We've already learned a lot about working with strings. This includes working with their positional indices and slicing them. In the previous video, we applied this to extract the first 3 digits from a list of IP addresses. In this video, we're going to focus on a more advanced way to search through strings. We'll learn about searching for patterns in strings through regular expressions. A regular expression, shortened to regex, is a sequence of characters that forms a pattern. This pattern can be used when searching within log files. We can use them to search for any kind of pattern. For example, we can find all strings that start with a certain prefix, or we can find all strings that are a certain length. We can apply this to a security context in a variety of ways. For example, let's say we needed to find
all IP addresses with a network ID of 184. Regular expressions would allow us to efficiently search for this pattern. We'll examine another example throughout this video. Let's say that we want to extract all the email addresses containing a log. If we try to do this through the index method, we would need the exact email addresses we were searching for. As security analysts, we rarely have that kind of information. But if we use a regular expression that tells Python how an email address is structured, it would return all the strings that have the same elements as an email address. Even if we were given a log file with thousands of lines and entries, we could extract every email in the file by searching for the structure of an email address through a regular expression. We wouldn't need to know the specific emails to extract them. Let's explore the regular expression symbols that we need to do this. To begin, let's learn about the plus sign. The plus sign is a regular expression symbol that represents one or more occurrences of a specific character. Let's explain that through an example pattern. The regular expression pattern A plus sign matches a string of any length in which A is repeated. For example, just a single A, 3 A's in a row, or 5 A's in a row. It could even be 1,000 A's in a row. We can start working with a quick example to see which strings this pattern would extract. Let's start with this string of device IDs. These are all the instances of the letter A, written once or multiple times in a row. The first instance has 1A. The second has 2 A's. The third one has 1A, and the fourth has 3 A's. So if we told Python to find matches to the A plus sign regular expression, it would return this list of A's. The other building block we need is the \W symbol. This matches with any alphanumeric character, but it doesn't match symbols. 1, K, and I are just 3 examples of what \W matches. Regular expressions can easily be combined to allow for even more patterns in a search. Before we apply this to our email context, let's explore the patterns we can search for if we combine the \W with the plus sign. \W matches any alphanumeric character, and the plus sign matches any number of occurrences of the character before it. This means that the combination of \W plus sign matches an alphanumeric string of any length. The \W provides flexibility in the alphanumeric characters that this regular expression matches. And the plus sign provides flexibility in the length of the string that it matches. The strings 192, ABC123, and security are just 3 possible strings that match to \W plus sign. Now, let's apply this to extracting email addresses from a log. Email addresses consist of text separated by certain symbols, like the @ symbol and the period. Let's learn how we can represent this as a regular expression. To start, let's think about the format of a typical email address. For example, user1@email1.com. The first segment of an email address contains alphanumeric characters, and the number of alphanumeric characters may vary in length. We can use our regular expression \W plus sign for this portion to match to an alphanumeric string of any length. The next segment in an email address is the @ symbol. This segment is always present. We'll enter this directly in our regular expression. Including this is essential for ensuring that Python distinguishes email addresses from other strings. After the @ symbol is the domain name. Just like the first segment, this one varies depending on the email address, but it always contains alphanumeric characters. So we can use \W plus sign again to allow for this variation. Next, just like the @ symbol, a period is always part of an email address. But unlike the @ symbol,
in regular expressions, the period has a special meaning. For this reason, we need to use \period here. When we add a backslash in front of it, we let Python know that we are not intending to use it as an operator, and that our pattern should include a period in this location. For the last segment, we can also use \W+sign. This final part of an email address is often com, but might be other strings like net. When we put the pieces together, we get the regular expression we'll use to find email addresses in our log. This pattern will match all email addresses. It would exclude everything else in our string. This is because we've included the @ symbol and the period where they appear in the structure of an email address. Let's bring this into Python. We'll use regular expressions to extract email addresses from a string. Regular expressions can be used when the RE module is imported into Python. So we begin with that step. Later, we'll learn how to import and open files like logs. But for now, we've stored our log as a string variable named email log. Because this is a multi-line string, we're using 3 sets of quotation marks instead of just 1. Next, we'll apply the findAll function from the RE module to our regular expression. re.findAll returns a list of matches to our regular expression. Let's use this with the regular expression we created earlier for email addresses. The first argument is the pattern that we want to match. Notice that we place it in quotation marks. The second argument indicates where to search for the pattern. In this case, we're searching through the string contained within the email log variable. When we run this, we get a list of all the emails in the string. Imagine applying this to a log with thousands of entries. Pretty useful, right? This was just an introduction to the power of regular expressions. There are many more symbols you can use. I encourage you to explore regular expressions on your own and learn more. Congratulations! We accomplished a lot together. Let's take time to quickly go through all the new concepts we covered. We started this course by focusing on working with strings and lists. We learned methods that work specifically with these data types. We also learned to work with indices and extract the information we need. Next, we focused on writing algorithms. We wrote a simple algorithm that sliced the network ID from a list of IP addresses. Finally, we covered using regular expressions. Regular expressions allow you to search for patterns, and this provides expanded ways to locate what you need in logs and other files. These are complex concepts, and you're always welcome to visit the videos again whenever you like. With these concepts, you took a big step towards being able to work with data and write the algorithms that security professionals need. Throughout the rest of this course, you're going to get more practice with Python and what it can offer to security analysts. We've learned a lot about Python together already, and we still have more to cover. In this section, we're going to explore how a security analyst like yourself puts Python into practice. As a security analyst, you'll likely work with security logs that capture information on various system activities. These logs are often very large and hard to quickly interpret, but Python can easily automate these tasks and make things much more efficient. So first, we'll focus on opening and reading files in Python. This includes log files. We'll then explore parsing files. This means you'll be able to work with files in ways that provide you with the security-related information that you're targeting. Finally, part of writing code is debugging code. It's important to be able to interpret error messages to make your code work. We'll cover common types of Python errors and ways to resolve them. Overall, after completing this section, you'll have a better understanding of Python and how, as a security analyst, you can use it. I can't wait to join you. Automation is a key concern in the security profession. For example,
it would be difficult to monitor each individual attempt to access the system. For this reason, it's helpful to automate the security controls put in place to keep malicious actors out of the system. And it's also helpful to automate the detection of unusual activity. Python is great for automation. Let's explore 3 specific examples of this. First, imagine you're a security analyst for a healthcare company that stores confidential patient records in a database server. Your company wants to implement additional controls to protect this information. In order to enhance the security of the records, you decide to implement a timeout policy that logs out a user if they spend more than 3 minutes logging into the database. This is because it's possible that if a user is spending too much time, it could be that they are guessing the password. To do this, you can use Python to identify when a user has entered a username and start tracking the time until this user enters the correct password. Now, let's cover a different example. This time, imagine you are a security analyst working at a law firm. There have recently been some ongoing security attacks where threat actors hack into employee accounts and attempt to steal client information. They then threaten to use this maliciously. So the security team is working to target all security vulnerabilities that allow these attackers to break into the company's databases. You, personally, are responsible for tracking all user logins by checking their login timestamp, IP address, and location of login. For example, if a user logs in during the early hours of the morning, they should be flagged. Also, if they are logging in from a location that's not one of the 2 established work zones, you must flag their account. Finally, if a user is simultaneously logging from 2 different IP addresses, you must flag their account. Python can help you keep track of and analyze all of these different login information. Let's consider one final example. Imagine you are a security analyst working at a large organization. Recently, this organization has increased security measures to make sure all customer-facing applications are better protected. Since there is a password to access these applications, they want to monitor all password login attempts for suspicious activity. One sign of suspicious activity is having several failed login attempts within a short amount of time. You need to flag users if they had more than 3 login failures in the last 30 minutes. One way you could do this in Python is by parsing a static txt log file with all user login attempts to each machine. Python could structure the information in this file, including the username, IP address, timestamp, and login status. It could then use conditionals to determine if a user needs to be flagged. These are just a few examples of how a security analyst might apply Python in their day-to-day work. I hope you are as excited as I am to create solutions for security problems.
My name is Clancy, and I'm a senior security engineer. My team here at Google is part of an ongoing effort to protect Google's sensitive information, customer data, PII. Every day is different at my job. It allows me to use different skills, knowledge sets, and no day is alike. By trade, I am not an engineer or software engineer at all. I was actually in accounting. Being affected by any type of cybersecurity attack definitely gives you perspective on the opposite side. You get to see how this affects users, how this affects people that were attacked. Had I known when I first started out how big of a field cybersecurity really was, it would have allowed me to explore. Python is a developmental language. I use it very frequently at my role at Google. One of my favorite things about Python is the power of the language. You can use it to create very powerful scripts that you'll use in your day-to-day role. When I first picked up Python, the trickiest part was learning how to say things the Pythonic way. I use various resources online, as well as books, as well as picking up side projects. One of the best things about Python is a very widely used language, and you can find many, many resources online depending on your skill set. Python, as well as any other developmental language, is constantly evolving. Continue to take on projects, continue to stretch your knowledge, and you'll continue to grow. The advice I can give for a person starting to learn Python is make it fun. I think once you find learning a language to be fun, it allows you to be more engaged. Develop a good baseline for what cybersecurity is. Make yourself a little well-rounded in the beginning. And then from there, you can branch out and deep dive into subjects that are interesting to you. When starting out, it can be very tough, and you feel as if you're climbing up a big hill. Persevere, continue to learn, and it'll be a very rewarding experience.
Security professionals are often tasked with reviewing log files. But these files may have thousands of entries, so it can be helpful to automate this process. And that's where Python comes in. Let's start by importing a simple text file that just contains a few words and then storing it as a string in Python. All we need is the text file, its location, and the right Python keywords. We're going to start by typing a with statement. The keyword with handles errors and manages external resources. When using with, Python knows to automatically release resources that would otherwise keep our system busy until the program finishes running. It's often used in file handling to automatically close a file after reading it. To open files and then read them, we write a statement that begins with the keyword with. Then we use the open function. Open is a function that opens a file in Python. The first parameter is the name of the text file on your computer or a link to it on the internet. Depending on the Python environment, you might also need to include a path to this file. Remember to include the .txt extension in the file name. Now, let's discuss the second parameter. This parameter in the open function tells Python what we want to do with the file. In our case, we want to read a file, so we use the letter R between quotation marks. If we wanted to write to a file, we would replace this R with a W, but here we're focusing on reading. Finally, file is a variable that contains the file information as long as we're inside the with statement. Like with other types of statements, we end our with statement with a colon. The code that comes after the colon will tell Python what to do with the content of the file. Let's go into Python and use what we learned. We're ready to open a text file in Python. Now, we'll type our with statement. Next, we'll use Python's built-in read method. The read method converts files into strings. Now, let's go back to our with statement. Similar to a for loop, with statements start an indent on the next line. This tells Python that this code is happening inside the with statement. Inside of the statement, we're going to use the read function to turn our file into a string and store that inside a new variable. This new variable can be used outside of the with statement. So let's exit the with statement by removing the indentation and print the variable. Perfect. The string from the text prints out. Coming up, we're going to discuss parsing files, so we are equipped to handle security logs in the future. Now that you know how to import text files into Python, we're going to take this one step further and learn how to give them a structure. These will allow us to analyze them more easily. This process is often referred to as parsing. Parsing is the process of converting data into a more readable format. To do this, we're going to put together everything we learn about lists and strings and learn another method for working with strings in Python. The method we need is the split method. The split method converts a string into a list. It does this by separating the string based on a specified character, or if no argument is passed, every time it encounters a white space, it separates the string. So a split would convert the string we are learning about parsing into this list. We are using the split method to separate the strings into smaller chunks that we can analyze more easily than one big block of text. In this video, we'll work with an example of a security log where every line represents a new data point. Store these points in a list. We want to separate the text based on the new line. Python considers a new line to be a type of white space, so we can use the split method without passing an argument. We'll start with our code from the previous video. Remember, we used this code to open a file and then read it into a string. Now, let's split that string into a list using the split method and then print the output. After we run it, Python outputs a list of usernames instead of one big string of them. If we want to save this list, we would need to assign it to another variable. For example, we can call the variable usernames, and then we run it again. And now this list can be reused in other code. Congratulations! You just learned the basics of parsing a text file in Python. In the next videos, we're going to be exploring techniques that help us work more in depth with data in Python. We're now going to bring all of the pieces together to import a file, parse it, and implement a simple algorithm to help us detect suspicious login attempts. In this video, we want to create a program that runs every time a new user logs in and checks if that user has had 3 or more failed login attempts. First, let's discuss the structure of our inputs to build a strategy to develop our program. We have a log file stored in a TXT format that contains one username per line. Each username represents a failed login attempt. So when a user logs in, we want our program to check for their username and count how many times that username is in our log file. If that username is repeated 3 or more times, the program returns an alert. We'll start with code that imports the file of login attempts, splits it, and it stores it into a variable named usernames. Let's try printing the variable usernames to check for its contents. We'll run this. Perfect. This is exactly what we expected. The variable usernames is ready to be used in our algorithm. Now, let's develop a strategy for counting username occurrences in a list. We'll start with the first 8 elements of the usernames list. We notice that there are 2 occurrences of the username ERAAB in the list. But how would we tell Python to count this? We'll implement a for loop that iterates through every element. Let's represent the loop variable with an arrow. We also define a counter variable that starts at 0. So our for loop starts at the username ELARSON. At every element, Python asks, is this element equal to the string ERAAB? If the answer is yes, the counter goes up by 1. If it isn't, then the counter stays the same. Since ELARSON is not the same as ERAAB, the counter remains 0. Then we move on to the next element. We encounter our first occurrence of ERAAB. At this point, the counter increases by 1. As we move to the next element, we find another occurrence of ERAAB. So we increase our counter by 1 again. That means that our counter is now at 2. We would continue this process for the rest of the list. Now that we know the solution, let's talk about how to implement it in Python. Solving the problem in Python will involve a for loop, a counter variable, and an if statement. Let's get back into our code. We'll create a function that counts a user's failed login attempts. First, let's define our function. We'll call it login check. It takes 2 parameters. The first is called login list. These will be used for the list of failed login attempts. The second is called current user. These will be used for the user who logs in. Inside of this function, we start by defining the counter variable and set its value to 0. Now, we start the for loop. We'll use I as our loop variable and iterate through the login list. In other words, as the loop iterates, it would run through all the failed login attempts in the list. Directly inside of the for loop, we start the if statement. The if statement checks if our loop variable is equal to the current user we're searching for. If this condition is true, we want to add 1 to the counter. We're almost done with our algorithm. Now, we just need the final if-else statement to print the alert. If the counter adds up to 3 or more, we need to tell the user that their account is locked, so they can't log in. We'll also type an else statement for users who can log in. Our algorithm is complete. Let's try out our new function on an example username. We can pull out a few of the usernames in the list and try our function on them. Let's use the first name in the list. Let's run the code. According to our code, this user can log in. They have fewer than 3 failed login attempts. Now, let's go back to our user ERAAB. Remember, they had 2 entries in the list of the first 8 names in our failed login attempts. Do you think they'll be able to log in? When we run, we get an account locked message. This means they had 3 or more failed login attempts. Excellent work. You just developed your first security algorithm involving a log. As you grow in your skills, you learn how to make this algorithm more efficient. But this solution works well for now. In this video, we recapped everything we learned so far, from list operations to algorithm development, all the way to file parsing. We did this while building an algorithm we can apply in a security context. As a security analyst, you might be required to read or write code. And one of the biggest challenges is getting it to run and function properly. In fact, fixing complex errors in code can sometimes take up just as much, if not more time, than writing your code. This is why it's important to develop this skill. Now that you learned the basics of coding in Python, it's important to learn how to deal with errors. For that reason, we'll focus on debugging your code. Debugging is the practice of identifying and fixing errors in code. In this video, we'll explore some techniques for this. There are 3 types of errors: syntax errors, logic errors, and exceptions. Syntax errors involve invalid usage of the Python language. such as forgetting to add a colon after a function header. Let's explore this type of error. When we run this code, we get a message that indicates there's a syntax error. Depending on the Python environment, it might also display additional details. We'll typically get information about the error, like its location. These syntax errors are often easy to fix since you can find exactly where the error happened. They are similar to correcting simple grammar mistakes in an email. Since the error message tells us the problem is on the line that defines the function, let's go there. In this case, we can add a colon to the header and resolve our error. When we run it again, there's no longer an error message. This is just one example of a syntax error. Other examples include omitting a parenthesis after a function, misspelling a Python keyword, or not properly closing quotation marks for a string. Next, let's focus on logic errors. Logic errors may not cause error messages. Instead, they produce unintended results. A logic error could be as simple as writing the incorrect text within a print statement, or it might involve something like writing a less than symbol instead of less than or equal to symbol. This changing operator would exclude a value that was needed for the code to work as intended. For example, imagine that you reach out to a response team when the priority level of an issue is less than 3 instead of less than or equal to 3. This means all events classified as priority level 3 could go unnoticed and unresolved. To diagnose a logic error that's difficult to find, one strategy is to use print statements. You'll need to insert print statements throughout your code. The print statements should describe the location in the code. For example, print line 20 or print line 55 inside the conditional. The idea is to use these print statements to identify which sections of the code are functioning properly. When a print statement doesn't print as expected, this helps you identify sections of the code with problems. Another option for identifying logic errors is to use a debugger. A debugger will let you insert breakpoints into your code. Breakpoints allow you to segment your code into sections and run just one portion at a time. Just like with the print statements, running these sections independently can help isolate problems in the code. Okay, let's move on to our last type of error, an exception. Exceptions happen when the program doesn't know how to execute code, even though there are no problems with the syntax. Exceptions occur for a variety of reasons. For example, they can happen when something is mathematically impossible, like asking the code to divide something by 0. Exceptions might also happen when you ask Python to access index values that don't exist, or when Python doesn't recognize variable or function names. Exceptions also may occur when you use an incorrect data type. Let's demonstrate an exception. Let's say you have a variable called myString that contains the word security. Since this string has 8 characters, we can successfully print any index less than 8. Index 0 contains S. Index 1 contains E. And index 2 contains C. But if you try to access the character at index 100, you'll get an error. Let's run this and explore what happens. After it successfully prints the first 3 statements, we get an error message. A string index out of range. For exception errors, you can also make use of debuggers and print statements to figure out the potential source of error. Errors and exceptions can be expected when working in Python. The important thing is to know how to deal with them. Hopefully, this video provided some valuable insight about debugging code. This will help ensure that the code that you write is functional. Let's say our coworkers need some help getting their code to work, and we offer to debug their code to make sure it runs smoothly. First, we need to know about the purpose of the code. In this case, the purpose of the code is to parse a single line from a log file and return it. The log file we're using tracks potential issues with software applications. Each line in the log contains the HTTP response status codes, the date, the time, and the application name. When writing this code, our coworkers consider whether all the status codes needed to be parsed. Since 200 signals a successful event, they concluded that lines with this status code shouldn't be parsed. Instead, Python should return a message indicating that parsing wasn't needed. To start the debugging process, let's first run the code to identify what errors appear. Our first error is a syntax error. The error message also tells us the syntax error occurs in a line that defines a function. So let's scroll to that part of the code. As you might recall, these function headers should end with a colon. Let's go ahead and add that to the code. Now the syntax error should go away, so let's run the code again. So now our syntax error is gone, which is good news, but we have another error, a name error. Name error is actually a type of exception, meaning we've written valid syntax, but Python can't process the statement. According to the error, the interpreter doesn't understand the variable application name at the point where it's being added to the parsed line list. Let's examine that section of code. This error means we haven't assigned the variable name properly. So now, let's go back to where it was first assigned and determine what happened. We find that this variable is misspelled. There should be 2 P's in application name, not 1. Let's correct the spelling. Now that we fix it, it should work. So let's run the code. Great. We fixed an error and an exception. And we no longer have any error messages. But this doesn't mean our debugging work is done. Let's make sure the logic of the program works as intended by examining the output. Our output is a parse line. In most cases, this would be what we wanted. But as you might recall, if the status code is 200, our code shouldn't parse the line. Instead, it should print a message that no parsing is needed. And when we call it with a status code of 200, there was a logic error because this message wasn't displayed. So let's go back to the conditional we used to handle a status code of 200 and investigate. To find the source of the issue, let's add print statements. In our print statements, we'll include the line number and a description of the location. We'll add one print statement before the line of code containing return parsed list. We'll add another above the if statement that checks for the 200 status code to determine if it reaches the if statement. And we'll add one more print statement inside the if statement to determine whether the program even enters it. Now, let's run the code and review what gets printed. Only the first print statement printed something. The other 2 print statements after this didn't print. This means the program didn't even enter the if statement. The problem occurred somewhere before the line that returns the parse line variable. Let's investigate. When Python encounters the first return statement, which sends back the parsed list, it exits the function. In other words, it returns the list before it even checks for a status code value of 200. To fix this, we must move the if statement checking for the status code somewhere before returns parsed line. Let's first delete our print statements. This makes the program more efficient because it doesn't run any unneeded lines of code. Now, let's move the if statement. We'll place it right after the line of code that involves parsing the status code from the line. Let's run our code and confirm that this fixed our issue. Yes, it printed successful event, no parsing needed. Great work, we fixed this logic error. I enjoyed debugging this code with you. I hope this video strengthened your understanding of some helpful debugging strategies and gave you an idea of some errors you might encounter. Great work in this section. We focused on a few new topics that will help you put Python into practice in the security profession. First, we explored opening and reading files in Python. Security analysts work with a lot of log files, so the ability to do this is essential. Next, we covered parsing files. Log files can be very long. For this reason, structuring these files to make them more readable helps you automate your tasks and get the information you need. And last, we focus on debugging code. Knowing how to debug your code can save you a lot of time, especially as your code increases in complexity. Overall, I hope you feel proud of what you've accomplished in this section. Addressing security issues through Python is exciting, and the information we covered will allow you to do that. As we wrap up this course, I want to congratulate you for your commitment to learning Python. You should feel accomplished having explored a programming language that's useful in the security field. Let's recap some of what we've learned. First, we covered basic programming concepts in Python. We discussed variables, data types, conditional statements, and iterative statements. These topics provided important foundations for what we explored later in the course. And our next focus was on writing effective Python code. We learned how we can reuse functions in our programs to improve efficiency. We explored built-in functions and even created our own user-defined functions. Another topic was modules and libraries. The pre-packaged functions and variables they contain can make our work easier. Last, we learned ways to ensure our code is readable. In the next section, we focus on working with strings and lists. We learned a variety of methods that can be applied to this data type. We also learn about their indices and how to slice characters from a string or elements from a list. We put all of this together to write a simple algorithm. And then we explored how regular expressions can be used to find patterns in strings. And last, we wrap up the course with a focus on putting Python into practice. We learned how to open, read, and parse files. With these skills, you can work with the variety of logs you'll encounter in a security setting. We also learned how to debug code. This is an important skill for all programmers. Wow, you learn a lot about Python in this course. So great job. I hope soon you'll join me in using Python in the security profession. And in the meantime, I encourage you to practice and feel free to rewatch these videos whenever you like. The more you study these concepts, the easier they will become. Thanks again for joining me as we explore Python.
Hello, and welcome to the course. I am Dion, a program manager at Google. I've worked in security for the past 5 years in areas ranging from risk management to insider threat detection. I'll be your first instructor in this course. As a security analyst, You'll help protect the assets of the organization you work for, including tangible or physical assets such as software and network devices, as well as intangible assets like PII, copyrights, and intellectual property. Imagine if this kind of sensitive information were to be exposed by a threat actor. It would be devastating to the reputation and financial stability of the organization and the people the organization serves. In previous courses, we discussed a variety of topics that are relevant to the security profession, including core security concepts, frameworks and controls, threats, risks, and vulnerabilities, networks, incident detection and response, and programming basics. Now it's time to put all of these core security concepts to practical use. In this course, we'll further explore how to protect assets and communicate incidents. Then, we'll discuss when and how to escalate incidents to protect an organization's assets and data. We'll also cover how to communicate effectively to influence stakeholders' decisions related to security. After that, Emily, your instructor for the second part of this course, will introduce some reliable resources that will help you engage with the security community after you complete this certificate program. And finally, we'll cover how to find, prepare for, and apply for security jobs. This will include discussions about how to create a compelling resume and tips to help you throughout the interview process. When I started my first security-based role, I was excited to be hired at Google to protect information and devices. I was also happy to be a part of a broader team that I could learn from and reach out to for support. My team helped me grow my expertise, and I'm proud of my contribution to our projects. By the end of this course, you'll have had multiple opportunities to refine your understanding of key security concepts, create a resume, build confidence in your interview skills, and even participate in an artificial intelligence or AI-generated interview. The security profession is such an amazing field, and I'm looking forward to you joining it. I have one question for you. Are you ready to get started? Hi, I'm Dion. I am a program manager at Google. I am a part of the detection and response team, which falls under the Privacy, Safety, and Security organization. My favorite part of my job is understanding that there are threats that we encounter day by day, and my team helps to ensure that we can find those threats and respond to them accordingly. Cybersecurity is very important. Just as we need to keep ourselves physically secure, we need to keep our information online safe and secure. So whenever you use a computer or a device, that data lives somewhere online. And you trust Google and other companies to secure that data and keep it private only to you. The work that I do day by day ensures that your information, your data, and the world's information stays secure and stays private and protected. I've held many jobs in different areas before getting involved in cybersecurity. One of those jobs is serving as a radio DJ and online personality, which has not much to do with security. One of the key things I got from that was to keep the music playing. No matter what happens, keep the music playing. I'm also a proud father. My kids are my greatest assets, and I have to protect them. There are lots of threats and risks associated with them, even vulnerabilities. As a security guy, I have to protect the information that I'm tasked with holding from threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. As a security professional, fires would come up. You have to find a way to keep things moving, either escalating to the right team or escalating up the chain to find a resolution. So having not been formally trained in security, I am tasked with teaching myself new things daily. New threats arrive, new things need to be protected, and security is constantly changing. I teach myself through online learning. I subscribe to and read to lots of journals related to security knowledge,
and I'm also taking some security courses online as well. I think the most challenging part about an entry-level role in security is not knowing what you don't know. When I first got involved in security, I was really winging it. But the one thing that I did was always reach out to my team for support. Getting stuck is a part of the process. We could always lean on our team and others for additional support or to help us get unstuck. Welcome to the first section of the course. In the next several videos, we'll discuss what it means to have a security mindset and how you'll use that mindset to protect an organization's assets and data. Then, we'll explore the process of incident escalation in the event of a breach. Finally, we'll share information to better help you understand the sensitive nature of the data that you'll work to protect. Coming up, we'll focus on how to develop a security mindset, then use that mindset to protect organizations and the people they serve. Let's take a little time to discuss a concept that would help you throughout your security career: having a security mindset. In previous courses, we discussed various threats, risks, and vulnerabilities and how they can impact organizational operations and the people served by those organizations. These concepts are key considerations when thinking about having a security mindset. You'll have to recognize not only what you're defending, but what or who you're defending against. For example, it's important to recognize the types of assets that are essential to maintaining an organization's business functions, along with types of threats, risks, and vulnerabilities that can negatively impact those assets. And that's what having a security mindset is all about. A security mindset is the ability to evaluate risk and constantly seek out and identify the potential or actual breach of a system, application, or data. Earlier in the program, we discussed threats, risks, and vulnerabilities that are posed by social engineering attacks, such as phishing. These attacks are designed to compromise an organization's assets to help the threat actor or actors gain access to sensitive information. Using our security mindset can help prevent these types of attacks. It's important that we're constantly staying up to date with the kinds of attacks that are happening. To do this, it's good to develop a habit of seeking out information regarding the latest security trends or vulnerabilities. As you do this, new ideas for protecting company data may come to mind. Security is an everyday objective for every security team in the industry. So having a security mindset helps analysts defend against the constant pressure from attackers. That mindset can make you think every click of the mouse has the potential to lead to a security breach. That level of scrutiny as a security professional helps you prepare for the worst-case scenario, even if it doesn't happen. Entry-level analysts can help protect low-level assets, such as an organization's guest Wi-Fi network, and high-importance assets, such as intellectual property, trade secrets, PII, and even financial information. Your security mindset allows you to protect all levels of assets. However, if an incident does occur, that doesn't mean you respond to all incidents in the same way. So we'll discuss incident prioritization a little later in the course. Having a strong security mindset can help set you apart from other candidates as you prepare to enter the security profession. It may even be a good idea to reference that foundation in future job interviews. We'll discuss interview preparation in detail later in the course. Coming up, we'll focus on incident detection in greater detail. Welcome back. In earlier courses, we discussed the impact that security incidents can have on the critical data and assets of an organization. If data and assets are compromised, it can lead to financial pains for an organization. It can even lead to regulatory fines and the loss of credibility with customers or other businesses in the same industry. This is why your role in protecting company data and assets is so valuable. Collaboration is an exciting part about working in security. There are so many individuals across an organization that are interested in various functions of security. No security professional can do this alone. Some team members are focused on protecting sensitive financial data. Others work on protecting usernames and passwords.
Some are more focused on protecting third-party vendor security, and others may be concerned with protecting employees' PII. These stakeholders and others have an interest in the role the security team plays for keeping the organization and the people it serves safe from malicious attacks. It's important to recognize that the assets and data you protect affect multiple levels of your organization. One of the most important concerns for an organization is the protection of customer data. Customers trust that an organization they engage with will protect their data at all times. This means credit card numbers, social security numbers, emails, usernames, passwords, and so much more. It's important to keep this in mind when taking on a security role. Understanding the importance of the data you're protecting is a big part of having a strong security mindset. As a security professional, it's important to handle sensitive data with care, while being mindful of the little details to ensure that private data is protected from breaches. When a security event results in a data breach, it is categorized as a security incident. However, if the event is resolved without resulting in a breach, it's not considered an incident. It's better to be safe when it comes to taking a job in the security profession. That means paying attention to details and raising your issues to your supervisor. For example, a seemingly small issue, like an employee installing an app on their work device without getting permission from the help desk, should be escalated to a supervisor. This is because some apps have vulnerabilities that can pose a threat to the security of the organization. An example of a bigger issue is noticing that a log may have malicious code executed in it. Malicious code can lead to operational downtime, severe financial consequences, or the loss of critical high-level assets. The point is that there are no issues that are too small or too big. If you're not sure of the potential impact of an incident, it's always best to be cautious and report events to the appropriate team members. Each day on the job as a security professional comes with a level of responsibility to help protect the organization and the people it serves. The decisions you make not only affect the company, but also its customers and countless team members across the organization. Remember, what you do matters. You've had an opportunity to learn more about the important role an entry-level analyst plays in protecting the data and assets of an organization. Let's quickly review what we covered. We started off by discussing the importance of having a security mindset, including how it supports incident detection. Then we examined the relationship between incidents and events, and further explored the incident escalation process. We ended our discussion by exploring the sensitive nature of the data that you're protecting and the amount of people counting on you to play your part in protecting that data. Understanding how valuable you are as a member of the security team can help you put the work you do into perspective. Every role in security matters. Each individual contributes to making a company's operations flow smoothly. I hope you enjoyed our discussion as much as I did. Are you ready to continue your journey into the security world? Coming up, we'll discuss the importance of escalating security incidents. I'm excited that you could join me today. Previously, you learned about the importance of various asset types. You also learned about the relationship between incidents and events. Now, we'll focus on escalating those incidents and events to the right people. Protecting the data and assets of an organization is the primary goal of a security team. The decisions you make every day are important for helping the security team achieve that goal. Recognizing when and how to escalate security incidents is crucial. It helps ensure simple issues don't become larger problems for an organization. Escalation is a term you should familiarize yourself with. It's likely to resurface often as you continue your journey into the security profession. In the following videos, we'll discuss incident escalation from an entry-level analyst perspective. Then, we'll explore various incident classification types and the impact security incidents can have on business operations. Finally, we'll share some general guidelines for escalating incidents. Coming up,
We'll start by focusing on incident escalation and how it can be used to prevent a seemingly small issue from becoming a bigger problem. Let's get started. Security analysts are hired to protect company assets and data, including knowing when and how to escalate security incidents. In this video, we'll define security incident escalation and discuss your role in making decisions that help protect your organization's data and assets. So what is incident escalation? And why is it so important for security professionals? Incident escalation is a process of identifying a potential security incident, triaging it, and, if appropriate, handing it off to a more experienced team member. It's important to also recognize that not every incident needs to be escalated. In this video, we'll cover what types of incidents should be escalated. As an entry-level analyst, it's unlikely that you'll be responding to security incidents independently. However, it's important that you know how to evaluate and escalate incidents to the right individual or team when necessary. Let's discuss the essential skills needed to properly escalate security incidents. There are two essential skills that would help you identify security incidents that need to be escalated: attention to detail and an ability to follow an organization's escalation guidelines or processes. Attention to detail will help you quickly identify when something doesn't seem right within the organization's network or systems. Following a company's escalation guidelines or processes will help you know how to properly escalate the issue you've identified. Larger organization security teams have many levels, and each level or member of that team plays a major role in protecting the company's assets and data. However, smaller and medium-sized companies have only one or two people responsible for the organization's security. For now, we'll focus on the roles in bigger organizations. From the Chief Information Security Officer, also known as the CISO, to the engineering team, public relations team, and even the legal team, every member of the security team matters. Each team member's role depends on the nature and scope of the incident. These roles are highlighted within a company's escalation process. Even the smallest security incident can become a much larger issue if not addressed. And that's where you come in. Imagine you're working at your desk and notice what appears to be a minor incident, but you decide to take a break before addressing or escalating it. This decision could have major consequences. If a small issue goes unescalated for too long, it has the potential to become a larger problem that costs the company money, exposes sensitive customer data, or damages the company's reputation. However, with a high level of attention to detail and an ability to follow your organization's escalation guidelines and processes, it may be possible to avoid exposing the business and its customers to harmful incidents. As an entry-level analyst, you play an important role. You help the security team identify issues within the network and systems and help make sure the right person on the team is alerted when incidents occur. Think about an assembly line. Would the final step in the line be negatively impacted if the first step were done incorrectly or not at all? Of course it would. Every decision you make helps the entire security team protect an organization's assets and data. Knowing when and how to escalate security incidents is one of many important decisions you'll need to make on a daily basis. Later in this course, we'll discuss the various levels of security incidents. Knowing those levels will help you determine the level of urgency needed to escalate different incident types. Previously, we defined what it means to escalate an incident. We also discussed the skills needed to properly escalate incidents when the time comes. In this video, we're going to cover a few incident classification types to be aware of: malware infection, unauthorized access, and improper usage. A malware infection is the incident type that occurs when malicious software designed to disrupt a system infiltrates an organization's computers or network. As discussed in a previous course, malware infections can come in many forms. Some are simple, and others are a bit more complex.
One example is a phishing attempt. These are relatively simple malware infections. Another example is a ransomware attack, which is considered much more complex. Malware infections can cause a system's network to run at unusually low speeds. Attackers can even prevent an organization from viewing critical data unless the organization pays the attacker a ransom to unlock the data. This incident type is especially impactful to an organization because of the amount of sensitive data stored on an organization's network and computers. Escalating malware infections is an important aspect of protecting the organization that you work for. But wait, there's more. The second incident type we'll discuss is unauthorized access. This is an incident type that occurs when an individual gains digital or physical access to a system or application without permission. As you may recall, earlier in the program we discussed brute force attacks, which use trial and error to compromise passwords, login credentials, and encryption keys. These attacks are often used to help attackers gain unauthorized access to an organization's systems or applications. All unauthorized access incidents are important to escalate. However, the urgency of that escalation depends on how critical that system is to the organization's business operations. We'll explore this idea in more detail later in this course. The third incident we'll discuss is improper usage. This is an incident type that occurs when an employee of an organization violates the organization's acceptable use policies. This one can be a bit complicated. There are instances when improper usage is unintentional. For example, an employee may attempt to access software licenses for personal use or even use a company system to access a friend's or co-worker's data. Maybe the employee wasn't aware of the policy they were violating. Or maybe the policy wasn't properly defined and communicated to employees. But there are other times where improper usage is an intentional act. So how do you know if an improper usage incident is accidental or intentional? That can be a difficult decision to make. That's why improper usage incidents should always be escalated to a supervisor. As a member of an organization's security team, it's likely that you'll encounter a variety of incident types while on the job. So it's important to know what they are and how to escalate them. So far, we've discussed different incident types and the importance of escalating those incidents to the right person. But what happens if an incident goes unescalated for too long? In this video, we'll discuss the potential impact that even the smallest incident can have on an organization if it goes unnoticed. Are you ready? Great! Now let's take a journey into the life of an organization's security team. It's been a quiet day for the security team. Suddenly, you notice there's been unusual log activity in an app that was recently banned from the organization. You make a note to mention this activity during the next meeting with your supervisor. But you forget and never mention it. Following this same scenario, let's fast forward to a week later. You and your supervisor are meeting again. But now, the supervisor indicates that a data breach has occurred. This breach has impacted one of the manufacturing sites for the organization. Now, all operations at the manufacturing site have been put on hold. This causes the company to lose money and precious time. Days later, the security team discovers that the data breach began with suspicious activity in the app that was recently banned from the organization. What we've learned from this scenario is that a simple incident can lead to a much larger issue if not escalated properly. Incident criticality is also important to note here. Initially, an incident can be escalated with a medium level of criticality if the analyst doesn't have enough information to determine the amount of damage done to the organization. Once an experienced incident handler reviews the incident may be increased or decreased to a high or low criticality level. Every security incident you encounter is important to an organization, but some incidents are certainly more urgent than others. So, what's the best way to determine the urgency of a security incident? It really depends on the asset or assets that the incident affects. For example, if an employee forgets their login password for their work computer, a low-level security incident may be prompted if they have repeated failed login attempts. This incident needs to be addressed, but the impact of this incident is likely minimal. In other instances, assets are critical to an organization's business operations, such as a manufacturing plant or database that stores PII. These types of assets need to be protected with a higher level of urgency. The impact of an attacker gaining unauthorized access to a manufacturing application or PII is far greater than a forgotten password, because the attacker could interfere with the manufacturing processes or expose private customer data. I hope this video has helped you understand the importance of knowing the relationship between assets and security incidents. Later in this course, we'll share some new concepts related to escalation timing and why your role in that process matters. We've shared quite a bit about the importance of your role when it comes to escalating incidents. We've even discussed a few incident types that you may encounter. But what are the actual steps you need to take to properly escalate an incident? The answer to that question actually depends on the organization you're working for. There isn't a set standard or process for incident escalation that all organizations use. Every security team has their own processes and procedures when it comes to handling incidents. In this video, we're going to discuss general guidelines for incident escalation and how to apply them on the job. Let's get started. Each organization has its own process for handling security incidents. That process is known as an escalation policy, which is a set of actions that outline who should be notified when an incident alert occurs and how that incident should be handled. Ideally, the escalation process would go smoothly every time. But in the workplace, challenges to that process can happen unexpectedly. For example, what if your immediate supervisor is out of office? If an incident occurs that day, it still needs to be escalated to someone. This is one example of why understanding your organization's escalation policy is important. You don't need to memorize your organization's escalation policy, but it is wise to save or bookmark it on your work device. This way, you'll always have access to it when you need it. Following an organization's escalation policy is essential because the actions you take help protect the organization and the people it serves from malicious actors. The escalation policy for an organization can be an extensive document. So it's up to you to pay attention to the small details within the escalation policy of your organization. Attention to detail can make the difference between escalating an incident to the right or wrong person. It can also help you prioritize which incidents need to be escalated with more or less urgency. Every organization handles incident escalation differently, but analysts need to ensure that incidents are handled correctly. Great work expanding your security mindset. Now you've had an opportunity to learn about the essential role you'll be playing by escalating incidents. Let's review what we've covered in this section of the course. We started off by defining incident escalation and discussing useful traits needed to properly escalate incidents. We also explored a few incident classification types and their potential impacts on an organization. From there, we discussed how small security incidents can become bigger problems if not properly addressed. Finally, we covered some general guidelines for the actual process of incident escalation. This process varies depending on the organization you work for, but one thing should always remain the same: your attention to detail. Understanding how each incident affects the data and assets of an organization is really important because the decisions you make can affect the entire security team and organization. Are you ready to continue your security journey? Coming up, we'll discuss stakeholders and how to communicate effectively with them. We've covered so much in previous courses, from the foundations of security to a basic understanding of networks and programming languages like SQL and Python. These concepts are core knowledge when preparing for a role in the security profession.
but how does this information help you on a day-to-day basis? And to whom do you communicate this information? In this course, we'll start by discussing who stakeholders are. Then, we'll identify their roles in relation to security. Finally, we'll share effective communication strategies for relaying key information to stakeholders. But before we can communicate with stakeholders, we have to understand who they are and why they're important. So let's get started. Let's discuss the hierarchy within an organization. It goes from you, the analysts, to management, all the way up to executives. Hierarchy is a great way to understand stakeholders. A stakeholder is defined as an individual or group that has an interest in the decisions or activities of an organization. This is important for your role as an entry-level analyst because the decisions made on a day-to-day basis by stakeholders will impact how you do your job. Let's focus on stakeholders who have an interest in the daily choices analysts make. After all, you may be asked to communicate your findings to them. So let's learn a little bit more about who they are and the roles they play in regards to security. Security threats, risks, and vulnerabilities can affect an entire company's operations. From financial implications to the loss of customer data and trust, the impact of security incidents are limitless. Each stakeholder has a responsibility to provide inputs on the various decisions and activities of the security team and how to best protect the organization. There are many stakeholders that pay close attention to the security of critical organizational assets and data. We're going to focus on 5 of those stakeholders: risk managers, the Chief Executive Officer, also known as the CEO, the Chief Financial Officer, also known as the CFO, the Chief Information Security Officer, or CISO, and Operation Managers. Let's discuss each of these stakeholders in more detail. Risk managers are important to an organization because they help identify risks and manage the response to security incidents. They also notify the legal department regarding regulatory issues that need to be addressed. Additionally, risk managers inform the organization's public relations teams in case there is a need to publish public communications regarding an incident. Next is the Chief Executive Officer, also known as the CEO. This is the highest ranking person in an organization. CEOs are responsible for financial and managerial decisions. They also have an obligation to report to shareholders and manage the operations of a company. So naturally, security is a top priority for the CEO. Now let's discuss the Chief Financial Officer, known as the CFO. CFOs are senior executives responsible for managing the financial operations of a company. They are concerned about security from a financial standpoint because of the potential cost of an incident to the business. They are also interested in the costs associated with tools and strategies that are necessary to combat security incidents. Another stakeholder with an interest in security is the Chief Information Security Officer, or CISO. CISOs are high-level executives responsible for developing an organization's security architecture and conducting risk analysis and system audits. They're also tasked with creating security and business continuity plans. Last, we have operations managers. Operations managers oversee security professionals to help identify and safeguard an organization from security threats. These individuals often work directly with analysts as the first line of defense when it comes to protecting the company from threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. They are also generally responsible for the daily maintenance of security operations. As an entry-level analyst at a large organization, it's unlikely that you'll communicate directly with the risk manager, CEO, CFO, or the CISO. However, the operations manager will likely ask you to create communications to share with those individuals. Coming up, we'll focus a bit more on stakeholders and how to effectively communicate with them. Welcome back. Previously, we discussed stakeholders and the important security roles they play within an organization. Now, let's explore the role you play in communicating with those stakeholders. The information that's communicated to stakeholders is sensitive. For example, if you send an email to stakeholders about a recent security breach, it's important to be mindful of what you communicate and who you communicate to. Different stakeholders may need to be informed about different issues. As a result, your communications with them need to be clear, concise, and focused. Security is a detail-driven profession, so it's essential that you stay mindful of the details when sending your communications. Stakeholders are very busy people. Your communications should be precise, avoid unnecessary technical terms, and have a clear purpose. You don't want them to have to guess the reason for your email or why it matters to them. To help with this, ask your manager or immediate supervisors questions to find out what the stakeholders you communicate with need to know. As you may recall, earlier we discussed what it means to have a security mindset. A part of that mindset means asking questions about the assets and data you're protecting. For example, you could ask, what's the most important data to protect on a daily basis? Or what security tool has been most important or useful to protect our data and assets? Having a security mindset also means understanding what matters most to stakeholders, so you know what information to share with them. Effective communication involves relaying only the information that is most relevant to stakeholders. Staying informed about security issues helps stakeholders do their jobs more effectively. Your role in communicating with stakeholders is to help them obtain that information. This is yet another example of how essential your role is within a security team. Coming up, we'll discuss the information that is most important to communicate with stakeholders. Previously, we discussed communicating information that is important to stakeholders. It's essential that communications are specific and clear so stakeholders understand what's happening and what actions may need to be taken. In this video, we'll go into more detail about how to create precise and clear communications. Creating security communications to share with stakeholders is similar to telling a great story. Stories typically have a beginning, middle, and end. Somewhere in that story, there is some sort of conflict and an eventual resolution. This concept is also true when telling security stories to stakeholders. The security story details what the security challenge is, how it impacts the organization, and possible solutions to the issue. The security story also includes data related to the challenge, its impact, and proposed solutions. This data could be in the form of reports that summarize key findings or a list of issues that may need immediate attention. Let's use the following scenario as an example. You've been monitoring system logs and notice possible malicious code execution in the logs that could lead to the exposure of sensitive user information. Now you need to communicate what is happening to a stakeholder, in this case, your immediate supervisor. The first step is to detail the issue, potential malicious code execution found while monitoring the logs. The next step is to refer to the organization's incident response playbook and mention the suggested guidance from the playbook regarding malicious code found in system logs. This shows your supervisor that you've been paying attention to the procedures already established by the team. The final piece of your story is to provide a possible solution to the issue. In this scenario, you may not be the final decision maker regarding what action is taken, but you've explained to the stakeholder what has happened and a possible solution to the problem. You can communicate the story we just discussed in various ways. Send an email, share a document, or even communicate through the use of a visual representation. You can also use incident management or ticketing systems. Many organizations have incident management or ticketing systems that follow the steps outlined in their security playbooks. Some scenarios are better expressed
by using visual elements. Visuals are used to convey key details in the form of graphs, charts, videos, or other visual effects. This allows stakeholders to view a pictorial representation of what is being explained. Visual dashboards can help you tell a full security story to stakeholders. Later in this course, you'll have an opportunity to learn how to use Google Sheets to create a visual security story. That's going to be fun. A security professional who knows how to tell a compelling and concise security story can help stakeholders make decisions about the best ways to respond to an incident. Ideally, you want to be someone that makes stakeholders' jobs easier, and communicating effectively will certainly help you do that. Coming up, we'll continue our discussion about communicating with stakeholders. The ability to communicate threats, risks, vulnerabilities, or incidents and possible solutions is a valuable skill for security professionals. In this video, we'll focus on various communication strategies that can help you engage with and convey key ideas to stakeholders. Let's start with visuals. The use of visuals to tell a security story can help you communicate impactful data and metrics. Charts and graphs are particularly helpful for this. They can be used to compare data points or show small parts of a larger issue. Using relevant and detailed graphics can help you develop the story you want to tell stakeholders so they can make decisions that would help protect the organization. While visuals are a compelling way to capture the attention of your stakeholders, some issues are best explained in an email or even a phone call. Be mindful of the sensitive information contained in these types of communications. For security purposes, it's important to communicate sensitive information with care. Be sure to follow the procedures outlined in your organization's playbooks and always make sure to send emails to the right email recipient, as it could create a risk if the wrong person receives confidential security information. One challenging thing about emails is the potentially long wait time for a response. Stakeholders have many responsibilities. This means they may sometimes miss an email or fail to respond in a timely manner. In these instances, a simple phone call or instant message may be a better option. My experience in security has taught me that sometimes a simple instant message or a call can help move a situation forward. Direct communication is often better than waiting days or weeks for an email response to an issue that requires immediate attention. When appropriate, take the initiative to follow up with a stakeholder if they haven't responded to an email in a timely manner. It sounds simple, but a friendly call can often prevent a major issue from occurring. It's important to stand out in the security profession, especially if you don't have previous experience in the industry. Visual representations, emails, and phone calls are great ways to showcase your written and verbal communication skills. The visual aspect shows your ability to put metrics and data together in an impactful way. If you don't receive a timely response from a stakeholder, following up shows initiative. In this video, we're going to have a bit of fun. We'll create a visual security story. Here's the scenario. The operations manager, one of the stakeholders we previously discussed, has been informed that the Chief Information Security Officer, also known as the CISO, wants to know how many employees are often clicking on phishing emails. The goal is to identify which 5 departments click on those emails most often. An investigation reveals that the 5 departments that most frequently click on phishing emails are human resources, customer service, global security, media relations, and professional development. Based on this information, the security team can create a visual representation of the data to share with the operations manager and the CISO. Those stakeholders and the security team can then work together to determine how to address the issue. There are many different platforms available that can be used to create and share visual stories of data. Apache OpenOffice is a free,
open source Office suite that allows users to create spreadsheets and other visual representations. Another no-cost option is Google Sheets. Today, we'll enter our data into Google Sheets. Then, we'll create a bar chart visualization to develop the data story. If you don't have a Google account, you'll need to create one. Let's start by demonstrating how to create an account. First, go to google.com and click on Sign In. Click Create Account and select for my personal use. Then, complete each step to create your personal account. Now that you've created your Google account, it's time for us to begin creating our Google Sheets bar chart visualization. Click the dots menu in the top right corner. Click the Sheets icon. Click blank to start a new spreadsheet. Select cell A1, type Department. Select cell B1, type number of clicked phishing emails. Select cell A2, type Human Resources. Select cell B2, type 30. Select cell A3, type Customer Service. Select cell B3, type 18. Select cell A4, type Global Security. Select cell B4, type 10. Select cell A5, type Media Relations. Select cell B5, type 40. Select cell A6, type Professional Development. Select cell B6, type 27. Then, select the rows and columns containing headers, department names, and data. Click Insert at the top of the sheet. Select Chart in the Chart Editor menu. Click Chart Type drop-down menu. Scroll down to the bar chart options, then select the first bar chart. In the Chart Editor menu, click Customize. Then click on the Chart and Access Title section. Now, update the title to read something like Clicked Phishing Emails by Departments, or another title related to the data. Then click on the X icon at the top of the chart editor to close the editor menu. Great job creating your first visual security story. Creating visual stories of data allows security team members to convey essential information to stakeholders, so issues can be communicated in a meaningful and understandable way. These data stories can also help promote a better understanding of issues that exist within an organization and allow decision makers to determine how to address security issues that put the organization at risk. You've had an opportunity to learn about the important role stakeholders play and different ways to communicate with them. Let's review what we covered. We started by defining stakeholders and their roles in protecting an organization. We also explored the sensitive nature of communications with stakeholders and the importance of sharing that information with care and confidentiality. Then, we discussed information that needs to be communicated to stakeholders. After all, stakeholders are extremely busy, so we only want to share relevant information that they need to be aware of. We ended our discussion by introducing various communication strategies, including emails, phone calls, and visual dashboards. Understanding who the stakeholders are within your organization and how to communicate with them will help you throughout your career as a security professional. Be intentional about the strategies you use to communicate. Remove unnecessary details from your communications and be specific and precise when relaying information to stakeholders. Stakeholders are depending on you as a storyteller to tell them the security story or the potential issues and solutions in a way that makes sense. The communication strategies we discussed will help you stand out as someone who has a combination of technical and transferable skills. Coming up, your instructor for the final sections of this course, Emily, will discuss a few ways to engage with the security community and how to find and apply for jobs in the security field.
Welcome back. I'm Emily, and I've been working in security education at Google for nearly 9 years. My team works closely with our remarkable security experts to craft innovative and engaging educational solutions for our workforce to keep security at the forefront. I'll be your instructor for the remainder of the course to discuss important career-related topics, such as how to engage with the security community, find jobs in the security field, create a resume, and navigate the interview process. We're approaching the end of the certificate program. What an incredible journey it's been so far. We've discussed a lot up to this point, including incident detection and escalation, and the roles that stakeholders play in protecting an organization. We've also explored the sensitive nature of the communications we share and strategies for conveying critical information to stakeholders. But does the learning stop now that we're approaching the end of the program? Absolutely not. In the following videos, we'll identify reliable security resources you can use to stay up to date on security news and trends. Then, we'll share some ways to become involved with the security community. We'll end with a discussion about how to establish and advance a career in security. Coming up, we'll highlight some great resources to help you stay current on what's happening in the security industry. As we approach the end of our program, it's important to start thinking about ways to engage with the security community. As the industry evolves, it's essential to stay up to date on the latest security trends and news. Let's discuss a few good resources for you to review periodically. What excites me about the security profession is the constant evolution of the industry. Take the OWASP Top 10, for example. Earlier in the program, we discussed the fact that this is a globally recognized standard awareness document that lists the top 10 most critical security risks to web applications. This list is updated every 3 to 4 years, so it's a great example of the evolving nature of the field. Continuing your security education beyond this certificate program will help you stand out to hiring managers and could give you an extra edge over other candidates, because it shows your willingness to remain current on what's happening in the industry. A few well-known security websites and blogs to get you started are CSO Online, Krebs on Security, and Dark Reading. The CSO Online site provides news, analysis, and research on various security and risk management topics. Many CISOs view this site for tips and ideas. It would be great for you to review this publication every now and then. Krebs on Security is an in-depth security blog created by former Washington Post reporter Brian Krebs. This blog covers security news and investigations into various cyber attacks. Accessing the Krebs blog is a good way to stay up to date on the latest security news and happenings around the world. Dark Reading is a popular website for security professionals. This site provides information about various security topics, like analytics and application security, mobile and cloud security, as well as the Internet of Things, IoT. Security is a constantly evolving industry. As professionals in security, we must evolve with it by seeking out new information. Be sure to explore a few of the websites and blogs we discussed in this video to stay up to date with what's happening in the industry. Coming up, we'll discuss how to become engaged with the security community and ways to establish and advance your career in security. Bye for now.
I'm Victoria. I'm a security engineer at Google. When I first applied for a cybersecurity job, I felt overwhelmed. I was not a traditionally educated in computer science applicant. I actually majored in biology. So anytime a recruiter saw my resume, I would kind of get this little fear that they would see that bio major and say
why are you even applying and just immediately disregard my resume? I would consider the team that I work on to be very diverse. We have a lot of different people from different backgrounds. One of the benefits that I feel from having a diverse team is that you can have these different perspectives on a problem that if all of you had the same background for, you might not come up with this new solution. Having someone that's new to the team, maybe new to the industry, and having that perspective can really help to make things more accessible for everyone. It's important to continue to learn in the field of cybersecurity because things change all the time. What was once a big threat a few years ago might not be the same as it is for today. Trying to keep pace with how things are changing all the time is something that is a core part of my job role. To support my continued education in security, I take courses, try to get certificates if I can along the way, but a lot of it's just keeping up on current industry news, whether that be a new blog post about a breach that has happened or a detailed analysis of a new malware that has been released. Try to keep at least a surface level knowledge of the different trends in the industry. I often go to B-sides conferences. These are smaller, locally organized conferences, so you have more of a chance to interact with your local security community, which is something you wouldn't get at a huge conference like, say, DEF CON or Black Hat. Meeting people locally is a great way to see what's out there in your area and meet other folks that are local that you can talk to more consistently that are also interested in security. Before I got into my role, I wish that I knew that it was okay that you don't know everything. You don't have to know everything. You have teammates and other people that can help you with areas that you're weak in. So don't feel stressed if you don't know everything there is about security, because no one does. Working in security is a lot of fun. A lot of things can happen. It's never the same day to day. So if you like things that are dynamic and always changing, then security is the right field for you.
Earlier, we discussed the importance of staying up to date on security trends and news. In this video, we're going to share ways to establish and advance your career in security by connecting with people who are already in the industry. Social media is a great way to connect to other security professionals in the industry. However, it's important to be mindful of the information you share on your social media page and when responding to messages from people you don't know. With that in mind, let's discuss ways to effectively use social media to establish or advance your security career. One way to use social media is to follow or read the posts of leaders in the security industry. Chief Information Security Officers, for example, are great individuals to follow. They often post interviews they've done in the security space and share articles they've read or contributed to. Here's a question you might be asking yourself. How can I find CISOs to follow on social media? The best way would be to conduct an internet search for the name of the CISO of a popular organization or an organization you're interested in working for. After you find their name, you can simply go to a social media site to look them up. Ideally, you want to use LinkedIn when following security professionals. That's because the LinkedIn platform focuses on connecting professionals with other professionals in the same or similar field. Another way to use social media to establish or advance your career in the security industry is to connect with other security analysts currently employed in the field. On social networks like LinkedIn, you can find security professionals by searching for cybersecurity analysts or a similar search term, then filtering for people and people who talk about #cybersecurity. Once you've found other professionals you'd like to connect with, you can send a connection request with a brief comment such as, "Hi, I'd like to connect to learn more about why you became interested in security and your experiences as an analyst." Additionally, you can set your filter to locate events and groups that focus on security-related topics that interest you. While social media platforms like LinkedIn are excellent for connecting with professionals, some people are more comfortable with being active on social media than others. For those of us who aren't very active on social media, there are other ways to connect with security professionals or find mentors in the industry. Joining different security associations is a good way to connect with others. There are many associations out there, so you're going to have to do a little bit of research to find the best ones for you. Here's a tip. In your internet search engine, type Cybersecurity Industry Associations. This search term will populate a variety of different associations, so be sure to select ones that align with your professional goals. Now that we've discussed ways to engage with the security community, consider following a CISO on LinkedIn, connecting with other analysts, or searching for cybersecurity organizations to join. That's all for now. I'll meet you in the next video.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah, and I am a senior program manager on Google's privacy, safety, and security engineering team. One of the communities I'm most involved in is a group called Women in Cybersecurity. And so I found that community really helpful to me when I first joined because I felt super new and slightly overwhelmed. I listened to a lot of their webinars, I kind of look in on their forum board, now I always attend their conference, and actually I just joined their board, which I'm super excited about. One of the things that I find most exciting is that ability to be within cybersecurity without this long history. I don't have a computer science degree, I don't have a master's, I don't have a PhD, but through networking and figuring out where my areas of interest lie, I actually was able to get into this field and grow and advance within this field. I've really found that it is a welcoming community that is looking and needs more people to be a part of it. There's a huge range of people that are coming into this, again, with the big, wide range of experiences, and I think everyone has found or is exploring what their passions and the areas they want to dig in. Networking is really important to be able to meet peers who might be at the same stage as you or people who might have hiring opportunities. I definitely recommend connecting with your peers in the certificate program. It's a great form of motivation both for yourself and to motivate others. Having these points where you're either talking about the specific content or just doing a check-in is going to be really helpful for you to continue through the course program and to help others continue through the course program as well. There's also the series of conferences that exist called B-Sides. So these are super informal security conferences that take place in communities around the world. Many also have virtual components. They're kind of a fun place to meet people. A big piece of advice is to not let yourself get overwhelmed and don't feel nervous that you don't know all the answers, because you know what? Nobody knows all the answers. It's okay to come into this with not a ton of background in computer science, not a ton of background in tech, and still you will bring value to the field.
Great job! Now you've had an opportunity to learn about different ways to stay engaged with the security community. Let's take a moment to review what we've covered. First, we identified reliable security resources. Then, we discussed different ways to engage with the security community. We also explored the usefulness of social media to connect with other security professionals and stay informed about current topics of interest. Finally, we shared ways to establish and advance a career in security, including following a CISO on social media or joining a professional organization. We've come a long way in this journey. You should be proud of your progress and how far you've come. I'm certainly proud of you. In the final section of this course, we'll take the time to prepare you for the job search and interviewing process. How exciting is that? Welcome back. We've covered so many security-related topics in detail. Throughout this program, we've discussed protecting organizational assets and data, and the tools and procedures used to protect them. We've also explored how to communicate with stakeholders, reliable sources to help you stay up to date on security news and trends, and ways to get involved with the security community to help establish and advance your career in the field. Now, we need to get you prepared to find a job as an entry-level security analyst. Security is a huge field with countless job opportunities. By 2030, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics expects the number of security roles to grow by more than 30%. But how can you find the right opportunity for you? In the next several videos, we'll discuss specific strategies to help you find and apply for jobs in the industry, including how to create your resume and develop rapport with interviewers. We'll also cover how to use the STAR method for interviewing and how to develop an elevator pitch. I remember initially being interested in my role because education is my passion. Researching the security field and industry in preparation for my interviews cemented my fascination for cybersecurity. I'll be honest, I had taken a lot of what security does for granted. Now, I feel incredibly fortunate to be a part of this industry and the exciting opportunities it offers. Now it's time to get you ready to find security jobs. Let's get started. I hope you feel really proud of how far you've come. You may remember that earlier in this program, we discussed a few security roles in the industry. Now we'll explore 3 of those roles. We'll start with security analyst. Security analyst is typically an entry-level role that might interest you as you prepare to enter the security field. The role generally focuses on monitoring networks for security breaches, developing strategies to help secure an organization, and even researching IT security trends. In previous courses, we discussed log monitoring and SIEM tools. Having a solid foundational understanding of how to use those tools will certainly be useful in this role. Another role that might interest you is information security analyst. This role generally focuses on creating plans and implementing security measures to protect organizations, networks, and systems. Earlier in the program, you learned about controls and frameworks that can be used to develop security plans and procedures, as well as how to use SIEMs and packet sniffers to identify risks. That knowledge will be beneficial when it comes to developing plans and determining the best tools to strengthen an organization's security posture. Finally, we'll explore the Security Operations Center analyst role. Security Operations Center analyst, also known as a SOC analyst, is another role you might find exciting. This role generally focuses on ensuring security incidents are handled rapidly and efficiently by following established policies and procedures. Earlier in this program, we discussed security playbooks and how they are unique to each organization. We also covered the importance of being able to follow the processes outlined in playbooks to respond to security events or incidents. That knowledge will certainly help you stand out as a potential candidate for this role. There are many more job roles that you may be interested in. A great way to find more of these roles is to create an account on various job sites and search for cybersecurity positions. A few well-known job sites in the United States and internationally are ZipRecruiter, Indeed, and Monster Jobs. Each of these sites have hundreds of open job listings with roles, responsibilities, and skill set requirements posted under the job title. How exciting is it that we're now discussing jobs and sites that you can use to apply for them? It's important that you do your research before applying to any position. Gather plenty of information about the company, the job role, as well as required and preferred skills. This will help prepare you for a potential interview by knowing exactly what the employer is looking for and how your skills align with the employer's expectations. This will also help you align your own values and passions with the organization's mission and vision. But before you can apply for a security job, it's important to create a resume that will catch an employer's attention. Coming up, we'll discuss the resume development process in detail. In this video, we'll discuss how to create a resume that is tailored to the job you're applying for. Note that a resume is sometimes called a curriculum vitae, or CV for short. Remember that it's okay if you don't have any cybersecurity experience. This certificate program has covered key skills and concepts that employers are looking for in an entry-level security analyst position. You can mention all that you've learned in this program on your resume, including programming languages such as Python and SQL, and Linux line command. You can also share your understanding of what it means to have a security mindset, your knowledge of standard frameworks and controls like the NIST, CSF, and CIA triad model, as well as your familiarity with how to use SIEM tools and packet sniffers. It's also possible that some of your earlier job experiences allowed you to develop knowledge and skills that are transferable to a security role.
These skills could include being detail-oriented, collaborative, and having strong written and verbal communication skills. Here's an example of a resume. You'll want to start with your name at the top of the resume, followed by your professional title. Your title could be something like security analyst, or a title that matches the position you're applying for. You'll also want to include at least one way that employers or recruiters can contact you. For example, an email address or phone number. After your name and title, you'll provide a summary statement. This section should be brief, just 1 or 2 sentences, related to your strengths and relevant skills. Make sure the statement includes specific words from the responsibilities section of the job description. You can include something like this in your statement. I am a motivated security analyst seeking an entry-level cybersecurity position to apply my skills in network security, security policy, and organizational risk management. Following your name and summary statement is the skills section. This is a bulleted list of the skills you've learned in this program that are related to the position. Employers usually like to know about your previous work experience. In the experience section, you'll list your work history. Underneath each job entry, provide a list of the skills and responsibilities you performed. It's a good idea to start each bullet with a verb, and if possible, details that quantify an accomplishment. For example, collaborated with a team of 6 to develop training for more than 25 company employees. Try to highlight the security or technology-related skills and knowledge that you have based on your experiences in previous jobs and this certificate program. The next section of the resume lists your education and certifications. Start with the most recent education you've completed, including certifications, trade schools, online courses, or college experience. Also include the names of sites and organizations that issued your certifications and schools you attended. List any subjects you studied related to the job you're applying for. If you're currently enrolled in school or a certification program but haven't graduated, note in progress. As you develop your resume, keep a couple of things in mind. Make sure there are no spelling or grammatical errors in your resume before sending it to your potential employer. Also note that resumes are typically about 2 pages long and list only your last 10 years or less of work experience. Resumes can be created using word processing applications like Google Docs or OpenOffice. However, you might find some simple but professional resume templates online to get you started. To find them, type "free resume template" or a similar search term into your internet browser. If you use a template, be sure to replace all of the pre-filled text with your information and qualifications. There is so much to consider when creating your resume, but what we covered today will help you get started. Coming up, we'll explore the interview process.
My name is Garvey. I'm a global staffing manager here at Google. I hire essentially all the cybersecurity engineers here at Google. I've hired across the US, Zurich, London, Sydney, Australia, and virtually any office that you name. This space is unique in the sense that it's growing, it's fastly evolving. You have a number of candidates that have pivoted, changed positions in their life, come from all different walks of life, right? So cover letters is an opportunity for you to tell that story. A resume tells me the facts, what have you done? But a cover letter tells me who you are. Why cybersecurity? Why this space? Why this opportunity? What draws you here? Most folks that I've met that want to enter this space have a reason. Either they've been the victim of some sort of cyber crime, or they know others who have, or they've seen something that has affected them in their lives that has brought them to that moment. I want to know more about that. I want to understand what your passion is, what your interest is in this space. So I think, particularly when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to cover letters, it's your opportunity to tell me kind of what's written in between those lines of that resume that's brought you here. How long should a cover letter be? I don't think there's any perfect science to that. First give me, a few lines about yourself, your family, your hobbies, and then after that, really kind of cut to what makes you unique.
What makes you different than this other applicant? What has brought you to this opportunity? How have you overcome adversity? How do you plan to do so in this work environment? What does this job mean to you? What are the soft skills that you can present and bring to your colleagues in this role? If I'm a candidate that's making a career transition, I want to know in that cover letter why. Is there a particular reason cybersecurity excites you? Is there a particular reason you're making this transition? What have you found in your previous career? I want you here forever, right? And if I can keep you here forever, I want to keep you happy, right? So what makes you happy? What are the things that you see in this space that are going to excite you, that you're passionate about? And I want to see that written in the cover letter. Don't just sort of standardize your cover letter and just fire it off regardless of the company that it is, right? Tailor your cover letter around that mission. What's their mission? Make it a part of your own. Know the company's mission, know their purpose, their products, insert that in your cover letter. A cover letter is meant to capture someone's attention quickly. You can't imagine it capture the attention of someone for the entirety of what you've written, right? So what is it about you that interests me, that brings you to this time and this opportunity? You want to capture someone's eye first and then capture their attention in their mind, right? So be bold, be loud, right? I think keep the words simple, but like, be bold.
After you've submitted your resume to several job postings, you'll hopefully get an opportunity for an interview. The interview process usually starts with a short pre-screening phone call. It typically involves having a 15-minute conversation with a hiring manager or recruiter who will ask you some questions to make sure that you are who your resume says you are and that you meet the minimum requirements for the job. Following the pre-screening, you could be invited to an in-person interview, either on-site or online. This could be a panel interview with a few members of the team that you would be working with, or a one-on-one interview. Let's discuss some strategies that can help prepare you for an interview. Review the job description and your resume ahead of time. Practice speaking about the experiences and skills that the employer is looking for. Consider practicing this with a friend by participating in a mock interview. Your friend will act as the interviewer, and you will answer their questions as if you're meeting with the employer. It can also be helpful to dress professionally and feel comfortable in the clothes you choose to wear for the interview. Before the interview begins, take a few deep breaths and remind yourself of all the preparation you've done. If the interview is online via video conference, prepare a location in your home that is quiet, tidy, and professional. Also be sure to test your video and audio settings, and if necessary, download the video conference application specified by the interviewer. This will help ensure that you correct any technical issues before the interview. Interviews usually include two parts, a background interview and a technical interview. The background interview will likely include questions about your education, work experience, skills, and abilities. You might even be asked some personal questions unrelated to the job posting. The interviewer is trying to get to know you to determine if you'll be a good match for the team and company culture. At the same time, you want to ask questions to help you decide if the team and company culture are a good match for you. The other portion of the interview is the technical interview. This is when the interviewer will ask you specific questions about technical skills related to the role. You might be asked how you would respond to a specific situation or to explain a technical concept that's listed on your resume. Do your best to answer these types of questions confidently and concisely based on your current knowledge. It's okay to say that you don't know the answer to a question, or that you need a moment to respond so you can think about your answer. Employers respect honesty. Just follow up with an explanation of how you would figure out the answer, either by researching it or collaborating with the team. Even after you've completed this certificate program, you'll still have access to all of the content. So before the interview, go back and review your notes, the glossary, and any concepts that you might need to refresh your memory on. This can help you feel prepared for the questions you'll be asked. Remember, you can prepare for the interview by participating in a mock interview, reviewing the job description, and taking a few deep breaths before the interview begins. You've learned a lot in this course,
and are ready to move ahead and find a position as a security analyst. Coming up, we'll discuss how to conduct pre-interview research.
My name is Garvey. I'm a global staffing manager here at Google. I've hired, I would say, several hundred security engineers here at Google over the last 7 years. Advice I would give those that are preparing for their technical interviews: don't expect that the interview will be a sort of trivial exam of how many questions can you answer in this sort of period of time. I want to know, as an interviewer, does the candidate understand the fundamentals and can they explain them back to me? Programs and applications that I would recommend preparing for when doing an entry-level interview, for example, Splunk, Wireshark, understanding their functions, their purpose. If you can get to the point of understanding their internals, why they exist. If they didn't exist, how would you solve a problem? Outside of that, just understanding the fundamentals of topics that exist within this space: network security, web application security knowledge, operating system internals, understanding and mastering security protocols. I think that's an important place to start. Practice answering open-ended questions. They tend to be really difficult. They're ambiguous by design. They're complex by design. You always want to start first by asking clarifying questions, get information from your interviewer to help you narrow down the focus of the question itself, but also sort of lower the scope of the problem, right, into something that you can answer yourself, that you feel comfortable with. Organize your answer through the STAR method. It's a great way to organize yourself when faced with a large open-ended question. It'll help your interviewer understand your train of thought. Thinking out loud as well will help your interviewer understand, okay, this is where Garvey's going with this answer. If I need to help him, I can help him. If maybe he doesn't get the entire answer, I know he was on the right track because he was thinking out loud. I understood where he was going. If you don't know the answer, that's fine. No one expects you to walk on water, but we don't expect you to lie, if you will, right? My ideal candidate is someone who just loves to learn, right? Someone that's humble, it's honest, someone that can manage through ambiguity, complexity, in their own life. Doesn't necessarily have to be directly related to cybersecurity, but someone that, when faced with a problem, runs towards it. You know, they're always a student. They're always there to learn. They're always there to mentor, lead others, and they demonstrate those characteristics throughout their life. Nerves during technical interviews, I think that's pretty standard. It's okay to be nervous, right? I think it means you care. There's a reason you're there. There's a reason you find yourself in that moment, right? Someone has counted you in already. They have belief in you, and this space needs you. So, you know, I would say trust yourself, trust your gut. Don't be afraid to fail.
Previously, we discussed how to create a resume and what to expect during an interview. In this video, we're going to cover a few more things that you need to do to prepare for the interview, and that could help set you apart as an excellent candidate for the position. Before the interview, it's important to do some research about the organization you're interviewing with. Interviewers want to know that you're a good match for their team and that you value the things that are important to the company. It's just as important for you to decide if the company matches your values. So make sure you know the organization's mission and vision. Understand their core values and company culture. This information is usually easy to find, either in the job description or on the About page of the organization's website. Think about why these values and the company culture are also important to you. Then, practice how you will communicate this to potential employers. Remember that you will not be the only applicant for the position. Consider what sets you apart from other candidates and be prepared to emphasize those qualities during the interview. What about your skills, experience, or work ethic make you the best match for this position? How do your goals align to the goals of the organization? You want the employer to remember you after they've interviewed several candidates, so highlight things that make you the best candidate for the role. You also want to think about the employer's perspective. The organization has needs that must be met by filling the position. They may have productivity or compliance goals, or the team might be growing because the company is expanding. Take some time to think about what the interviewer is seeking in a candidate. Then prepare yourself to state directly how you can meet the employer's needs.
The interviewer may have reservations about hiring you because of your lack of experience as a security analyst. If this comes up in the interview, be prepared to address any possible concerns by speaking about your strong work ethic. This could include an ability to learn quickly based on feedback, or to collaborate and communicate with others. Also, you could discuss having a security mindset or problem-solving skills that you've developed from personal life, work, or educational experiences. Learning about the organization's culture and mission and preparing to demonstrate how you can add value to the team are essential. It's also a good idea to write down questions that you can ask the interviewer about the organization's past accomplishments and future goals. This shows potential employers that you've done your research and care about the organization's success. Coming up, we'll discuss how to build rapport with interviewers. In this video, we'll explore a topic that can contribute to your success during the interview process: how to build rapport with your potential employer. Rapport is a friendly relationship in which the people involved understand each other's ideas and communicate well with each other. Building rapport begins with the very first interaction you have with the company's staff by phone, email, or video conference. It's important to use a professional tone in the email you write expressing your interest in the job. But it's also important to be polite and friendly. Expressing appreciation for being considered and having the potential opportunity to interview is one way to build rapport. When and if you have an initial phone screen, you can use a friendly conversational tone of voice. To do this, try smiling while you talk. And while it's true that nobody can see you smile on a phone call, smiling while you talk can make you sound friendlier. During the phone screening and in-person interview, you can ease interview nervousness by engaging actively in a way that feels natural to you. That can mean simply saying, "Hello, nice to meet you." You can even start a short, friendly conversation by asking the interviewer how their day is going. Or, if the weekend just passed, you might ask the interviewer, "How was your weekend?" Make eye contact when you ask these questions during an in-person interview. Or be sure to look directly into the camera during a video interview. This will show the interviewer that you're engaged in the conversation. Oftentimes, during the second half of an interview, the interviewer will ask if you have any questions for them. As we discussed earlier, it's important to have some questions prepared to ask at this point. Here are some suggestions. You could ask, what is the biggest challenge I might face coming into this role, and how would I be expected to meet that challenge? Or you might ask, what would you say is the best part about working for this company? Or what is a typical day like for an analyst? Another great question is, what is the potential for growth in this role? Asking questions shows that you're engaged in the conversation and are interested in the company and the position. It also shows the employer that you are confident and that you want to make sure that their company is a good match for you before you make a commitment. It's nice to send a follow-up email a day or two after your in-person interview. This is just a brief email thanking the interviewer for the opportunity to meet with them and learn more about the organization. It's also a good idea to mention something specific from your interview in this email. It shows that you were actively engaged in the conversation. Remember, the employer is probably interviewing other candidates, so sending a follow-up email will help set you apart and remind the interviewer of your discussion. Building rapport with the interviewer and other employees is an important skill when interviewing for your first security position. Writing friendly but professional emails before and after the interview, and engaging in friendly conversation during the interview can help set you apart as a great candidate for the job. Welcome back. Preparing for job interviews in the security field is such an exciting process. You've learned a lot through this program that can help you stand out as a candidate. Let's discuss some useful interview strategies to consider when speaking to an employer. Your interviewer is going to ask several questions when you meet. Carefully consider each question before responding. Let's discuss the STAR method,
which can help you prepare for interviews. The STAR method is a technique used to answer behavioral and situational interview questions. Using this method is a great way to help you understand each interview question and provide a thoughtful and thorough response. STAR stands for situation, task, action, result. The STAR method is typically used to answer open-ended questions such as, tell me about a time when you encountered a challenge on the job. Let's go through an example of how this question could be answered using the STAR method. The situation. 2 people needed to stay home from work due to illness, and I was the only person available to assist customers. The task. I needed to answer phone calls from customers while assisting shoppers in the store. The action. I came up with a strategy that allowed me to assist customers as they entered the store, while also ensuring that customers who called were helped or politely placed on hold until I was able to address their needs. The result. I managed the in-store operations for the day without many mistakes, and my manager complimented me during the next team meeting. Hopefully this example highlights the benefits of answering open-ended interview questions using the STAR method. But the STAR method isn't the only strategy you can use during an interview. You can also answer questions with confidence. One way to demonstrate confidence is by admitting when you don't know something. For example, if an interviewer asks you to discuss a skill that you don't have, it's okay to admit you haven't learned it yet. However, the trick is to confidently mention that while you don't have that particular skill, you're a quick learner and eager to develop that skill. Treat it as an opportunity to emphasize your ability to adapt and learn on the job, which shows confidence. You know what else shows confidence? Taking the time to fully understand a problem or question to provide the best solution or answer possible. When interviewing, don't be afraid to ask the interviewer for a moment to think about your answer. It shows that you're willing to take the time needed to understand the question and provide a response that is meaningful and relevant. We've discussed a few strategies that can help you overcome the nervousness you may feel about interviewing for a job. Coming up, we'll continue to explore ways to prepare for interviews. In this video, we'll take a little time to discuss additional strategies you can use during a job interview. In past job interviews, your potential employer may have asked, "Do you have any questions for me?" This type of question can be an opportunity for you to show the interviewer that you're prepared and ready to have a meaningful conversation with them. A big part of interview preparation is researching the company before the interview, because it will allow you to ask questions that demonstrate you took the time to learn about the organization and its needs. These kinds of questions show that you are passionate about your career and that you want to help the company strengthen its security posture. There are also some general questions you can ask the interviewer to determine if the job and the organization itself are a good match for you. Here are some examples. What's the biggest challenge for a new person in this role? In what ways can I contribute to the success of the team and the organization? What qualities or traits are most important for working well with the team and other stakeholders? Questions like these can help you develop rapport with the interviewer and show that you're interested in learning more about the role and the organizational culture. Interviewing for jobs can be a really exciting process when you're prepared, and asking questions is an essential part of the interview process. Don't be afraid to ask potential employers tough questions. This will help them understand you as a thoughtful, curious person who can add value to the team. Coming up, we'll discuss another strategy, the elevator pitch.
Hi, I'm Karan. I'm a security engineering manager here at Google. As part of my job, I do participate in hiring candidates. And so far, I've spoken to like hundreds of candidates, potential candidates, people who actually got into Google Almost every time I meet somebody, I get to see a new path, and that's always fascinating for me to learn about somebody else. One thing I'm seeing very interestingly is the increase in the number of people who come from non-technical backgrounds. So that can be recruiting, sales, like you name it. Like we're seeing a ton of people. So for preparing for interviews, I think you can break down that question into technical preparation and non-technical preparation. And so for technical preparation, I advise people to build up on networking fundamentals, information security fundamentals, get all of those concepts right so you understand how things work, how are they related and all of that. Make sure you ask clarifying questions to get to the root of the problem and what the interviewer wants from you. A lot of people just dive into the problem without really clarifying. If you don't know something, don't be afraid to say, I don't know. And say, but here's how I would approach the problem. For the non-technical pieces, I think it's practice with a friend, right? Have an interview partner and see how you respond, see where you fumble, and be kind to yourself as you're doing that. Focus on bringing your whole self to the interview. So that means showcasing how you'll work with a team. Bring up examples of projects you have done with others, how you have led those projects. Have you done open source collaborations? A lot of these soft skills, if I may put them as, are super crucial even when you're solving a security problem. So those are some key aspects that we are looking for when we are interviewing for roles. For new folks in the industry, the main thing we would be looking for is curiosity. Like personally speaking, I look for people who have drive, who are very driven to learn more about the field. They may not know everything, and we know that, but we want to make sure that they are asking the right questions and getting to the problem by working with others. So if we get an answer like, I don't know, but I'll figure it out, and here's how, that's amazing. Also, I'll say, don't be afraid of rejection, right? Because it takes time to find your first role. It took me hundreds of applications to find my first job. And then don't be afraid to apply, even if you don't meet all the required or preferred qualifications, right? Just look at the minimum qualifications. And if you do pass that, it doesn't hurt to apply. So please keep applying.
Now let's discuss a concept that can help you identify your strengths and allow you to highlight those strengths to others: an elevator pitch. An elevator pitch is a brief summary of your experience, skills, and background. It's called an elevator pitch because it should be short enough to say in 60 seconds or less, which is the average amount of time you might spend talking with someone on an elevator. Elevator pitches allow you to demonstrate who you are to potential employers in a very short time span. They can be used at job fairs, career expos, and other networking situations like professional conferences and social media job sites such as LinkedIn. Now let's examine how to create an elevator pitch. Your elevator pitch needs to be short and persuasive. There's no need to list all of your previous experiences and accomplishments. Instead, explain who you are and why you care about being a security professional, as well as the qualifications and skills you have that are specifically related to getting a job as a security analyst. For example, critical thinking, problem solving, and the ability to build collaborative relationships with others are transferable skills that most organizations are looking for. So highlight those in your elevator pitch. You could also mention technical skills you've learned in this certificate program, such as using various SIEM tools and programming languages like SQL and Python to identify and respond to risks. Now, we'll cover a few things to avoid when delivering your elevator pitch. It's important to avoid rambling or sharing irrelevant details during your elevator pitch. Potential employers only want to know who you are and why they should consider you for a security role. As you develop your elevator pitch, you're going to want to practice it several times. However, don't practice it so much that you end up sounding ingenuine or robotic when it's time to share your pitch with a possible decision maker. Instead, speak naturally, like you're having a conversation when you give your elevator pitch. That will help keep people engaged and interested in what you're saying. Another thing to avoid: speaking too quickly. Because an elevator pitch is fairly short, it can be easy to rush through it. But that can cause people to miss out on some key skills you have to offer, simply because you sped past them. One last tip: search the internet for elevator pitches to find examples that may help you generate ideas for your own pitch. In essence, your elevator pitch is a way to tell people why you are an amazing candidate for a security position with great skills and a clear direction for what you want to do in your career. While it's natural to be nervous when speaking to potential employers, just remember, take a deep breath, gather your composure, and deliver your pitch with confidence, conviction, and at a normal pace. You'll be just fine. Hi, I'm Emily, and I'm a program manager at Google. I work in our security education space. Imposter syndrome is a very real thing. There will be days where you feel like you're riding high, you're getting everything done, you're on top of your game. And then there are times where you feel like, I just don't know what I'm doing. Everybody else is doing so much better. Connecting with others in cybersecurity associations is a great way to combat that imposter syndrome. Getting involved in cybersecurity organizations and associations is a great way to grow your network and, frankly, build a community for yourself. It can be really intimidating to join a new industry. Those folks can support you, and they can also be a great example of how far you've come when you share your skills with them as well. What helped me when I was feeling imposter syndrome or just not feeling as confident as I think I could have been was connecting with a trusted mentor. They were really helpful when I said, oh gosh, I feel like I should know this. And she said, there's no way you can know everything. We have people who work on those things across the company, and you don't have to know everything. It just helped calm me down and help me feel comfortable with what I do know and the skills that I do bring to my organization. It's really important to recognize those small wins. I actually like to go to a special folder I have in my email where I've collected kudos and special emails that folks have sent me who are congratulating me on a project accomplishment or just complimenting me on some skill or something that I helped them out with. And that really helps buoy my spirits and reminds me that, yes, I can do this. There is a reason I'm here. Reflecting on your career, no matter where you've worked, is a really great way to combat imposter syndrome as well. It's a great way to show how far you've come, what skills you've learned, and what you're really going to be able to contribute in this new field. In the security industry, you're never going to know everything. And so it's important to stay flexible and fungible and to ensure that you're always learning, because the industry changes so quickly and evolves so quickly. There's not one person who's going to know everything. It can be really hard to maintain your confidence, especially when you're new on a job. It's okay to take time and to ask questions. There's never a stupid question. It's important for you to get information, and the folks around you should be trying to support you and help you succeed, because they too will succeed with your success. You've done a great job completing this section of the course. Let's take a moment to review what we've covered. We started by discussing how to find and apply for jobs in the security field. Then, we explored how to create your resume. Next, we shared some strategies to develop rapport with interviewers. We also covered how to use the STAR method to answer open-ended interview questions thoughtfully. We finished by discussing how to develop an elevator pitch. Hopefully, this has helped you feel confident as you begin to search and apply for jobs in the security field. Good luck! Congratulations on completing the final course of the certificate program. We covered a lot of information, so let's take a moment to review. We started by discussing how to protect assets and communicate incidents by developing a security mindset. Then, we covered when and how to escalate incidents to the appropriate team members to make sure that small issues don't become big problems for an organization and the people it serves. Next, we explored ways to communicate effectively to influence stakeholders' decisions related to security. This included discussions about how to use visuals to convey important information and sending emails, making phone calls, or sending instant messages. After that, we shared some ways to engage with the security community, including attending conferences and connecting with other analysts through a networking site.
Then we moved on to the final section of the course, which covered how to find, prepare for, and apply for jobs. This included discussions about how to create a compelling resume and tips to help you navigate the interview process. It's been an absolute pleasure guiding you through this journey. This certificate covered some rigorous security content. You could have given up at any point, but you didn't. And for that, you deserve to be proud of yourself. As we discussed at the beginning of this program, the security field is growing and in need of security professionals just like you to help protect organizations around the world and the people they serve. The knowledge and skills you've obtained throughout this certificate program will allow you to begin applying for entry-level security analyst jobs. Now let's take a moment to summarize what we've discussed throughout this program. We started by exploring core security concepts, including the definition of security and core skills. Then, we covered the focus of 8 security domains and discussed how security supports critical organizational operations. Following that, we discussed network security, including network architecture and the mechanisms used to secure an organization's network. In the next course, we turned our focus to computing basics for security analysts. In this section, we introduced Linux and SQL. After that, we explored assets, threats, and vulnerabilities in depth. This included discussions about how assets are classified and the security controls used by organizations to protect valuable information and minimize risks. In the next course, we focused on incident detection and response. Here, we defined what a security incident is and explained the incident response lifecycle. In the following course, we introduced the Python programming language and explored how to develop code related to common security tasks. Finally, in the last course of the program, we explored topics related to your pathway into the security profession, including how to find and apply for jobs. You put a lot of valuable time and energy into completing this certificate program. Remember that the learning doesn't stop here. As you move forward in your career, always be mindful of the new trends developing in the world of security. As technology continues to advance, the threats to organizations and people will evolve as well. It's up to you to stay informed and always be willing to learn. You just completed the Google Cybersecurity Certificate. What a remarkable accomplishment that shows just how committed you are to learning new skills that will allow you to pursue your career goals. On behalf of myself and my fellow course instructors, congratulations!
Congratulations! You did it.
Congrats. I can't wait to see how many of you decide to pursue this career and visit some really cool places in cybersecurity.
Way to go. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You're a rock star.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Great job. You did it. Congratulations.
Congratulations. I am rooting for you and wishing you continued success.
Congratulations on your big accomplishment. Now it's time to get to work.
This is probably one of the best decisions you've ever made, and I can't wait to hear about all the opportunities that you're going to experience.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, you've made it to the end, and you're now ready to keep everyone safe online.
Congratulations. Continue to learn, continue to grow. You'll find this is a very rewarding career.
Congratulations, you did it. Welcome to cybersecurity.
The adventure continues after this. There's still a lot more to explore in the world of security, but you're off to a great start.
It's been my pleasure guiding you through the final part of this program. I know you're well prepared to begin or continue a remarkable career in security. Congratulations and best of luck on your journey.